Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 87. Who? Hokage stared at Shiraishi with a wary expression. When the old purple attacked Konoha, Hokage thought about whether to go to the Konoha village entrance to support the other Konoha shinobi, to repel the old purple, and defeat it. When Haru appeared at the Hyuga family's station, Hokage also thought about whether to go over to meet the enemy. But finally gave up. What happened to Hinata back then made Hokage very worried. Fear that the same thing will happen. 8 trigrams air palm. Hokage attacked Shiraishi the first time he saw Shiraishi. 8 trigrams air palm, this is one of the few masters of the Hyuga clan that can attack from a distance. Earth style, earth flow wall technique. A dirt wall blocked Shiraishi's face. Boom! The earth flow wall shattered under the force of 8 trigrams air palm, however, Shiraishi had moved away and Hokage 8 trigrams air palm did no harm to Shiraishi. Niji, go protect Hanabi. Hokage said loudly. Niji and Shiraishi came at the same time. But Hokage didn't feel that Niji had betrayed, but felt that Niji came under Shiraishi's coercion. Still trust in Niji, Hokage. Take Hanabi out of here. Niji froze for a moment. Niji thought that he would be scolded by Hokage, attacked by Hokage, and used curse mark, caged bird, making him feel so bad that it would be difficult to take away Hanabi. I didn't expect it to be so successful. And this good thing. Niji's face brightened, and he rushed in. In the whole yard, only Hanabi was left. Neither Hinata nor Hokage's wife is there. And those guards who usually stay near the yard are also attracted by Hunter's attack. Niji finds Hanabi unhindered. Brother Niji? Hanabi, follow me. 35. Niji didn't say much, just picked up Hanabi and left, and quickly went to the position Shiraishi said earlier. While on the road, Niji was actually a little tangled. Before Niji had only 2 options. One was to agree to Shiraishi's request, the other was to reject Shiraishi's request and was killed by Shiraishi. Now Niji still has only 2 options. But the selection has changed. One is to take Hanabi to act as promised Shiraishi. The other is to hide with Hanabi. The former betrayed the Hyuga clan and completely turned to Shiraishi. And the latter, you can continue to stay in the Hyuga clan, and you can also make a contribution. Boom! A loud voice sounded. Niji turned back subconsciously, and then saw the process of Shiraishi and Hokage fighting. Hokage approached Shiraishi with all his strength and wanted to use his strengths in close combat. But Shiraishi is very clear about Hokage's intelligence. He knows the battle patterns of the Hyuga clan very well. Hokage was not given a chance at all. In a sense, Shiraishi's fighting style, for Hokage, is actually restrained, just like Shiraishi's fighting style in Ghost Lantern City was restrained. The overall strength of Hokage is Elite Genin. Wuyui's comprehensive strength is also Elite Genin. But Hokage is obviously much stronger than Wuyui. But the current Shiraishi is much stronger than the Shiraishi in the Ghost Town. Its basic attributes have been improved, and it has more ninjutsu. Earth style, Tolong gun technique. In the face of Hokage rushing over, Shiraishi directly blocked the road with a Tolong gun, and Hokage had to back away. Immediately after. Earth style, earthquake core technique. Shiraishi began to modify the terrain. Even if Hokage has white eyes, the terrain modification is still useful, which can further increase the difficulty of making Hokage close to Shiraishi. What makes Shiraishi a little bit regretful is that in the face of Hokage, his own strategy of fake knot seal does not work. Other ninjas observe the ninjutsu that Shiraishi is about to use, and judge by the seal. And Hokage is judged by the flow of chakra. Shiraishi can make false knots, but the flow of chakra cannot be controlled. Seeing this, Niji withdrew his gaze and made a decision. Shiraishi didn't lie to me. At this age, you can be on a par with Hokage, with such talent, such strength, and the use of such a tyrannical earth style. How strong will he be in the future? 39. Staying in the Hokage clan and in Konoha, I will never have any hope of revenge in my life. And to live a slave-like life as a branch house. What's the point of that? Even if I get credit this time, how will it change my life? 35. Can I get revenge? Can I get rid of my branch house status? Impossible. By contrast, going to Iwagakure, joining Iwagakure, following Shiraishi, I have at least hope of revenge, and the situation is no worse than staying in Konoha. 39. I'm at rock bottom, why not give hope a try? Niji took Hanabi, his eyes firmly towards the position agreed with Shiraishi. The entire Hokage yard has completely collapsed, turning into an intricate maze-like existence. Shiraishi's figure stands tall. Hokage was very angry. Just like the inaction in Ghost Lantern City. Hokage clearly felt that his overall strength was higher than that of Shiraishi, but because of his restrained fighting style, there was absolutely no way to hold Shiraishi, and he couldn't even touch it. After using all-out approach, Shiraishi came to perform a too-long hidden technique, and Hokage could watch his gentle fist hit the soil, unable to hurt Shiraishi in the soil. It's useless to see. You can only watch, not hit. And Shiraishi's attack can pose a good threat to Hokage. Especially Shiraishi's use of light and heavy rock techniques Annoying Hokage. If the gravity keeps increasing or decreasing, then Hokage can adapt, but Shiraishi doesn't use it like this, but keeps switching and changing gravity. Who are you? Hokage was surprised by Shiraishi's abilities. The top earth style, at the age of 13 or 14, Hokage thought of Iwagakure for the first time, because the ninja world is best at earth style as Iwagakure. The second time, Hokage thought of Shiraishi. Shiraishi became a disciple of Onoji and was targeted by Orochimaru, causing a stir in the ninja world. People once compared Shiraishi with Uchiha Madara and Scorpion of Red Sand. Think Shiraishi is no weaker than their genius. But just recently, the wind of Shiraishi's comments has changed. Konoha's executives believed that Shiraishi was just a target set up by Iwagakure, and that the real talents that attracted attention were Terra and Deidara, who performed extremely well on the battlefield. Hokage heard about the performance of the two. The terracotta turned into a monster, rampaging on the battlefield, and no one could match it. Deidara is only a teenager, but already has the destructive power of Jainin. And the ninjutsu used is very special. Clay can be made into bombs, which are more flexible and more powerful than explosions. At a glance, you know that Deidara's future is bound to be limitless. In comparison, Shiraishi is only good at earth style. Hokage agreed with Konoha's high-level judgment. But now, if Shiraishi is fighting against him, is Shiraishi really a cover? At such an age, he possesses such strength, so what if he only knows earth style? Can't step into cage level with earth style? This is true genius. Would Iwagakure be willing to use such a genius as a guise? Impossible, Iwagakure cannot be so extravagant, not only Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Tsunagakure, Kirigakure, but even Konoha. Wait, if Konoha is concerned, it seems that this is really possible. Hokage recalled something. But what would happen to Iwagakure if the person opposite him was really Shiraishi? Hiding Deidara and Terracotta under the guise of Shiraishi? Or hide Shiraishi under the guise of Deidara and Terracotta? Or, did Iwagakure really show up that many geniuses? Shiraishi did not answer Hokage's question, but was counting the time. Almost. Immediately. Earth style, earthquake core technique. The ground beneath Shiraishi's feet rose and rose at an extremely fast rate, until it reached a height of tens of meters. After that, Shiraishi looked down and made a seal. Fire style, head hard technique. A group of small fireballs fell. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is just an ordinary fire style, not even as great as the great fireball, but the huge chakra can be seen in the eyes of Hokage. What a strong fire style! Is this man really Shiraishi? Hokage expression became extremely serious. Boom! The fireball fell and exploded. In an instant, the rest of the film was shrouded, and with it, the entire area collapsed, which had already become pulpy under Shiraishi's earth style. How could it withstand such an impact? The entire area was turned into ruins. Hokage, take your time and taste. Shiraishi turned to leave. Earth style, light and heavy rock technique. 99. Shiraishi came to where Niji and Hanabi were. At the same time, Hunter also came here. Hit, have you cleaned up? All right. Okay, let's go now. Shiraishi does not have a knot, but uses ninjutsu directly. Earth style, light heavy rock, goodly, technique. 99. 1/5 of gravity. The next moment, all the gravity on Shiraishi and the others was reduced to 1/5 of what it was originally. Hunter carried Niji in one hand and Hanabi in the other, and stomped on the ground abruptly. Walk. Shiraishi followed closely behind Carrie. Not long after, some ninjas from the Hyuga clan followed. Shiraishi turned back. Smoke, smoke. A large amount of flames spilled out, forming a field-like existence, and the high-temperature flames continued to burn, making it difficult for those Hyuga ninjas to continue to pursue and had to deter. The sudden change made Hanabi a little confused. What's the situation? He is only 2 or 3 years old, but Hanabi is already able to think for himself. Didn't Brother Niji take me to hide under the orders of my father? 35. Why is it like this? Brother Niji is a group with these people? 95. I was kidnapped by fire. There was a trace of fear in Hanabi's heart, but at the same time, there was a faint excitement. Hokage left from the ruins, and immediately felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly pursued Shiraishi, using his white eyes to look in the direction Shiraishi left. A member of the branch house reported that Hokage's expression changed immediately when he heard it. The two intruders not only left but also took Niji and Hanabi. Never let them be taken away. Chase. Pass my order, chase. 35. No matter what, we must get Niji and Hanabi back. Chapter 88. But at this time, Shiraishi and others had already left the Hyuga clan's station, because the Hyuga clan's station was similar to Uchiha station, and both were close to the edge of Konoha. So Shiraishi and others soon left the range of Konoha. Few ninjas from the Hyuga clan could catch up. Except Hokage. The previous attack on the Hyuga station caused many of the Hyuga ninjas to be seriously injured, and most of the Hyuga ninjas did not have the strength to catch up, especially the Hyuga branch house. Curse mark, the existence of caged bird limits the strength of Hyuga branch house. It's not just that the white eye is missing an angle, it also affects other aspects. And other members of the clan. After hearing this news, he was not willing to chase out Konoha for Hanabi and Niji. The strength of the hunt has been fully demonstrated. And they are completely different levels. Hunter has reached the threshold of cage level. They are at best elite Jainin. Konoha's ninjas also had few support. The attack of Rock Shinobi's army and the attack of Old Purple made Konoha's current situation extremely bad. Hokage chased after him, and suddenly found that there was no one around him. This made Hokage feel a chill in his heart. A strong sense of familiarity surged up. Back then, when Hinata was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi ninjas and killed Cloud Shinobi ninjas himself, and as a result, Cloud Shinobi village asked the guilt, and Konoha executives put pressure on the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hayashi felt like this. No one helps me. Obviously I really don't want Hyuga Hisashi to die. I would rather die myself. But neither is allowed. Hyuga Hayashi once wondered if there was something wrong with him. But later, Hyuga Hayashi felt that it was not his own fault, but the world, Konoha, and the Hyuga family. You can't change, you can only adapt. Hyuga Hayashi didn't stop. Instead, they continue to pursue. Shiraishi looked back and saw Hyuga Hayashi, but there was no one else but Hyuga Hayashi. Senior Hunter, you go first. Sir Shiraishi. Hunt was a little worried. 153 It's okay, Hyuga Hayashi can't help me, and it's already close to the Rock Shinobi army, even if the ninja of Konoha chase after me, it won't pose any threat to me. Hunter is nodding. Good. 99. Carry leaves with Niji and Hanabi. Shiraishi stood there, turned around, and looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who was chasing after him. Hyuga Hayashi. Are you Shiraishi? When Hyuga Hayashi first started, he suspected that the intruder was Shiraishi, but because he thought of the judgment of Konoha's high-level officials, and because he saw the fire style used by Shiraishi, Hyuga Hayashi was not sure. However, after confirming the information about Kari, Hyuga Hayashi knew that the invaders were Shiraishi and Kari. In the past, in Iwagakure, Shiraishi's actions were accompanied by hunting. According to sources, Kari was assigned by Onoji to Shiraishi to act as an escort. Hyuga Hayashi made a judgment. Shiraishi is not Iwagakure's guise, but a true genius who is absolutely valued by Onoji. Otherwise, Shiraishi would not have such strength. Otherwise, no hunting will be arranged to be Shiraishi's escort. The high-level Konoha guessed completely wrong. The news of Shiraishi's retreat announced by Iwagakure is also false. That's right. Shiraishi nodded in recognition. Since Hyuga Hayashi has already guessed, there is no need for Shiraishi to hide, and Shiraishi wants to talk to Hyuga Hayashi, and it is more convincing as Shiraishi. Why? Why target my Hyuga clan? My Hyuga clan and you Iwagakure have no direct conflict. By attacking Konoha so violently, your real purpose is to take away Hanabi and Niji? Hyuga Hayashi questioned. Do you Iwagakure think that our Hyuga clan really won't take revenge? Bring Hanabi and Niji back, I can pretend nothing happened. 5. Shiraishi smiled. Hyuga Hayashi, your threat doesn't sound that powerful, the revenge of the Hyuga clan. What kind of revenge can the Hyuga clan do to us Iwagakure? Hyuga Hayashi's expression stiffened. At least I can publish your true situation. Shiraishi, Konoha and other ninja villages, will retarget you, you will be attacked by many people and ninja villages. 35. Maybe someone can kill you in this one. As long as you return Hanabi and Niji, I can keep this secret for you. 55. Shiraishi is right, Hyuga Hayashi really has nothing to threaten Shiraishi. When Shiraishi took Hanabi and Niji out of Konoha's reach, it basically meant that Iwagakure's acquisition of Hanabi and Niji was a foregone conclusion and no one could change it. Hyuga Hayashi was just not reconciled and made a final struggle. Shiraishi said, first of all, how many people will believe what you say? Do they believe what you say, or what they see for themselves? And, even if you announce it, I'm not afraid. In the entire ninja world, how many people can threaten me? Hyuga Hayashi's heart sank. What Shiraishi said was true. I can't even take Shiraishi myself, and there are very few people who are stronger than me in the ninja world. Hyuga Hayashi counted it carefully. Not much. However, there are very few people who can personally take action against Shiraishi. Onoji, Lao Ziai, both of these are impossible, they will only protect Shiraishi and cannot hurt Shiraishi. Tsunagakure is just a Luasha, as Kazekage, he has no time to assassinate. Sarutobi Hiruzen does the same. The same goes for Yagura at Kirigakure, and Raikage at Cloud Shinobi Village. All Tsunagakure can take out Izucho. Konoha can take out Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo. Cloud Shinobi Village can take out Killer Bee, 2 by Wooden Golem. Kirigakure does not. Or use multiplayer tactics like Iwagakure did against 3rd Raikage back then. However, Hunter's strength is extremely strong, even cage-level ninjas can contain 1 or 2. I really want Shiraishi to be in a hurry, let the Hunter explode, and Shiraishi himself uses the Tolong hidden technique to hide in the depths of the ground to escape. Who can guarantee that Shiraishi will be caught and killed? Failing to kill Shiraishi, and having done so, must face fierce revenge from Iwagakure. In other words, as long as Shiraishi isn't targeted or caught in a trap, it's hard to kill him now. When Hokage realized this, he was in a bad mood. But at the same time envious. Hokage envies that Shiraishi can get that kind of attention at Iwagakure. And his own Hyuga clan, obviously did nothing wrong, but they still have to be pressured by the top management of Konoha. That's the difference. Shiraishi continued. But more importantly, it's not a bad thing for you Hyuga people to take away Niji and Hanabi. 55. Niji, you left me voluntarily. Hokage pupils shrank. Xi. Impossible. Impossible? That just means you don't know Niji at all. He hates you, hates all the Hyuga clans, hates Konoha, hates Cloud Shinobi Village. Shiraishi said lightly, and I can let him leave this environment that he hates, and can give him the power to avenge. If you were in Niji's position, what choices would you make? He just needs a little hope. But, in Konoha, in the Hyuga clan, he can't see it. So even when he didn't trust me very much at the beginning, he agreed. Hokage face turned pale. But he's from the Hyuga clan. No, in the eyes of many people in the Hyuga branch house, the members of the Hyuga clan are the members of the Hyuga clan, and their Hyuga branch house is just the slaves of your Hyuga clan. 39. Hokage fell into silence. Hokage knew this, but just didn't want to admit it in front of Shiraishi. Shiraishi continued, it's also a good thing for you that I take away Hanabi. You have 2 daughters, but according to the rules of your Hyuga clan, only one can be the clan, and the other must be the branch house. No matter who you choose, it's not fair to the other. 35. Just like you and Hyuga Hisashi back then. Do you want Hinata to be a branch house, or do you want Hanabi to be a branch house? I'll take Hanabi away, and you won't have to deal with that. Hinata and Hanabi, both can be branch houses and slaves. 35. Isn't this a good thing for you? We at Iwagakure are never harsh when it comes to talent. 39. Hokage continued to remain silent because he didn't know how to refute it. This is indeed the conundrum for Hokage. Until now, Hokage has not made a decision. It has been so long since Hanabi was born, and still has not been engraved with curse mark, caged bird, nor did Hinata. Hokage is actually carrying a lot of pressure in the clan. Those elders were already dissatisfied. And it's not only good for Niji, it's good for Hanabi, it's good for your family, it's good for the entire Hyuga family. Uchiha was exterminated. The Hyuga family, will it be far? You published information that Uchiha was exterminated by Uchiha Itachi alone, but we are not fools, we can guess what happened to Uchiha's extermination. When the Hyuga clan faces the same fate as Uchiha, you Hyuga, at least in my Iwagakure, have a trace of blood. Hokage eyes flickered. Uchiha's genocide worries Hokage. The situation of the two families is somewhat similar. It's all pupils and blood following the limit. Both are strong. They have all been suppressed by the high-level Konoha. The members of the clan are all dissatisfied with the treatment the current clan has received in Konoha. Can you promise to treat Niji and Hanabi well? Hokage looked up at Shiraishi. Certainly. Shiraishi said, as long as they don't do something wrong to Iwagakure, Iwagakure will always see them as their own. Iwagakure's next Hokage is you. That's right. It is good. Hokage made a decision and nodded. I trust you once. Immediately, Hokage took out a scroll. This is a mitigation method for curse mark, caged bird. It can't completely remove curse mark, caged bird, but it can reduce the effect of curse mark, caged bird. I have studied for a long time, but only to this extent. 5. Please use it for Niji. Shiraishi frowned slightly. This was a bit unexpected by Shiraishi. One is that Hokage has conducted such research and has research effects. Another is that Hokage took the initiative to bring this thing during the pursuit. So does this mean that when Hokage chased after him, he had already made such a plan? It is good. Shiraishi took the scroll and turned to leave. Hokage did not continue to catch up, but looked at Shiraishi's back from a distance. Niji, Hanabi, I hope you are all well. Shiraishi's promise, Hokage doesn't actually believe it, but just wants to ask for peace of mind. The reason why he gave up the pursuit was because Hokage felt that this might indeed be a better choice for Niji and Hanabi, even if Iwagakure did not treat Niji and Hanabi as well as Shiraishi said. But staying in Konoha will most likely be even more unbearable. There is no way, this is the sadness of my Hyuga clan. Hokage sighed deeply. Everyone in the Hyuga family can't decide their own destiny. Having a white eye, but not having the power to protect the white eye. And only other people can decide their fate. Chapter 89. Shiraishi also knows this truth. Shiraishi didn't think that he could convince Niji and Hokage with just a few words. To put it bluntly, Shiraishi just offered Niji and Hokage a choice. The reason why they would agree is only because they had no choice before. A person who has been drowning will care if the planks thrown by others are real or fake. Whether it's true or false, it will be, cling to it. Because this is the last hope. A white kunao shot in the direction of Lao Ziai. When Lao Ziai saw it, he knew that Shiraishi's plan had been successful. Then. Tailed beast. 35. Lao Zi's figure swelled at a very fast speed, turning into a tailed beast, entering the second form of tailed beast. After that, look towards the Konoha village entrance. Lava style, Huagyuashin. Lao Ziai put his hands on the ground, and a magma sea was created in front of Lao Ziai. The next moment, the magma sea erupted violently, and countless magma sprayed towards the Konoha village entrance. Even with Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength, he had to retreat in the face of such an attack as Lao Ziai. As for the other Konoha shinobi, they dodged desperately. After all the magma fell, Lao Zi's figure disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy. A sudden provocation, a sudden departure, and the unusual behavior of the rock shinobi army, Iwagakure must have a plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at an Anbu ninja. Go and check the situation in the village. 5. Yes, Lord Hokage. Iwagakure's ninja army is also slowly retreating, and the ninjas in Konoha village have come to support. Continue, rock shinobi ninjas can still fight, but it is not necessary. From the very beginning, Onoji characterized the war as a protracted war. One is that although Iwagakure's strength is stronger than Konoha, it is not an easy task to completely defeat Konoha and conquer Konoha. Konoha's desperate resistance cannot be underestimated. Maybe Jiraiya, Tsunade, will return to Konoha by then. Moreover, Konoha's allies, Tsunagakure, Takiyan Village, Rain Shinobi Village, Kusanagi Village and Sound Shinobi Village, have not supported Konoha, but when Konoha lives and dies, they will definitely take action. A living Konoha is more beneficial to them. Once the Iwagakure did knock Konoha out, they had one less ally. And alliances may crumble. After getting Konoha's Iwagakure, his strength will be greatly improved. At that time, if Iwagakure shot at them, what would they do? The idea of Cloud Shinobi Village is similar. Even if Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure are deadly enemies, even if Cloud Shinobi Village wants to destroy Iwagakure, but now is not a good opportunity to take action against Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village hopes Konoha will cause more consumption to Iwagakure. The second is that the elf fit requires real combat to improve. Hunting, Kitu, Wenye, all entered the second form in the real battle. In the future, Iwagakure will have more elf fitters. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the direction where Lao Ziai left. Iwagakure. The war was temporarily suspended, and the rock shinobi ninja returned to the temporary base. Some of Konoha's ninja stayed outside, alerting the rock shinobi ninja's actions at any time, and some returned to Konoha. Shiraishi came to the base, but didn't show up in front of the others. And just let Kitu and Wenya know. In a tent, Shiraishi, Hunter, Lao Ziai, Wenye, Kitu, Niji, Hanabi, 6 people sat down. Senior brother. Sir Shiraishi. Shiraishi smiled. Brother. Senior Wenye. After that, Kitu and Bunya's eyes were on Niji and Hanabi. The identities of the 2 Hyuga clan were quickly recognized. After all, it was so obvious that no one could see the features of the white-eyed, but the 2 were a little strange why Shiraishi brought them here. Shiraishi introduced, this is Niji. Niji is a genius of the Hyuga family, and his father is Hyuga Hisashi. He did nothing wrong, but he was persecuted to death, so Niji didn't like the Hyuga family, Konoha. I want to take revenge on Cloud Shinobi Village. Years. I promise to give him strength and avenge him on the condition that he needs to join our Iwagakure. Kitu and Wenya looked at each other. This is fresh. It was the first time I heard that the ninjas of the Hyuga clan joined other ninja villages. However, Niji is a branch house, which made Kitu and Wenya not so concerned about Niji. After all, the Hyuga branch house is subject to the Hyuga clan. By the way, Niji, this is for you. 99. Shiraishi handed Niji the scroll that Hyuga Hayashi had given him. This is. Niji was a little puzzled. This is what Hyuga Hayashi asked me to hand over to you. He studied it. It can't solve curse mark, caged bird, but it can suppress the part. With this, you don't need to be so afraid of the Hyuga clan. Niji's pupils shrank in disbelief. Shiraishi patted Niji's shoulder and said, Hyuga Hayashi asked me to tell you something about your father, he's very sorry, that's not what he wanted either. 39. He wants you to have a good time at Iwagakure and take care of Hanabi by the way. 99. But Hanabi doesn't need your care, and I, Iwagakure, will never treat you too badly. Niji still hasn't recovered. Shiraishi turned to Hanabi again. Hanabi, I took you and let you join Iwagakure, your father has agreed, it is a better choice than you and your sister must have a branch house. I believe you neither want your sister to be a branch house, nor do you want to be a branch house yourself. Hanabi blinked and said nothing. Only 2 or 3 years old, even if Hanabi already has the ability to think independently, the amount of information on this matter will far exceed the range that Hanabi can accept. Shiraishi put his palm on Hanabi's shoulder. In Shiraishi's spiritual space, a force flowed out of the Rentgen cat's body, followed Shiraishi's arm, and slowly entered Hanabi's body. Hanabi felt the change in his body, and his attention was immediately diverted. Too young after all. At this time, Hanabi was carefully feeling the changes in his body and the ability he got from the Rentgen cat. A burst of electric sparks appeared in Hanabi's hands. When Wenya saw it, he knew what happened to Hanabi. For a while, I felt a little more close to Hanabi. They are all spirit fitters and have a close relationship with Shiraishi. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion sounded. This voice was familiar to Shiraishi. Did Deidara use self-destruct again? It didn't take long for a ninja to send Deidara into the tent. Deidara fell into a coma and was treated with fragrant phosphorus, but he couldn't wake up for a while, but his life was not in danger. Kito looked at Deidara and shook his head. For Deidara, Terracotta really can't understand. If it weren't for the self-destruction, Deidara was still obedient, and Kito really wanted to drive Deidara back to Iwagakure. But now in Deidara's situation, he can only be sent back to Iwagakure. Just right. Shiraishi said, "Brother, you arrange ninjas to send Niji, Hanabi, and Deidara back to the village." Good. 9. Kito paused for a moment and asked, "What about you, junior brother? Stay on the battlefield first." The old purple and the hunter, who have been completely exposed, simply joined the rock shinobi army directly. Shiraishi is only seen by Hyaga Hayashi. In the current situation, Hyaga Hayashi can't tell what he saw Shiraishi, but will help Shiraishi keep it a secret. For Flowers 0. Therefore, the people of Konoha would not know that Shiraishi appeared. So Shiraishi stays here, it's okay. And Shiraishi needs to find a genie fit. Iwagakure, the land of earth, has no outstanding talents. On the contrary, in the land of fire, in Konoha, there are many good talents. Shiraishi was ready to dig a corner before. The fragrance of grass ninja village, no scale, dragon tongue. Konoha's Niji, Hanabi. Therefore, Shiraishi decided to stay in the country of fire and continue to dig corners of Konoha. But for the time being I'm not showing up. 35. Terra nodded. Okay, I'll make arrangements. 99. Lao Ziai and Carrie could not hide, one appeared above the Konoha village entrance, and the other fought with many members of the Hyaga clan. Hyaga Hayashi returned to the Hyaga family's station. Lord Patriarch. Several Hyaga ninjas greeted. Hyaga Hayashi shook his head. Failed to catch up, Niji and Hanabi, both were taken by Iwagakure. An elder Hyaga came to Hyaga Hayashi. Hayashi, I warned you a long time ago, but you just didn't listen and made excuses, saying that it's impossible to determine who Hinata and Hanabi will be your heirs for now. 99. Well now, Hanabi was taken by Iwagakure. Iwagakure has a white eye. How should this be? Blind eyes out, have you taken this responsibility? If you listened to me and engraved Hanabi on curse mark, caged bird early on, would something like this happen today? How do you become the patriarch? Are you still qualified to be a patriarch? You are the sinner of our Hyaga clan. The elder Hyaga yelled at Hyaga Hayashi. Hyaga Hayashi looked at elder Hyaga who was opposite, and a shadow flashed in his eyes. Originally, Hyaga Hayashi's mood has recovered a lot. Niji and Hanabi were taken away, and the Hyaga clan suffered heavy losses under Kori's attack. However, Shiraishi was right. Niji was not happy in Konoha, maybe it would be better to go to Iwagakure. Hinata and Hanabi must choose one in the future, which is a good thing for Hanabi and Hinata. Moreover, it really left the seeds for the Hyaga family. Once the Hyaga clan suffers the same fate as the Uchiha clan. Hyaga Hayashi comforted himself like this for a long time. However, after returning to the residence of the Hyaga clan, it was not the clan's concern for themselves, nor the concern for Niji and Hanabi, and no one cared about the life and death of Niji and Hanabi. And just complaining, blaming, the loss of eyes. But, who went after these people before? No one goes. A member of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hayashi is the only one. This made Hyaga Hayashi very dissatisfied. Now being reprimanded by Elder Hyaga, Hyaga Hayashi is even more dissatisfied. Hayashi, get ready. Tonight, I will propose at the elders' meeting to cut off your patriarch position. You are not qualified to continue to be the head of the Hyaga clan. After the elder Hyaga finished speaking, he turned and left. Hyaga Hayashi took a deep look at the other person's back, and felt more and more that the decision he made before was correct. The Konoha, the Hyoga clan, are all rotten. Soon, the story of the Hyoga clan also reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Immediately Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. What? White Eyes lost? In the hands of Iwagakure? How should this be? Originally, Konoha's strength was not as good as Iwagakure, but now Iwagakure has gained a strategic ability like Bun. After Konoha loses this advantage, he will only suffer more on the battlefield. Chapter 90. How did the Hyoga family do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but blame the Hyoga clan. After calming down, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stop thinking. Could it be that Iwagakure's war against Konoha was aimed at Rolling Eyes? In this case, will Iwagakure withdraw from the army after getting the white eye? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that was unlikely, but still had some extravagant hopes. When the two villages provoked each other with small moves, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very comfortable. No real war broke out. Tsunagakure, Kusanagi village, etc. would take action. Konoha has few opportunities to suffer, and occasionally a piece of meat is torn from Iwagakure. This phase was named the Cold War period by Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no large-scale war, only small-scale testing. Even a weak village can take courage to do something. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that Iwagakure would lift the table directly. This greatly exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand. Until the performance of Deidara and Terra, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that maybe Iwagakure had developed a new secret technique, and the real strength was much stronger than the surface. Iwagakure has the confidence to win the inevitable victory of the war. And when the battle between Bunka and Kakashi appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of another possibility. That is, the owner of the secret technique of Iwagakure needs to improve the secret technique through actual combat. 153. Iwagakure regards Konoha as a sparring partner, a target. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen very angry and upset. If only Iwagakure could retreat. In that case, even if you lose a pair of white eyes, it is not unacceptable. 35. After all, Bai Yan was already lost back then. I'm afraid, Iwagakure still didn't retreat after getting white eyes, but continued to deal with Konoha with white eyes, which would be the worst situation for Konoha. 35. Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried about this, but also knew that this possibility was actually the greatest. Soon the pressure came to the Hyoga family. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed dissatisfaction with the Hyoga clan. Immediately those Hyoga elders trembled. Just like what happened to Hyoga Hisashi before, Cloud Shinobi village put pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to put pressure on the Hyoga family, but before they said anything, the Hyoga elders had already forced Hyoga Hisashi to commit suicide. Konoha handed over Hyoga Hisashi's body to calm the anger of Cloud Shinobi village. But Cloud Shinobi village's desire has not been quelled. After all, the real purpose of Cloud Shinobi village is to get scorned. Hyoga clan. A huge conference room. 12 figures sat around the round table. Hyoga Hayashi sat on the main seat, but this meeting was not led by Hyoga Hayashi at all, but the rest of the people. The Hyoga family is divided into clan houses and branch houses. The clan is divided into patriarchs and elders. One patriarch and 11 elders jointly build the core of the Hyoga clan, which is passed down from generation to generation, but under the same clan, only one person in a generation can become the clan, and the rest all become branch houses. In the most ideal situation, the number of clan members of the Hyoga family will be more than 30. Take a simple example. For example, Hyoga Hayashi's father, Hyoga Hayashi, Hyoga Hinata, all three are alive at the same time. In a department, there are 3 clan members. It is precisely because this is a group that the estrangement and division between the clan and the branch house are caused. And if only the patriarch was the clan, there would be no such contradiction at all. Because other ninja families also have patriarchs. Uchiha, Abarame, Inoshika ch. which one has no patriarch? Hyoga Hayashi has a very high status in the Hyoga clan, Uchiha Fugaku, Abarame Shimai, Narashika Isa, why not? A patriarch is busy with work, how can he have so much time to squeeze the people below? What's more, the Hyoga family has a special situation in Konoha. Hyoga Hayashi is not bad by nature. It was the elders who really caused the conflict between the Hyoga clan and the branch house. They didn't need to do too many things and usually had a lot of free time. What would they do with this time? Of course, enjoy, and consolidate their position. Hyoga Hayashi looked around at these elders. From the beginning to now, Hyoga Hayashi didn't say a word, only sneered in his heart. I don't see how much you have contributed to the family in normal times, but you are a good player in intensifying conflicts. Niji and Hanabi have been kidnapped, and you are not going after them. 99. Now that the top management of Konoha has put the pressure on Hyoga, you will try your best to shirk all the responsibilities on me, and you want to take the opportunity to seize the position of my patriarch. It's amazing. 99. Bane, worms. Hyoga Hayashi cursed in his heart. The Hyoga clan of Konoha has been destroyed, and there is no hope at all. I don't know if it will bloom in Iwagakure. Niji, Hanabi, it's up to you. Finally, the elders' discussion ended. An elder looked in the direction of Hyoga Hayashi and said, Hayashi, the loss of white eyes is extremely serious. Lord Hokage is very dissatisfied with this, and we must give an explanation to the Hyoga family. This matter, the greatest responsibility lies with you, so only you can be responsible. 35. You are guilty of 3. Sin 1, did not engrave the curse mark on Hanabi, caged bird, violated the rules of the Hyoga clan, you disregarded the rules of the Hyoga clan by virtue of your identity as the patriarch, this is a big sin. Sin 2, when the Iwagakure ninjas invaded, you didn't organize the ninjas in the clan well, but let everyone fight like scattered sand, so that the other party could take advantage. Sin 3, in the process of chasing the rock shinobi ninja, you did not try your best to let the rock shinobi ninja successfully take Niji and Hanabi away, resulting in the loss of Bun. As the head of the Hyoga clan, you have seriously neglected your duty. As Konoha's ninja, you have done great damage to Konoha. Therefore, I propose that Hyoga Hayashi is no longer qualified to sit on the position of the Hyoga clan leader, and I propose that Hyoga Hayashi be removed from the position of the clan leader. Everyone, vote. The elder took the lead and raised his hand first. Soon other elders followed. Several elders were hesitant, but after seeing that more than half of the elders had raised their hands, they had to raise their hands too. Hyoga Hayashi had lost power, and they could not argue for Hyoga Hayashi. The elder who took the lead nodded with satisfaction. The voting is complete, with a total of 12 votes, 1 abstention and 11 in favor. Starting today, Hyoga Hayashi will no longer be the patriarch of our Hyoga clan. At this time, another elder suggested. Hyoga Hayashi made a mistake, and I felt that it was not enough to punish Hyoga Hayashi. I suggested that Hyoga Hayashi be cut off from the clan and demoted to a branch house. As soon as these words fell, the entire conference room fell silent. Relegated Hyoga Hayashi to branch house? Hyoga Hayashi's eyes narrowed slightly, the position of the patriarch, Hyoga Hayashi cannot, the current situation, Hyoga Hayashi knows how dissatisfied those Hyoga people will be with him. These elders have already secretly united. And Hyoga Hayashi has been disappointed with the Hyoga family. But relegated to branch house, this is too much. Not just yourself. And his own daughter, Hyoga Hinata, also had to become a branch house. Under the current circumstances, the life of the branch house in the Hyoga family is simply not the life of a human being. It can be seen from Niji's decision. Hyoga Hayashi doesn't mind a blood splatter if he really wants to turn himself into a branch house. Several elders were just around the corner. They didn't think about the serious consequences of this incident, they just felt very excited. What a big gap it is for a patriarch to become a slave-like branch house. When the elder named chief heard such a proposal, he was stunned for a moment, and then cursed. What nonsense! The clan is the clan. This is an unchangeable fact. The clan cannot become a branch house, nor can a branch house become the clan. Hyoga has been the rule since ancient times. 99. Even if Hayashi makes a big mistake, he can be punished in other ways. But the identity of the clan must never be changed. Most of the elders nodded. It's not that they are defending Hyoga Hayashi, but because they feel that this hole cannot be opened, and what will happen in the future once this hole is opened. The ancestral family became a branch house, and the branch house became the ancestral family. Isn't that a complete mess? How can their interests be protected? Hyoga Hayashi looked away. The elder named head said, I think it's almost done to cut off Hayashi's position as the patriarch, and if Lord Hokage is not satisfied, then ask Lord Hokage for his opinion. Now let's make another proposal. The Hyoga clan cannot live without a clan leader for a day. The elder next to him immediately understood. I propose Elder Saburo. I agree. I agree. Hyoga Saburo, the elder who organized this meeting, is also the elder who scolded Hyoga Hayashi face to face before, and has long coveted the position of Hyaga's patriarch. Hyoga Hayashi did not speak. Unanimously approved, Saburo elder, please do not refuse. How could Hyoga Saburo refuse, showing a smile, pretending to hesitate for a while, and said, since everyone looks at me and thinks that I can take on the position of the patriarch, then I will try it. Strive to do well in this position and live up to everyone's expectations. Hopefully the future Hyoga family will get better and better. Hyoga Hayashi cut off the position of the patriarch, and Hyoga 4.0 Saburo succeeded the patriarch. This incident surprised and shocked the entire Hyoga clan. Even overshadowing Niji and Hanabi being kidnapped by Iwagakure. Hyoga Hayashi returned home and stayed behind closed doors. Hyoga Saburo's people secretly arranged to ruin Hyoga Hayashi's reputation. Hyoga Hayashi saw it, but did not resist, but allowed himself to be stigmatized. The whole person entered a state of seclusion. There was confusion in Hinata's eyes. Brother Niji and Hanabi were taken away, and father was cut off from the patriarchal position. Why? What should I do? What can I do? Hinata walked into Hyoga Hayashi's study. However, before he could finish speaking, Hyoga Hayashi interrupted. Hinata, do what you like to do. You don't need to pay attention to the family's affairs. Just do as you did before. I know that in your heart, you don't actually like this family. From today onwards, I won't make any more harsh demands on you. Hyoga Hayashi sighed. I don't like Konoha's family anymore. Hinata froze for a moment, was silent for a while, and then backed out. Shiraishi sat in the tent, suddenly felt a force pouring into his body, froze for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Chapter 91. Grado Progress, Phase 1, 14%. Shiraishi sinks consciousness into spiritual space. Go with the wind. Is it Deidara? I didn't expect Deidara's elf progress to improve so fast, and it's entering the second stage. Good. It was a surprise for me. 35. Shiraishi is very happy about this sudden progress. It definitely has something to do with Deidara's high-intensity combat on the battlefield. Yakushi Kabuto, Fragrant Phosphorus, Dragon Tongue, not all that fast. You must know that the time when the three of them contracted with the elves was before Deidara. It can be appropriate to let Yakushi Kabuto and the others work harder. That way I can increase Groudon's progress faster. Shiraishi has a strong sense of urgency about his strength. It was previously targeted by Konoha, Orochimaru, etc. Shiraishi needs more power to protect themselves. Now, Shiraishi is rumored to be a fake genius, Iwagakure's guise, etc. in the ninja world. Shiraishi knows that such rumors are good for his current self. Allow yourself to be targeted less. However, Shiraishi doesn't want this to continue, and no one wants to be belittled. Shiraishi is more mature than his peers, but who doesn't want to be respected and admired? Therefore Shiraishi desires greater power. When I reach the Groudon progress, 15% of the first stage, my basic attributes will be able to step into the level of Jonin, and my comprehensive strength will be able to reach the level of elite Jonin. Back then, people like Kakashi wouldn't threaten me at all. 22. Just wait for an elf fit to get to the second stage. 35. Or, the next elf wakes up and finds an elf fit. It's a lot faster than I expected. Shiraishi suddenly showed an odd look. Let others work hard and I become stronger, that sounds like an old capitalist. 35. However, they got enough. It's not a bad thing for them. 35. Some people yearn for it. Shiraishi knows that in Iwagakure, some people who know the existence of elves are eager to obtain the choice of elves, contract with elves, and obtain the power of elves. Hunting, Wenye, Chi Tuesday. All make them envious. Deidara, who had returned to Iwagakure, felt as if he had heard a sound, his consciousness was plunged into a special space, and he gained new power. Deidara wanted to wake up and use this new power, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her eyes. This made Deidara very upset. Onoji arranged accommodation for Niji and Hanabi, not far from Shiraishi's yard, and arranged for ninjas to take care of Niji and Hanabi. Niji is clear about this. But Hanabi doesn't know. After the initial nervousness dissipated, Hanabi gradually became a little excited, curious about everything about Iwagakure. Lord Tsuchikage. Shadow. Onoji came to the courtyard. In Iwagakure, it is not a comfortable feeling for ordinary people, but Niji still feels better than in Konoha, in the Hyuga family. Onoji nodded slightly. Are you still used to it? Good. 99. That's good. Onoji said, come to our Iwagakure, we are a member of our Iwagakure, we Iwagakure will train you as a young ninja in the village. I give you two options. One is, go to ninja school normally and take classes. The other is to practice on the training ground by myself. Niji hesitated. Lord Tsuchikage, I would like to ask, will the promise of Shiraishi-senpai to me be counted? What did Shiraishi promise you? Senior Shiraishi said, he will give me strength and avenge me. Cloud Shinobi Village. Onoji also knows about Hyuga Hisashi. Yes. 35. Niji nodded. Onoji said, what Shiraishi said is equivalent to what I said, no matter what Shiraishi promises you, Iwagakure will definitely do his best to fulfill this promise. However, Iwagakure treats you as a member of the village, as one of your own, and I hope you can also treat yourself as a real Iwagakure member, and Iwagakure as your own ninja village. 99. Niji nodded heavily. Tsuchikage-sama, please rest assured, Iwagakure will not fail me, I will not fail Iwagakure, I want to practice myself at the training ground first. 35. Okay, whatever you need, you can say it at any time, if it can be satisfied, we Iwagakure will try our best to satisfy you. After that, Onoji's eyes fell on Hanabi. Hanabi hid behind Niji and looked at Onoji carefully. Onoji nodded to Hanabi, then turned to leave. Returning to the fire of the Tsuchikage building, Onoji smiled. I didn't expect Shiraishi to give such a big surprise, and quietly, he brought Konoha's white eyes. Good. It's still the eyes of the Hyuga clan. I will have the Hyuga clan in Iwagakure from now on. Niji looked deeply at the direction Onoji left. Shiraishi's position in Iwagakure is really good, and Onoji attaches great importance to Shiraishi, which is simply not something that ordinary ninjas can achieve. The next Tsuchikage is very likely. Thinking of this, Niji's eyes lit up. So, this proves that my hope of avenging my father really exists. Come to Iwagakure, it's the right time. Shiraishi didn't lie to me. And the power that suddenly appeared in Hanabi, which seemed to be given by Shiraishi. Will I have a chance to gain such power in the future? Then can I take revenge with my own hands? Niji looked forward to it. I didn't expect that. I just reached out and plucked this straw in desperation, and I didn't report any expectations, and the result was so good. It's my luck to meet Shiraishi. Father, are you secretly protecting me? Niji looked up at the sky. A voice sounded. Time for dinner. A woman walked out, and this woman was arranged by Onoji to take care of Niji and Hanabi. Okay. Niji walked in with Hanabi. I don't like the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata, and Niji, but I have family affection for Hanabi and Niji, because Hanabi's situation is very similar to Hyuga Hisashi. The three sat down at the table. The dinner was not very rich, but it was a completely different feeling from Konoha, which made Hanabi's appetite widen, and Niji also felt that Iwagakure's dishes were good, and he usually ate more. After dinner, Niji went back to his room. A scroll was taken out. A way to suppress curse mark, caged bird. Niji's eyes flickered. Why would Hyuga Hayashi study this thing and give me this thing? Branch houses in the eyes of their clan, isn't it a slave? How could it be for the sake of slaves? He didn't show the slightest mercy to my father back then. However, Niji opened the scroll and looked. I'm already in Iwagakure, and if there's something wrong with this scroll, it shouldn't affect me too much. But if it's true, being able to get out of curse mark, caged bird's grip, if only partially, would be great. You can try it. Hyuga Saburo walked into the Hokage building. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback when he saw Hyuga Saburo. You are. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectation, shouldn't it be Hyuga Hayashi? Sarutobi Hiruzen is dissatisfied with the loss of White Eyes, and is ready to reprimand Hyuga Hayashi severely. But it wasn't Hyuga Hayashi who came. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen guess. Could it be that Hyuga Hayashi was afraid and asked another person to come over? Hyuga Saburo saluted. Go back to Hokage-sama, I am Hyuga Saburo, the new head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi has been cut off from the position of the head of the clan because he made a big mistake in the previous matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while when he heard this. Cut off Hyuga Hayashi from the position of the patriarch? Was it because I was worried that I would blame the Hyuga clan and punish the Hyuga clan, so I punished Hyuga Hayashi in advance so that I could not punish him? In this way, can I not suppress the Hyuga clan? I have to say, it is indeed a brilliant method. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat dissatisfied. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, the position of Hyuga's patriarch has nothing to do with him, he doesn't care. Hyuga Hayashi lost the position of patriarch. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the Hyuga family has not been punished. Instead, it was the Hyuga clan's plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't like this feeling. Lord Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi has done a terrible thing, but he is our former patriarch after all, and we can't do more with him. If you are not satisfied, Lord Hokage, you can use the name of the village to do something about it. Punishment. 39. Hyuga Saburo said. No matter how you punish Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Saburo has no problem, as long as you don't cut off Hyuga Hayashi's clan status. This example cannot be opened. Hyuga Saburo would rather kill Hyuga Hayashi than cut off Hyuga Hayashi's clan status. Some things, once opened, are hard to stop behind. Hyuga Saburo thought he was showing his loyalty to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Put your own posture and the posture of the Hyuga clan very low. But to Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is more of a provocation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. What's the meaning? This is to provoke the old man? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the removal of Hyoga Hayashi's patriarchal position is equivalent to no punishment, but in the eyes of ordinary people, such punishment is enough. After all, ordinary people think about one thing more from a personal perspective than from a family perspective. You have already done this, and let the old man punish him. Is this to make the commoners feel that my old man is too harsh? No need. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, it's not entirely your fault that the loss of white eyes is not entirely your fault. This is Iwagakure's design. First, the rock shinobi army made a fierce attack, and then arranged for Lao Ziai. And then there was the appearance of the hunter. It's normal that you didn't do it well. It's enough to cut off Hayashi's patriarch position. I believe you have learned your lesson too. Let's sum it up well. Things like this will never happen again in the future. This is not only bad for Konoha, but also bad for you Hyoga clan. Hyoga Saburo nodded heavily. Hokage-sama, please rest assured, I will definitely not be like Hayashi, I will definitely protect the Hyoga family, so that the people of Iwagakure will never have the slightest chance, and will not allow the white eyes to drain again. Okay, let's go back first. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hyoga Saburo's back for a long time, before withdrawing his gaze. Is this Hyoga Saburo really trying to provoke him, or is he not very smart? Outside the leaves. Inside the temporary base of the Iwagakure ninja. Shiraishi is using the Talong hidden technique, and under the ground, he is carrying out the practice of the weighted rock technique and the light and heavy rock technique. A figure approached at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 92. Finally escaped. Nearly got caught. 35. It's so thrilling. 99. Thanks, I found this place. 35. The man breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. They certainly wouldn't have guessed that I was here. 35. It's a bit strange here. It looks unimportant on the surface, but in fact it is very well defended and must be an important place. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. 39. I shouldn't be found here. After a while, you can contact the people in the village and send the information back. Hopefully this time, the village can end my espionage mission. Too dangerous. 35. I really want to return to a normal ninja life as soon as possible. Shiraishi raised his eyebrows slightly. Spy. A spy of Konoha. However, this spy really knows how to choose a place. He's lucky, he just happened to meet me, or when I used the Talong Yin technique to hide in the ground. It's a coincidence that it's not. But in addition to luck, this man is also a great man. 99. The most dangerous place is the safest place. It's only true in very rare cases. In most cases, that's not going to hold true. More is just the psychological comfort of those who have no better choice. 5. The spy ninja curled up in the corner, motionless, and continued to talk to himself. After a moment, sure enough, no one came. My guess is correct. The most dangerous places are often the safest places. 35. My choice is a choice. Fortunately, I didn't choose the other way. Almost, it's time to leave. 35. But just as the spy ninja was about to leave. Earth style, weighted rock technique. 5 times gravity. Earth style, earthquake core technique. Spy ninja. In an instant, 5 times the gravity fell, and the spy ninja couldn't react at all. The ground where the spy ninja is located is descending at a very fast speed, and the figure of the spy ninja can only sink with the subsidence of the terrain, and soon comes to the depths of the ground. Shiraishi thought, and the soil above closed. Immediately, the spy ninja was sealed underground. Shiraishi's figure appeared. Don't wait for this spy ninja to make any noise or move. Earth style, mountain earth technique. 2 huge hemispheres appeared. Snapped. The spy ninja was caught in it, like a sandwich cookie. Shiraishi didn't kill the other party, but after confirming that the other party had fallen into a coma, he took the other party back to the ground. Brother. Shiraishi walks into the terracotta tent with the spy ninja. The so-called tent is not actually a tent. It's a small earthy house. This is the convenience of Earth-style ninjas. Ninjutsu can be used to create such an existence, which is convenient for stationing outside, but because other ninja villages use tents, Iwagakure also calls this tent Premium Tent. This is. Kito immediately noticed the spy ninja in Shiraishi's hands. After 2 more glances, he recognized each other. That spy. How did it get into your hands, junior brother? 35. Shiraishi shrugged and said, this guy is unlucky. When he chose the escape route, he happened to go to my place. I used the Tolong Yin technique at that time, and he didn't find me. It was still hiding above my training ground for a long time. Kito could imagine the scene at that time and couldn't help laughing. This guy's luck is really good. Pause. I had him interrogated first. 5. Immediately, send the spy ninja out. Shiraishi nodded. By the way, brother, how is the situation of Yakushi Kabuto and the others? Good. Kito said, except for Deidara who was a little chaotic, the rest of the people performed very well, and Xionglin's medical ability provided a great help to our ninjas and reduced many casualties. Yakushi Kabuto and Wu Jiao seem to have some kind of hatred for the Konoha shinobi, killing more than our rock shinobi ninjas. Dragon Tongue basically acts together with Wu Jiao, and there is nothing unusual about it. For absorbing ninjas other than rock shinobi, dig into the corners of other ninja villages. At the beginning, Kito didn't really agree with it. Not only Kito, but most of the ninjas in Iwagakure are like this, they all believe in the people in the village, but not so much in the people outside. But now, the likes of Yakushi Kabuto are recognized by everyone. Senior brother, in the next war, you can let them face more intense battles, except for Xiongling. A little more intense? Kito nodded. Good. 35. A ninja walked in, and Shiraishi took a step aside without revealing himself. Lord Kito, the torture has been done. Kito frowned. So fast? This person seems to have been stimulated by something before and was frightened, so it is easier. Give me the information, you go out first. 99. Yes, Lord Kito. 35. Kito closed the door and returned to Shiraishi with the information. It seems that junior brother, you scared the spy ninja a lot just now. I didn't mean to. Shiraishi touched his nose and said, in order to be able to grasp the bigger ones, I chose the hand that the person made when he was just about to leave, and used the weighted rock technique, earth movement core technique, and mountain earth technique. It might be a little sudden. Senior brother, look at the information. Tara nodded and opened the page. The two looked closely. The above content is mainly divided into 2 parts. One part is about some of the more famous ninjas in the Rock Shinobi army. Rock Monitor Lizard, Terracotta. Rock Python, Wenyi. Crazy Blast, Deidara. Konoha Renegade, Yakushi Kabuto. This is the code name given by the spy ninja to several people. It is recorded that the spy ninja observed the intelligence, Wu Jiao and Long Tong were not recorded, probably because the 2 were not strong enough. Wu Xiao did not contract with the elves. Dragon Tongue has contracted with the elf, but the ability obtained is not very strong, just the pupil technique. Hitomitsu, Konoha's ninjas are much better at it. Uchiha and Hyuga, both are master pupils. Fragrances likewise went unnoticed. Kito kept the situation of Xiongling very secret. An excellent medical ninja was actually much more important than a fighting ninja of the same level, and there must be no accident. The spy ninja also mentions the old purple and curry. In addition, a statement was made. According to previous information, Kaori and Shiraishi were basically acting at the same time. Iwagakure positioned Kaori as Shiraishi's escort, but now Kaori appears in the rock shinobi army, but Shiraishi does not appear. So the claim that hunting is Shiraishi's bodyguard must be false. Shiraishi is indeed Iwagakure's guise. Iwagakure doesn't really take Shiraishi seriously. Kitu sees here, don't look at Shiraishi. You. Senior brother, I'm fine, this is a good thing for me now, since they misunderstood me as a pretense, then let them continue to misunderstand me. 35. We continue to look down, Shiraishi said. It is good. The next moment, the expressions of both of them became extremely serious, because the content of this second part involved an action that Konoha was about to take against the rock shinobi army. The area where Iwagakure is now stationed is low in a depression. And not far away, there is a huge lake. Konoha's plan is to blow up this lake. Submerge rock shinobi station with lake water. The water in such a huge lake poured out, and the power was enormous. Even the ninjutsu of cage-level ninjas could not reach this level, even Hoshigaki Kisame who absorbed Killer Bee Chakra. Time, just tonight. After the lake collapses, Konoha's ninjas will raid the battered rock shinobi ninjas. Is this Konoha crazy? 39. Kitu's eyes flickered, and he said, between this lake and our station, there are several villages. If you do this, those villages will be submerged first. Those people will die. This is a person from their country of fire. This is one of the reasons why Terracotta previously chose this place as a temporary residence. Kitu had been worried about the lake, but he was relieved to think that there were still many villages on it. I don't think Konoha would do such a thing no matter what. But now, it really happened. Shiraishi said, maybe they were really scared. 35. Last time, senior brother, on your side, on the side of senior Lois, both took a fierce attack, and senior Lao Zi took action. The loss of white eyes made them extremely jealous. 35. They were worried that next time, rock shinobi ninjas shot, they might not be able to handle it. Plus there is no other ninja village to support them. That's why such aggressive measures are taken. 55. But I think it's probably not a decision made by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but more like Danzo. 35. It's not that Shiraishi has a crush on Sarutobi Hiruzen. After being attacked many times by the Konoha shinobi, Shiraishi loses all feelings for Konoha's upper echelons. Rather, Shiraishi felt that someone who cared so much about fame as Sarutobi Hiruzen would not make such a decision. The time is urgent, I will arrange it now and inform others. It is good. Immediately after the terracotta came out, arrangements were made, and the ninjas were ordered to respond, transfer, and create channels so that the collapse of the lake would have as little impact on the rock shinobi ninjas as possible. It's too late to transfer all of them directly. But one of the nice things about Earth-style ninjas is that construction works extremely fast. Facing the lake water, building a channel directly out, you can divert most of the water flow away, and the remaining small water flow will be less dangerous to the rock shinobi ninja, to Zhao's. Shiraishi mixed into the crowd. Earth-style, earthquake core technique. Earth-style, earthquake core technique. Earth-style, earthquake core technique. The entire rock shinobi army is busy. No one noticed Shiraishi. Shiraishi's efficiency is very high, one person can stand up to dozens of people. Edge of lake. Danzo led a dozen root ninjas to stand on a high place, looking down. Abarame Ryoma hesitated. Lord Danzo, are we really going to blow up this lake? Those villagers downstream. Danzo glanced at Abarame Ryoma and interrupted Abarame Ryoma. Those villagers are innocent, I know, but compared to those villagers in Konoha, who is more important? Without Konoha, can those civilians live in peace? I know it's a bad thing. I am ashamed of those innocent civilians. But their sacrifices are worthwhile. 95. Hiruzen cherishes his reputation and will definitely not come to Yoon. So I have to stand up. Iwagakure's strength is too strong, Konoha's strength will definitely not be able to withstand it, all those allies are very inferior, and no one has given Konoha any substantial support until now. We have to deal a major blow to the Rock Shinobi army. It's the only way. For Konoha, I would rather do these dirty things and bear the infamy. This is the true spirit of sacrificing for Konoha. 99. Go. A detonator was detonated. Boom. Chapter 93. Immediately afterwards, more explosions sounded. Boom. The entire edge of the lake collapsed. The lake water surged out towards the low-lying area. At this moment, the villagers in the villages sandwiched between the lake and the temporary shelter of the Rock Shinobi ninja did not notice anything, but fell into a deep sleep, and it was not too late. In this world, for ordinary small villages, there is no entertainment at night. Electricity is not cheap, and candles are expensive too. Of course, the more important problem is that the people in the small village are very poor. When the flood came, the villagers did not react at all. Snapped. The lake water beat down, and the buildings in the village were washed away in an instant. This is not a building of very good quality. The person who was sleeping was submerged by the water just after waking up. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Some people were directly knocked unconscious by the flood. Some were seriously injured by falling building materials and died by drowning. No matter how good the water is, in such a turbulent flood, it is meaningless. For the people of these villages, this moment is equivalent to the end of the world. Abarame Ryoma looked downstream. Danzo continued, "Keep their deaths on my head, this is my personal matter and has nothing to do with Konoha, if they blame me, it's fine. This guilt, I will bear alone. All the infamy is coming for me. But, for Konoha, I have to do something like this." 99. In this world, in order to accomplish something, someone has to sacrifice. 95. Danzo couldn't help but think of Uchiha Itachi at this time. Uchiha Itachi made a similar sacrifice. Obviously, Uchiha Itachi was not the only one who killed the clan, and the inside story involved was very complicated, but Uchiha Itachi chose one person to bear this infamy. Danzo hates Uchiha, including Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi deserves a lot of praise for this. But the difference is, he's for Uchiha. And the old man, it's for Konoha. 55. The air volume of the old man's 170 is not comparable to Uchiha Itachi. A proud look appeared on Danzo's face. Abarame Ryoma looked at Danzo and gradually understood. "Sir Danzo, you are amazing. Even if you are greater than Lord Hokage. For the sake of the village, Danzo-sama, you also made a lot of contributions, but instead of seeking fame, you hid in the dark and gave all the light to Hokage-sama. Now even one's own reputation can be sacrificed. 35. Lord Hokage can't do that. Lord Danzo, this proves that I did not follow the wrong person, and the future me will also become a person as great as you. You can sacrifice everything for the village, but you don't expect anything in return." Danzo waved his hand. A village always needs some people like this. To be a famous hero is easy, to be an unsung hero is difficult, but Konoha was able to settle down thanks to the efforts of many unsung heroes. I just hope that I can pass on my spirit. It's a spirit like the roots of a tree. Abarame Ryoma was a little distracted. A tree root spirit. In Abarame Ryoma's mind, a scene like this appeared. A big tree grows upright, and there are countless people living on the branches and leaves, living and working in peace and contentment, with smiles on their faces. This is the person who lives in Konoha. The canopy was lush and dazzling. This is Hokage with Konoha aloft. However, in the ground, there are countless tree roots, which are longer than the trunk and more branches than the branches. They continue to extend downward, absorbing the water and nutrients from the ground. Feed on trunks, branches, and leaves. It is precisely because of the weight of the roots that there are trunks, branches, and leaves, so that the years can be peaceful. The roots are great. Greater than a dazzling canopy. In the heart of Abarame Ryoma, Xi, there is a deep reverence for Danzo. Shiraishi looked upstream. Coming. Shiraishi could feel the earth shaking. And other rock shinobi ninjas felt it too. Everyone beware! There was a loud roar of floodwaters. Earth Style. A large number of Earth Style ninjas appeared, using Earth Style, erected the blocking belt, not to completely block the flood, but just to reduce the speed of the flood. From top to bottom, the flood accumulated too much gravitational potential energy. It is necessary to reduce the speed of the flood first, and then it will be more convenient to deal with. Open the channel. 35. Channels are opened to disperse the flood, which can further reduce the destructiveness of the flood. I have to say, Earth Style ninjas are really good at this. Earth Style restrains Water Style. This flood is also water. Elf form, Big Rock Snake. When Ye changed into the appearance of a big rock snake, drilled directly into the ground, moved at a very fast speed, and constructed an existence similar to an underground river. After a long distance, it returned to the ground. Those floodwaters flowed out along the passages opened by the teeth, changing the appearance of the fountain at the exit. Rushed to a height of tens of meters. Some villagers who lived nearby woke up when they heard the huge movement, and then the moonlight saw the water column rising into the sky and was shocked. What is that? Monster? Or a god? The water column is too high, and these villagers have never seen any powerful ninjas. Chunin is amazing, so they don't think about ninjas at all. Sha raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. Earthquake. Suddenly, with hunting as the center, the surrounding ground cracked. The flood entered the crack, and the speed quickly slowed down. Kituo is commanding from a high place. The entire rock shinobi army handled the incoming flood in an orderly manner, with no casualties. Danzo looked downstream. Almost, it's time to act. Yes, Lord Danzo. Abarame Ryoma hurriedly passed on Danzo's order. A large number of Konoha shinobi went to the direction of the temporary camp of the rock shinobi army. When they heard the sound of the flood, they were overjoyed and felt that the plan was successful. This is a great opportunity to take out rock shinobi ninjas in one go. The rock shinobi ninja, who had just suffered heavy damage from the flood, must have suffered heavy damage. This is a great opportunity to make a difference. But when they walked out of the woods, they found that the rock shinobi ninja had already been waiting in ambush. These rock shinobi ninjas don't look damaged at all. There are many, and they have been in ambush for a long time. Konoha shinobi. What's the situation? There are many doubts in the hearts of Konoha shinobi practitioners. Isn't Danzo-sama's plan a success? Isn't the flood already down? 39. Why are these rock shinobi ninjas okay? Seeing the Konoha shinobi who appeared, the rock shinobi ninjas all smiled. Waiting for you for a long time. Because of the flood, rock shinobi ninja had to use earth style to block and create channels in order to fight, even if they got the news in advance. During the rest time, all of them had to get up and get busy. Many rock shinobi ninjas are exhausted. And, if news of Danzo's plans to bomb the lake hadn't been known, the rock shinobi ninjas would have suffered a great disaster tonight, and the rock shinobi ninjas' hearts were filled with anger. Now it's time to vent all this anger on the Konoha shinobi. Kill. A battle is imminent. But the situation was completely different from what Konoha shinobi expected. Originally, Konoha shinobi fans expected that rock shinobi ninjas suffered heavy casualties under the influence of the flood. Unexpectedly, Iwagakure's situation is completely different. Instead, Konoha shinobi was ambushed. Out of touch, he didn't react. Rock shinobi ninjas have raided Konoha shinobi. This raid caused huge casualties to the Konoha shinobi, and when they reacted, they were completely at a disadvantage. Danzo and Aberame Ryoma from the upstream also came over. Kill. The two led the root ninja to the other direction and raided the rock shinobi ninja. Lava style. A cloud of magma spurted in Danzo's direction. Old dog Danzo, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lao Ziyi suddenly rushed towards Danzo. Aberame Ryoma went deeper after killing several rock shinobi ninjas. Sudden. Boom. 35. The ground collapsed, and Aberame Ryoma's figure fell. A figure appeared in front of Aberame Ryoma. Aberame Ryoma felt that the other party was a little familiar. Are you, Shiraishi? Shiraishi didn't want to shoot, because if he shoots now, his information is likely to be exposed, but Aberame Ryoma is in this position, and no rock shinobi ninja can stop it. Kitu and others are in the other direction. If Shiraishi doesn't take action, more rock shinobi ninjas will be killed by Aberame Ryoma. So Shiraishi used the earthquake core technique to create a huge depression that attracted Aberame Ryoma here. In this hollow terrain, kill Aberame Ryoma. As long as Aberame Ryoma is killed, Shiraishi's information will not be leaked. I didn't expect you to be here. Aberame Ryoma narrowed his eyes slightly. The news that Iwagakure announced that you are in retreat is indeed false, but, just rely on you, will you be my opponent? You are just a cover created by Iwagakure, a target. The real genius is Terracotta and Deodara. Not even the hunter is by your side. Don't you take the lie seriously yourself. Aberame Ryoma was a little surprised when he saw Shiraishi for the first time. He thought that the senior officials of Konoha guessed wrong. Shiraishi was actually not that unbearable, but after realizing that Kagura was not there, Aberame Ryoma felt relieved. The absence of Kari means that Iwagakure has not let Kari continue to be Shiraishi's bodyguard. This means that Shiraishi is not qualified to have such an escort. So what kind of genius is Shiraishi? Certainly not a genius. Therefore, the senior officials of Konoha speculated that Shiraishi was just a pretense, and it must be true. Even Iwagakure sent Shiraishi to the front line, just like an ordinary ninja. And there is no terracotta, secret magic like Deodara. What do you need to be afraid of? Totally not needed. I am a dignified Jainin, and I have touched the edge of elite Jainin. Don't think that you have defeated a few grass ninjas, just think that you are so powerful. I'm Konoha's Jainin. It's not comparable to the parallel imports in the grass ninja village. Shiraishi looked at Aberame Ryoma lightly. I never said what kind of genius I was. I'm just an ordinary rock shinobi ninja. However, it's the rock shinobi ninja who can beat you and kill you. Aberame Ryoma's face sank. Insanity. Just a pretense. The next moment, Aberame Ryoma charged towards Shiraishi's direction. At the same time, a large number of insects flew out of Aberame Ryoma's body, which seemed to cover Shiraishi's entire body. Chapter 94. Earth Style, Weighted Rock Technique. 5 times gravity. The next moment, those bugs in Aberame Ryoma were not able to flap their wings. All of a sudden, 5 times the gravity falls. How can these insects adapt? Not ninjas. A large number of insects fall on the ground, they are forced to fly, and they are also crumbling and shaking. Aberame Ryoma's expression changed. Weighted rock technique. Aberame Ryoma thought a move. A large amount of chakra overflowed from Aberame Ryoma's body and fell on the body of the parasites. After that, the parasites recovered some states. But Shiraishi won't just watch Aberame Ryoma's actions. Smoke, smoke. With Shiraishi as the center, the flames burned violently, and the range was very large. Those bad insects were ignited the moment they were burned by the flames. You still fire style. This is completely outside of Aberame Ryoma's intelligence. According to the information that Aberame Ryoma learned, Shiraishi is only good at earth style, with the earth dragon concealment technique being the best. He likes to hide in the ground and fight with his opponents. Go very. It makes countless people hate it, but there is no way to take Shiraishi. The only thing Abarame Ryoma fears about Shiraishi is this. But Abarame Ryoma didn't think it would cause much trouble for him. He didn't say that he had to kill Shiraishi, he could just leave and kill other rock shinobi ninjas. Abarame Ryoma was pleasantly surprised when Shiraishi didn't take such a strategy. But at the same time a little angry. Do you underestimate me by not fighting me in the way you are good at? Then I'll let you eat and suffer. But the appearance of fire style completely exceeded Abarame Ryoma's expectations. And still such a strong fire style. 55. Hateful. This guy. Abarame Ryoma's face sank. The Abarame clan is different from other ninjas. They do not rely on normal ninjutsu to fight, but rely on bugs such as parasites. Bugs have advantages and disadvantages. Most creatures are afraid of flames and cannot withstand the burning of flames. So do most bugs. Abarame Ryoma has only cultivated a small number of bugs with relatively high fire resistance. This means that Shiraishi's sudden use of fire style has left many of Abarame's methods without room to play. But, with these fire-resistant bugs, I can kill you too. You've delayed me too long. Some fiery red insects emerged from Abarame Ryoma's body, flapped their wings, and flew towards Shiraishi. I am a worm, not afraid of your flames. And it is also highly poisonous. Once you are hit, you will surely die. No one can cure this poison. Abarame Ryoma snorted coldly. Earth style, soil ingot wall technique. A wall of earth ingots appeared, wrapping Shiraishi in it. Break me. Abarame Ryoma conducts the command. Those worms frantically bit the wall of the soil ingot, and soon a hole was revealed. Boom. The ingot wall collapses. But there is no Shiraishi figure inside. What? Shiraishi's real figure came behind Abarame Ryoma. Just when Shiraishi was about to attack Abarame Ryoma, Abarame Ryoma suddenly turned the corner of his mouth and turned around. It's the Tolongyan technique again. It's that way again. Little devil, do you think such a routine can succeed forever? Could it be that you think everyone else is a fool? The surprise just now, I just pretended. Now you have nowhere to run. You are surrounded by me. A large number of insects emerged from the gaps in the ground, and some came from mid-air, forming a spherical net that tightly wrapped Shiraishi's body in it. Shiraishi didn't have any escape. Yes. But at this moment, a voice sounded behind Abarame Ryoma. Earth style, Earth Stone Dragon technique. Abarame Ryoma suddenly turned around. Abarame Ryoma pretended to be surprised just now, but this time he was really surprised. What? That was the Earth clone just now? How did you make the Earth clone so real? Even my bugs can't tell? Clone technique is a very useful, very broad ninjutsu. Every ninja village has it. Sand clone of Sunagakure. Earth clone of Iwagakure. Konoha's shadow clone. Kirigakure's water body. It is precisely because there are so many people that they continue to study the clone technique and how to judge the clone. Many people have obtained the results of the research. Abarame Ryoma used his own bugs. Use insects to judge. But Shiraishi's earth clone deceived Abarame Ryoma's bug. This surprised Abarame Ryoma. But surprise is surprise, Abarame Ryoma still reacted. Send the bad bug net. Countless worms woven into a net, and Abarame Ryoma used it to resist Shiraishi's upcoming Earth Stone Dragon technique. However, the Earth Rock Dragon technique that Abarame expected did not appear. But the Tolong Gun technique that appeared. Pfft! The Tolong Gun that suddenly appeared on the ground made Abarame Ryoma, who was guarding the Tolong technique, not notice. When I realized it, it was too late. A thigh was directly pierced. Abarame Ryoma. What's the situation? Said good Earth Stone Dragon technique, how did it become Earth Dragon Gun? Abarame Ryoma had the same problem as Orochimaru at the time. As long as Shiraishi is not facing the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, he can use this technique to confuse the opponent with false knots and make the opponent make wrong predictions. And then their real attack can cause damage to the opponent. Abarame Ryoma was taken aback. This kid is so weird. Some bad insects flew into the wound of Abarame Ryoma's thigh, supporting Abarame Ryoma's body. Abarame Ryoma's eyes flickered. It's not right, it's very wrong. At the beginning, Abarame Ryoma trusted the judgment of the senior officials of Konoha, thinking that Shiraishi was just a pretense. As a Genin of Konoha, he had touched the level of elite Genin, and winning Shiraishi was not a problem. But Shiraishi surprised Abarame Ryoma time and time again. Even though he is an earth-style ninja, he uses a very strong fire style. Even his own bad bugs can deceive the past soil clone technique. It is obvious that the seal is a soil stone dragon technique, but it is a soil dragon gun when it is used. As a Genin, I haven't won Shiraishi for so long. Even under Shiraishi's attack, he fell into a disadvantage. Is this normal? This is not normal. Shiraishi is stronger than the village expected. Even if it's a cover, it's not a simple cover. The overall strength has reached a genuine Genin. 35. 13-year-old Genin. No matter which village it is placed in, it is a very good existence. Even if there are no occult arts like terracotta and deodara. More importantly, this guy's fighting style restrains me. Abarame Ryoma is in a bad mood. Most of their bugs are suppressed by fire style, and only a small number can be used. Once Shiraishi goes deep underground, his own bugs can't attack Shiraishi. This kid is not a simple pretense, the news must be spread. Abarame Ryoma found a reason for himself. Yes, this is for the village. For the sake of the village, what is my personal victory or defeat? Learn from Danzo-sama. Abarame Ryoma has an idea of escape. Some worms headed towards Shiraishi under the control of Abarame Ryoma. And Abarame Ryoma's own figure, at a very fast speed, went to the edge of the collapse of the ground. For flowers 0. Shiraishi frowned slightly. Do you want to leave? How can I let you leave when I have recognized me and seen my true strength? In the previous rounds, Shiraishi had a clear idea of the strength of Abarame Ryoma. According to the ninja strength rating, Abarame Ryoma's overall strength will be stronger than his own. However, here is its own home. He owns more information on Abarame Ryoma. On the other hand, Abarame Ryoma knew much less about his own intelligence. It is impossible to take Abarame Ryoma in 1 or 2 rounds. However, as long as you delay the time, you will be the winner. Shiraishi has ample confidence in this. Earth Style, Earthquake Core Technique. The next moment, I saw the edge of the depression in the ground, and the clods extended towards the opposite side at an extremely fast speed. This is another use of the Earthquake Core Technique. Seismic Core Technique not only can control the rise and fall of clods in the vertical direction. The same can be done horizontally. So, under Shiraishi's control, this depression is like a pot with the lid closed. The top is closed, forming a closed space. Hearing the movement here, Danzo couldn't help but look over, frowning. Point 0. What's going on with this Abarame Ryoma? Could it be that you have met a formidable opponent? The terracotta, Wenye, are not here. Lao Ziai was restrained by me. Who else? Is it being held back by a normal rock shinobi ninja? It's too wasteful. 35. Danzo was dissatisfied with Abarame Ryoma's performance, but even more annoyed that he did not gain an advantage in the process of fighting Lao Ziai, and was very annoyed. Before Orochimaru's commission, Danzo led the root ninja to ambush Onoji. That time Danzo fell into the underdog. Relying on the sacrifice of the number of people, it was the Hokage that was contained. But that's Onoji, the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, the owner of Dust Escape. Danzo admitted it. But what is the old purple thing? Just a Jinkraki, just 4 tails. Not a perfect Jinkraki. Are you at a disadvantage? You can't get the old purple by yourself? The strength of this old man should not be like this. 99. There must be something wrong. Danzo felt that his strength should be stronger than what he showed now. Abarame Ryoma's figure hit the wall. Failed to escape the sealed cave made by Shiraishi. Fire style, head hard technique. A small group of flames fell towards Abarame Ryoma's position. What is this? Little flame. Abarame Ryoma looked at the flames, but because of his previous experience, he did not dare to be careless, and instead tried his best to dodge. The flames fell to the ground. Boom! A violent flame exploded. Abarame Ryoma's pupils shrank. I knew it. 35. This Shiraishi, with strange abilities, wicked fighting style, and seasoned experience, can't be underestimated even if he doesn't have a secret technique. How could Oniki be willing to let such a person be a pretense? 35. But the secret technique, this guy really doesn't have it. Shiraishi's ninjutsu comes again. Earth style, Earth Stone Dragon technique. Abarame Ryoma's figure flew out, and a large mouth of blood spurted out. Abarame Ryoma felt that his sternum collapsed directly, and several ribs were broken. Hateful. The situation is getting more and more unfavorable for Abarame Ryoma, and Abarame Ryoma has no hope of escaping. Little devil, do you really want to kill me? 99. Humph. But even if I die, you'll never be better off. This bug, I didn't want to take it out. You forced me to. A ruthless look appeared on Abarame Ryoma's face. Insect form. Towel. Chapter 95. In the closed cave, there is almost no light, only Shiraishi used the residual light of fire style. Out of the corner of his eye, Shiraishi saw the transformation of Abarame Ryoma. A huge black bug emerged from Abarame Ryoma's body, and after that, a large number of parasites rushed towards the black bug. The black bug opened its mouth wide and devoured the bad bugs. Obviously, if they are swallowed, they will lose their lives, but those bad insects are not afraid at all. But still rushed forward one after another. The black bug was getting bigger and bigger. Shiraishi noticed that as the black bugs got bigger, Abarame Ryoma's breath seemed to fade a bit. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Shiraishi knows the Abarame family, but only in a few battles between Abarame Shino and Abarame Itaijin, but Abarame Itaijin is only a supporting role in a supporting role. Abarame Shino is also the one with the least sense of existence among the 12 heroes. Inherently weak. Even Naruto didn't notice Abarame Shino's presence several times. Shiraishi never thought that the Abarame clan still had such ninjutsu skills. The next moment, Abarame Ryoma walked towards the black worm, and the bodies of one person and one worm gradually merged together, turning into a creature, a very strange creature. It's like a bug, and it's like a human. Shiraishi remembered the left and right among the 4 members of the Sound and Ninja group. It was the fusion of 2 human brothers. After the 170, I thought of Hoshigaki Kisame and Samehada. During the battle with Killer Bee, Hoshigaki Kisame and Samehada completed the fusion and became a shark man. The fusion of man and bug. 35. I have to say, the taste is a bit heavy. Shiraishi could feel the aura on Abarame Ryoma becoming stronger. Compared with the previous one, it has been improved by 1 level. To say that the previous Abarame Ryoma was a Jainin and had reached the threshold of Elite Jainin, then now, Abarame Ryoma has completely entered the level of Elite Jainin. Shiraishi, I want you to die. 39. Abarame Ryoma's eyes were fierce, and there was deep resentment in his eyes. This form is the strongest form of Abarame Ryoma. However, the side effects are huge. Once used, it means that the life force is burned. Even if it is not used excessively, the lifespan will be greatly reduced because of this, and if it is used too much, it will die here on the spot. Unless absolutely necessary, Abarame Ryoma would not use this ninjutsu. Abarame Ryoma really did not expect that he would be forced to this extent. Shiraishi's frontal strength is actually not that strong. Not as good as me at all. But the ability is just weird. It caused me to suffer a big loss. 55. I've already planned to leave, and I'm not giving up. 5. I will kill you today. It's no use hiding anywhere. Abarame Ryoma's incarnation of the worm rushed to Shiraishi's location, even if there was no light, but Abarame Ryoma seemed to be able to perceive in other ways. Shiraishi sensed Abarame Ryoma's approach, sensed the danger, and shrank his pupils. Talongian technique. Shiraishi's figure entered the dirt. Abarame Ryoma snorted coldly. It's the Talongian technique again? It's useless this time. Abarame Ryoma directly slammed into it, the huge pliers digging in front, like a drill bit, not earth style, but the speed in the soil is actually very fast. Shiraishi's eyes flickered. And this ability? Shiraishi hastily increased his speed. Abarame Ryoma followed closely behind Shiraishi. What can you do now? Relying on the Talongian technique, do you think you can't do anything about everyone else? Now I'll let you know how it feels to be restrained. It's not always your ability to restrain others. 35. How long can you hold on to this earth style? Soon your chakra will run out. And this bug of mine has been cultivated for several years. Now I am comparable to Jinkraki. Abarame Ryoma is confident in himself. But what Abarame Ryoma didn't know is that Shiraishi can be afraid of anything else, but only not afraid of consumption. Especially when Shiraishi's body is in the ground. The power of the earth poured into Shiraishi's body continuously, supplementing Shiraishi's consumption. After all, Shiraishi can exist in the choice of the god of the earth. Shiraishi ran in front, Abarame Ryoma chased in the back, and the two had already left the battlefield, and Shiraishi himself did not know where he had come. Abarame Ryoma gradually became a little anxious. In terms of speed, the two are almost the same. However, when Shiraishi is on the run, he can also use earth style to block Abarame Ryoma. And Abarame Ryoma, who has transformed into a human worm form, has only Taijutsu left. Abarame Ryoma thought that Shiraishi's chakra would be exhausted soon. Unexpectedly, when Abarame Ryoma felt that he could not hold on for long, Shiraishi still maintained his previous state, as if he was still at his peak. What's up with this Shiraishi? Is chakra endless? Abarame Ryoma surprised Shiraishi again and again. Hateful. I can't last long. Abarame Ryoma's eyes flickered and stopped suddenly. But Shiraishi noticed Abarame Ryoma's actions and stopped. Abarame Ryoma continued to pursue. Shiraishi continued to run forward. Abarame Ryoma jumped back. Shiraishi turned around and chased after Abarame Ryoma. Abarame Ryoma, 66, 99. That nasty little BD. Abarame Ryoma was extremely angry. This feeling is too uncomfortable. It has been like this since the fight against Shiraishi. Although he is weaker than himself, he is able to use strange abilities and moves to hurt himself. After using the human worm form, his strength is much stronger than Shiraishi. Shiraishi turned and ran. Stop by yourself, Shiraishi stops too. After leaving by himself, Shiraishi even chased after him. If Abarame Ryoma plays games, he knows this tactic, called kite tactic. The person being kited is very angry and very painful. But people who use kite tactics are very cool. In the ninja world, it is not that no ninja has used this tactic, but no ninja will use it so thoroughly like Shiraishi, so Abarame Ryoma can't help it. Can't catch up. Consume and not win. Even leaving has become a luxury. Why? 35. I've already made this step, why can't I help this kid? 35. Abarame Ryoma felt unscientific. Little devil! Abarame Ryoma growled angrily. But Shiraishi didn't seem to hear it at all, and continued to carry out his strategy. Abarame Ryoma is running back, Shiraishi is in hot pursuit. At this moment, Abarame Ryoma stopped suddenly, then turned his direction sharply, and rushed in the direction of Shiraishi. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall Technique. No need to seal, use directly. Abarame Ryoma was blocked, and even if he suddenly turned around like this, he couldn't get close to Shiraishi. Shiraishi's ninjutsu has a long distance. I'm not afraid of Abarame Ryoma doing this. No way. Abarame Ryoma was desperate and could only go in the direction of the battlefield, hoping to get help from Danzo. Now Abarame Ryoma no longer hopes to kill Shiraishi, and just want to live. However, Shiraishi will not let Abarame Ryoma get there easily. Earth Style, Weighted Rock Technique. Abarame Ryoma felt his body sink. Immediately afterwards, his speed slowed down. Earth Style, Talong Gun Technique. Abarame Ryoma fiercely turned back. Smoke smoke! A burst of fierce flames rushed straight towards Abarame Ryoma along the tunnel dug by Abarame Ryoma, causing Abarame Ryoma's body to retreat abruptly, and some skins became black. A burning smell permeated the passage. Shiraishi blocks Abarame Ryoma's way. Shiraishi! Abarame Ryoma fell into complete madness when Shiraishi cut off Abarame Ryoma's last hope of survival. I don't care about my own life or death, I don't care if I'm hurt. Shiraishi's expression turned serious. When a ninja does not want his life, he can often burst into a stronger strength. And Shiraishi has no idea of being buried with Abarame Ryoma. So Shiraishi has to be more careful. Abarame rampaged, and the entire area nearby collapsed, forming an existence like a collapsed ant nest. The figures of the two were in the ant nest. Shiraishi fell under the madness of Abarame Ryoma. Boom! Shiraishi was hit and felt like his bones were about to break. This guy's power is so strong. However, the more this is the case, the more it must be stopped. 55. I can't let him pass my information back to Konoha. 35. You can't let him leave alive. The battle between the two became extremely fierce. Abarame Ryoma's eyes turned red. Die! 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 As a human consciousness, under such madness, it seems to be dissipating. Gradually, it becomes the consciousness of a bug controlling this body, and Abarame Shino's speed and strength increase again. Boom! Shiraishi's figure flew upside down. Abarame Ryoma approached Shiraishi step by step. Shiraishi looked at Abarame Ryoma and sighed. Is it still necessary to use that? I didn't expect that the ninja of the Abarame clan could explode to such an extent. It was beyond my expectations. But at this point, no matter what, Abarame Ryoma cannot be allowed to leave like this. The more Shiraishi plays in front of Abarame Ryoma, the more Abarame Ryoma cannot leave. Otherwise, Iwagakure's concealment of Shiraishi and the brain supplement of Konoha's high-level officials would be meaningless. The human insect form was something that by 4.0 Stone did not expect. And just this time. Sudden. Shiraishi felt a force pouring into his body, a very familiar feeling, and his body felt like a bottleneck had been opened. Grado progress, 15% in the first stage. Shiraishi's eyes lit up. Previously, Shiraishi's Groudon progress was 14% in the first stage, and now it is 15% in the first stage. In contrast, it only increased by 1%. However, breaking the bottleneck and not breaking the bottleneck are completely different concepts. Now Shiraishi's strength is, veritably, the basic attribute Jainin, the comprehensive strength, the elite Jainin. Shiraishi felt the power in his body surge up. Ninja of the Abarame clan, you are very strong. However, in the face of me who has stepped into the level of elite Jainin, this time, it is you who lost. 39. Shiraishi stood up. Earth style, weighted rock technique. 6 times gravity. This is for a Barame Ryoma. Earth style, light and heavy rock technique. 39. 1/6 gravity. This is for Shiraishi's own use. Just saw, Shiraishi's toes gently touched the ground, and disappeared in the next moment. And a Barame Ryoma sank. Earth style, mountain earth technique. 2 huge hemispheres appeared and slammed into a Barame Ryoma. Fire style, head hard. Chapter 96. A Barame Ryoma is blinded by Shiraishi's sudden onslaught. This is much stronger than what Shiraishi has shown before. Did this kid hide his strength before? No, not like. This kid doesn't have the need to hide his strength. If he had this strength before, he would have seized the opportunity to kill me completely. That is to say, this kid didn't have such strength before. But only now, breaking through in the middle of the battle. A Barame Ryoma thought of an even scarier possibility. So much progress in combat. It's a bit too pervert. If this is not a genius, what is a genius? 33. But soon, the consciousness of that part of the body of a Barame Ryoma disappeared, and the consciousness of the worm took the lead. Ho! Ho! A roar like a beast sounded, a Barame Ryoma struggled out from the flame, broke Shiraishi's mountain soil technique to form a huge hemisphere. Earth style, earth wall technique. A dirt wall appeared, and a Barame Ryoma slammed into it. Immediately after. Earth style, earth flow wall technique. Shiraishi constantly uses the soil flow technique. At this time, the advantages of not needing to be printed are fully revealed. Shiraishi uses ninjutsu too fast. A soil flow wall has just appeared, and the second soil flow wall is coming again. The efficiency of a Barame Ryoma's breaking the soil flow wall is not comparable to the efficiency of Shiraishi's making the soil flow wall. And after stepping into the level of Elite Jainin, Shiraishi's chakra volume, chakra control, and chakra's recovery ability have all been greatly improved by 22. A wall of earth flow appeared, trapping a Barame Ryoma in it. Layer by layer, like a prison, a Barame Ryoma was firmly wrapped. It's time to end. A Barame Ryoma in human form was beyond Shiraishi's expectations. However, no matter how unexpected it was still a biological form. The main component is still protein. Instead of the tailed beast, or the sage of 6 paths, it has become the form of chakra. Since it is protein, Shiraishi has a way to kill it. A hole opened. Fire style, head hard technique. A small group of flames entered along the opening and came to a Barame Ryoma's side. Boom! Violent explosion, burning. Shiraishi didn't see the situation inside, but could imagine what kind of scene it was inside. Come again. Another flame entered along the opening. Violent explosion, burning. A sharp whimper sounded. Come again. Finally, the Barame Ryoma inside stopped howling, and the breath of life disappeared. On the verge of death, a Barame Ryoma's consciousness regained its dominance. In a Barame Ryoma's heart, there is extreme regret. And a deep fear of Shiraishi. Shiraishi is not simple at all. Not a pretense at all. The current Shiraishi has reached the level of Elite Jainin. A 13-year-old Elite Jainin. This is something that even Kakashi has never done. Shiraishi is a real genius. Lord Danzo, everyone in the village, was deceived by Iwagakure. Terracotta and Deodara, that's the real cover. Iwagakure is a liar, they are all liars, so rude. Lord Danzo, please be careful. I can no longer contribute to the village. I really want to tell everyone this news and make everyone be careful. *A+. A Barame Ryoma's consciousness completely collapsed. However, in order to ensure that Shiraishi used a fire-style head-hard technique. After that, the controlling soil flow wall technique spreads out. A charred figure appeared in front of Shiraishi. It is the Aberame Ryoma in the form of a human bug, which has been directly carbonized under the action of flame and high temperature, turning into coke, and there is no sign of life. Earth style, earth block technique. A clod smashed far into the carbonized Aberame Ryoma. Crack. The next moment, Aberame Ryoma's figure shattered. It turned into countless powders and fell down. Not a single worm was left. Shiraishi looked at some clods next to him, and under the action of high temperature, it turned into a ceramic-like existence. The combination of earth style and fire style works really well. It's like a high-temperature reactor. That kind of fiery boiler. Earth style, mountain earth technique. Two huge hemispheres appeared, and the carbonized corpse of Aberame Ryoma, as well as the fragments and powder, were all sandwiched in them, and there was no leakage at all. After that, Shiraishi's figure returned to the ground. Boom! The ground collapsed, and the battlefield of Shiraishi and Aberame Ryoma was completely in ruins. On the other hand, Danzo fell into a disadvantage after fighting Lao Ziai, and at the beginning, he was extremely unhappy. Danzo doesn't think his strength is worse than Lao Ziai, and he doesn't think he should be at a disadvantage. But with Aberame Ryoma was held back. A root ninja told Danzo about the rock shinobi ninja in the other direction, and Danzo knew that his plan this time was a complete failure. Iwagakure learned of his plan in advance and responded. The collapsing lake and the raging flood did not harm the rock shinobi ninja at all, but only killed the villagers in the villages of the Land of Fire. Other than that, nothing else works. The Konoha shinobi arranged by himself fell into the trap of the rock shinobi ninja and suffered heavy casualties. Withdraw. 99. Danzo's eyes flickered, and he gave Lao Ziai a deep look and left. Lao Ziai did not catch up. One is that although Lao Ziai has an advantage, he is not sure of winning Danzo. Lao Ziai faintly feels that Danzo should still have the means to come up with it. On Danzo's body, Lao Ziai felt a very uncomfortable breath. The other is that it is close to Konoha. Once pursued, it is very likely that he will fall into Konoha's trap. This time Iwagakure launched a war against Konoha. From the very beginning, Iwagakure came with a protracted war. He never thought that Konoha would be completely defeated, which would not be a good thing for Iwagakure. Unless Iwagakure's strength can really rival all other ninja villages in the ninja world. Shiraishi returned to Old Z's side. Senior Old Zi. Shiraishi, are you alright? It's alright. 35. Shiraishi shook his head and said, I have already killed that person, and his strength is a bit beyond my expectations. I didn't expect that the ninjas of the Aberame clan could merge with insects. 99. Merge with bugs. Old Zi frowned slightly. What model? It's just a huge black bug, which merged with the ninjas of the Aberame family, and turned into a human-like, insect-like form, and its strength has improved a lot. Lao Zi imagined it. I have never seen this before, it may be a secret technique newly researched by the Aberame family. But since you were killed by Shiraishi, it's fine. Old Zi is in a good mood. Konoha's plan failed. The trap and ambush of the rock shinobi ninja succeeded. Konoha suffered huge losses. The rock shinobi army got a big win. No matter from which point of view, it is a happy thing. The reason why Lao Zi and Onoji disagree is because Lao Zi's attitude is more radical than Onoji. This kind of war is what Lao Zi wants to see. But for Konoha, it was the complete opposite. A large number of wounded returned to Konoha, with their heads lowered and their emotions low. They thought this time was a good opportunity to make a contribution, but they didn't expect it to come, but it was a head-on attack. Immediately got knocked out. These are pretty lucky. There are also many Konoha shinobi who have no chance to come back, but died in the attack of rock shinobi ninjas, and even their bodies were not brought back to Konoha by other ninjas. Danzo arrives at the Hokage office. Next to it are Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kato Homura. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and sighed deeply. Danzo, you should discuss it with me before you take action. Now that it's like this, what do you say? Danzo lowered his head and was silent for a while. It's my fault, I didn't plan it well, and I take all the responsibility. Assume, what are you going to bear? I'll apologize to them personally, I'll make it up to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo. Forget it, you are also for the village. 35. So be it. Things have already happened, and there is no point in holding you accountable too much. Now we should think about what comes next. 99. After this big defeat, what will happen to Iwagakure? How are we going to respond? Mito Kato Homura said, Hokage, judging from the current movement of the Rock Shinobi army, Iwagakure will not have the next move, and did not intend to use this opportunity to further damage our Konoha. 170. It's more like being in, teasing, or being a sparring partner. When these words fell, the faces of several people in Hokage's office were not very good looking. This word means that Konoha has been humiliated. A ninja village was teased by another ninja village as a sparring partner. What kind of ninja village? This made Sarutobi Hiruzen and others more angry than Iwagakure's goal of defeating Konoha directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems to be the case. Iwagakure did not plan to completely defeat our Konoha, but just wanted to maintain a war relationship with our Konoha. It's definitely not a simple tease, even if Onoji has such a bad taste, other people will not agree. 99. It is more likely that Iwagakure used our animal husbandry as a sparring partner. 35. The main target of sparring is the owner of those secret techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought out a piece of information. This is what I collected during my time with Anbu Ninja. 35. Those secret ninjas of Iwagakure, the speed of progress is much faster than that of ordinary ninjas, and they often take Wenya as the leader after experiencing fierce battles. Bunka and Kakashi lost their first match. 35. But when Bunya turned into a monster, he suppressed Kakashi. Such an improvement is too great. Currently, this is how I divide Iwagakure's esoteric ninjas. The first is the first stage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a piece of paper and wrote on it. The first stage, the ordinary secret art stage, can use special ninjutsu. Wenya has a special earth style, and Deidara also has a very strong explosive ability. Enkitu, hunting, that's all. The second stage, monster form, can change into the appearance of a monster. After entering this stage, the strength will improve a lot. Wenya, Kitu, hunting, all can enter this state. 39. It was originally a hunter of elite Jainin, but after entering this state, he can touch the threshold of cage level. Jainin's teeth and terracotta, after entering this state, have reached the level of elite Jainin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was serious. What does that mean? Chapter 97. This means that all rock shinobi ninjas who have obtained secret techniques can abruptly raise their original strength level to another level. If all Jainin in Iwagakure learned this secret art, how terrible would Iwagakure be? If all elite Jainin in Iwagakure have learned this secret technique, then which ninja village in Iwagakure can match? Konoha? Cloud Shinobi Village? Will not work. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. And if Onoji learned this secret technique, in this world, in this era, will there still be an existence that can defeat Onoji? Me? Raikage? Jiraiya? Onoji is already the top powerhouse in cage level. One-handed dust escape, so many people are helpless. Once hit, it is almost certain to die. Unless it is the kind of extremely huge body, and Oyemu's dust escape failed to hit the key. Onoji is already very strong. How strong will it be if you get a secret technique that can enhance your strength? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, now, Iwagakure should be cultivating esoteric ninjas through the process of war with our Konoha. What Iwagakure possesses is not a single genius, but an esoteric system. A brand new secret technique system is much stronger than most of our Konoha's secret techniques. Terracotta, Wenyi, Deodara, hunting. These four people are the most important existence of Iwagakure at present. Secret ninja. Mitokado Homura hesitated. Hokage, what should we do then? Will this news be announced to the entire ninja world? Under the current circumstances, other ninja villages will not support us, but if we announce this news, those ninja villages will most likely become interested in Iwagakure 5. They all have the possibility of making a move. That way we're less stressed. Danzo interrupts Mitokado Homura. Confused. 39. Isn't this our Konoha's chance? Iwagakure's secret technique ninjas are still in the initial stage of training. Such secret techniques must have not been developed for a long time, and there will be many weak secret technique ninjas. Iwagakure's overall strength is not yet strong enough to be completely invincible. This is our chance. We can capture Iwagakure's secret ninjas, capture them, get the secrets in their minds, get the secrets on their bodies, and turn them into our Konoha's secrets. We Konoha can have the same system as Iwagakure. At that time, even if Iwagakure became stronger, we Konoha would also become stronger. It's much better than releasing all the news about Iwagakure right now. Even if we can't surpass Iwagakure, we will definitely be stronger than Cloud Shinobi Village, Tsunagakure, Kirigakure. And there is also the possibility of surpassing Iwagakure. 55. These secret techniques seem to only raise the upper limit of strength. Instead of creating a strong man out of thin air, our Konoha has more talents than Iwagakure. Since Iwagakure wants to use our Konoha as a sparring partner, then we will accompany you. However, don't blame us for ripping off a piece of meat from them during the training process. Hokage, am I right? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, also a little moved. Konoha resources are rich, but why is the comprehensive strength of the village constantly weakening? A very important reason is because Konoha's ninja family and Konoha executives are not of the same mind. For example, Uchiha and Konoha High-Rise. Let's not say who is right and who is wrong, but the discord between the two is a fact. Hence the outbreak of the night of Uchiha's genocide. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't trust other ninja clans so much, and he believes more in his own Sarutobi clan. But the Sarutobi family has many limitations and shortcomings. Even with the help of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the overall strength of the Sarutobi clan has gone up. But, it's more about the numbers. Elites are seriously underrepresented. The number of Chunin is large, the Jainin is much less, and the elite Jainin is even less. It's full of calculations, plus a summa, it's just a few. And this is still in the case of the base of more than 2,000 Sarutobi fire-style ninja army. Look at people Uchiha. Anyone who has turned on 3 Tomo has not become a Jainin, and it is not a problem to become an elite Jainin if you work hard. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itaki. Cage level strengths at such a young age. That Mangeki Sharingan is so pervert. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen envious. More than once, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted something similar for the Sarutobi clan. It would be great if my Sarutobi clan could also have powerful blood descendants and powerful secret arts. That way, Konoha can go up and down Ishin. The Sarutobi clan can become the #1 ninja clan in Konoha in every way. 35. With the Sarutobi clan in charge, Konoha's situation can be stabilized. I can free up time and energy to do other things and lead Konoha to become stronger. Return to the position of the largest ninja village in the ninja world. I will be greater than first generation and second generation. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen envisions. It's not that Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't thought of a way over the years. The secret technique of Inoshika Siege is too ugly to capture, and the success rate of the people of the Sarutobi clan is not high. The insect control technique of the Aberame family is not strong enough. Inoshika Ch's esoteric art was not strong enough in Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion. Shadow binding is of little value. Physical expansion jutsu can greatly enhance the strength, but the conditions are relatively harsh. The heart-turning technique is very effective, but it is more used to assist. Sarutobi Hiruzen dislikes the illusions of the Kurama clan and the ninjas of the Inyazuka clan. The rest are the white eyes of the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan of Uchiha. But both of them have strict requirements on the physique. And the Hyuga family has curse mark, caged bird. The relationship between Uchiha and Sarutobi clan is very bad, and now they have been exterminated. The ninjutsu on sealing techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to promote, but it is either very difficult to learn, or there will be great side effects after using it. Neither is suitable for use as a regular way to increase the strength of the Sarutobi clan. 8 Inner Gates, Flying Thunder God Technique. These Sarutobi Hiruzen are considered. Have given up. But now Iwagakure's secret technique has given Sarutobi Hiruzen hope. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows what the state of the teeth was before, and he is not a very good ninja. However, after obtaining the secret technique, the strength of Wenya has been greatly improved. Especially the speed of this improvement is amazing. In addition, there are as many as 4 people in Iwagakure who possess mystic arts. This proves that the difficulty of learning and matching the secret art is not that great. There are definitely restrictions, but there will be fewer restrictions on occultism on sealing techniques. 9. There are so many people in my Sarutobi clan, and there will surely be someone who can learn. 35. At that time, the strength of my Sarutobi clan will increase a lot. Become the largest ninja family in Konoha in the true sense. At that time, Konoha's situation stabilized. And I can concentrate and lead Konoha to become stronger. Instead of spending a lot of time and energy on internal friction like before. Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, as things stand, what really matters in Iwagakure is mysticism, not genius. I think we guessed wrong. It was a deliberate guide by Iwagakure. 99. The guise of Shiraishi was deliberately created. Not just wanting to hide Deodara and terracotta. I also want us to think about geniuses, not secret arts. It's a good calculation. The information we got from Iwagakure before should be fine. The terracotta talent is good, but it's just not bad. Wenya can only be regarded as ordinary. The upper limit of hunting is elite Jainin. Deodara is indeed a genius. But the most important thing is the secret technique. 55. We must get this secret technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around for a week. Since Iwagakure wants to fight with us for a long time, then we will fight with them for a long time. Starting today, our Konoha's combat strategy will change. One is to minimize the casualties of our Konoha shinobi as much as possible. The second is to acquire the secret art of Iwagakure at all costs. Udadan Koharu hesitated and asked. What about Shiraishi? Shiraishi? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, Shiraishi is just a pretense set up by Iwagakure, or is it a double pretense, where can it be important? Not even Hunter is by Shiraishi's side. Now Shiraishi, don't even know where he is. Look at it like a normal ninja. No, even if I see it, I just pretend to target it. We're going to give Iwagakure the illusion that we don't see their designs, that we don't discover the secrets of the occult. Only in this way, our chances of seizing the secret technique will be greater. As for Shiraishi, after discovering it, chase it for a while and then give up. It must not be caught. 99. Otherwise, Iwagakure will feel that we can obtain the secrets of Shiraishi, and feel that we have seen through their plans and protect the secrets better. The 3 Danzo looked at each other. It is good. For Mu, Dezhao's, yet in Iwagakure, the battle is over. However, for others, it is just the beginning. The villagers of the flooded villages. These villagers were not completely without relatives and friends outside, and when they heard the news of their entire village being submerged and dead, they were shocked, followed by anger. Because it was Konoha's ninja who did this. The ninja of Konoha persecuted the villagers of the Land of Fire. Kill your own people. To say that it had an effect on the Rock Shinobi army, but the problem is, it didn't. Konoha also lost. A voice questioned, held accountable, and asked for guilt, and came to Konoha. A messenger from the Land of Fire came to Konoha. Danzo took the initiative to step out and take his own guilt. However, it is impossible for the name of the country of fire to trigger Danzo in a practical sense. Those villagers were actually dead in vain. Some people were deceived by the form, thought they had been dealt with in a good way, and left satisfied. Some people saw the true colors of Konoha and the Kingdom of Fire, and cursed in their hearts, but did not dare to show it. In any case, Danzo's action has caused a lot of negative effects on Konoha and the Kingdom of Fire. Crack! Shiraishi heard a cracking sound and quickly sank his consciousness into the spiritual space. A new spirit is waking up. A large amount of stone skin fell down, all over the ground. Shiraishi looked at the elf. Chapter 98. Shiraishi was stunned when he saw the other party's appearance. The Toad King again. Had awakened a Toad King before and chose Yakushi Kabuto. And Yakushi Kabuto has reached the second stage and can enter the elf form. Since there were no repeating sprites, Shiraishi thought there would be no repeats. But now there is another Toad King. No, this Toad King looks a little different from the last Toad King. 35. Last time the King Toad was blue. It's just green. Shiraishi recalled some information. It's a shining King Toad. Shiraishi, 66, 99. However, Shiraishi didn't struggle for too long. For Shiraishi, it doesn't matter whether the elves are repeated or not. As long as they are elves, Shiraishi can get the progress of Groudon. The Toad King's properties are healing, and sucking punches. Therefore, the people chosen are most likely to be medical ninjas and ninjas who are good at chakra absorption. Medical ninja, Konoha's is the best. And as for chakra absorption. 35. Shiraishi remembered something. That is, Iwagakure will arrange for Hokage Kisame to lead the team to Konoha to obtain information. Shiraishi doesn't remember this very clearly. But Shiraishi can probably estimate it. Uchiha Madara joined the Akatsuki organization not long ago, and his current teammate should be Loquat Juzo. After the death of Loquat Tenzo, the Akatsuki organization will find new teammates for Uchiha Madara. This time, it was Hokage Kisame. I don't know if Loquat Shizang is dead at this time. 35. Let's go and see the situation of Konoha's medical ninja. If he can be selected by the Flash Toad King, there is no need for trouble. 95. If I don't like it, I will go to the vicinity of Konoha and crouch Hokage Kisame. Shiraishi came to where the terracotta was. Brother. Is something wrong, brother? Senior brother, is there any news about Iwagakure's side recently? Iwagakure? Kito shook his head. Not quite sure. 9. Junior brother, what do you want the information on Iwagakure for? Shiraishi did not elaborate, but said, a new spirit has awakened, and it is of the water attribute. Water attribute. Kito hesitated for a moment, then said, Junior brother, I actually have a question all along. Brother, say it. God of the earth, why is there a water-type elf subordinate? This. Shiraishi himself didn't want to understand too much, even more so than Terra. After all, Kito didn't know about Geikeo's existence, but Shiraishi did. In terms of attributes, Toad King is much more likely to follow Geikeo and follow any Groudon. I don't know that either. Shiraishi shook his head and said, the Earth God didn't go into details, but it's quite normal, after all, we have many ninjas from other ninja villages in Iwagakure. Konoha also has ninjas from other ninja villages. 35. Probably those water-type elves were excluded from their original camp, so they left in anger. Kitu nodded. It seems reasonable. Fragrance is a typical example. He is obviously a ninja of the Grass Ninja Village. Even if he joined the Grass Ninja Village later, he is still a member of the Grass Ninja Village after all, and he has made great contributions to the Grass Ninja Village. Under this circumstance, the Grass Ninja Village treats Phoenix extremely harshly. Does Xianglin still need to be loyal to the Grass Ninja Village? When Iwagakure extended an olive branch to Kumo, Kumo didn't hesitate at all. Shiraishi thought to himself. In this case, will Geikeu also have followers of the ground attribute and the rock attribute? Kitu said again. By the way, junior brother, Yakushi Kabuto has also entered the second stage, and can already open the elf form. Well, it looks like he did a good job. Shiraishi said, senior brother can reward him for me. Judging from his performance, he is completely loyal to our Iwagakure and shows no mercy to Konoha. I will. Yakushi Kabuto is really good, not weak, and good at medical ninjutsu. Terracotta was pleased with Yakushi Kabuto's performance. The only problem is that Yakushi Kabuto is not the original Iwagakure. But Yakushi Kabuto has used his performance to gain the trust of Terracotta. Senior brother, then I'll be busy with my own business. It is good. Shiraishi came to where Lao Zi was. Senior Zi. Shiraishi. Lao Zi showed a smile, even though Shiraishi was not Lao Zi's disciple, but Lao Zi regarded Shiraishi as his junior, and his attitude was very kind. I'm going to go near Konoha 9. Okay, I'm with you. 35. Then I will trouble Senior Zi. 35. The two disguised themselves and came to the Suba town near Konoha. A rock shinobi ninja brings Yakushi Kabuto to Terracotta. Lord Kitu. Yakushi Kabuto is respectful. Kitu patted Yakushi Kabuto on the shoulder and said, good performance. Having entered the second stage, your overall strength has also improved a lot compared to before. 5. You are now a stable Jainin. Yakushi Kabuto smiled. Thank you Shiraishi-sama for this. The power of the Toad King makes Yakushi Kabuto very satisfied and full of expectations. Yakushi Kabuto believes that the elf form is not the end of himself. You must be able to reach a higher level. For spirit power, Yakushi Kabuto has also studied. This is an extra power that can raise your upper limit. In Yakushi Kabuto's prediction, his future, under normal circumstances, is probably somewhere between Jainin and Elite Jainin. Now that he has opened the elf form, even if the power of the elf does not improve in the future, he will definitely be able to step into the level of the elf Jainin, but if he works harder. So a higher level, it is not hopeless. At that time, it is possible to kill Danzo and Orochimaru with your own hands. This is the ultimate goal of Yakushi Kabuto. Yes, we all have to thank junior brother. Kitu said, Boo, you joined our Iwagakure later, but since you have been recognized, you are one of the members of Iwagakure 5. Also, we have a deeper relationship. We are all elf fit. Yakushi Kabuto nodded heavily. I understand, Terracotta, Xi, people. 35. Kitu continued, since your strength has become stronger, then I will arrange a more important position for you. You have to pay attention to your own safety, don't be too aggressive. All elf fitters are very important to Iwagakure. After Yakushi Kabuto left, Kaoru walked in. There is no special arrangement for Balsam and Terracotta. Xiang Phosphorus is a medical ninja. And Xianglin's age and strength are all here. There's no need to make Balsamic too aggressive. Kitu and Xianglin said a few words, and let Longtong and Wu Jiao walk in. How are you feeling during this time? Pretty good. Wu Jiao said, killing Konoha shinobi is very cool. 35. Wu Vai's deeds made Wu Zhao hate the grass ninja village, and furthermore, he hated Konoha. Long Tong did not speak, but stood beside Wu Zhao. Kitu said, I will adjust your positions next. You are almost used to the war. I hope you can perform better in the future. 39. Wu Zhao, you haven't obtained the power of the spirit for the time being, so don't be discouraged. There will be chances in the future. Innocent nodded. Lord Kitu, I won't, I will continue to work hard. A figure came to Suba town. Shiraishi and the other party looked at each other, then entered the house next to him and entered the secret room. Shiraishi. Hayashi-senpai. Shiraishi said, I didn't expect that Hayashi-senpai would be deprived of the patriarch's position. This really surprised Shiraishi. Because in the original plot, Hyuga Hayashi has always been the head of the Hyuga clan, even if Satsuki took the eyes of Hyuga Hanabi and merged into Tensagen, bringing disaster to the entire ninja world. Hyuga Hayashi has not lost his patriarchal position. And now, just lost a Hanabi, a Niji. Niji is a branch house, not important to the Hyuga family. Hanabi represents the loss of Bun, but the Hyuga family of Bun has not been lost. It's nothing to regret. Hyuga Hayashi shook his head and said, maybe this is a better choice for me. Shiraishi, what are you looking for me for? Hayashi-senpai, I need you to help me and Lao Zi-senpai sneak into Konoha. Dive into Konoha? Hyuga Hayashi's pupils shrank. What do you want to do? 35. Shiraishi smiled. Senior Hayashi, please rest assured, I will not mess around, I will not attack or assassinate anyone in Konoha, I just want to enter Konoha to see. Just to see? 35. Hyuga Hayashi showed a suspicious expression. Shiraishi nodded. Yeah, just look at it. Hyuga Hayashi was silent for a while. This is a very risky thing. Once the identities of Shiraishi and Lao Zi are exposed, then they will inevitably be implicated, their wife, their daughter, and the entire Hyuga family will be implicated. Even though he was cut off from the patriarchal position, Hyuga Hayashi still has a trace of affection for the Hyuga family. I don't like what I said in my mouth, but it's just angry words. After living in the Hyuga family for so many years, how could it be so easy to give up? Those elders, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't like it. But there are many ordinary people in the Hyuga family. In addition, if Shiraishi died in Konoha, Hyuga Hayashi believed that Iwagakure would also blame himself. Then he will fall into a situation where he is targeted by Konoha and Iwagakure at the same time. I don't have the slightest chance. I need timing. 35. It doesn't matter, when the arrangements are made, let me know. It is good. Hyuga Hayashi left. Not long after, Shiraishi and Lao Zi also left, but were still near Konoha. Shiraishi is very happy that the route of Hyuga Hayashi has been completed. With the help of Hyuga Hayashi, it is more convenient to sneak into Konoha. Konoha has many talents and is most suitable for digging. Under normal circumstances, the existence of such a status as Hyuga Hayashi will rarely help the people of the outer village. Because of their interests, they are deeply bound to the village. Even an unscrupulous person like Danzo would not betray Konoha's interests to other ninja villages. At most, Orochimaru would get some benefits, but he would also benefit from Orochimaru. Uchiha letter arm transplant, Hashirama cell transplant, Sharingan transplant. It's all Orochimaru's benefit to Danzo. A few days later, Hyuga Hayashi's arrangements were in place. Shiraishi and Lao Zi get a new identity. From a small ninja family of Konoha, not famous, Hyuga Hayashi did not arrange the Hyuga family, so that it can meet Shiraishi's requirements without attracting much attention. The two entered Konoha in a carriage. No one stopped. No one doubts. Chapter 99. Bang. 99. Boom. Boom. Yamanaka Kaze slammed into the wall with one punch, and blood flowed out of his fist. Hateful! Why? Yamanaka Wind was in a very bad mood, and was very upset. In the ambush against the rock shinobi ninjas prepared by Danzo, Yamanaka Wind also has his own little plan. The last time I played against Yakushi Kabuto and fell into a disadvantage, Yamanaka was very unwilling. Yamanaka Wind felt that he was the first genius of the root organization. Yakushi Kabuto is nothing but the lower layer of the root tissue. Still a traitor. Betrayed the root organization, betrayed Konoha, betrayed Danzo. Yamanaka Wind dislikes Yakushi Kabuto and just wants to kill Yakushi Kabuto. So in this raid, Yamanaka Wind deliberately arranged some ninjas to target Yakushi Kabuto. These ninjas are very strong and their abilities work well together. Even elite Jonin can contend with one or two. Among the Jonin, not many will be the opponents of these ninja groups. And Yakushi Kabuto's strength, in Yamanaka's eyes, is the same as himself, it is especially Jonin level. Those ninjas prepared by themselves are more than enough to take down Yakushi Kabuto. Not to mention the secret self. You can use the mind-turning technique on Yakushi Kabuto in secret, control Yakushi Kabuto, and make Yakushi Kabuto easier to kill. This is a surefire plan, and there can be no accidents. But the accident still happened. The first is the failure of Danzo's raid plan. Those lakes collapsed and the raging floodwaters only killed thousands of Fire Country villagers without causing substantial damage to the rock shinobi ninja, and Iwagakure was ready. Yamanaka Wind was extremely disappointed. But at this time, Yamanaka Wind saw Yakushi Kabuto who was alone. This made Yamanaka Wind excited. He quickly ordered the ninjas he prepared to attack Yakushi Kabuto. At the beginning, Yakushi Kabuto really fell into the underwind, which made Yamanaka Wind happy with his preparation. Yakushi Kabuto, betrayers should all be damned. 39. And you, even more damned. What if you got that strange secret from Iwagakure? You're still going to die. And after you die, that secret technique is mine. The last time he played against Yakushi Kabuto, Yamanaka Wind felt the existence of the sucking punch, and the sucking punch caused a lot of trouble for Yamanaka Wind, making Yamanaka Wind almost defeated. This makes Yamanaka unhappy and jealous of Yakushi Kabuto. Yamanaka Wind feels that he has not obtained such a secret technique. Why is Yakushi Kabuto? In terms of origin, he was born in the Yamanaka clan, and was considered a noble in Konoha. Yakushi Kabuto is nothing but an orphan. In terms of talent, he is valued by Danzo. Yakushi Kabuto is nothing but the root bottom layer. In terms of identity, he is the elite of the root, and he is likely to be the successor of the leader of the root in the future. Yakushi Kabuto is nothing but a betrayal. Yamanaka had a sour feeling in his heart. However, just after Yakushi Kabuto was about to reach the limit, just after Yakushi Kabuto was about to be killed, the whole person was completely injured, and even his body was staggered. Change has come. A new force seemed to emerge from Yakushi Kabuto. The next moment, Yakushi Kabuto's form changed. The body swelled up. It turned into a huge blue toad. Yakushi Kabuto's momentum has become much stronger than before. The situation reversed in an instant. Yamanaka looked at the changes of Yakushi Kabuto in a stunned manner, and watched with his own eyes that the ninjas he arranged were successively defeated by Yakushi Kabuto and killed by Yakushi Kabuto. Yamanaka Kaze wanted to rush out and fight Yakushi Kabuto. However, Yamanaka Wind found that his legs could not move. I am afraid, I am afraid. This made Yamanaka feel humiliated. Why should I be afraid of this mere scumbag? I'm the elite at the root. Why does this traitor get such attention from Iwagakure? Before Yamanaka Wind knew that Yakushi Kabuto got Iwagakure's secret technique, and he was very jealous, but Yamanaka Wind felt that the secret technique that Yakushi Kabuto got was only the worst one among Iwagakure's secret techniques. Not as good as those owned by Kato, Hunting, and Wenya. However, after the appearance of the Toad King, Yamanaka Feng knew that the secret techniques obtained by Yakushi Kabuto were of the same level as those possessed by Kato, Wenyi, and Kari. This made Yamanaka even more jealous. After returning to Konoha, Yamanaka Wind fell into autism and locked himself in a secret room. Boom! 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 There was a knock on the door. Who? It's me. A Barame's voice to take the root sounded, and said, Feng, Lord Danzo asked you to go. It is good. After a while, Yamanaka Wind came to another secret room. Lord Danzo. Danzo nodded slightly. Looking at you like this, did you suffer a blow? Yamanaka Kaze was silent for a while, then looked up at Danzo. Lord Danzo, I want to become stronger. Become stronger? Yes, I think my current strength is too weak, and I am far from strong enough. This step-by-step improvement is too slow. I want to become stronger faster. 5. Yamanaka Kaze said, no matter what the cost, I want to be stronger. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it because of Yakushi Kabuto? Not just because of Yakushi Kabuto. Good. 99. Danzo nodded and said, I will help you become stronger, but it will take a while. Yes, thank you Danzo-sama. 99. Yamanaka Kaze showed a surprised expression. Go down. Yes, Lord Danzo. 99. Watching Yamanaka Wind leave, Danzo withdraws his gaze. Yamanaka Wind is in a bad mood. How can Danzo's mood be better? A plan that was supposed to be successful has failed. And more importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude after the plan failed. Hiruzen, if you don't do something like this, it's up to me to do it. Even if you fail, it's better than doing nothing at all. I'll take the responsibility, I'll accept the infamy, you get the benefits, and you have to reprimand me from the top. Do you think you are really a qualified Hokage? You pay more attention to the village than to your own reputation. Only I am wholeheartedly for the village. I sacrificed too much for the village. What I can do for the village, you can't do it at all. In those days, Mr. Tobirama was really blind and gave you the position of Hokage. You're just pretending. Well said, pretending to defend me, but only if I have offered to take full responsibility. You're really hypocritical. It was the same as back then, pretending to be too similar, deceived Mr. Tobirama. To deceive everyone. Danzo was already dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this time, he was even more dissatisfied. A figure entered Shiraishi's line of sight. With short blonde hair and a spiky head, he looked like a delinquent teenager, pulling his neck and carrying a bucket. Come after me. It was Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto felt as if he was looking at him secretly, but when Naruto turned around, he saw nothing. Shiraishi's figure has long since disappeared. I don't know if the corner of Naruto will be dug again. It's like doing well, there is a certain possibility. 35. But the forgiving skills that Naruto is born with, don't know if they will come. 59. Konoha treated Naruto harshly, and Naruto forgave Konoha. Nagato killed Jiraiya and attacked Konoha, Naruto forgives Nagato. 0. Obito killed Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto forgave Obito. Satsuki Shiren dug out Hanabi's eyes, kidnapped Hinata, and what he did in more detail is unclear, but Naruto also easily forgave Satsuki Shiren. Some people say that Borin's clear eyes are inherited from Satsuki Shiren. In comparison, Shiraishi looked in the other direction. Sasuke, it would be better to dig a corner. After all, in the original plot, Sasuke left Konoha. And Konoha didn't want to pursue at first, it was at Naruto's request. Shiraishi saw a lot of people. 12 little strong. Among them, Inyazuki, Abarame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichichi, are not easy to be persuaded to leave Konoha, after all, their family is very stable. Hinata is possible. Hyoga Hayashi has been removed from the position of the head of the Hyoga clan. Hinata itself has no sense of belonging to the Hyoga family. Abarame Shino and others, if there is no elves to choose them, there is no need to take them away. To be honest, their talents are not said to be strong. But if an elves choose them, they will be kidnapped directly. 0. Naruto can try it out. 99. Sasuke is a must. And Xiao Li, Tian, can also try. And then, is the adult ninja, is there any room for manipulation? Many names came to Shiraishi's mind. Moonlight Blast with penetrating escape, Copy Ninja Kakashi, Taijutsu Ninja Might Kai recognized by Uchiha Madara. It is more difficult for these ninjas to be poached, but it is not completely impossible. The figure of Shiraishi and Lao Ziai came to the Konoha medical department. People came and went, and the battle with the rock shinobi ninja caused many seriously injured ninjas to appear in Konoha, all of whom were treated in the medical department, and even the wards inside the medical department were not enough, but they were erected on the square in front. Tent. Shiraishi, how's it going? Lao Ziai asked. Shiraishi shook his head. There is no being chosen by the elves here. Shiraishi and Lao Ziai found Hyoga Hayashi again. Hayashi-senpai, I heard that your Hyoga clan is close to Kirigakure's Take Torai clan. Yes. Hyoga Hayashi nodded. The Hyoga clan and the Take Torai clan have been friends for generations, but the Take Torai clan has disappeared. Kirigakure has entered the era of the Blood Mist, and the Take Torai clan has been exterminated during the struggle. I need information on Kirigakure. Hyoga Hayashi was silent for a while. Yes, I can give you all the information I have. 55. From Hyoga Hayashi's point of view, even the Take Torai clan is gone. Isn't it natural to betray the information of Kirigakure? If Iwagakure wants to harm Kirigakure, he is equivalent to avenging the Take Torai clan. As for the lives of other people in Kirigakure, what does it have to do with me? Then, thank you Hayashi-senpai. Just at this time. Suddenly, a violent commotion broke out in Konoha. Some Konoha shinobi chased out. It's the ninja of Kirigakure. Information comes from Hyoga Hayashi. Shiraishi, if you want to go to Kirigakure, you can seize this opportunity, grab those mist shinobi ninjas, get information from them, and go to Kirigakure, it will be more convenient. Hayashi-senpai, thank you. Shiraishi and Lao Ziai chased after him. A guess floated in Shiraishi's mind. At this point in time, Hoshigaki Kisame is most likely to come to Konoha. Because in the information provided by Hyoga Hayashi, Kirigakure seems to have happened that Yagura fought with Uchiha Itachi, Loquat Jozo, and the beheading sword has returned to Kirigakure. Chapter 100. Whether the Toad King chooses Hoshigaki Kisame or not, Hoshigaki Kisame is an existence worth poaching. Especially after owning same hata, one person and one ninja sword fit perfectly. Even Killer Bee suffered at the hands of Hoshigaki Kisame. And the Old Purple was defeated by Hoshigaki Kisame alone. Of course, there is a reason for restraint here. Hoshigaki Kisame's fighting style restrains the Old Purple. Meanwhile, Might Kai's fighting style restrains Hoshigaki Kisame. Might Kai, who opened the seventh gate, may not necessarily be Lao Zi's opponent, but can beat Hoshigaki Kisame. The figures of Shiraishi and Old Purple quickly left Konoha and went in the direction of Mist Shinobi Ninja and Konoha Chasing Ninja. Senior Old Zi, we will act separately. The Old Purple nodded. Separate, the efficiency will be higher. And in this case, Shiraishi didn't think anyone could threaten him. Earth Style, Talongian Technique. Shiraishi's figure approaches Konoha Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. A picture entered Shiraishi's line of sight. Hoshigaki Kisame took a few Mist Shinobi ninjas and fled quickly, but the Konoha chasing ninjas got closer and closer. Among the Konoha chasing ninjas, the leader of the team is Ibushi Mori, a special Jonin of Konoha. Hoshigaki Kisame can still run. But that Mist Shinobi Intelligence Ninja can't run anymore. Breathing heavily. No, I can't 170. I can't run. Hoshigaki Kisame, go and stop them. 99. An intelligence ninja orders Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame used a ninjutsu on Konoha chasing ninja, but it didn't work. There are too many Konoha shinobi chasing after them. Boom! A Mist Shinobi Intelligence Ninja became unstable and fell to the ground. Hoshigaki Kisame's expression changed. Come to this Mist Shinobi Intelligence Ninja, pick it up, and run with it. Soon Hoshigaki Kisame had several more figures in his hands. Run! 35. Run! Hoshigaki Kisame did his best to take away these Mist Shinobi ninjas. However, Hoshigaki Kisame was only able to do this. There is no road ahead. Hoshigaki Kisame and others ran in the wrong direction and came to a cliff. There was no road ahead, and down to the abyss, Konoha's chasing ninja was about to catch up. Hoshigaki Kisame, think of something. A Mist Shinobi Intelligence Ninja looked anxious. Hoshigaki Kisame glanced. What can I do? What can I do? Hoshigaki Kisame recalled what his superior, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, said to him before the mission. These intelligence ninjas are all boneheads, and once they are caught, they will inevitably leak all the information. Only we are the last line of defense. When there is no chance to escape, you have to kill them first. The information of the village must not be leaked. Absolutely. Hoshigaki Kisame gritted his teeth. For the village. The next moment, Hoshigaki Kisame shot and came to an intelligence ninja. Pfft. Before the intelligence ninja could react, he shot. Hit the opponent's vitals. Draw out. Blood spurted out. Hoshigaki Kisame, what are you doing? 55. The remaining intelligence ninjas were furious. But Hoshigaki Kisame did not hesitate, but came to these intelligence ninjas one after another, killing them one by one, until the last of the intelligence ninjas, a female ninja. Hoshigaki Kisame recalled the journey. This female ninja is the first woman Hoshigaki Kisame has ever met who is kind to herself. Talk to yourself often. Don't be afraid of your looks. Even if you don't speak, you will still be close to yourself. In this woman's body, Hoshigaki Kisame knew what tenderness was, and felt the woman's concern for the first time. Not the kind of affection. However, Hoshigaki Kisame remembered the order of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish again. Feel sorry. In order not to reveal the village's intelligence, I can only kill you. 99. This is the order of the village. The panic on the woman's face dissipated a little, and she looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and sighed. What you've been through must have been painful. It's okay, let's do it. Hoshigaki Kisame shot. And at this time, Konoha's ninja arrived. Boom. 39. The ground sank. Hoshigaki Kisame jumped back quickly, and the woman fell into the pothole. A splatter of blood splashed out, and even if there was a mutation, Hoshigaki Kisame had already shot. When I saw the situation at the scene, I didn't know where Hoshigaki Kisame killed all of his Kirigakure companions and killed them with his own hands, which made Ibiki Mori's expression serious. And looking at Hoshigaki Kisame, there is a little more respect. Surrender now, and we can spare your life. Ibiki Mori looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, and Konoha shinobi next to him was ready to shoot at any time. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. Surrender. Immediately, he jumped violently and jumped off the cliff. If I could surrender, how could I kill her? 35. Hoshigaki Kisame's figure was falling. And in Hoshigaki Kisame's mind, it's all about that female ninja. For Hoshigaki Kisame, she can be regarded as the most special woman in her life. I don't know your name yet. Immediately afterwards, Hoshigaki Kisame felt a blackness in front of him, and a strong impact swept over him. I lost consciousness myself. Is this what it feels like to die? A figure came to the surface of the water and looked around. Found it. Lao Ziai found Hoshigaki Kisame, lifted Hoshigaki Kisame with one hand, and then left at a very fast speed. Sina Bixi came to the edge of the cliff and looked down, but couldn't see anything. Go down. Konoha's ninja did not jump directly, but took a detour. Shiraishi left with Mist Shinobi, but just after leaving, he ran into a group of Konoha shinobi. Who? Immediately, the ninja tool in his hand was thrown over. Shiraishi glanced back. Earth style, earth wall technique. The Konoha shinobi hurriedly pursued. That's Shiraishi? 35. Iwagakure's guise. False genius. After Shiraishi used several ninjutsu techniques, these Konoha ninjas identified Shiraishi. But what makes Shiraishi a little weird? The Konoha shinobi, who just pretended to chase after themselves for a while, retreated. This made Shiraishi very suspicious. Even if they saw an ordinary rock shinobi ninja, they wouldn't just pursue it to this extent. What's the situation? Shiraishi frowned and was a little puzzled. After a while, he took the Mist Shinobi ninja back to the temporary camp of the Rock Shinobi army and handed the Mist Shinobi ninja to Kitu. Senior brother, please save her life, but restrain her movement and send it back to Iwagakure. Kitu nodded. Shiraishi did this purely out of experience. Experience with Yakushi Kabuto. Why is Yakushi Kabuto willing to join Iwagakure? Hatred of Konoha, hatred of Danzo is a big part. But there is another very important reason, that Yakushi Nanoya was in Iwagakure, got Iwagakure's treatment, saved his life, and has the possibility of recovery in the future. To Hoshigaki Kisame, Shiraishi could see that the female ninja was very important to Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame who wants to dig a wall, not the Shiraishi one. And Uchiha Obito. The advantage of Uchiha Obito is that he has controlled Yagura for many years and has a lot of room to operate. Then Shiraishi must find his edge. The power of a pure spirit might not be enough. So Shiraishi wanted to add this female ninja. Good. 99. Shiraishi left and reunited with Lao Ziai. Kito quickly brings caution over and uses the drop of life on Mist Shinobi. As soon as the drop of water fell, Mist Shinobi's injury stopped getting worse immediately, and there was a faint sign of recovery. A team of Konoha shinobi returned to Konoha. I never thought we would meet Shiraishi. 99. There's only Shiraishi alone. It must be a conspiracy. Lord Hokage said that Shiraishi is just a pretense, and Iwagakure just wanted to use Shiraishi to attract our Konoha's attention. There must be some conspiracy this time. We didn't go after Shiraishi, that's right. Otherwise, what awaits us must be a trap, an ambush. The captain said, you go back first, and I will report to Lord Hokage. Yes, Captain. Soon the captain came to Hokage's office to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well done. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, this is most likely a trap. If you chase to the end, you will definitely be ambushed. It's good to chase halfway through, so that you can ensure your own safety and won't make Iwagakure suspect. The captain had just left, and Senii Ibiki entered. Lord Hokage. How's it going? Lord Hokage, those Mist Shinobi intelligence ninjas were all killed by their own people, and the guard ninja also jumped off the cliff, and we haven't found his body yet. 35. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. This Kirigakure even came to join in the fun, when Konoha are easy to bully. 99. However, these Mist Shinobi ninjas are so crazy that they don't even spare their own people. 5. I don't give any chance of information leakage. Since you can't find it, there's no need to keep looking. Iwagakure is not a big deal right now, the village's goal now is rock shinobi. Ibizai, the intelligence ninja you lead, is very important. 35. Sina nodded heavily. Lord Hokage, I will do my best. A cave. Cough. Cough. Hoshigaki Kisame coughed twice, woke up, and opened his eyes. 4.0 Is this the world after death? It's very similar to the real world. I didn't expect the world after death to be like this. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help thinking of female ninjas. Will she be around? When Hoshigaki Kisame didn't see the ninja, but saw the old purple, and Shiraishi. The old purple and Shiraishi have been removed from the camouflage. Old purple. Shiraishi. As the guard of the intelligence ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame also has a lot of knowledge about the situation of other ninja villages, and Lao Ziai and Shiraishi are both important figures in Iwagakure. You are also dead. Why did you die with me? Did you jump off the cliff there too? Or, were you also killed by the Konoha shinobi? 55. Shiraishi looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and shook his head. We are not dead, we are all alive. 9. Alive? 35. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes flickered. You saved me? Why did you save me? 5. Because I saw something special in you, I thought you shouldn't die, so I let Senior Zi rescue you and bring you here. Saying that, Shiraishi's expression suddenly turned serious. Hoshigaki Kisame, do you want to be really alive? Do you want to see what the world really looks like? Do you want to save the world? Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth opened wide. What the hell? Chapter 101. Hoshigaki Kisame really didn't expect that Shiraishi would ask himself such a question. In Hoshigaki Kisame's view, Shiraishi saved himself either because he wanted to get information from himself, or he wanted to get something from himself and use himself. But Hoshigaki Kisame did not expect that Shiraishi would ask himself these three questions. This is a question that Hoshigaki Kisame hadn't thought about. But when Shiraishi said it, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but think. At the same time, there was great confusion in my heart. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't want to kill the female ninja very much, but for the sake of the village, for Iwagakure, for the information not to be leaked, and for the village's order to be executed, Hoshigaki Kisame had to do it. But is it really the right thing to do? What is right? What is real life? What is this world really like? Save the world? Me? Where am I qualified? Shiraishi continued, before the establishment of the ninja village, there were constant wars in this world, with the ninja family as a unit, you come and go, fight and kill, and blood flows into rivers. After the establishment of the ninja village, things have gotten better. However, it has not fundamentally changed. The war is still going on. 39. Between the ninja village and the ninja village, the scale became larger and the casualties became more tragic. 35. In the ninja village, there are all kinds of contradictions and conflicts. You're in Iwagakure, and I'm sure you know more than I do. 35. I saw you fighting against the Konoha shinobi before, and you killed your comrade with your own hands. May I ask you, why are you doing this? Hoshigaki Kisame was silent for a while. I am for the village. Then why are you loyal to Iwagakure? A look of confusion appeared in Kisame's eyes. I am a ninja of Iwagakure, shouldn't I be loyal to Iwagakure? 39. Then Iwagakure, to put it bluntly, is just a ninja village created by some people. If there is no ninja village in this world, who would you be loyal to? No ninja village? I probably will be loyal to the Dried Persimmon family. What if the Dried Persimmon clan and Iwagakure gave you different orders at the same time? I don't know. 35. Shiraishi took out a water bag and handed it over. What do you think a really good ninja village is like? Peace? Stability? No war? Everyone can live happily? Everyone can live happily? 35. Listening to Shiraishi's description, Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes flashed with yearning. Would you like that kind of ninja village? You can live with the people you like instead of doing harsh ninja missions and killing your companions. Having an easy job, earning money, having a few kids and watching them run around the yard. Why don't you think Kirigakure is like that? Under the guidance of Shiraishi, Hoshigaki Kisame thought hard, but Hoshigaki Kisame's thinking was too limited. Because of the times. Shiraishi said, it's not a specific person that's wrong, it's the whole era that's wrong. In the age of Sengoku, disputes are uncertain. In the ninja village era, things were a little better, but not much. If there was only one ninja village in the whole world, Hoshigaki Kisame, what do you think? Will what happened to you still happen? Kirigakure's foreign war, will it still appear? I believe that in your village, someone must have told you that the village is above everything else, and for the sake of the village, anything can be done, even if it is righteousness and relatives. This is called chi-chi. But, why not amplify the gas a little more? Isn't the world bigger than the village? Isn't the world more important than the village? The so-called ninja village is only created by some people. Without the ninja village, wouldn't there be no ninjas? Wouldn't there be no people? Ninja village is only temporary. The world is eternal. 5. Shiraishi paused. Hoshigaki Kisame, I see a certain quality in you, I think, deep down in your heart, you have such a presence, I hope that you can work hard with me for this goal. At this moment, I am not representing Iwagakure, but the future of this world. 9. I want to change the world. I can give you strength. At the same time, I also need your strength. Together we create a peaceful, stable, and happy world. 99. No war, no conflict, no contradiction. Years. Everyone lives and works in peace and contentment. This is how the world really should be, isn't it? 35. In such a world, it is truly alive. In the future, you will become a hero for all mankind and the world. The female ninja you killed was also rescued by me, but I think Kirigakure would not tolerate her existence, so I sent her back to Iwagakure for treatment. Hearing this, Hoshigaki Kisame came back to his senses. But how did you do it? If you can't do it, why don't you do it? You know it's right, why don't you do it? Instead, you should continue to insist on what's wrong. What's more, I don't think I can't do it. I'm not alone, I've found a lot of like-minded people, Shiraishi said. Hoshigaki Kisame, I hope you can be one of us too. 35. Shiraishi reached out and patted Hoshigaki Kisame on the shoulder. A force poured out from the body of the Shining Toad King, followed Shiraishi's arm, and entered Hoshigaki Kisame's body. Immediately, Hoshigaki Kisame was shocked. What is this? This is the power of the elves. 35. Shiraishi said, this elf chose you, gave you strength, and I hope you won't let this elf down. Now you haven't made a decision, that's okay. Go back to Kirigakure first. I'm sure you'll understand soon enough. A person chosen by the elves will definitely make the right choice. Hoshigaki Kisame froze for a moment. You mean, I can leave now? That's right. Shiraishi has no idea of restricting Hoshigaki Kisame's actions. Now Shiraishi can let Lao Ziai forcibly bring Hoshigaki Kisame back, but that will not make Hoshigaki Kisame truly loyal to Iwagakure. Shiraishi believed that he had said so much, and that there was another female ninja in Iwagakure, and there was a great possibility to convince Hoshigaki Kisame. Uchiha Obito has the advantage of Uchiha Obito and Shiraishi has the advantage of Shiraishi. Uchiha Obito is able to manipulate Yagura. But Shiraishi has that ninja. Uchiha Obito's Mangeki Sharingan has weird abilities. But Shiraishi can give Hoshigaki Kisame the power of the spirits. Being chosen by the elves, this kind of power different from the chakra system, it is easy for Hoshigaki Kisame to gain a sense of identity. Flowing the same blood, is a ninja family. Born in a ninja village, he is a village partner. All were selected by the elves, which means they are also of the same kind. And then there was the mouth escape. Shiraishi didn't think what he just said would be better than Uchiha Obito. And Shiraishi is above and above, Uchiha Obito can only hide in the dark now. Shiraishi has an 80% certainty that Hoshigaki Kisame will return after returning to Kirigakure to join Iwagakure, to be precise, to follow Shiraishi and join Shiraishi's team. With the remaining 20%, Hoshigaki Kisame will make other choices. But Shiraishi is not afraid either. This time Hoshigaki Kisame returns to Kirigakure, and Shiraishi intends to follow along with Old Purple. Once Hoshigaki Kisame makes the wrong choice, let the Old Purple shoot and kill Hoshigaki Kisame. It just so happened that Shiraishi could test what effect the death of the elf fit would have on him. Of course, this process also involves a problem. That is, Hoshigaki Kisame may leak the existence of spirits. This leads to two possibilities. One is that everyone thinks that Shiraishi is just playing a role in conveying secret arts, which is meaningless, and they still don't pay attention to Shiraishi. One is that people think that Shiraishi played a very important role in this, and began to target Shiraishi again. Either way, the impact on Shiraishi is actually not that big. The former, Shiraishi's situation will not change. As for the latter, the current Shiraishi is not so afraid of being targeted. The basic attributes of Shiraishi have reached the level of Genin, and the comprehensive strength has reached the level of elite Genin. The ability to continue fighting is extremely difficult to find in the entire ninja world. There are too few people who can threaten Shiraishi. And Shiraishi isn't a hunter right now. It's Old Purple, a bona fide cage-level ninja. Also, in a little while, Shiraishi is actually planning to reveal the secret of the powers he can give other people's spirits. Because Shiraishi found that it was too slow for him to search like this. Shiraishi can guess the corresponding ninja based on the characteristics of the elves. But Shiraishi can't guarantee that his guesses are necessarily correct. In fact, it's easy to guess wrong. This wastes a lot of time. 170. If everyone knows this news, those who want to get the power of the spirits will flock to it. Shiraishi does not need to actively seek it out. Those people will take the initiative to send to the door. Shiraishi decided to wait for his basic attributes to be upgraded to elite Genin level and his comprehensive strength to cage level, and then he would announce the news of elf power and announce it to the entire ninja world. At that time, not only Shiraishi was extremely powerful. The strength of Iwagakure can also reach a very strong level. Not afraid of any ninja village, even the union of several ninja villages. Announcing the information of the elves will only make other ninja villages fear. Instead of bringing a crisis to Iwagakure, Shiraishi himself. Shiraishi couldn't help but remember a picture. That is, in the world of One Piece, Roger said a word to countless pirates when he was beheaded. Want my treasure? I can give you all of it if you want, go find it, I'll put all my treasure there. 5. In one sentence, the world of the great pirate was opened. Shiraishi couldn't help but think. When the time comes, stand on a high place, where everyone is the most eye-catching, and come to say such a sentence. Want the power of elves? If you want, I can give it to you, come to the city of Earth, the power of elves is here. In a word, start the age of elves. The existence of countless elf fitters will push his Groudon progress to a very high level. At the same time, most of the elf fit will become their followers. Even if they value efficiency and do not strive for every elf fit as they are now, a small number of elf fit may not follow them. At that time, it was actually innocuous. Because of his own personal strength, he can already crush everything. It won't take long until that day. With my current efficiency, Hokage Kisame returns in the direction of Kirigakure. Shiraishi and Lao Ziai followed far behind. At the same time, Shiraishi also had a plan in mind. Since he had already planned to go to Kirigakure, he would just force a few people out of Kirigakure as a reserve. Shiraishi thought of a person, Ringo Yuri. Chapter 102. Grado Progress, Phase 1, 16%. 99. Hokage Kisame didn't notice that Shiraishi and Old Purple were behind. Because the distance is very far. Shiraishi and Lao Ziai have information on Kirigakure provided by Hokage, and they don't need to follow Hokage Kisame. Hokage Kisame was in a mixed mood. On the one hand, I thought it was a mortal situation, but I didn't expect to be rescued. And that female ninja didn't die, just like herself, she was saved. But the problem is, it was Iwagakure's ninja who saved him and the female ninja. Hokage Kisame has heard the name Shiraishi. The genius of Iwagakure at the beginning, the disciple of Onoji, the future of Iwagakure. It was later evaluated as a false genius, a pretense. When I met this time, Hokage Kisame knew that Shiraishi's status in Iwagakure was not only not low, but maybe even more important than what was spread at the beginning. A Four Tails Jinkraki, Old Purple, followed Shiraishi like this. However, what Hokage Kisame cared about more was what Shiraishi said to him. Do you want to be truly alive? Do you want to really see the world clearly? Do you want to save the world? What exactly is a village? What's the real power? Hokage Kisame had never thought about these issues before, and just followed the orders of his superiors. For Hokage Kisame, these questions are too foreign and too distant. But after the experience of almost dying, Hokage Kisame felt that these questions seemed to have some kind of magical power to him, and he couldn't help thinking about them. Word of Konoha's failed raid on Iwagakure slowly spread. Fire Country. The Fire Country daimyo was not very satisfied with what Konoha did, and was even a little angry. In the whole thing, Danzo did not treat ordinary people as human beings. And the Fire Country daimyo is also an ordinary person, not a ninja, so there is a natural sense of substitution. The Fire Nation's daimyo can't help but wonder if he is the same as those villagers in Danzo's eyes. In addition, Konoha also failed. The current Konoha is really too weak. It's nothing compared to before. 95. When first generation and second generation were around, Konoha was the strongest era. The high rises of Konoha are not good now. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't. That Danzo, even worse. Tsunagakure. When Luo Xia heard the news of Konoha's failure, his heart tightened, and he almost organized ninjas to go to the country of fire to support Konoha. He was relieved to hear that Rock Shinobi Ninja had no next move. Konoha was beaten, and Luo Xia was very happy. In this alliance, Konoha relies on the strength of the village and occupies a dominant position. Once Konoha's strength drops, Tsunagakure has a chance to gain dominance. This is what Rosa expects. But Luo Xia did not want to see a completely defeated Konoha, because in that case, it would announce the end of the alliance, and he would have to face the pressure of Iwagakure alone. It's hard. However, what does Iwagakure mean? Obviously you have already gained a great advantage, this sounds like a pretty good opportunity, why not take this opportunity to attack Konoha further? Does Iwagakure have any other purpose? Luo Xia's eyes flickered. Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Raikage frowned slightly. Iwagakure, is this really going to make this war a protracted one? 99. Planning to train ninjas. After the training is successful, will there be a bigger action? Raikage looked down at Nozomi. Nozomi, be sure to pay close attention to Iwagakure's actions, and don't slack off. Yes, Lord Raikage. By the way, she, What do you think of Terra, Deidara, and the others? And Shiraishi? Heath pondered for a while and said, the news from Konoha should be correct. The war between Konoha and Iwagakure is obviously real, not acting. Many people have died on both sides. Konoha spread the news, naturally hoping that other ninja villages could go and target these people in Iwagakure. 35. Then there is no need for Konoha to lie. Unless Konoha's own judgment is wrong. But that's not very likely. Konoha and Iwagakure really fought, so Narashikaku is also a smart guy. Reikage looked in the direction of the land of earth. So that Shiraishi is a real pretense. Thanks to me comparing him with Darui before, there is no way to compare. Terracotta and Deidara, the true genius of Iwagakure. Xi, pay attention to our people and kill them if you have the chance. She nodded. Yes, Lord Reikage. Reikage didn't want to see Iwagakure's genius grow. By the way, Shiraishi, if there is a chance, I can contact that Shiraishi. Iwagakure uses Shiraishi as a cover. Shiraishi must have resentment against Iwagakure in his heart, and we can try to win him over 55. Even if Shiraishi's talent is not very good, at least he knows a lot about Iwagakure. 35. She nodded. Yes, Lord Reikage. Inside Iwagakure. After Onoji got the news, he breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Konoha to take such a radical approach, but fortunately, Kitu and the others made preparations in advance. The spy's luck was really bad, and it just happened to hit Shiraishi's training ground. Shiraishi is like Iwagakure was given to us by God. Not only is he extremely talented, and he can reach a very high level in the future, he also brings the power of elves. Not bad luck. Onoji looked in the direction of the training ground. With the departure of Shiraishi and others, the training ground was much less crowded. Only Niji and Hanabi are there now. Niji is training, and Hanabi is watching, occasionally training, but after all, he is too young. On a rest day, the black soil will come to the training ground, waiting for Shiraishi. But Shiraishi will not return to Iwagakure anytime soon. This made the black soil a little disappointed time and time again. Gradually, the black soil and Hanabi began to talk, and the two became good friends. Because Black Earth is the same age as Hinata, Hanabi feels a sense of closeness in Black Earth. And the black soil also hopes that this little girl looks very cute and special. The word white eye has been heard by the black soil for a long time. Boom! 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 Niji punched and slammed the target hard, and a lot of sweat fell. Compared with Konoha, after coming to Iwagakure, Niji's training was much stronger than before. Every day is very tired, very tired. But Niji felt very satisfied and happy. There is no difference between a clan and a branch house. I am an ordinary ninja, not a slave, and I will receive strange eyes, but I will not be discriminated against. Niji can understand, after all, he is an outsider. It's normal for the rest of Iwagakure to be curious and unfamiliar with themselves. In Iwagakure, Niji can feel quiet and see hope. The sky gradually dimmed. Grandfather! It's black soil! Onoji looked up at the visitor, and it was the black soil who entered Tsuchikage's office. Grandpa, I don't want to continue studying at ninja school. Hey? Why? I also want to go to the front lines, go to the battlefield, and fight alongside them, just like my brother Shiraishi. No, you are too young. Onoji subconsciously refused. But Xianglin is the same age as me, and Xianglin has already gone to the battlefield. It's not the same. Before Onoji could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the black soil. What's the difference? Xianglin is a medical ninja, you don't need to fight head-on, you are not, so after entering the battlefield, you are facing completely different things, and your strength is not enough. 35. Onoji said, the fighting type ninjas who go to the front line, Deidara, Long Tong, Wu Zhao, are much older than you, not to mention Shiraishi, who are already stronger than most ninjas. 99. Onoji is not very clear about Shiraishi's current strength. Shiraishi did not say anything about the death of Abarame Ryoma. Onoji's strength to Shiraishi is still in his previous impression. That is the comprehensive strength of Jainin. But in fact, Shiraishi's comprehensive strength has reached the level of elite Jainin. But even Jainin surpassed the vast majority of ninjas in this world. However, while talking, Onoji realized a problem. Because Onoji wanted to give Black Soil a complete childhood, he did not let Black Soil take a special route, but let Black Soil still study at the ninja school step by step. However, is this really what the Black Soil wants? Have been in contact with Shiraishi, Deodara, Fragrant. Has acquired the power of the elf. Have seen better scenery. Can life at ninja school still satisfy the Black Earth? Onoji felt that he might have thought wrong before. This is probably not what Black Earth really wants. Hearing Onoji's words, Kurito showed a disappointed expression. And at this moment, Onoji's words changed. However, if you really want to go to the front line in the Black Soil, it is not impossible. First of all, your strength must reach the genin level, and then I will set a test for you. After passing this test, I can agree to your going to the front line. Immediately, Black Earth's eyes lit up. Really? Great, Grandpa, thank you, I'll go to training now. It's late. It's okay, I can still train for a while. Onoji sighed inwardly as he watched the back of the Black Soil running away. It may indeed be true. Follow the steps, and the Black Soil will be left behind forever. Not only will it not be able to keep up with Shiraishi, but even other elf fitters, the Black Earth, will fall behind. At that time, the Black Soil will not even be able to see their backs. This is the more uncomfortable thing for the Black Soil. Forget it, let her decide her own affairs. Above the front line, the Loess, the Red Soil are all there, and the Black Soil is gone, so there won't be any major events, they will protect her, not to mention, the Black Soil has also gained the power of the elves. The air became moist. Both Lao Ziai and Shiraishi were a little uncomfortable. After entering the water country, the two can clearly feel the difference in the environment. The climate of the land is completely different from here. But fortunately, Shiraishi and Lao Ziai were not from Sunagakure, otherwise they would not be able to exert their strength when they came to the land of water. The land of water has a lot of water, but it also has land. The land is dirt and rocks. You can use Iwagakure's earth-style ninjutsu. The two came to a small town near Kirigakure, disguised themselves as businessmen, and entered a shop. A table of dishes, all seafood. These seafood are extremely expensive in the land, but in the land of water, they are very cheap. The cheap beef and mutton in the land has doubled the price here. Hoshigaki Kisame's figure returns to Kirigakure. Just when Hoshigaki Kisame was about to report to the Watermelon Mountain puffer fish, a sound entered Hoshigaki Kisame's ears. Immediately, Hoshigaki Kisame's face became very ugly. Chapter 103. Hoshigaki Kisame hears that the Sokayama puffer fish is betraying Kirigakure. And it was sold to Konoha. In return, Zigwashan pufferfish got a lot of money. And Konoha's promise. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't believe that the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish would do this. He felt that he had hallucinations, and what he heard was false. He couldn't help sticking his head out to see the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish. Rubbed his eyes vigorously. Not a hallucination. The sound is real. The Fugu Senpai is also real. Hoshigaki Kisame's heart exploded. Why? A strong anger erupted in Hoshigaki Kisame's heart, which Hoshigaki Kisame could not accept. Why? Hoshigaki Kisame recalled the explanation he had given to him before the mission. Those intelligence ninjas are all bones, intelligence is more important than everything, even if they risk their lives, they must protect intelligence. Hoshigaki Kisame did as ordered. When cornered, he killed those intelligence ninjas with his own hands. Killed that female ninja with her own hands. He also chose suicide. But, after returning to Kirigakure, I saw such a picture. The person who kept saying that information was more important than anything else was betraying the information of the village. What an irony this is! Hoshigaki Kisame felt cheated. The loyalty to the village and the love for the village that existed in his heart were all broken at this moment. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes showed strong confusion. Is this Kirigakure? Is this my loyal village? Is this the boss I trust? 55. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but remember what Shiraishi had said. Kirigakure, indeed rotten. Does such a ninja village deserve my continued loyalty? 5. What is ninja village? The village is bigger than everything. It's just a village created by some people. If people are wrong, they can be punished. If ninjas are wrong, they can be punished by 170. What about the village? Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the watermelon mountain puffer fish and thought it was really ironic. A person who said to himself, no matter what, must ensure the security of intelligence, took the initiative to betray the intelligence. What's the point of what you're doing? Why did you kill the intelligence ninja yourself? Suicide for what? Hoshigaki Kisame felt that he was being fooled, and that he was being played around like a dog. And, a possibility flashed through Hoshigaki Kisame's mind. Could it be that the watermelon mountain pufferfish betrayed himself and others, so he and others were discovered by the Konoha shinobi? Hoshigaki Kisame thinks this is very likely. Who? The watermelon mountain puffer ghost heard the movement outside. Hoshigaki Kisame stepped out. Fugu-sama is me. Hoshigaki Kisame said, sorry, this mission failed, we were discovered by Konoha's ninjas, we were forced to a desperate situation, and I had to kill those intelligence ninjas. And I myself chose to jump off the cliff 35. But after falling into the water, luckily, I survived by luck. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't say anything about being rescued by the rock shinobi ninja. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, and his eyes flickered. This was all discovered by the Konoha shinobi? Then you guys were too careless. Konoha was at war with Iwagakure at this time, and most of the attention was on Iwagakure. You are so disappointing to me. But fortunately, your subsequent handling methods are not bad. The village's intelligence is protected. 35. Go get punished yourself. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded. Yes, Fugu-sama. 35. Just when Hoshigaki Kisame turned around, the watermelon mountain pufferfish suddenly shot. The timing of Hoshigaki Kisame's arrival was too special. The watermelon mountain pufferfish felt that there was a high probability, and Hoshigaki Kisame heard what he just said. Xi. Then, he must kill Hoshigaki Kisame. He didn't show his attitude before, but pretended to talk peacefully, just to wait for an opportunity. And now, the time has come. But Hoshigaki Kisame thought so too. The two shot at the same time. Boom! Collided. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the watermelon mountain puffer fish with a gloomy face. Fugu, that's how you maintain the village's intelligence? Let me protect the intelligence at all costs, but you yourself sold the intelligence to Konoha. Are you worthy of the village? The watermelon mountain puffer ghost snorted coldly. The village? You don't know what the village is like now. What did Yagura make the village into? Do you think this is normal? Kirigakure is not a normal village right now. If that's the case, why are you still loyal to the village? I'm living a better life for myself, is it wrong? Selling out a little information about the village will make this village even worse. I just did what most people would do. If this is considered a mistake, then there will be no people in this world who have not made mistakes. It is not me that is at fault, but the village. If Kirigakure was normal, bright, and what it looked like more than 10 years ago, I would never do such a thing. The village is sorry for being first. 35. I just want to change the village. 99. Why did Loquat Jozo leave Kirigakure? Why did Uchiha leave Kirigakure? I didn't even kill that kid anymore. And the black hole iya. Hoshigaki Kisame, you are just so stupid. 99. A village like this deserves your loyalty? I can now give you a chance to join me as we build strength and transform Kirigakure. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost spoke agitated words. If Hoshigaki Kisame hadn't listened to Shiraishi's words, he might have been shaken, but now, Hoshigaki Kisame won't. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't believe the words of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish. In Hoshigaki Kisame's mind, an idea popped up. That is, since Kirigakure is already like this, what's the point of changing Kirigakure? Wouldn't it be better to change the entire ninja world with Shiraishi? Moreover, in the opinion of Hoshigaki Kisame, the words of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish are probably false. Because the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish has no intention of holding back. The fight between the two was very intense. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish is elite Jainin, and Hoshigaki Kisame is also elite Jainin. However, the Zigwashin Pufferfish is a more mature ninja, and the Zigwashin Pufferfish also has same hata, which is a great improvement for the Zigwashin Pufferfish. So Hoshigaki Kisame quickly fell into the underdog. In the original plot, Hoshigaki Kisame severely injured the Sokeyama Pufferfish by means of a sneak attack, and then killed the Sokeyama Pufferfish, captured same hata, and left Kirigakure. But now, Hoshigaki Kisame has no chance of sneak attack. But Hoshigaki Kisame has another opportunity. Hoshigaki Kisame made a pact with the Shining Toad King and gained the power of the elf. Not only has Hoshigaki Kisame's basic attributes been improved, but Hoshigaki Kisame has also gained abilities from the Shining Toad King. Same ability as Yakushi Kabuto. Drain Fist. Hoshigaki Kisame itself has the ability to absorb chakra, and after getting the sucking punch, it can be regarded as a tiger with even more power, and it is not much better than the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish with the help of same hata. This made Zigwashin Puffer Fish a little shocked. When did Hoshigaki Kisame become so strong? The eyes of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish are flickering. Hateful. Have to kill him today. A figure, standing high, looking down at the battle between the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish and Hoshigaki Kisame. Uchiha Obito nodded. My choice is good. After the death of Loquat Jozo, Hoshigaki Kisame can take the place of Loquat Jozo very well. Compared with Loquat Jozo, Hoshigaki Kisame will be stronger in the future. 35. Teaming up with Uchiha Itachi is a good fit. Uchiha Obito looked to the rest of Kirigakure again. Lin, I avenged you. It was because of Kirigakure that you died. If it wasn't for them putting the three tails into your body, you wouldn't take the initiative to slam into the Kunao in Kakashi's hands to protect Konoha and kill yourself. I'm going to make the whole Kirigakure pay for it. The current Kirigakure has collapsed. Yagura became pure puppet. Kirigakure is caught in a blood fog. Ghost Lantern, Bamboo Tori. These ninja families are all scattered. Countless ninja defections. 35. The current Kirigakure is not really a Kirigakure anymore, but a hole, a place where misery and pain are mixed. Lin, did you see it? That's what I did for you. But that's not enough. 5. The Kirigakure wasn't tragic enough. I'll make Kirigakure even worse. A trace of resentment appeared in Uchiha Obito's eyes, recalling what happened back then. For Konoha, for Kirigakure, for Iwagakure, Uchiha Obito has hatred in his heart. Wait. I'll make you all pay for it. Lin, wait for me. I will collect all the tailed beasts, realize Project Tsuki no Mi, and let us live a perfect life. 99. In the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, you and I live happily together. It won't take long. This goal will soon be achieved. The war between Iwagakure and Konoha, for me, was an opportunity. I will take this opportunity well. Lin, wait for me. The battle between Hoshigaki Kisame and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish has reached a fever pitch. The strength and ability of the two are very similar. And the difference is not big. The Zigwa Mountain Puffer Ghost took advantage of his own experience and took a slight advantage, and at this point, the Zigwa Mountain Puffer Ghost quickly pursued and expanded his advantage. Hoshigaki Kisame fell to the downwind. Boom! Hoshigaki Kisame's figure flew backwards. However, the moment he was knocked back, Hoshigaki Kisame hit the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish with his fist. Drain Fist. Hoshigaki Kisame has recovered somewhat from his injury. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish caught up, raised the same hata in his hand high, and smashed it at Hoshigaki Kisame. Just when same hata was about to hit Hoshigaki Kisame. Sudden. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish was stunned. Because he felt it, same hata was struggling, not following his orders. Pfft. Same hata's hand stabbed some sharp blades, piercing the palm of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish felt severe pain and let go subconsciously, and same hata let go. Some blood flowed from the wound on the palm of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost. The next moment, same hata took the initiative to come to Hoshigaki Kisame's side and put his handle into Hoshigaki Kisame's hand. Hoshigaki Kisame felt the intimacy from same hata. This made Hoshigaki Kisame abruptly stunned. What's going on? Chapter 104. Same hata showed me intimacy. Same hata betrayed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish. Same hata joined me. Same hata says it likes my ability too. Because of sucking punches. Because I got the power of the Flash Toad King. Because I got the power of the genie. 35. Because of Shiraishi. Same hata betrayed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish and took refuge in Hoshigaki Kisame. How much of it was because of the sucking fist, even same hata himself did not know, but Shiraishi knew, certainly not all. Because in the original plot, same hata also fell into the hands of Hoshigaki Kisame, and it fits perfectly with the dried persimmon Kisame. He even cheated Killer Bee for Hoshigaki Kisame. If it wasn't for Naruto becoming the perfect Jinchuriki, relying on Nine-Tails' special ability and perception of malice, he would have known the fact that Hoshigaki Kisame was hiding in same hata. But now, Hoshigaki Kisame thinks the big reason may be this. After all, Hoshigaki Kisame had also been in contact with the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish before. At that time, Hoshigaki Kisame looked at same hata in the hands of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish with envy, but same hata didn't react at all, like a proud little princess, and Hoshigaki Kisame was a poor man. There is no possibility of intersection at all. It must be because of the power of the Shining Toad King. Hoshigaki Kisame made a judgment in his heart. Facing the stunned Tsukishin Pufferfish, Hoshigaki Kisame did not hesitate at all, but raised same hata in his hand and slashed fiercely in the direction of the Tsukishin Pufferfish. Boom! This time, same hata didn't mean to struggle. I didn't keep my hands because the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish was my previous owner. But full force. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost fell. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and incomprehension. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghosts are abundant. I was beaten by Hoshigaki Kisame. Just a Hoshigaki Kisame. I'm one of the 7 members of the dignified ninja sword. Why Hoshigaki Kisame? However, when thinking of the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish couldn't help but recall what he had encountered in the past, on the battlefield with Konoha. 7 people, including myself, track down the Konoha shinobi. But suddenly jumped out a green tights, thick eyebrows, called Konoha Genin thing. With one click, he directly defeated the other 7 people. 4 died on the spot. The remaining 3, including himself, fled in embarrassment. Terrible. Looking back now, the watermelon mountain puffer fish still feels terrible, and even formed a stress response. When he sees green things and thick eyebrows, he will be afraid. Same Hada. You actually betrayed me. 35. So many years of friendship. Shameless. Damn thing. The anger of the watermelon mountain puffer fish towards Hoshigaki Kisame, at this time, is not comparable to the anger of the watermelon mountain puffer fish at Same Hada. Hoshigaki Kisame strikes again. Boom. One more time. The body of the watermelon mountain puffer fish twitched violently, and after that, there was no movement, and he completely lost his life. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the corpse of the watermelon mountain puffer fish with a complicated mood. However, Hoshigaki Kisame has no regrets. Whether it's from the village, from the individual, or from the entire ninja world, you deserve to die. Just put an end to the sinful life. Hoshigaki Kisame clenched the Same Hada in his hand. For traitors, Hoshigaki Kisame is very disgusted. But for Same Hada, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't dislike it. After all, it was Hoshigaki Kisame who helped Same Hada win. Just as it is, your energy is not limited to individuals, but larger, and you can't stand the actions of the watermelon mountain puffer fish. From today, we are partners. Hoshigaki Kisame's heart is grateful to Shiraishi. Because Hoshigaki Kisame felt that if it wasn't for Shiraishi, this time, he would have died at the hands of the watermelon mountain puffer fish again. It is equivalent to having been rescued twice by Shiraishi. Hoshigaki Kisame dealt with the body of the watermelon mountain puffer fish, and then took Same Hada in the direction of leaving Kirigakure. For Kirigakure, this time Hoshigaki Kisame was a complete disappointment. Instead, I felt that what Shiraishi said was right. Hoshigaki Kisame wants to see if what Shiraishi said is right, to see with his own eyes what Shiraishi wants to do, whether he can really do it, and what the world will look like after he does it. Of course, there is another very important reason, that is the female ninja. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Hoshigaki Kisame. You are. Uchiha Obito looked at Hoshigaki Kisame lightly. Are you disappointed with Kirigakure? Are you desperate for this ninja world? I can recommend you to a place where there are many people like you. They are trying to change the world. 35. As long as they complete the plan, there will be no more wars in this world, everyone can live in peace and stability, and everyone can get the happiness they deserve. You have that ability. They have that ability too. When our strengths come together, we can certainly change the world. Hoshigaki Kisame, 66, 99. These words made Hoshigaki Kisame feel very familiar. This guy is somewhat similar to what Shiraishi said, but not as good. Hoshigaki Kisame made an evaluation in his heart. Where to go? Hoshigaki Kisame was silent for a while and asked. What this person said was similar to what Shiraishi said, but Hoshigaki Kisame did not feel that the person in front of him was with Shiraishi, and most likely belonged to different forces. Uchiha Obito was a little surprised. Surprisingly, Hoshigaki Kisame asked directly for the location without asking anything else. Just believe it. But on second thought, Uchiha Obito thought it was normal. After all, what Hoshigaki Kisame just experienced made Hoshigaki Kisame disappointed with Kirigakure and the entire ninja world. Uchiha Obito felt that what Hoshigaki Kisame wanted to do was exactly what he said. So believe it directly. Go to the land of rain. Rain Shinobi Village. Uchiha Obito shook his head. It's not Rain Shinobi Village, go to the land of rain and you'll know, there are people waiting for you there. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded. Okay, I'll take a look. In the end, Uchiha Obito couldn't help showing his hand. Kamui. An invisible Uzumaki appeared. Uchiha Obito's figure slowly disappeared into the Uzumaki. Hoshigaki Kisame saw this, his eyes widened, showing a surprised expression. What ability is this? Hoshigaki Kisame has never seen such abilities. Uchiha Obito saw Hoshigaki Kisame's expression and nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Obito thought to himself. I gave Hoshigaki Kisame hope when he was most desperate. Showing Kamui's ability in front of him again. 39. Hoshigaki Kisame must have convinced me. I had already prepared, I was Mizuki's script. And, I am Uchiha Madara's script. Unfortunately it didn't work. Hoshigaki Kisame believed me more easily than I thought. Uchiha Obito is confident in himself. The figure left Kirigakure, the land of water. Uchiha Obito is going to make another arrangement in the land of rain to shock Hoshigaki Kisame and make Hoshigaki Kisame more loyal to Akatsuki's organization and to himself, which will facilitate future plans. However, what Uchiha Obito didn't know was that for Flowers 0. Just after Hoshigaki Kisame left Kirigakure, two figures appeared in front of Hoshigaki Kisame. Sir Shiraishi, Senior Zi. Hoshigaki Kisame's address to Shiraishi in Old Purple reflects Hoshigaki Kisame's attitude. After killing the watermelon mountain pufferfish, Hoshigaki Kisame was completely disappointed with Kirigakure. At this time, there were two choices in front of Hoshigaki Kisame. One is Shiraishi. One is the Masked Man. Personal strength, Masked Man is currently stronger than Shiraishi. Personal talent, hard to say, Hoshigaki Kisame can't judge. For the understanding of the ninja world, Shiraishi is stronger than the Masked Man. Hoshigaki Kisame felt that what Shiraishi said was the wrong era, and was very touched. And Uchiha Obito said it was much simpler. Hoshigaki Kisame might have believed it without the comparison, but after hearing what Shiraishi said, Hoshigaki Kisame felt different when he heard Uchiha Obito. Hoshigaki Kisame believes that Uchiha Obito's level is lower than that of Shiraishi. In addition to personal power, Shiraishi is stronger than the Masked Man. Uchiha Obito didn't go into details, but just showed his strength. Hoshigaki Kisame estimated that the forces behind Uchiha Obito are at most a few people with the same strength as Uchiha Obito. There won't be too many, the rest are weaker. 0. And behind Shiraishi, is Iwagakure. A whole Iwagakure, this is a very strong strength, among all the ninja villages, it may be only second to Cloud Shinobi village. Uchiha Obito is in Rain Land, but not even Rain Shinobi village. So in the eyes of Hoshigaki Kisame, the forces behind Uchiha Obito will not be very strong. In addition, Shiraishi can give other people the power of spirits. Hoshigaki Kisame is very concerned about this. Hoshigaki Kisame has already felt it, and he feels even more that this is not the whole story. He can also gain more spirit power. This is just the beginning. You can become much stronger. What about the others? How many such people can Shiraishi create? Is this Uchiha Obito comparable? Hoshigaki Kisame felt impossible. In addition, he is equivalent to being saved twice by Shiraishi. The female ninja is also being treated at Iwagakure. Hoshigaki Kisame feels that as long as there is no problem with his own brain, it is absolutely impossible to choose a masked person. Shiraishi is undoubtedly the better choice. Hearing Hoshigaki Kisame's name, Shiraishi showed a smile and said, "It seems that you have already made a choice. I know that the person chosen by the elves will never choose the wrong one. But, Kisame, we can't leave like this." 35. Hoshigaki Kisame hesitated. "Sir Shiraishi, what do you want to do?" Shiraishi said, "I've heard a few things about Kirigakure's policy. The elimination among peers is quite serious, and maybe only 1 or 2 people out of dozens will survive. It's such a pity." At the moment we have no way of changing the whole situation in Kirigakure. But we can at least save some people. Let these people also become our partners. We need more power. Do you have the right person? Hoshigaki Kisame gave a stunned expression. Sir Shiraishi, do you mean to bring out some of the talented young people in Kirigakure? That's right. It's really a good thing. Hoshigaki Kisame said, let them stay in Kirigakure, sooner or later they will die on the elimination mechanism of Kirigakure. If placed in other ninja villages, they can all live well and become powerful ninjas. However, there are not many young people I have the impression of. 35. I only remember 2. A man named Ringo Yuri. A man named Kojuro. 35. They are all people who have shown quite good talent at the beginning of training. Uchiha Suzuki and Hyaga Niji comparable to Konoha. Towel. Chapter 105. Hoshigaki Kisame took the Konoha people for comparison. Kirigakure was trapped in the blood fog, and his reputation was not obvious. The internal information had not been released to the public for many years. Even if Iwagakure installed a spy in Kirigakure, the information that could be obtained was extremely limited. At this stage, Kirigakure is basically in isolation. But Konoha is different. Konoha treats many exchanges. And at the moment, Iwagakure and Konoha are at the point of war. In this case, Iwagakure must have a good understanding of Konoha's situation. Uchiha Suzuki, Niji, are both geniuses of teenage fame. Before entering the ninja school, I have already received comments from an unknown number of people. Old Zi frowned slightly. That sounds pretty good. Shiraishi recalled that there were not many famous ninjas in Kirigakure. The older ninjas were Yagura, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the same group as the Watermelon Mountain Puffer fish. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost is dead. Lo Kuachai Zhang also died. Only the Black Hole Iya was left to hide. The younger ones are Hoshigaki Kisame, Mamakai, Terumi Mei, and Yujao. If he doesn't cut it again, Yugao has already defected. Terumi Mei is of the Yuanshi lineage, which is completely different from Hoshigaki Kisame's growth path, so there is little chance of persuading Terumi Mei to follow. The rest is Changjuro. Regarding Changjuro, many people's evaluations are not high, and they even gave Changjuro a disgraceful title of Mizukage 170. However, compared to ordinary ninjas, Changjuro's strength is still good. Flatfish can be used well. Will succeed Mizukage in the future. Being able to get the approval of Terumi Mei proves that Changjuro's strength is still good. And Ringo Yuyuli was evaluated as the most suitable user of Thunder Blade in history. This evaluation is not too high. Although Changjuro can use Flatfish, but in the eyes of everyone, Changjuro is not as good as the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Ghost Lantern Full Moon is a true genius. But, died very early. In Shiraishi's memory, there is no way of death of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Ringo Yuyuli can get such an evaluation, which proves that Ringo Yuyuli is naturally higher than the upper limit of Black Hole Ai. But unfortunately, he was born sick. Similar to Kimimura's situation. Before reaching his upper limit, before showing his strength, he has already died. Kisame, what is the current situation of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Shiraishi asked. Hoshigaki Kisame hesitated and replied, Same hata is now in my hands. Thunder Blade was taken away by the Black Hole Ai. Before the beheading sword was taken away by Lo Kuachai Zhang, but he returned to Kirigakure some time ago, and was acquired by a kid named Dadaize Buzu, and he disappeared not long after. The rest of the flat-eyed flounder, needles with long knives, pocket cuts with blunt knives, and droplets from blasting knives were all in the hands of Ghost Lamp Menu before. But the Ghost Lantern Moon also disappeared not too long ago. Shiraishi nodded. Kisame, then go back to Kirigakure and bring out Ringo Yuri and Changjuro. If possible, you can also try to obtain the 7 ninja swords. Yes, Shiraishi-sama. Hoshigaki Kisame turned around and returned to Kirigakure. Until Hoshigaki Kisame left, Lao Ziyi looked around again and made sure that there was no one around before turning to Shiraishi. Shiraishi, there's a question I've wanted to ask you for a long time. 35. Senior Ziyi, please speak. As for the future, Shiraishi, how exactly do you plan? Before, Lao Ziyi felt that the appearance of Shiraishi would inevitably lead Iwagakure to grow and make Iwagakure a veritable, most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. But now it seems that Shiraishi is aiming for more than that. Shiraishi also heard what Shiraishi said to Hoshigaki Kisame. During this time, Lao Ziyi has been thinking. Shiraishi looked up and looked into the distance. Senior Old Ziyi, have you seen the power of elves? The old purple nodded. I see, it's very good. Whether it is hunting performance, or terracotta, wenyi, all make Lao Ziyi feel pleasantly surprised. The power of the elves abruptly raised the upper limit of these ninjas. However, the elf form is not the limit of the power of the elf. There are even higher forms on top of the elf form. In other words, Senior Hunter, Senior Brother Kito, Senior Wenyi, they can also become stronger. Senior Hunter will definitely be able to step into cage level in the future. Brother Kito can also be reached with a high probability. 35. And Diadera, Yakushi Kabuto, Hoshigaki Kisame. Because these people are very strong in themselves, with the addition of extra elf power, they can naturally become stronger. But something like Irika doesn't work. Irika's limit is only Chunin. Even if he obtains the power of the elf, he cannot fully utilize the power of the elf, and he cannot even develop it to a very high degree. No matter how strong the power of the elf is, there is no way to make a person who is not strong in itself become strong. This unscientific. After all, the power of the genie is like the material of a building. If the foundation of this building is too poor, there is no way to add materials. Hearing Shiraishi's description, Lao Zi's eyes lit up. Can all reach cage level? This is not a cheap thing. Before the combat power of the ninja world collapsed, the strength of cage level was the top of the ninja world. According to Shiraishi, how many cage level ninjas will there be in the future Iwagakure? In that case, it is inevitable that Iwagakure will become the first ninja village in the ninja world. And far beyond the scope of the first ninja village in the ninja world. The Konoha that year was strong, more because of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Without these two people, Konoha's strength is actually not that strong. But the future of Iwagakure is different, not one person, two people, but dozens, or even dozens of people. If Iwagakure really has dozens of cage-level ninjas, which ninja village can compete with Iwagakure? There is no one. In this case, it is not impossible to conquer the entire ninja world. Lao Ziyi imagined the scene, only to feel the blood in his body surging. It would be great if that were the case. Lao Ziyi is looking forward to seeing such a scene. But, Shiraishi, what if the elf fitter defected with the power of the elf? 35. This old purple is a little worried. Once the elf mates betrayed, not only can they not be Shiraishi's help, but they will also become obstacles. It's okay. 35. Shiraishi said, I believe that most elf-fit people will not betray, because what I want to do is definitely what they want to see. Those who can be chosen by the elves will not be too bad. In addition, the power obtained by the elf-fit comes from the elf. I am the one chosen by the god of the earth. The elves are only followers of the god of the earth. Lao Ziyi showed a stunned expression. Yes. Ninjas who have obtained the power of spirits have already improved so much. And what about Shiraishi who got the power of the god of the earth? The future will be stronger. Lao Ziyi was relieved. 2 days later, Hoshigaki Kisame came back with one person. A girl. Long red hair, tied in 2 side buns, and very characteristic teeth, all sharp, shark-like, and somewhat similar to Hoshigaki Kisame's teeth. Sir Shiraishi. Hoshigaki Kisame bowed his head. I couldn't bring Changjura, it seems that there is another force that is secretly cultivating Changjura, and I almost alarmed them when I contacted Changjura. Just at this time, Lao Ziyi looked in one direction and shook his head. It wasn't almost, it was already alarmed, and they caught up. Shiraishi looked at old Ziyi who was about to shoot. Senior Ziyi, don't shoot, your moves are too obvious. We Iwagakure have already fought against Konoha, and it is not yet time to fight with Kirigakure. 99. Kisame, here we are. Senior old Ziyi, please take Ringo Yuli away. The old purple nodded. Then be careful. Don't worry, there are not many people who can keep me in the ninja world now. Shiraishi is very confident in his ability to escape. Even if this is the land of water. The land of water also has land. Where there is land, there is room for Shiraishi. Lao Ziyi also thought of Shiraishi's abilities. It is good. After finishing speaking, Lao Ziyi immediately took Ringo Yuli and left quickly. Shiraishi and Hoshigaki Kisame stopped. Shiraishi put a mask on himself. Dozens of mist shinobi ninjas followed. Hoshigaki Kisame, you killed your superior watermelon mountain puffer fish, seized Samehada, betrayed the village, and the crime is unforgivable. Today, under the order of Lord Mizukage, I will take you down and kill without mercy. Hoshigaki Kisame clenched the Samehada in his hand. Lord Shiraishi, be careful. Shiraishi nodded. Face the rushing mist shinobi ninja. Fire style, head hard. A small group of flames headed towards the mist shinobi ninjas with little momentum, making these mist shinobi ninjas not very concerned. A mere fire style like this, do you think it can threaten us? Dream. However, when the flames fell, boom! It exploded violently and swept all around. Immediately, several of the closest mist shinobi ninjas flew out under the impact, were seriously injured, and lost the ability to continue fighting for a short time. Hoshigaki Kisame swung the Samehada in his hand and rushed up. Boom! Slashed at a mist shinobi ninja. A powerful attraction fell. The mist shinobi ninja felt his body drained in an instant. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes lit up. It is good. That's what Hoshigaki Kisame is capable of right now. Samehada's chakra absorption. Chakra absorption of Hoshigaki Kisame itself. There's also the Drain Fist from the Shining Toad King. 4.0. It can be described as a shot into the soul. This mist shinobi ninja fell straight down. Am I so strong? When Hoshigaki Kisame fought against Sokeyama Pufferfish, he did not have a strong feeling for this name, because Sokeyama Pufferfish was not weak, and the battle had already reached a very intense level. It's not the same as it is now. The current Hoshigaki Kisame is full. Samehada's ability, Hoshigaki Kisame's ability, and the ability of the Flash Toad King, the three are perfectly combined. The effect of 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 3. Even if the basic attributes of the current Hoshigaki Kisame are not as good as the state of the original story, it is still very strong. Among elite Genin, it can be regarded as the best. And continue to excel at sustained combat. Anyone who cannot solve Hoshigaki Kisame in a short time will be defeated by Hoshigaki Kisame. You know, Hoshigaki Kisame in the future, but has the title of the Tailed Beast. It hasn't reached that level yet, but it already has that prototype. Shiraishi's continuous combat capability is not weak either. You don't even need to make contact with the enemy. The point of Hoshigaki Kisame is to absorb. The point of Shiraishi is to recover. Standing on the ground with both feet, you can quickly recover your chakra and physical strength. The two fought while retreating. Sudden. A familiar figure entered Shiraishi's line of sight. Shiraishi's pupils shrank slightly. Chapter 106. Orange-red hair, over the waist. Plump. Gives the feeling that it is about to overflow. But just right. Shiraishi recognized each other. Together with Tsunade of Konoha and Samui of Cloud Shinobi Village, they are called Three Minds, Ninja of Kirigakure, Terumi Mei. A female ninja who is quite talented and powerful. She is also one of the few female figures in the ninja world. Of course, it's the future. A dual blood follower limit owner. For most ninjas, the limit of blood is already something that can be met but not sought after. Ordinary ninjas are envious of blood ninjas. With Shueji, at least it won't be too weak. The upper limit cannot be determined, but the lower limit is much higher than the average ninja. What's more, it is the limit of double blood. It's just a little worse than the blood following elimination. Even in some respects, it will be more convenient than those that have been eliminated by blood. After all, there are two abilities. Shiraishi's eyes flickered. I didn't expect Terumi Mei to come. In Shiraishi's understanding, Yagura should not have been found to be controlled by illusion at this time, but Terumi Mei does not belong to the Yagura line, but the Yuanshi line. In this case, it is Terumi Mei who is chasing, which proves that in addition to Changjura, Ringo Yuri is also in the attention of the Yuanshi department, so Terumi Mei is sent. Steward Kisame also recognized the other party, and his expression became serious. This is a real genius. Hoshigaki Kisame's previous performance was not as good as Terumi Mei's. The relationship between the two is almost like the relationship between Asuma and Kakashi. Both Asuma and Kakashi are elite Jonin. But not many people think that Asuma is a genius, and there are a lot of people who think that Kakashi is a genius. Hoshigaki Kisame doesn't get much attention at Kirigakure. But Terumi Mei is regarded by 22 as a future existence. Kisame, leave this to you, and I'll take care of the rest. Yes. Shiraishi was not sure of taking Terumi Mei, so he chose to let Hoshigaki Kisame deal with it. Shiraishi goes to deal with the remaining Mist Shinobi ninjas. In this case, the Mist Shinobi ninjas forced Shiraishi to the point of having to use his signature Earth-style ninjutsu, and Shiraishi has a way to ensure that no information is leaked. Just kill all those Mist Shinobi ninjas. Now Shiraishi doesn't want to reveal that Hoshigaki Kisame has joined Iwagakure. The time has not come. In addition, Shiraishi is very clear that Hoshigaki Kisame is the person that Uchiha Obito likes, and now he is equivalent to digging up Uchiha Obito's corner. This person is narrow-minded and will retaliate. What's more, it interfered with Uchiha Obito's plans. Uchiha Obito will surely retaliate. Hoshigaki Kisame took the initiative to charge Terumi Mei. Shiraishi came before the remaining Mist Shinobi ninjas. Smoke. 35. A large number of flames spread out around Shiraishi, surging out, covering the entire area. What a strong fire style! A ninja who is good at using fire style, is it from Konoha? Uchiha's signature ninjutsu is fire style. Except Sharingan. But Uchiha has been exterminated. And the Sarutobi clan, like Uchiha, are good at fire style, but Uchiha's light is too dazzling and obscures the light of the Sarutobi clan. 99. Hoshigaki Kisame collaborated with Konoha. It's very possible that Hoshigaki Kisame went to Konoha on a mission before. Shameful. Betraying the village. 35. Also killed the predecessor of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. These people guessed in the wrong direction. Shiraishi ran fast in front. Until into the woods. A cave. The Mist Shinobi ninja followed. Humph, you actually escaped into the cave, isn't this cutting your own way? Can't escape. I want to see which of the Konoha shinobi you are. If you dare to come to our Kirigakure, you will surely come and go. Kill you. After the ninja Mist Shinobi rushed into the cave, he fought with Shiraishi. Boom. Suddenly, Shiraishi was knocked down and flew out, but at this moment, the Mist Shinobi Ninja noticed that Shiraishi broke apart after hitting the mountain wall. Earth Clone. Just at this time. Earth Style, Earth Wall Technique. 1 side, 2 sides, 3 sides. More than a dozen earth flow walls appeared, sealing the exit of the cave firmly, so that these Mist Shinobi ninjas had no chance to escape. Shiraishi's figure appeared slowly from the ground. Earth Style, Weighted Rock Technique. 6 times Gravity. 9. The Mist Shinobi Ninja felt his body sink. Immediately after. Earth Style, Tulong Gun Technique. A large number of Tulong guns appeared on the ground, and the bodies of several Mist Shinobi ninjas were directly pierced. Weighted Rock Technique. A Mist Shinobi ninja responded. You're not Konoha's ninja? Are you Iwagakure's ninja? The Weighted Rock Technique, as we all know, is Iwagakure's secret ninjutsu. Only a very few people who are trusted by Onoji are qualified to learn this ninjutsu. Ordinary ninjas have no chance at all. And Konoha is even more unlikely. Who exactly are you? A Mist Shinobi ninja looked at Shiraishi as if thinking of something. Are you Shiraishi? The Mist Shinobi ninja next to him froze for a moment. Shiraishi? Didn't Konoha say that Shiraishi was just a pretense set up by Iwagakure? Shiraishi's real talent is not strong, how could it be so strong? This is the level of elite Jainin. But at this age, with this strength, with this appearance, only Shiraishi can match. Could it be that Iwagakure deceived Konoha? A Mist Shinobi ninja snorted. What if he's Shiraishi? What if Shiraishi is a real genius and not a pretense? He's only one person, and we have so many of us, and this is still the land of water. Can't we get him? It would be good for us to have him really Shiraishi. Getting Konoha with this news can exchange for a lot of benefits. It's good for the village. Go together. Kill. Shiraishi shook his head lightly. You can't take me down with you alone. 99. Earth Style, Tulongian Technique. Shiraishi's figure came to the depths of the ground. After. Earth Style, Tulong Gun Technique. Earth Style, Tulong Gun Technique. Earth Style, Tulong Gun Technique. Not 1, not 2, not 3. But dozens, hundreds. One after another is used by Shiraishi. Shiraishi continued to use the Tulong Gun Technique, which seemed to fill the entire cave, and those Mist Shinobi ninjas could dodge at the beginning. At the back, there is no room to dodge. There are 2 lone guns everywhere. He could only watch helplessly as he was pierced by the Tulong spear. Mist Shinobi's eyes widened. What's the matter with this? Pfft. 35. Pfft. Pfft. Until the last one. Shiraishi is happy with his tactics. There is no need to fight fiercely, just keep using the Tulong Gun Technique, and the recovery ability is completely sufficient. After the comprehensive strength reaches Elite Jainin, Shiraishi's recovery ability is much stronger. Why does this guy have so much chakra? A Mist Shinobi ninja who hasn't completely died, can't figure it out. Even cage-level ninjas don't have such a terrifying amount of chakra. 5. Is this really human? Monster. 35. Shiraishi's figure came out of the cave. Earth Style, Earthquake Core Technique. The bottom of the cave, with many holes made by Shiraishi, is already crumbling. Fire Style, Head Hard Technique. A flame entered the cave. Boom. Violent explosion. The next moment, I saw that the entire cave had collapsed and turned into a huge ruin. Outside the ruins, it was completely unclear what was going on. Fire Style, Head Hard Technique. Shiraishi is back with another fire style. A one-sided crushing battle ended. In terms of personal strength, Shiraishi is actually not much stronger than these Mist Shinobi ninjas. Shiraishi's comprehensive strength is Elite Jainin, and these Mist Shinobi ninjas can also deal with Elite Jainin. But Shiraishi found an excellent fighting zone for him. A cave. After being made into a sealed cave by Shiraishi, it is more suitable for Shiraishi. A soil dragon hidden technique, Mist Shinobi Ninja cannot hurt Shiraishi. Because the cave is airtight, and it is impossible to leave. Shiraishi just needs to attack. With Shiraishi's current recovery ability, he can basically use the earth style in this cave without limits, and it won't stop until Yamanaka is filled. Mist Shinobi Ninja can't do anything about it. What is this equivalent to? It's not just a simple matter of geography. It's not a matter of fighting style restraint. It is equivalent to these Mist Shinobi Ninjas, who bound all their hands and feet and let Shiraishi attack, not to mention that Shiraishi's comprehensive strength has reached elite Jonin, even Jonin can easily kill them. The reason why they rushed into the cave rashly was just because they made a wrong judgment. 170 Through fire style, Shiraishi is judged to be Konoha's fire style ninja. Water style restrains fire style. And fire style has little room to play in the cave. Mist Shinobi Ninjas chased after him so directly, and thought Shiraishi was a little stupid. After entering the cave, he realized that Shiraishi is not a Konoha fire style ninja at all. It's earth style ninjas. He is also an earth style ninja who is good at earth dragon hidden technique. A letter from the cave, the Mist Shinobi Ninja is directly desperate. At that time, it was impossible to think about it again. Boom! There was another crashing sound. The bodies of the Mist Shinobi Ninjas were buried under the ruins. The ruins have been disfigured by Shiraishi, and there are some traces of earth style, but not much, obviously more traces of fire style. Shiraishi felt that it was extremely unlikely that Kirigakure would guess Iwagakure. There is a high probability that it is Konoha. This is exactly what Shiraishi wants to see. Kisame, go! With a crash, Hoshigaki Kisame turned and left. Terumi Mae glared at Hoshigaki Kisame, her eyes full of anger at the betrayal. Hoshigaki Kisame. Konoha. However, after all, he did not catch up, but gritted his teeth and rushed in the direction from which the sound came from before. Terumi Mae knew very well that he was forcibly rushing up now, and it was no different from sending someone's head. Like other Muhidden ninjas, Terumi Mae also speculated that Shiraishi was a ninja of Konoha. Outside of Konoha, there are not many ninjas who are good at fire style. And the good ones that can be used are even less. Lao Ziyi was waiting in front. Shiraishi completed the confluence and left the land of water immediately. Ringo Yuri looked at Shiraishi and Lao Ziyi curiously. He doesn't seem to be that worried about his situation. Shiraishi looked at Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame explained, saying, Sir Shiraishi, the dried persimmons and the Ringo family are related, so Yuri wanted to call me uncle, and he admired me and trusted me since he was a child. Shiraishi is relief. 2 days later, enter the country of soup. Crack! A crisp voice sounded, and Shiraishi sank his consciousness into the spiritual space. A new spirit is waking up. At the same time, Shiraishi felt the vibration of the spirit. So soon, the person chosen by this elf appeared. Chapter 107. Who is it? Shiraishi looked around. I thought it would be Ringo Yuri or Lao Ziyi. Unexpectedly, neither. After a while, the elf's shaking stopped. Shiraishi narrowed his eyes slightly. Just in, now gone. 35. Lao Ziyi looked over. Shiraishi, what's wrong? Senior old Ziyi, a new elf fitter has just left. In which direction? Do not know. Shiraishi shook his head and looked around, but the distance was too far for Shiraishi to be sure, and the elf had stopped shaking. Senior old Ziyi, it seems that we are going to stay here for a while. This is a town. People come and go. Some people will leave town, but most will remain in town. Shiraishi must have wanted to check the town first, and if not, then look for those who left the town. Senior Old Zi, you settle down first, and then inquire if there are any powerful ninjas in this town, or if there are strange people from outside. It is good. Shiraishi left Lao Zi and the others and walked up at a very fast speed on the streets of the town. When the elf fitter enters a certain range, it will be perceived by the elf. This is equivalent to a small radar. Shiraishi wants to conduct investigations in this way, and search the entire town. This is the most efficient method. As he moved, Shiraishi recalled the situation of the awakened spirit in his mind. Great Sword Demon. Water properties. Good at fighting with swordsmanship. Also have access to water abilities. The characteristic is torrent, the health value drops, and the ability of the water attribute will increase. 35. This proves that the theory I explained with Kitub before may be true. 9. In terms of attributes, it's right for the Great Sword Demon to follow Geikeu. But among Groudon's followers, there are also Great Sword Demons. 55. This proves that the Great Sword Demon is likely to be a betrayal, betraying the Geikeu camp. 5. Like King Toad, he took refuge in Groudon. It's like Hoshigaki Kisame and Yakushi Kabuto in the ninja world right now. One is Kirigakure's ninja, the other is Konoha's ninja, but both have joined Iwagakure now. The world of elves is also quite complicated. Shiraishi looked around. So the ninja chosen by the Great Sword Demon is either a ninja who is good at water attributes, or a ninja who is good at swordsmanship. 5. Shiraishi thought back. There are not many famous ninjas in the country of Yuno. Shiraishi only remembers one. A member of Akatsuki's organization, Haiden. But now Haiden should not have joined the Akatsuki organization. After all, even Hoshigaki Kisame has not joined. But Haiden is unlikely. Haiden is not good at water attributes, nor is he good at swordsmanship, but believes in evil gods. The country of soup is close to the country of water, and there are many ninjas who are good at water ninjutsu in the country of water. And ninjas who are good at swordsmanship. 35. The famous 7 ninja swordsmen are typical representatives. In addition, there is the country of iron, which is not far from the country of soup. The country of iron still insists on the existence of samurai, and the main weapon of samurai is the sword. Soon, Shiraishi had circled the entire town. But no gain. The Great Sword Demon did not shake again. Lao Zi came towards him. Shiraishi, how are you? Did not find. Shiraishi shook his head and said, Senior Zi, where are you? Have you heard of any possible people? Lao Zi took out a piece of paper with a lot of content written on it. I bought it in the tavern. The powerful and strange people in this town are all here. Tavern is a very useful thing. In addition to drinks, there are all kinds of information. People are complicated. If you have enough money, you can buy a lot of things. And the tavern in the country of soup is even more so. Because there is no ninja village here, there will be no restrictions on these taverns. Shiraishi remembers that a long time ago, there was a ninja village in the country of Yuno, but its strength was too weak, and it performed quite unbearably in wars. It caused great losses to Tangren village and the Tang kingdom. Therefore, the kingdom of soup was put to rot immediately afterward. The ninja village was cancelled and the country became a neutral country specializing in tourism. Relying on a large number of domestic hot springs, it attracted tourists from all over the world. Since then, there are really not many ninja villages, and how many countries will target Tang Ninja Village? Probably this is the so-called, as long as I am trashy enough, you will have no choice but to take me. Shiraishi took it and opened it. The above information is complete. Then let's go find them one by one. The sky gradually darkened. Shiraishi returned to the hotel where Old Purple settled. Hoshigaki Kisame changed a bit, Ringo Yuri also made a disguise, and most of the names on the list have been crossed out, but Shiraishi still hasn't found the elf fit. The rest of the people left this town today and went to other places. But fortunately, I also found out where they went. Entering the restaurant, the dishes are served quickly. Eat hot spring stew, and seafood. Ringo Yuli's eyes light up. In Kirigakure, Ringo Yuli has never been so extravagant. Ringo Yuli's family environment is relatively poor, and she was brought up by her grandmother since she was a child. Not long ago, even my grandmother passed away. Seeing Ringo Yuri's state, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but push Ringo Yuri with his elbow. It's okay. Shiraishi waved his hand, indicating that Hoshigaki Kisame should not be concerned. Ringo Yuli stuck out her tongue, but she still restrained a lot, but her speed did not slow down. While eating, I secretly looked at Shiraishi. Ringo Yuri is not someone who doesn't want to do anything. The reason why he left with Hoshigaki Kisame. On the one hand, Ringo Yuri does admire Hoshigaki Kisame. In addition, there is no one in Ringo Yuri's home. Ringo Yuri also felt a little bit about the situation in the village. The atmosphere in the village made Ringo Yuri not very fond of it. So Ringo Yuri would be curious about the decision Hoshigaki Kisame made. Ringo Yuri doesn't think Hoshigaki Kisame is the kind of person who would betray easily, there must be some reason. When seeing Shiraishi and Lao Ziai, Ringo Yuri thought that Lao Ziai was the reason for Hoshigaki Kisame's betrayal, but he didn't expect that he guessed wrong, not Lao Ziai, but Shiraishi. Ringo Yuri couldn't help but develop a strong curiosity about Shiraishi. Shiraishi is not very old and looks like he has just graduated from ninja school. But such a person, in addition to having a very strong strength, has also been recognized by Hoshigaki Kisame and followed by Hoshigaki Kisame. How did this happen? What kind of person is Shiraishi? How did Shiraishi convince Hoshigaki Kisame? What does Shiraishi want to do? Ringo Yuri bit the small bones in his mouth with a crackling sound. Shiraishi looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and Lao Ziai, who were sitting in the same seat, with a subtle mood. In the original plot, Lao Ziai was killed by Hoshigaki Kisame, using same hata, using chakra to absorb, restraining Lao Ziai in fighting style, and consuming Lao Ziai abruptly. But now, Hoshigaki Kisame and Lao Ziai are sitting at the same table, eating dinner together. Hoshigaki Kisame has a respectful attitude towards Lao Ziai. This kind of change is all because of me, the butterfly effect that occurs. But it's a good thing for old Ziai and Hoshigaki Kisame. The same is true for Ringo Yuri. Without Shiraishi, Ringo Yuri's fate would have been to fall ill and die soon after getting the Thunder Sword, but now the situation is different. Shiraishi believes that even if Ringo Yuri falls ill, she will not die so easily. Kirigakure. Mizukage Building. Mizukage Office. Yagura sat behind his desk. In front of Yagura, there are Yuan Shi, Terumi Mei, and several others. At present, Kirigakure has not discovered the fact that Yagura has been controlled. Think Yagura is still Kirigakure's Mizukage. Just a little more aggressive. In the blood mist, many people are dissatisfied, but some agree. No one doubts Yagura's identity yet. Lord Mizukage, we have found the body of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish. Before he died, there was a fierce battle, and there were traces of same hata on his body. 39. There is a high probability that after Hoshigaki Kisame captured same hata, he also used same hata to attack the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish. 99. Shame on the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish. Yagura's face sank. Terumi Mei stepped forward and said, Mizukage-sama, I'm sorry, we didn't capture Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame has accomplices, he is good at using fire style, he is a Konoha ninja. We've had dozens of ninjas die at his hands. Yagura frowned. Ninja of Konoha, is there any evidence? Terumi Mei snorted coldly. Except for Konoha's ninja, there is no other ninja in Ninja Village that can use such a strong fire style. Cloud Shinobi Village, Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, none of them. The strength of that person has reached the level of elite Genin, and the elite Genin of the ninja villages, as we all know, are not very good at fire style at all. The little ninja village is also impossible. Hoshigaki Kisame cannot be seduced by the little ninja village. Terumi Mei expressed her own analysis. It has been approved by many people. Because from the information disclosed so far, this possibility is the greatest. Yagura's eyes flickered. *T. Master Yuan looked in the direction of the country of fire and said, "It seems that Konoha's strength is much stronger than what he has shown, and he dares to attack me Kirigakure even when he is at war with Iwagakure. Mizukage-sama, shall we try to attack Konoha?" 9. Yagura shook her head. Get Zhao's, me to think about it, you go out first. 35. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Terumi Mei was still very upset after she walked out of the Mizukage building. Hoshigaki Kisame just defected and took Ringo Yuri with him. Konoha, One day, I will let you Konoha know the true strength of Kirigakure. Soon after, a figure appeared in the Mizukage building. Uchiha Obito is standing behind Yagura. Yagura reported Kirigakure's intelligence to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito frowned, a bad premonition in his heart. What? Hoshigaki Kisame actually came together with Konoha's ninja. Did Konoha dug my corner? Hoshigaki Kisame took refuge in Konoha. Uchiha Obito's face became very ugly. Not Uchiha Obito but Hoshigaki Kisame. It is Hoshigaki Kisame's business. Uchiha Obito has designed a lot of time and has a 100% certainty that Hoshigaki Kisame will come to the Land of Rain according to his own arrangement and join the Akatsuki organization. But I didn't expect such a sure thing to be stolen. This act of stealing home made Uchiha Obito very angry. Konoha. 55. Uchiha Obito looked in the direction of the Land of Fire, and a shadow flashed in his eyes. Even though he was born in Konoha, Uchiha Obito has no feelings for Konoha. Not to mention Konoha, even Uchiha and Uchiha Obito have no feelings and can kill themselves. Uchiha Obito only cares about Nohara Rin and Kakashi Yun. Chapter 108. Without Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itaki, I'll have to find another ninja. Since Konoha has robbed Hoshigaki Kisame, then the next person will choose Konoha. 99. Many names came to Uchiha Obito's mind. One by one is excluded. After that, 2 names entered Uchiha Obito's selection. One is Hyaga Hayashi and the other is Asuma. Uchiha Obito has thought about Kakashi, but based on Uchiha Obito's knowledge of Kakashi, he thinks Kakashi is unlikely. So give up. And Uchiha Obito didn't really want to meet Kakashi. As soon as he saw Kakashi, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but think of the scene of Rin Nohara's death. That was the pain of Uchiha Obito's life. Hyaga Hayashi was deprived of the position of the Hyaga clan leader because of the loss of White Eyes, and was also punished by Konoha. Therefore, Uchiha Obito feels that Hyaga Hayashi will have a greater possibility of being dissatisfied with Konoha and dissatisfied with Hyaga, so he may convince Hyaga Hayashi to join the Akatsuki organization. However, it's not enough to persuade directly like this. There needs to be more action. It can start with Hyaga Hayashi's daughter. And then there's Asuma. Uchiha Obito learned that Asuma was very rebellious in his early years and had a bad relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he has returned to Konoha, his relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen is still not good. Sarutobi Shinashuk was like a big mountain, pressing heavily on Asuma's head. As a child, Sarutobi Hiruzen often compared Sarutobi Shinashuk with Asuma. Basically, Asuma has never been praised, but all of them are praising Sarutobi Shinashuk. There is only one sentence for Asuma: let Asuma learn from Sarutobi Shinashuk. Such an atmosphere was extremely depressing for Asuma. Therefore, Asuma will leave Konoha outrageously, go to the capital of the country of fire, and become the guardian ninja of the daimyo. Until the death of Sarutobi Shinashuk, there was an internal conflict between the guards of the Fire Country daimyo. Asuma returned to Konoha, and the relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen eased. However, Uchiha Obito feels that he still has the possibility to convince Asuma. Whether it is Hyuga Hayashi or ACI 170 Ma, the departure of these two is a very unpleasant thing for Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is exactly my purpose. Konoha makes me unhappy, I will make you unhappy. Humph. Uchiha Obito made a decision. A figure entered Shiraishi's line of sight, a boy, a little older than Shiraishi, but not much, with a stooped figure and a huge backpack on his back. One sleeve is empty. The whole person's breath is very decadent. It was as if he had experienced a major blow, and his heart was ashes. Shiraishi looked at the figure. In Shiraishi's spiritual space, the great sword demon shook violently. Hoshigaki Kisame faintly felt a familiar aura in this man. You are. Hearing the voice, the boy turned his head, and the moment he saw Hoshigaki Kisame, there was no change in his face, but he turned back, carrying a huge backpack, and continued forward. This looks normal, but it's not normal at all. An ordinary person would never be so calm when he saw Shiraishi and others. Kisame, stop him. Yes. Hoshigaki Kisame chased after him and stopped the boy. The boy didn't speak, he just avoided Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame grabbed the boy's arm, the boy stood up, but he didn't move, and his expression still didn't change. The whole person looks like a walking dead. Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Hoshigaki Kisame finally recognized each other. Shiraishi raised his brows slightly when he heard the name. When Shiraishi heard Hoshigaki Kisame say that the ghost light full moon has disappeared, Shiraishi thought that the ghost light full moon is probably dead. In the original plot, the specific time of death of the ghost lamp full moon was not mentioned, but Shiraishi can be sure that the death time of the ghost lamp full moon is the earlier kind, before the ghost lamp water moon was captured by Orochimaru. Shiraishi did not expect that the ghost lamp full moon did not die, but met in such a place. But looking at the state of the ghost lamp and the full moon, it is no different from being dead. However, since Daijionjaihu chose the ghost lamp full moon, Shiraishi believes that the ghost lamp full moon's heart is not completely dead, but still has the possibility of being awakened. The big sword, the ghost, the light, and the full moon, it really fits well. Both are water properties. Both are good at swordsmanship. Needless to say, the swordsmanship of the Great Sword Demon, and Ghost Lantern Menu can skillfully use any one of the 7 ninja knives, and can be regarded as a genius in swordsmanship. Maybe even more than Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame is characterized by chakra absorption. And the Ghost Lamp Full Moon also has a special secret technique, hydration technique, water iron cannon technique, which are all extremely strong secret techniques. The hydration technique can make the Ghost Lamp Full Moon immune to physical damage, which can only be restrained by lightning style. The water iron cannon technique does not require seals and has a very long range. In addition, the Ghost Lamp Full Moon is skilled in using 7 ninja swords. In addition, Ghost Lantern Moon also has 2 very good ninjas. A massive illusion called Mirage. It can be said that there are not many illusions in the entire ninja world that can be stronger than this illusion. In addition, there is a steaming danger explosion that can be blasted infinitely. Tandem paper bombs are nothing compared to the secret art created by Senju Tobirama. There is no bloodline limit, but relying on ninjutsu abruptly, and the Iwagakure second Mizukage with the dust escape bloodline limit, no, perish together, it is enough to see the strength of Ghost Lantern Magic Moon. These secret techniques, Ghost Lantern Full Moon may not be able to now, but they can definitely be learned in the future. Let's talk over there. Shiraishi gestured. Not long after, several people came to a cave. Lao Ziai stood at the entrance of the cave, guarding the outside. Shiraishi and Hoshigaki Kisame came to the cave with the Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Lao Ziai looked back, feeling a little subtle. Lao Ziyi and Onoji Zhang disagree, but for Wu, Lao Ziyi is very respectful. Wu and Ghost Lantern and Magic Moon perish together. But now, Iwagakure has taken the Ghost Lamp Full Moon away, and the Ghost Lamp family has no one in Kirigakure. I have to say, it's ironic. I don't know what kind of expression Ghost Lantern Huanya will have when she knows this situation. It must be wonderful. The Ghost Lamp Full Moon has not changed at all until now. The full moon of ghost lights. Shiraishi came to the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Ghost Lantern Full Moon did not respond at all. Shiraishi looked at Hokage Kisame next to him. Hokage Kisame tried to talk to the Ghost Light Full Moon, but got no response. Ghost Light Full Moon is like a corpse, as if it has lost the ability to communicate with the outside world. Shiraishi narrowed his eyes slightly. The night passed. The next morning, Shiraishi came to the side of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon, raised his hand, and landed on the shoulder of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Xi, a burst of power poured out of the big sword ghost, along Shiraishi's arm, into the ghost lamp. In the body of the full moon. The full moon of ghost lights still hasn't changed. Shiraishi didn't have the heart to do anything to the ghost lamp full moon. Return to the land of fire. Shiraishi handed Shiraishi Manmon and Ringo Yuri to the rock shinobi ninja, who took them back to Iwagakure, while Shiraishi and Hokage Kisame, the old purple, remained in the land of fire. Shiraishi is still very satisfied with this trip to Kirigakure. Gained the following of Hokage Kisame. I brought back a talented little ninja like Ringo Yuri. Shiraishi will be surprised by the ghost lamp full moon. Even though Ghost Lantern Manmon looks like a living dead, Shiraishi has already made Ghost Lantern Moon and Dazword Demon complete the contract. Shiraishi's goal has been achieved, and Groudon's progress has increased by 1%. Moreover, the Ghost Lamp Full Moon is not without the possibility of recovery. Shiraishi felt that the Ghost Lamp Full Moon should be because of the encounter of the Ghost Lamp family, which has suffered a major psychological blow. But Shiraishi remembers that Shuiyu is still alive. After seeing the Ghost Lamp Water Moon, the state of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon should change. Boom! A loud voice sounded. Shiraishi couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound of the explosion. Kito shook his head. Deidara, this guy. To Deidara, Terracotta is very helpless, but what Deidara is doing now is within the rules. It is just a style that Terracotta does not appreciate at all. One is calm, the other is radical. It's not easy for Kito to say anything more to Deidara. Terracotta has a headache for Deidara. But more troublesome is the ninja of Konoha. Konoha thought of many ways to target Kito and others, capture Kito and others, and obtain Iwagakure's secret technique, but Kito and Wenya are both very strong, and there are a lot of other rock shinobi ninjas around. Deidara's return is actually Konoha's best target. It was Danzo who was arranging. Mainly ninjas at the roots. Now replaced by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mainly Anbu's ninjas. But it's still the same, Deidara blew himself up as soon as he didn't agree. Even Jainin couldn't bear such a blunder. Immediately after he blew himself up, Iwagakure ninjas would come to support him, and Konoha shinobi had no chance at all. Even, Deidara will take the initiative to give the Konoha shinobi a chance after realizing that the Konoha shinobi has intentions against him. It's called fishing. Wait until enough Konoha shinobi are approaching. Boom! A loud bang took away an unknown number of people. Deidara was immersed in such an explosion. Perfect! Let art bloom in this area. Konoha shinobi. Unacceptable. Just kidding us. 55. Play us like monkeys. Not human. Animals. 35. The Konoha shinobi yelled at him, but it didn't work at all. After Deidara heard the scolding, instead of feeling uncomfortable, he became excited. It's more fun to fry next time. Konoha, Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Anbu ninja in front of him, listening to the report of the other party. frowning. Tried 3 or 4 times and didn't see a single chance of success. Go back to Lord Hokage, yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while. In that case, let's change the target to Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto was Motobu's goal, but now Sarutobi Hiruzen has no better choice. It's kind of bullying the roots, bullying Danzo. But Sarutobi Hiruzen bullied Danzo a lot and didn't care about Danzo's feelings. But is used to it. Yes, Lord Hokage. This decision of Sarutobi Hiruzen put a lot of pressure on Yakushi Kabuto, but Yakushi Kabuto didn't care at all, and he only had one idea for Konoha's ninja, Yakushi Kabuto. You can kill as many as you can. If you can't beat it, turn around and run. The feeling of urgency was felt even more by the Yamanaka style. In Yamanaka's heart, Yakushi Kabuto has become an obsession. What Yamanaka wants to do most now is to defeat Yakushi Kabuto, kill Yakushi Kabuto, and prove that he is stronger than Yakushi Kabuto. Capture the secret art from Yakushi Kabuto. Can't be overtaken by others. Yamanaka Wind only allows himself to defeat Yakushi Kabuto. So Yamanaka Wind found Danzo again. Danzo looked at Yamanaka Kaze and agreed. Hope you don't regret it. Yamanaka's expression is firm. Lord Danzo, as long as I can become stronger, I will never regret it. Okay, let's go to this place then. Danzo gave Yamanaka Wind a coordinate. Thank you Danzo-sama. However, Yamanaka was stunned when he saw the name above. Orochimaru? Lord Danzo, isn't Orochimaru dead? Chapter 109. Danzo said lightly. How could Orochimaru die so easily? It's just a dust escape. Orochimaru's strength and survivability are much stronger than you think. Yamanaka's eyes flickered. Danzo continued. Orochimaru is indeed Konoha's rebellious ninja, but this person still has abilities and can be used by our roots, so I keep in touch with Orochimaru. It's all for Konoha. Konoha needs Orochimaru's power, especially now, in this situation. However, Hokage would not do such a thing. He cherishes his name and regards his reputation as more important than Konoha's interests. 99. If he doesn't do it, I can only do it. He is the light of Konoha, high above. 95. I am the root of Konoha, hidden in the dark. People know Hokage, but the people who know me, well, know my contribution to Konoha, even less. But I'll still do it. Because I really love this village. For the sake of the village, I don't have to care about my own gains and losses, I don't have to care about my own interests, I can bear countless infamy, as long as Konoha can become better. Do you understand this? When Yamanaka Wind heard these words, he was suddenly moved. Moved by Danzo's remarks. Sir Danzo, you are really great. Yamanaka Wind never thought, Danzo turned out to be such an idea, which moved Yamanaka Wind, touched, and felt that Danzo is really great, much greater than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen enjoys the light as a Hokage, but is not willing to sacrifice his reputation for the sake of the village. Danzo hid in the dark and gave everything for Konoha. Which is higher or lower? Yamanaka Wind has great admiration for Danzo. However, in the depths of Yamanaka's heart, a voice emerged, that is, Yamanaka admires people like Danzo, but does not want to become such a person. Lord Danzo, you are amazing. However, I can't do that great, I can contribute to Konoha, but I also want to have my own interests and my own reputation. I can't do what you do. 35. Yamanaka Kaze lowered his head. Lord Danzo, then I'll go now. Go. Yamanaka Kaze left Konoha, followed the coordinates provided by Danzo, and left quickly. Watching Yamanaka Kaze leave, Danzo withdrew his gaze after a while. After that, I looked in the direction of the Hokage building. Hiruzen, you really are, just bully me. 35. Terra, Wenye? Deidara, so many goals, I didn't fight you. I have been eyeing Yakushi Kabuto for a long time, but now you let Anbu Ninja snatch it. I was totally ignored. You've done a lot of things like this over the years. Why? Just because you're Hokage. But I'm also a disciple of Tobirama Sensei. My contribution to Konoha is no less than you, only more than you. Think I'm being bullied? In the beginning, Danzo was more annoyed at losing the Hokage position. Danzo felt that if he could stand out first than Sarutobi Hiruzen, then he would have been recognized by Senju Tobirama and won the position of Hokage. But over time, with Sarutobi Hiruzen denying Danzo's actions again and again, blocked Danzo's actions and oppressed the interests of the roots, Danzo's thinking gradually changed. Danzo's friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the past has gradually become thin. Danzo's heart is full of dissatisfaction and resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he can't wait to start with Sarutobi Hiruzen, if there is a chance. Hiruzen, one day, everything will be taken back. 35. Everything you bully me, I will repay you. A figure sneaked into Konoha. This is how Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared in Konoha, and the enchantment has no effect on Uchiha Obito, because Uchiha was a ninja of Konoha before. The residents of the Hyuga clan. After losing the position of the patriarch, Hyuga Hayashi gave up the patriarch's yard and moved to a relatively remote area with his wife, Hinata, and did not care much about the affairs of the clan. Just living a leisurely life. Hyuga Hayashi didn't do anything superfluous other than getting in touch with Shiraishi. In this way, Hyuga Hayashi feels good too. At least nothing to worry about. Hinata sat in the yard, looking into the distance, a little lost. When Hanabi was still around, Hinata was always worried about the clan and the branch house, especially Hyuga Hayashi was the head of the Hyuga clan, which put a lot of pressure on Hinata. Hinata doesn't want Hanabi to be a branch house, but also doesn't want to be a clan. And the responsibility of the team leader of Hyuga, Hinata does not want to take it. The current situation, for the previous Hinata, was a dream. But when it really turned into the current situation, Hinata found himself unhappy again. Before Hinata felt that he was the one who was wronged. But now, Hinata knows that everyone has their own helplessness. Their parents and their mothers are also not very happy, and it is not them who are forcing them. But the whole Hyuga clan, no, the whole Konoha. Hinata had been fleeing before, focusing on the outside. Indifferent to family affairs. Now, Hinata can't help but put more attention on the Hyuga family, on his parents, and on the missing Hanabi. Hinata feels that the previous self was too naive. What do I have to do to help my father? Hinata clenched her fists tightly, a look of confusion in her eyes. Just at this time, sudden, an invisible Uzumaki appeared. Hinata hadn't reacted yet. One hand had already covered Hinata's mouth and nose, preventing Hinata from making any sound. Hinata's eyes widened, and he was taken into the Uzumaki and disappeared. There was no movement. Hyuga Hayashi is not there. Only Hyuga Hayashi's wife was there, but he didn't notice it. Until the evening, when Hyuga Hayashi returned, he still didn't see Hinata's figure, so he panicked. Hinata. Suddenly, the news of Hinata's disappearance spread throughout the Hyuga clan. A Hanabi was missing before, and now a Hinata is missing. Another pair of white eyes lost. To people outside of Hyuga Hayashi's family, Hanabi, Hinata, are not exact people, they are all just blank eyes. Who did it? Is it Iwagakure again? 39. It is very possible that they succeeded last time, and they may have left some marks, so this time they can successfully sneak into the station of our Hyuga clan. Iwagakure is really hateful, just staring at us Hyuga clan. I and Iwagakure are inseparable. The first thing these people think of is the rock shinobi ninja. Shout out to Iwagakure. But after scolding and scolding, they shifted their target and shifted their anger to Hyuga Hayashi. Before Hyaga Hayashi was the patriarch, they needed to be a little bit wary, but now Hyaga Hayashi is not the patriarch. The first to take the lead are the members of those other sects. After that, even the members of the branch house followed. It's all Hyaga Hayashi's fault. This incompetent person can't even watch or protect his own daughter. Bien keeps draining, what should I do? For flowers 0. If I had known this, both of Hyaga Hayashi's daughters should have become branch houses. 55. At this time, Hyaga Saburo came out to stabilize the situation. I don't like Hyaga Hayashi, Hyaga Saburo. However, Hyaga Saburo attaches great importance to the distinction between the main family and the branch house. Not a single precedent can be opened. Otherwise, future clans will have risks in this regard. The news reached the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up again, the same as when Hanabi was heard being taken away by rock shinobi ninjas. Iwagakure. Unacceptable. Once again. A pair of white eyes are not enough for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. And soon, the pressure of this anger came to the Hyaga family again. Hyaga Hayashi's peaceful life was broken again. Both daughters left. As soon as they went out, they were faced with strange eyes and were talked about behind their backs. Hyaga Raiko's eyes were red. It's not that I was stimulated by the talk outside, but I was worried about Hanabi and Hinata. Hyaga Hayashi fell into silence. The disappearance of Hinata makes Hyaga Hayashi very concerned. But, is it really Iwagakure who does it? Hyaga Hayashi had some doubts in his heart. 0. Into the night. A dangerous breath came. Hyaga Hayashi looked outside, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression became serious. Lingzi, you are at home, I will go out. Before Hyaga Raiko could answer, Hyaga Hayashi walked out. Hyaga Raiko hesitated for a long time, but did not follow, but obediently returned to the room, closing the doors and windows. A figure entered Hyaga Hayashi's line of sight. Who is your excellency? Hyaga Hayashi looked at the figure opposite with a serious expression. Hyaga Hayashi, are you willing? Do you think it's fair? It was because Konoha's defense was not enough that your daughter and nephew were taken away by Iwagakure. You didn't even have time to be sad, so you were charged. 99. Within the Hyaga clan, you have been cut off from the position of the patriarch. High-level Konoha, punish you again. Obviously you've done your best. Obviously you are the victim. It was them who did it wrong. But it is you who are punished, and everyone is blaming you. Those who really make mistakes have nothing to lose and even gain. 99. Aren't you resentful towards them? Hyaga Hayashi frowned. What exactly do you want to say? Uchiha Obito looked up at the night sky, making his voice as infectious as possible. I don't think it's fair to you, it's not you who is at fault, but the Hyaga family, Konoha, and this world. I saw what I once did in you. So, I want to invite you to join us and change the world with us. Let things like this never happen again. Hyaga Hayashi. Hyaga Hayashi thought it was unfair, but Uchiha Obito put forward such an idea. Hyaga Hayashi never thought about it, it was too bold for Hyaga Hayashi. Both of your daughters were kidnapped by Iwagakure. In Konoha, no one will help you. Konoha will only treat you harshly. The Hyaga family, no one will help you. They'll just blame you. 35. But with us, we'll help you get them back. 5. Uchiha Obito reaches out to Hyaga Hayashi. Hyaga Hayashi, be one of our partners. As long as our plan is completed, this world can become a perfect world. Everyone lives a happy, dream life. Jin. Chapter 110. Who are you? We are a group of like-minded people who have encountered injustice in the ninja world, can't stand the injustice in the ninja world, and want to change the entire rotten ninja world. Then how can I believe you can do it? Uchiha Obito's chin raised slightly, and a strange momentum overflowed from Uchiha Obito's body. Hyuga Hayashi subconsciously took a step back. Uchiha Obito saw this and was satisfied. My name, Uchiha Madara. With my name, you can believe. 35. Hyuga Hayashi's pupils shrank, and his thoughts were uncertain. I'll think about it. 99. Uchiha Obito frowned slightly. In Uchiha Obito's view, Hyuga Hayashi in this situation has no choice. Hyuga Hayashi should agree to the conditions given by himself. Hyuga clan is not good to Hyuga Hayashi. Konoha is not good for Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi basically has no place here, just like Naruto's situation. Conditions are better than Naruto. But psychologically it will be worse than Naruto. Naruto has been at the bottom of the valley since he became conscious, and he has gotten used to it. But Hyuga Hayashi is not. Hyuga Hayashi was on the top of the mountain before and suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley. The psychological gap caused by such a gap is very large. 170 is similar to Uchiha Sasuke's situation. Before Uchiha was the largest ninja clan in Konoha, Uchiha was wiped out overnight. Uchiha Sasuke became an orphan, and was rubbed against the wall by Uchiha Itachi. Therefore, Uchiha Sasuke's mental state will be worse than Naruto's. But Naruto is not without such a time. That's when Naruto knew his true identity. Obviously the son of Hokage, obviously the prince of Konoha, as a result, his childhood was not as good as a dog. Also, both of Hyuga Hayashi's daughters were kidnapped by Iwagakure. Uchiha Obito thinks he's done flawlessly and blames Iwagakure. So in this case, Hyuga Hayashi has no choice. He is Hyuga Hayashi's only hope. And he also came up with the name Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito was silent for a while. Good. 35. I will come to you again, I hope you can be our companion. 35. Uchiha Obito's figure disappeared. After a while, Hyuga Hayashi and Shiraishi got in touch. Shiraishi and Lao Ziai entered Konoha again, still using the identities arranged by Hyuga Hayashi last time. Hayashi-senpai, what's the matter? Hinata is missing. Who is Hinata? Old Ziai frowned. What does it have to do with us? Hinata is my oldest daughter. Hyuga Hayashi said, Hanabi went to your Iwagakure, got your promise, and I agreed. But Hinata also disappeared suddenly the other day. Hayashi-senpai, do you think we Iwagakure did it? This was a bit unexpected for Shiraishi, who didn't expect Hinata to disappear. The Hyuga family in Konoha think so I want to ask you personally. No. Shiraishi shook his head and said, we Iwagakure did not do such a thing, and it could not have been done by our Iwagakure people. 35. Niji and Hanabi join Iwagakure, Hayashi-senpai, you agree, in the future, the two of them, who are members of my Iwagakure, will take root in my Iwagakure and become the Hyuga clan of Iwagakure. In this case, it makes no sense for Iwagakure to take Hinata. One is to displease you, Hayashi-senpai. Another one, which will also displease Niji, Hanabi. 35. It's not a good thing for Iwagakure. 99. It is more important for Iwagakure to have a pair of white eyes, or it is more important for Iwagakure to have a Hyuga family who is loyal to Iwagakure. We are clear. Hyuga Hayashi fell into silence. Hyuga Hayashi has to admit that Shiraishi is right. In fact, Hyuga Hayashi thought of this before. Iwagakure is unlikely to do so. There are already Niji and Hanabi, and he gave Niji the scroll to suppress curse mark, caged bird. Iwagakure doesn't need to kidnap Hinata at all, unless Iwagakure is too greedy. But Hyuga Hayashi couldn't think of anyone else. Sudden. Hyuga Hayashi remembered that masked man. By the way, someone came to me personally last night and invited me to join them, saying that they were going to save this ninja world, and I hoped I could be with them. Hyaga Hayashi didn't want to accept this invitation. There is also a lot of doubt about the identity of the other party. So I told Shiraishi about it. Invite? Who? A man wearing a mask, calling himself Uchiha Madara. Shiraishi, 66.99. When Hyaga Hayashi said these 2 points, Shiraishi immediately knew the identity of the other party. Wearing a mask and calling himself Uchiha Madara, there is only Uchiha Obito. A tragic figure, but one that does not give Shiraishi the slightest sympathy. Almost died in the hands of the rock shinobi ninja and was crushed under a big stone. He asked Nohara Rin to transplant his momentary eyes to Kakashi. He thought he would die, but was rescued by Uchiha Madara. In fact, this whole thing was designed by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito then witnessed Nohara Rin's death. And this is also the design of Uchiha Madara. But Uchiha Obito didn't know it, and hated Kirigakure instead. In the blood mist is not made by Yagura, but by Uchiha Obito, it is pure revenge. Since then, Uchiha Obito has become extremely radical. Anything can be done to achieve the goal. Konoha's Nine Tails Rebellion, Kirigakure's blood mist. Participated in Uchiha's genocide night. Loquachai Zhang was also killed by Uchiha Obito. One was a member of Akatsuki's organization, and the other was controlled by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito insisted that they fight, so that Loquat Tenzo died there. I can guarantee that the disappearance of Hinata has nothing to do with our Iwagakure. Shiraishi said, also, Uchiha Madara is dead, which is known to everyone, and the fact that the man called himself Uchiha Madara is obviously bizarre. Also, Uchiha Madara doesn't need to be so troublesome to do anything. Only Senju Hashirama was Uchiha Madara's opponent back then, and now Senju Hashirama has passed away. If Uchiha Madara wants to do something, who can stop him? There is a high probability that Hinata was captured by this person. Years. Hyaga Hayashi's face changed uncertainly. Shiraishi, what do you think I should do? 35. Hyaga Hayashi didn't really want to ask Shiraishi for help. After all, the two are not from the same ninja village, and Shiraishi is obviously a junior in age, but Hyaga Hayashi currently has no better choice. In Konoha, Hyaga Hayashi has only one person he can trust. That is Hyaga Hayashi's wife, Hyaga Raiko, but can't help. Hyaga Hayashi thought about it for a long time, and the only one he could think of that he could ask for help was Shiraishi. This strikes Hyaga Hayashi as ironic. I am a Konoha person, as if I was isolated in Konoha, and I have to ask for help from Shiraishi, an Iwagakure person. How outrageous is this? When people know it, it will become a joke. Since this organization is eyeing Hyaga-senpai, I think it's better for you to pretend to join this organization, Hayashi-senpai, 35. After all, he promised to help you save Hanabi and Hinata, you joined them, and for a while, they will not kill Hinata, but will keep his life. Hayashi-senpai can rest assured that Niji and Hanabi will have no problem at Iwagakure. Also, after you join them, Hayashi-senpai, we can still maintain a cooperative relationship. Hyaga Hayashi hesitated. But Raiko. Hyaga Hayashi is a little worried about Hyaga Raiko. First lost Hanabi, then lost Hinata. Hyaga Raiko has already suffered a huge blow. What will Hyaga Raiko do if she leaves suddenly? Hyaga Raiko is a member of the branch house and has curse mark, caged bird. What will those people do to them once they leave? Shiraishi said. Hayashi-senpai, you can disguise the fact that your wife is dead, and I can find a place for your wife in Iwagakure, no problem. Shiraishi, thank you. Hyaga Hayashi stood up and bowed deeply to Shiraishi. You're welcome. After that, Hyaga Hayashi began to arrange. The battle between the Rock Shinobi army and the Konoha Shinobi continues. Hyaga Hayashi took the initiative to receive the mission and came to the front line. Normally, people from the Hyaga clan would not come to the front line, but this was Hyoga Hayashi's voluntary application. Hyoga Saburo did not stop. Probably because he was hit so hard and wanted to vent himself on the battlefield. Hyoga Saburo shook his head. Not very sensible. What if you lost 2 daughters? Can't it be reborn? More, it may just be the loss of losing the position of the patriarch. Hyoga Saburo guessed so. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop either. 2 pairs of white eyes have been lost, and among Sarutobi Hiruzen's information, both were acquired by Iwagakure. Hyoga Hayashi went to the front line, even if he was defeated by the rock shinobi ninja, captured, and had his eyes gouged out, but it was only Iwagakure's double eyeballs, and the difference between 2 pairs and 3 pairs was not big. And Hyoga Hayashi's strength is not bad, coming to the front line, can provide a lot of help to Konoha shinobi. Hyoga Hayashi came to the front line with Hyoga Raiko. Shiraishi has already made arrangements with the rock shinobi army. Kito finds out about Hyoga Hayashi's situation. Shiraishi himself, 4.0 and Lao Ziai continued to stay in Konoha. Because the next elf is about to wake up. When Iwagakure was in Shiraishi, Shiraishi felt that time passed very slowly, because it was basically repeated every day, only those things, but after leaving Iwagakure, Shiraishi felt that time passed a lot faster. Anything that happens can take a lot of time. Going to Kirigakure, going back and forth, it's gone for more than half a month. Crack! A crack appeared, and a large amount of stone skin fell. Shiraishi sank his consciousness into the spiritual space and looked at the elf who was about to wake up. Soon, the appearance of the elf entered Shiraishi's line of sight. A horse. Huge and high-spirited. The main parts of the body are brown, with orange-red under the 4 hooves, and the end of the mane on the back and the end of the tail, all of which are orange-red, and a face looks like a mask. A name floated in Shiraishi's mind. Heavy mud horses. Ground system. The main characteristics are that it has great strength, strong endurance, and is good at using mud to attack. In Shiraishi's heart, there is already a corresponding object. These characteristics of the heavy mud horse are obvious characteristics of the Earth-style ninja. Among the Earth-style ninjas, there are not many people who are good enough and fit the characteristics of heavy mud-drawn horses. Chapter 111. Let's see if the heavy mud horse will choose the senior Lois. However, Shiraishi did not act immediately, but walked around Konoha first, and then went to the location of the rock shinobi army after confirming that Konoha had no one to choose from. On the other side, Hyoga Hayashi and Hyoga Raiko have come to the front. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Hyoga Hayashi a mission. With Anbu Ninja, try to catch Yakushi Kabuto. There are not many elite Jainin that Konoha can bring out now, and it is rare that Hyoga Hayashi offered to go to the front line, and Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally wanted to make good use of Hyoga Hayashi. Knowing that Iwagakure wants to fight a protracted war with Konoha and train troops, Konoha has no right to refuse, and can only cooperate with Iwagakure. This war is bound to go on for a long time. In this case, what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted most was to acquire the secret art of Iwagakure. For now, Yakushi Kabuto is the most suitable target. Boom! Yakushi Kabuto looked at the Konoha shinobi in front of him, and rushed forward without hesitation. Drain Fist. When a punch fell, the Konoha shinobi suffered a heavy blow, but Yakushi Kabuto recovered a lot. This Konoha shinobi, whose overall strength was similar to Yakushi Kabuto, gradually fell into the disadvantage from this moment. Yakushi Kabuto was not in a hurry, but maintained considerable patience. Yakushi Kabuto knows where his strengths lie. Their own explosive power is not enough, winning is lasting. After a successful blow, Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly retreated, dodging the opponent's attack, and when he got the chance, he approached and landed the sucking punch on the opponent's body, and so on and so forth. Build your advantage little by little. Things are getting worse for the Konoha shinobi. And Yakushi Kabuto doesn't feel like 22, and it's still at its peak. Is this the power of Iwagakure mysticism? The Konoha shinobi looked at Yakushi Kabuto with jealousy in his heart. Just at this time, Konoha shinobi glanced back quietly, then took a deep breath, and the next moment, a violent explosion caught Yakushi Kabuto by surprise and almost didn't react. Pfft! A wound appeared on Yakushi Kabuto's body. Yakushi Kabuto's face sank. The Konoha shinobi pursued while winning. Yakushi Kabuto fights and retreats. Konoha shinobi became anxious. Yakushi Kabuto saw Konoha shinobi's performance and became patient. Because Yakushi Kabuto knows that the state of Konoha shinobi will not last long, and when the Konoha shinobi can't hold on and can't maintain this state, that's his chance. Hateful! Konoha shinobi scolded, his face became ugly, and after using a blow to Yakushi Kabuto, he turned around and retreated. A little staggered. Yakushi Kabuto caught up. Konoha shinobi turned back and caught sight of Yakushi Kabuto's figure, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Idiot! Just when Yakushi Kabuto was about to catch up to Konoha shinobi, a dozen figures appeared in a row. Except Hokage, all Konoha Anbu ninjas. Kill. 59. Konoha shinobi stopped and gave Yakushi Kabuto a sarcastic smile. Traitor, today is your day of death, go back to Konoha for trial. However, Konoha shinobi felt something was wrong. Because Yakushi Kabuto didn't panic at all after seeing more than a dozen Konoha Anbu ninjas appear. It's as if you already knew this would happen. Solution. A strange corrosive liquid appeared. This is a new ability obtained by Yakushi Kabuto's spirit power after entering the second stage, which can create extremely corrosive solution. Under the control of Yakushi Kabuto, the solution splashed in all directions. Konoha Anbu ninja hurried to dodge. At the same time, elf form. Yakushi Kabuto's body swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a giant toad. When Yakushi Kabuto used the elf form for the first time, some ninjas in Konoha thought this appearance was really ugly, and it was difficult for many people to like toads. However, some people thought about Jiraiya and wondered if Yakushi Kabuto had something to do with Jiraiya. It was only later that it was known that Yakushi Kabuto had obtained the secret art of Iwagakure. Hokage was a little surprised when he saw the appearance of Yakushi Kabuto. Sudden. Outside the Konoha Anbu ninja, some rock shinobi ninjas appear in an instant. Suddenly, the situation of Konoha Anbu's ninjas changed from being surrounded to being surrounded, and before they could take action against Yakushi Kabuto, they had already faced the attack of other rock shinobi ninjas. A Konoha Anbu ninja's expression changed. What's the situation? Is this a trap? Rock shinobi ninja know our plan this time. Who leaked it? Konoha Anbu ninja was shocked and angry. In a dark place not far away, a figure looked at this side. When Yakushi Kabuto was surrounded, this person was a Konoha ninja, but his expression was a little nervous, because he was not Konoha Anbu's ninja, but Konoha. Roots of the ninja. He worries that Yakushi Kabuto will fall into the hands of the Konoha Anbu ninja. In this case, the roots of the leaves have no chance. Therefore, after seeing the rock shinobi ninja surrounded Konoha Anbu ninja, the root ninja was relieved. Even those Konoha Anbu ninjas will die. But the root ninja didn't care. Even within Konoha, it is not completely monolithic. Roots and Anbu are two different departments. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, also two different people. Especially after the outbreak of the war with Iwagakure, the relationship between the two departments has become increasingly discordant. Yakushi Kabuto is someone who has been staring at the roots for a long time. But now Anbu has to snatch. How could a ninja at the root be happy? In an instant, Konoha Anbu ninja fell into the disadvantage, rock shinobi ninja achieved a counter-encirclement, and then made a surprise attack. Konoha Anbu ninja could not be an opponent at all. Retreat. After realizing that there was no chance to capture Yakushi Kabuto, Hyaga Hayashi and others hurriedly evacuated. Hyaga Hayashi glanced back indifferently. The leak of information was naturally leaked by Hyaga Hayashi. Now Hyaga Hayashi has no expectations for Konoha, nor does he have any expectations for other members of the Hyaga clan. In contrast, Hyaga Hayashi believes in Iwagakure more. To be precise, I believe Shiraishi more. Hyaga Hayashi has already made an invitation to agree to the Masked Man, join the Masked Man's organization, and apply to enter the front line, in order to create an opportunity for Hyaga Raiko to leave Konoha. Puff! Blood spilled from the corner of Hyaga Hayashi's mouth. Hayashi-senpai, are you alright? A Konoha Anbu ninja next to him looked over. I'm fine. Hyaga Hayashi shook his head. Just after returning to the temporary base of the Konoha army, a message came. A Konoha shinobi came to Hyaga Hayashi. Hayashi-senpai, I'm sorry to tell you bad news. Your wife was killed by the Rock Shinobi Ninja during the previous fight with the Rock Shinobi Ninja, and we couldn't even get the body back. Terribly sorry. In an instant, Hyaga Hayashi's face turned pale. Raiko. Hyaga Hayashi lost his soul, shouted and rushed out. The Konoha shinobi looked at Hyaga Hayashi's back and sighed deeply. Alas! 35. This Hayashi-senpai is also a poor person. Iwagakure is so damn nasty. 39. First kidnapped Niji and Hanabi. Abducted Hinata again. Hayashi-senpai lost all of his daughters, nephews, and the position of the patriarch, and was reprimanded, scolded, and punished by Hokage-sama. When you are depressed, you will take the initiative to apply to come to the front line. Unexpectedly, my wife was killed by the Rock Shinobi Ninja just after arriving at the front line. 99. This Iwagakure is simply Hayashi-senpai's nemesis. Just staring at Hayashi-senpai. In this war, there should be no worse fate than Hayashi-senpai. 5. This is War 5. I don't know if Hayashi-senpai can hold on, or if he will break down. Hyaga Hayashi looks crazy outside. This is Hyaga Hayashi disguised. If Hyaga Raiko is killed by others, Hyaga Hayashi will really worry, but Rock Shinobi Ninja, it means that everything is planned. Hyaga Hayashi and Shiraishi have already reached a collaboration. It wasn't until there was no one around that Hyaga Hayashi became quiet. Hyaga Hayashi looked in the direction of Rock Shinobi's army, feeling a little complicated. I didn't expect that at this time, I could trust it, but it was Iwagakure. Hyaga Hayashi finds this somewhat ironic. However, Hyaga Hayashi is very clear that he has no better choice. Konoha will not help him, the Hyaga family will not help him, and the masked person, the situation is obviously wrong. Hyaga Hayashi subconsciously felt that Shiraishi was believable. In Shiraishi, Hyaga Hayashi sees a certain quality faintly. Raiko has already gone to Iwagakure, so I should almost agree to the invitation of the masked people and join the masked people's organization. Not long after 170, the news came back to Konoha. Everyone is talking about Hyaga Hayashi. This Hyaga Hayashi is really unlucky. First I lost a daughter and nephew, and then I lost the position of the patriarch. As a result, the remaining daughter was also lost. Just came to the front line and lost my wife. A miserable capital letter. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while after hearing the news. It's really miserable, but it's also a sign of incompetence. For Hyaga Hayashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't have much sympathy. Hyaga Hayashi is miserable, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is more concerned about Konoha's loss of white eyes, which is more important to Konoha. This puts Konoha at a disadvantage against Iwagakure. Compared to the whole village, what happened to Hyaga Hayashi is not important. After hearing the news, Hyaga Saburo was a little gloating, but at the same time, he became vigilant. The Hyaga Hayashi thing is an experience for me. I absolutely cannot make mistakes like Hyaga Hayashi. 35. Shiraishi left Konoha and came to Rock Shinobi's army. Inside Konoha, Shiraishi did not find the person chosen by the heavy mud horse, and Shiraishi already had guesses in his heart. Therefore, he came directly to the ninja army led by the Lois. Iwagakure's army of ninjas is divided into two. One is led by Lois. One is led by Terracotta and Ivory. When Lao Ziai and Shiraishi are together, Hunter does not need to continue to follow Shiraishi. In terms of strength, Lao Ziai is still much stronger than Hunter, and Hunter's ability is easier to expose. Senior Lois. Shiraishi. Seeing Shiraishi, Lois couldn't help showing a smile. For the Lois, Shiraishi is not only a genius of Iwagakure, but also a future promising junior and a disciple of his own teacher, which is related. In addition, Lois knows Onoji's idea and wants to bring together Kurito and Shiraishi. At the beginning, the Lois felt strange in my heart. One is that the black soil is still too young, and the other is that such a thing is the first time. But after thinking about it seriously, Lois realized that there is no better choice than Shiraishi. At this time, the Lois looked at Shiraishi, somewhat like a husband looking at his son-in-law. Chapter 112. After accepting this setting, Lois became more and more satisfied with Shiraishi. Because I searched the whole Iwagakure? No, I searched the whole ninja world, and there is no young man better than Shiraishi. If such a person becomes his son-in-law, it is too late to be happy. Now the Lois is a little worried about whether the talent of the black soil can really match the Shiraishi. To the extent that Shiraishi can reach in the future, the guarantee is Tsuchikage. And the upper limit, no one knows. All elf mates will be followers of Shiraishi. Besides Iwagakure, Shiraishi now has many followers of other ninja villages. Yakushi Kabuto, Fragrant Phosphorus, Dragon's Tongue, Washao, all performed quite well. And Hoshigaki Kisame. This is an elite Jainin, not someone who hasn't grown up yet. All of them have followed Shiraishi, which is enough to prove the level of Shiraishi's personality. And Niji, who was sent to Iwagakure, and Hanabi. Niji's genius name, Lois has also heard of. Hanabi is the head of the Hyuga clan. This is when the Lois does not know that Shiraishi has stepped into the level of elite Jainin. If you know, I am afraid it will be even more amazing. The first time Shiraishi saw the Lois, he felt the shaking of the heavy mud horse. Senior Lois, let's go first. It is good. Lois kept his trusted subordinates outside. Shiraishi's current whereabouts still need to be kept secret. Shiraishi, what are you looking for me for? 99. There is indeed something, a new elf has awakened. A new elf awakened. The Lois was stunned for a moment, and soon thought of something. This elf chose me? Good. Shiraishi nodded and said, if you are willing, Senior Lois, I can make a contract between the heavy mud horse and you, Senior Lois. Certainly. If he is the first, the Lois may hesitate. But now, the number of elf fitters has grown so much. Hunting, Terracotta, Wenya, Black Earth, Yakushi Kabuto, Deodara, Dragon Tongue. Inside Iwagakure, those who know the real situation are not afraid of the power of the spirits, but long for it. Countless people yearn for the power of spirits. This is relative to the strength of the ninja itself, extra power. After seeing the performance of Chi Tu and Wenye, Huang Tu was also somewhat envious. Now, it's finally here. How could the Lois refuse this opportunity? When he was a child, Oyemu had high hopes for the Lois, but unfortunately the Lois failed to live up to his expectations, which disappointed Oyemu and did not meet the expectations of Oyemu. However, the Lois still trains diligently and maintains sincerity. Until now, it has reached the level of elite Jainin. But it's impossible to go any further. The upper limit of the Lois itself is here, and it is impossible to step into the cage level. However, after getting the power of the spirit again, it will be different. Lois is not hunted by reference to the situation. Also elite Jainin before hunting. After gaining the power of the elf, he became much stronger, and after entering the elf form, he has already touched the threshold of cage level. This is not the limit. Then, after obtaining the power of the elves, he must be able to reach this level. Lois is eager to step into cage level. And now, finally, there is hope. Shiraishi, come on. Oh. Lois looked at Shiraishi, and because of Lois's calmness, he couldn't help but feel a little excited at this time. After all, this is something that Lois has coveted for decades. Good. 95. Shiraishi raised his hand and placed it on the Lois shoulder. The next moment, a burst of power overflowed from the body of the heavy mud-pulling horse, followed Shiraishi's arm, and entered the body of the Lois. Immediately, the Lois felt this force. Shiraishi, thank you. 35. Lois didn't have time to feel the power in his body, so he thanked Shiraishi first. Shiraishi smiled. Senior Lois, then I'll leave first. It is good. The Lois didn't stop it, because the Lois knew that Shiraishi had his own plans. In addition, the Lois can't wait to feel the power given to him by the heavy mud horse. Lois closed his eyes. After a long time, it opened. Basic attributes have increased a lot. Strength, stamina, chakra. And this ability. Lois looked at his arm. With the other hand, take out a kunao. Iron wall. Lois stabbed Kyo into his arm. A burst of metal collision sounded, and when the Lois looked, he saw that there was no small hole on his arm, not even the skin was pierced, just a white mark. Great defensive ability. The Lois showed a smile. I don't know how my defensive ability compares to Third Hokage, who is known as the strongest shield. Unfortunately, Third Hokage is dead, otherwise we can try it out. But the Fourth Hokage inherited the ninjutsu of the Third Hokage. 35. Lightning Style Chakra Mode at Cloud Shinobi Village. A very strong ninjutsu. It can improve defense, attack, speed, and all aspects. Combined with ninjutsu, it will become incomparably strong. In the fierce battle, the faster the elf's power will increase. 99. In this way, in the subsequent battles, the number of times I personally shoot will be increased. Cage level. 35. There was a strong expectation in the eyes of the Lois. Shiraishi is really a lucky star of Iwagakure. It can be recognized by the god of the earth. Can give other people the power of spirits. Speaking of which, the power of elves is already so strong, and elves are only followers of the god of the earth, so what will happen to Shiraishi who has obtained the power of the god of the earth? Lois remembered a guess from Onoji. That is, Senju Hashirama actually got the power of the god of trees back then, not just Konoha and Senju blood. Otherwise, the Senju clan would not have only one Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara is strong, but among the Uchiha clan, there are other beings who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. The god of the earth is at the same level as the god of trees, no, even a higher level existence. The god of trees has no elves to follow. The future Shiraishi will be stronger than Senju Hashirama. That is the true god of the ninja world. 39. Shiraishi checked his Groudon progress. Grado progress, Phase 1, 18%. According to the information in my mind, when the progress reaches 20%, I will get a new ability 5. Somewhat looking forward to. 35. Leaving the temporary camp of the Rock Shinobi Army, Shiraishi and Old Purple returned to Konoha. There are many talents in Konoha. Even if the next awakened spirit chooses someone other than Konoha, Shiraishi can continue digging into Konoha's corner. Approach those people to Iwagakure as candidates for Elf Fit. Konoha, Ninja School. Hinata didn't come to class. Hinata, who has been taken away by Uchiha Obito, cannot appear in Konoha at all. However, Not many people noticed this in the classroom. Uchiha Sasuke is immersed in his own world, always thinking about becoming stronger, and revenge. Naruto cares more about Sakura than Hinata. Didn't notice that Hinata didn't come, either. He was doing his own training, or he was thinking about the next prank, or he was secretly watching Sakura. Did Naruto like Hinata? Hard to say. Even Naruto ended up marrying Hinata as his wife, but before that, Naruto only expressed his love for Sakura. When Nagato invades Konoha, Naruto may be a little moved. But during the Fourth Ninja World War, Namikaze Minato was taken out by impure world reincarnation and asked if Sakura was Naruto's girlfriend. Naruto admitted it. This thing, after Nagato invaded Konoha. It can be seen that Naruto still liked Sakura at that time. After Naruto and Hinata Shima, nothing special happened. Naruto would suddenly change his mind and like Hinata, which is obviously unlikely. And more, it may just be a compromise. Naruto knew that Sakura couldn't like him, so he chose Hinata. And then, maybe it was Niji's dying request. It is worth mentioning, however, that Niji's dying request comes first, and Namikaze Minato asks Naruto about Sakura's thing later. Now Hinata's disappearance, to Naruto, is simply not important. As girls, Sakura and Yamanaka Ino will have some emotions about Hinata, but that's all. Sakura and Yamanaka Ino are not friends of Hinata. In comparison, Abarame Shino and Inyazuka are more concerned. Because Hyuga, Abarame, Inyazuka, the relationship between the three ninja families is relatively good. Nara Shikamaru glanced at Hinata's seat and quickly looked away. This is war. I didn't expect it to affect people our age. Nara Shikamaru looked out the window. How long will this war last? What will it become? How much will Konoha be affected? 35. How long can we people be stable? 35. Compared with her peers, Nara Shikamaru will pay attention to a lot more things and see a lot more things, even if she looks lazy on the surface, but in fact it is not. Nara Shikamaru is just more mature than her peers. This is probably one of the reasons why Nara Shikamaru will marry Temari in the future. Temari is 3 years older than Nara Shikamaru. Of course, there are also factors of political marriage in it. Iruka looked at Hina's, Zhao's, Field's position and felt a little emotional. Unlike the students in the classroom, Iruka had lived through the war and witnessed the deaths of his parents on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. Hinata is still so young and doesn't know how Iwagakure will treat her. Iruka felt that there would be no good treatment. Or, just poach Hinata's eyes. Or, it is to cultivate the blood vessels of white eyes. However, Hinata's age is far from enough, and there is a high probability that the white eye will be poached first, and when Hinata's age is reached, the blood of the white eye will be cultivated, allowing Hinata to give birth to offspring. Iwagakure, so hateful. And recalling the Nine Tails chaos, Iruka's eyes could not help falling on Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha Demon Fox. The Nine Tails, which caused huge damage to Konoha in the Nine Tails Rebellion, is in Naruto's body. Uchiha Sasuke. In the Nine Tails Rebellion, everyone saw it, and there was a clear Sharingan pattern on Nine Tails' eyes. Therefore, even that night, no one of Uchiha left the Uchiha family's residence, and even if no Uchiha suspect was found, people could not help but doubt Uchiha. Since then, Uchiha has been targeted even more by the Konoha executives. And the people in Konoha have a lot of resistance and discrimination against Uchiha. A figure came to Hyuga Hayashi. It was Uchiha Obito Yun who was wearing a mask. Hyuga Hayashi, how are you thinking? Chapter 113. Uchiha Obito considers himself lucky. Hoshigaki Kisame failed to invite to join Akatsuki. However, there is an existence like Hyuga Hayashi who has a high probability of being bewitched by himself. In terms of personal strength, Hyuga Hayashi may not be as good as Hoshigaki Kisame, but Hyaga Hayashi has white eyes. The role of white eyes is very strong. No matter which ninja village, let them take an elite Jainin out in exchange for stairs, they will all be willing. Kirigakure is even willing to pay not only one Hoshigaki Kisame, but even both. Uchiha Obito forced Hyaga Hayashi by kidnapping Hinata when Hyaga Hayashi already looked miserable, making Hyaga Hayashi look even more miserable. During the time Hyaga Hayashi was considering, Uchiha Obito hesitated whether to shoot Hyaga Raiko. Unexpectedly, Hyaga Hayashi and his wife took the initiative to go to the front line. Especially Hyaga Raiko, when she went to the front line for the first time, encountered an accident and was killed by the rock shinobi ninja, and even the corpse Konoha didn't help Hyaga Hayashi get it back. Uchiha Obito felt that the plan went smoothly. I thought about it. Hyaga Hayashi looked at Uchiha Obito and said, I am willing to join you, so what shall I do next? This is what Hyaga Hayashi and Shiraishi negotiated. Both felt a high probability that Hinata was in the hands of Uchiha Obito. Then Hyaga Hayashi agreed to Uchiha Obito's invitation, which is the best choice. Only by joining Hyaga Hayashi can Hinata be immortal. However, in this case, the connection between Hyaga Hayashi and Konoha, and Hyaga of Konoha, will basically be cut off. Hyaga Hayashi is the only way out of Iwagakure. Put all your hopes on Shiraishi's commitment and character. I have to say, it's a gamble. But Hyaga Hayashi had no better choice. I think Shiraishi is credible, but Iwagakure, after all, is Iwagakure, and it would be better if Hanabi could establish an intimate connection with someone from Iwagakure. Niji can't. In this world, men are more valued than women. There is no equality between the two genders. 170 Even if Niji marries one of Iwagakure's members, that doesn't mean that Niji really becomes one of Iwagakure's own. But Hanabi is married to a member of Iwagakure, which means that Hanabi becomes Iwagakure's own person. In Hyaga Hayashi's mind, the image of Shiraishi appeared subconsciously. However, it all depends on Hanabi. I can't be so selfish and force Hanabi to do things she doesn't want to do for my own safety. 95. That's not what a good father should do. Originally, I'm no longer a qualified father. Whether it is for Hanabi, it is true for Hinata. Uchiha Obito smiled when Hyaga Hayashi answered affirmatively. Go to the country of rain, and after arriving in the country of rain, someone will contact you. 5. It is good. Uchiha Obito's figure disappeared. After a while, Hyaga Hayashi's figure also disappeared, and he left the temporary station of the Konoha shinobi army. Someone soon discovered this. After all, Hyaga Hayashi is not a small character, he is an elite Jainin, and he has white eyes. And Hyaga Hayashi just went through such a miserable thing. Hyaga Hayashi is missing. Probably out of mind. I don't know where it went. 35. Suddenly disappeared. To be honest, if it were me, I would have lost my mind. 35. That's horrible. Either find a place where no one else is and hide away. 95. Or take your own life. The patriarch of the dignified Hyaga clan has fallen into such a situation in such a short period of time. Where is the stability in this world? Iwagakure is the villain. The news came back to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Still disappearing? Too weak. 99. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, Xi, and looked at the Anbu ninja below. Go and ask someone to look for it nearby. Hyaga Hayashi's life and death is a small matter, but the white eye can't be easily lost. Yes, Lord Hokage. After Hyaga Saburo heard the news, he was silent for a long time, and his heart became more vigilant. I can't repeat this path. An elder of the Hyaga clan felt a little pity after hearing the news. If Hyaga Hayashi disappeared, Raiko would be fine. That was the most beautiful woman in our Hyaga family back then. Even now, I am a little older, but the charm has not lost the slightest, and even more charm. The elder closed his eyes, apparently thinking of something unhealthy. Hyuga Hayashi's family completely disappeared from Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Raiko, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi, Hyuga Niji, all left Konoha. However, it doesn't seem to have much effect. Not many people care. This is still now. After a while, more people will forget about the Hyuga Hayashi family. At that time, the Hyuga Hayashi family seemed to have never appeared in Konoha. Shiraishi glanced in the direction of the Hyuga family's resident, feeling a little subtle. Because of his arrival, the world has undergone too many changes. Yakushi Kabuto did not become a subordinate of Orochimaru. Wu Zhao was not thrown into the box of bliss, and was still alive, but Wu Wei died. Dragon Tongue joins Iwagakure with Unsullied. Hunt is still alive. Hoshigaki Kisame joined Iwagakure, but not Akatsuki. Hyuga Hayashi joins Akatsuki, but is actually Shiraishi's undercover agent. The war between Konoha and Iwagakure breaks out. It's all messed up. Some of the plots I'm familiar with may never happen, and the world has gone in a completely different direction, but that's not a bad thing. If Shiraishi's strength is weak, then Shiraishi must hope that the plot remains unchanged. But Shiraishi's strength is not weak, he can change the plot with his own ability. Why should he follow the plot step by step? Hyuga Raiko was slapped with a sap, put on a hood, and sent to Iwagakure. After Iwagakure, Hyuga Raiko's headgear was removed. Hyuga Raiko looked at the unfamiliar scene and panicked. Where is this place? What are you going to do to me? I'm Hyuga Hayashi's wife. A rock shinobi ninja stepped forward. Raiko-senpai, this is exactly Hayashi-senpai's arrangement. A handwritten letter was taken by the rock shinobi ninja and handed to Raiko Hyuga, saying, "This is a letter handwritten by Senior Hayashi, you should be able to hold back the handwriting on it." Hyuga Raiko was surprised, but she still took the letter and opened it. Then the pupils shrank sharply. What? Hyuga Hayashi made it very clear in the letter that he and Iwagakure had reached a cooperation, and that Hanabi and Niji joining Iwagakure was his permission because he was worried about the future of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. Worried about being like Uchiha. In this way, fire is reserved for the Hyuga family. Hinata was not kidnapped by Iwagakure. It's a mysterious organization. I have to go to this mysterious organization to rescue Hinata. When Hinata is rescued, I will come to Iwagakure, Hyuga Raiko, Hanabi and Niji to join the Hyuga clan who built Iwagakure. Let Hyuga Raiko come to Iwagakure, which is also my own arrangement. I worry that after I leave Konoha, Hyuga Raiko will be treated unfairly in Konoha and Hyuga. After reading it, Hyuga Raiko fell into a long silence. Too much information. For a while, Hyuga Raiko couldn't accept it at all. The rock shinobi ninja on the opposite side waited patiently. After a long time, it was Hyuga Raiko who digested the information almost all the way through. She looked at the rock shinobi ninja opposite and bowed slightly. Thank you all. No need to thank me. Rock shinobi ninja said, if you want to thank you, thank Shiraishi-sama, the rest of us don't have that kind of energy. Now that you understand, I'll take you to meet the other two of you Hyuga. Rock shinobi led the way, bringing Hyuga Raiko to the training ground. Both Niji and Hanabi are there. Mother-sama. 35. The first time Hanabi saw the appearance of Hyuga Raiko, her eyes lit up, and she ran towards Hyuga Raiko. Hearing the sound, Niji also looked this way. Niji was a little surprised by the appearance of Hyuga Raiko. But Niji and Hyuga Raiko have no relationship. Because Niji resents Hyuga Hayashi in his heart and thinks that his father's death has something to do with Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hayashi can't get rid of this responsibility, even with Hyuga Raiko. But it's better than Hyuga Hayashi, after all Hyuga Raiko is also a member of Hyuga branch house. Hanabi. Hyuga Raiko hugged Hanabi tightly. Mother, I can't breathe, Hyagariko quickly let go. Sorry. Hyagariko crouched down, looked at Hanabi, and asked, Hanabi, how are you doing here? It's good, just a little boring. 35. Hanabi said, but it would be great if you came, my mother. What about my father? Is he here? 5. No, your father is busy with other things. The two spoke again, and after that, Hyagariko stood up and walked towards Niji. Niji, long time no see. Niji lowered his head. Senior. Call me auntie. Hyagariko sighed and said, I know you have a grudge against Hayashi, about your father, but Hayashi didn't want to see it either, but at that time, he couldn't do anything about it. He is not yet the head of the Hyaga clan. But anyway, Hisashi died for Hayashi. This is what we owe you. Niji didn't speak. Rock Shinobi Ninja said, Senior Riko, the village has already allocated Niji and Hanabi a yard to live in. It's not small, so you can just live in that yard. Nothing else, I'll leave first. Hyagariko turns to Rock Shinobi Ninja. Okay, thanks. After that, turn to Niji again. Niji. Shiraishi was sitting on the second floor, drinking tea and looking down, facing Lao Ziai. Both of them disguised and used the identities previously arranged by Hyaga Hayashi. A figure entered Shiraishi's line of sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, Asuma. Shiraishi noticed that Asuma's mood seemed a little out of place, and the whole person looked very depressed. After a while, Asuma walked to the tavern next to him. Dry drink. Shiraishi has only seen such a state in people who are in a very bad mood. Suddenly, Shiraishi noticed another figure, hidden in the corner, wearing a mask, looking in the direction of Asuma. Shiraishi recognized the identity of the other party. Uchiha Obito. What does this Uchiha Obito want to do? Kill Asuma? This is something that the original plot did not have, and Uchiha Obito has no reason for it for the time being. Is it? Shiraishi thought of a possibility, and his expression became odd. Chapter 114. Shiraishi doesn't know what the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma is like. But Shiraishi remembers that Asuma left Konoha on the way. Above Asuma, there is an older brother. Sarutobi Hiruzen's love for Asuma's older brother is obviously greater than that of Asuma. Could it be that Uchiha Obito is trying to trick Asuma into joining Akatsuki? In this case, it should prove that my strategy of blaming Konoha in the Kirigakure incident was successful. This is Uchiha Obito's revenge on Konoha. Shiraishi knew Uchiha Obito and knew that Uchiha Obito was a very vindictive man. Uchiha Obito invites Hyaga Hayashi to join the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obito can take Hyaga Hayashi's eyes as an explanation, but Asuma, is there any merit? As an elite Genin, in fact, this elite Genin is a bit watery. Among the elite Genin in the entire ninja world, how many can Asuma rank? Just a ninja with a bounty of tens of millions of taels. In Konoha, Asuma is no match for Kakashi, Might Kai. The ability and upper limit of Darui in Cloud Shinobi Village are also stronger than Asuma. Even if it is the lowest that did not meet Onoji's expectations, Asuma is not an opponent. It was not an opponent before, and now that the lowest has the power of the heavy mud-pulling horse, it is even more so. Tsunagakure's Baki can kill Moonlight Blast, but Asuma may not be able to. Perhaps the only one that Asuma can win is a little elite Genin from Kirigakure. For example, the Black Ho Thunder Fang who was defeated by some genin. So Shiraishi couldn't think of a reason for Uchiha Obito to invite Asuma to join Akatsuki, unless it was revenge. Uchiha Obito resented Konoha because of Hoshigaki Kisame. Who is the representative character of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is very likely that Uchiha Obito had this idea. You Konoha cut off whoever I want, and I'll take your Hokage's son from Konoha. The sky was getting darker. Asuma was a little drunk. The moment he stood up, his footsteps staggered, and there was no one around. Asuma walked straight to the direction of going home, and at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Asuma. Asuma was suddenly startled and sobered up quite a bit. Who? Asuma stared vigilantly at the masked man in front of him, ready to attack at any time. Don't be nervous, I'm not malicious. Uchiha Obito waved his hand. I just wanted to talk to you. Talk about what? Talk about your future. 5. My future. Asuma's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you willing? Uchiha Obito's tone became agitated, saying, as the son of Hokage, however, you have never been valued by your father, and your father's eyes are all on your brother. 95. Even if you return to Konoha, your father has more eyes on your nephew than you. 35. You became an elite Genin by your own strength, but in the eyes of others, you became an elite Genin by your father's relationship, and you are far inferior to Kakashi. Even your father doesn't value you as much as Kakashi. It seems that Kakashi is his son and you are the outsider. It's clear that you don't get any benefit from your father's relationship, and it's even a disadvantage. You've endured a lot that you shouldn't have endured. It's so unfair to you. 99. Asuma's momentum subsided slightly. Because Uchiha Obito's remarks speak to Asuma's heart, Asuma thinks so, but in Konoha, no, in the whole country of fire, Asuma can't find a person who identifies with him. Asuma was unwilling and very dissatisfied. However, there is no way. Many times, Asuma would rather not be the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but an ordinary Konoha shinobi. In that case, Asuma felt that he would be happier. As time went by, Asuma once had doubts about himself, that is he really a waste? Is he really useless? Because I'm a waste, so I can't get my father's love? So my father likes Sarutobi more? Konohamaru's talent is also stronger than himself? Kakashi is really much stronger than himself. Shame on your own father? It is precisely because of this that Asuma will leave Konoha, escape from Konoha, and come to the capital of the Kingdom of Fire, a place far away from Konoha, where he lives quietly. During that time, Asuma was very happy. Looking back now, it's the happiest time I've ever had. It's a pity that infighting happened among the 12 soldiers. Some people believe that in the land of fire, a big name is enough, the big name is supreme, and there is no need for a Hokage, and they want to assassinate the Hokage, but Asuma is the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen after all. Even if he didn't get the love and attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma still didn't want to see his father killed. So a battle broke out with those 12 soldiers. 12 soldiers split, Asuma returned to Konoha. Asuma told Sarutobi Hiruzen about the 12 soldiers and thought that he would be praised and approved by his father, but Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing. After returning to Konoha, Asuma was very unhappy. Going home, going to the Hokage building, was even more unhappy. Asuma prefers to stay outside with friends. But when he saw Kakashi, Asuma was depressed again. Asuma saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards Kakashi, and did not treat Kakashi as a subordinate, but as his own junior, as if he was a descendant of blood. The same attitude towards Sarutobi Shinosuke back then. Such an attitude, Asuma never got from Sarutobi Hiruzen. This made Asuma jealous. However, Asuma still had no choice. Asuma has already accepted his fate, breaking the jar, and if he doesn't get his father's favor, he doesn't expect too much. Asuma is going to pursue a female ninja, and then get married, and his life will pass like this. My life has been like this. Asuma decided to put all her hopes on her future children. Treat your own children like your own father treats you. But now, Asuma has finally met the first person who identifies with him. What exactly are you trying to say? Asuma's tone softened. Uchiha Obito noticed the change in Asuma's tone and smiled. I can give you a chance. Follow me. Uchiha Obito turned confidently. Asuma hesitated, but followed. The two came to a remote corner. Sit. Uchiha Obito looked at Asuma opposite. Asuma, can you tell me, what do you want most? 35. Asuma was silent for a while. What I want most is to prove to my father that I am not a waste, I am strong, and I want to prove to the people in the village that the reason why I can become an elite Genin is not because of my father's relationship. It's that I've completely reached this strength. I want to prove that I am stronger than Kakashi. 35. Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered. Especially when hearing the last sentence, Uchiha Obito found it funny. For Flowers 0. Uchiha Obito recalled the scene when he and Kakashi were still teammates. He is the tail of the crane among the three. Kakashi is a genius. And now, his own strength far surpasses Kakashi. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but wonder, if Asuma became my follower and I cultivated Asuma to be stronger than Kakashi, what would Kakashi look like? Must be interesting. I believe in you, you can do it, and now you just lack a platform, but I can give you this platform and let you do what you want to do. Uchiha Obito said. Leave Konoha with me, you will have everything you want. Leave Konoha? Hearing this sentence, Asuma was stunned for a moment, and then realized that something was wrong. Unconsciously, he followed the words of the person opposite. Speak your heart out. Even if this person is the only person in the world who identifies with him, this is very inappropriate. I don't even know the real identity of the other party. The other party knows himself very well. In Asuma's heart, vigilance reappeared. Point 0. Yes, leave Konoha, Asuma, stay in Konoha, you will never be able to prove yourself. Only leaving Konoha will you have the opportunity to prove yourself. Uchiha Obito saw Asuma's hesitation, and his tone became more agitated. In Konoha, no matter how good you are, no matter how strong you show, their impression of you will not change. Here, you can't prove yourself. And, Konoha needs you to do this. Uchiha Obito said, Iwagakure launched a war against Konoha. Konoha's strength is not as good as Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure, who is allied with Konoha, has no intention of supporting. 35. What will the future Konoha look like? It's not just about a ninja village in Iwagakure. It's a problem for the entire ninja world. 99. For the sake of profit, there is constant strife. The fighting between people has caused countless tragedies. We are all people who have suffered misfortune, we are all trying to change the world, our ultimate goal is to pacify all the wars in the ninja world and make the world peaceful. Asuma, we can help you get stronger. Imagine, when Konoha encountered the crisis of ultimate, you suddenly appeared and saved Konoha from the crisis. What would your father think of you at that time? At that time, what would the villagers of Konoha think of you? Isn't that what you want? While staying in Konoha, the whole Konoha will rout at the hands of Iwagakure. Come with us. With us, you can become stronger, and you can become Konoha's savior. Asuma, you have such potential, I have been watching you for a long time. 99. Ordinary people, I wouldn't invite him at all. It's like Kakashi. Asuma couldn't help but start imagining. I have to say that the content described by Uchiha Obito is what Asuma yearns for. When Asuma thinks of such a scene, he can't help but get excited in his heart. However, Asuma still has some doubts about the identity of the masked person. Can you tell me your true identity? Who are you guys? Asuma was already heartbroken. This world, the first person to identify with Asuma, makes Asuma naturally a bit close, and what Uchiha Obito describes is what Asuma wants. Asuma felt his heart beat fast. But I didn't know it at all, it was actually a pig-killing towel. Chapter 115. It's like an online scam. First create a personality to give you a sense of reality, and then through communication, identify you. The emergence of a sense of identity will greatly increase your trust in the other party. No matter what kind of world people are, they all want to be recognized. Subconsciously, people who identify with themselves are all good people. And good people don't lie to themselves. At this time, the other party will draw you another pie, a fragrant and delicious pie. How many people cannot be fooled? What's more, what Asuma is facing is not online, but offline. This trust limit will be higher. Especially the old ninja who didn't suffer too many setbacks, but was just immersed in his own self-pity. Such people will be more easily fooled than ordinary people. Good condition. Longing for recognition. Dissatisfied with life. Didn't suffer any major blows. Psychological tolerance is not strong. Asuma fits these traits very well. However, Asuma is still an old ninja after all, and he is still a little wary, so he asked one more question. We are a group of people gathered together because of a common dream. We come from all over the world of ninja, and we all hope that the world can become better. We stop war. We fight for peace. We are willing to give a little help to all those who have dreams. Uka 170 Bo Obito said, as for my name, you should be familiar with it. My name, Uchiha Madara. A complex pattern slowly turned in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Suddenly, Asuma's eyes widened and his pupils shrank violently. Uchiha Madara, it's hard not to be shocked by the name. One of Konoha's legendary ninjas. The only ninja that can stand alongside Senju Hashirama. One will be the Nine Tails pendant. One treats Nine Tails as summoning beasts. Together, the two created Konoha. Senju Hashirama's strength is slightly better, but Uchiha Madara is not too weak. One person can slaughter a village. Together, the two suppressed an entire era. But actually one will do. Either Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama will do. Many people think that Uchiha Madara was born in the wrong era. With Senju Hashirama, if not with Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara will definitely be able to create his own career. Instead of mentioning Uchiha Madara as it is now, Senju Hashirama is bound to be mentioned. Makes Uchiha Madara look less successful. More like a loser under Senju Hashirama. But no one will deny the strength of Uchiha Madara. Asuma has been familiar with the history of Konoha since he was a child, and naturally does not know about Uchiha Madara. When he was a teenager, when he admired personal strength, Asuma also admired Uchiha Madara, and longed to be as powerful as Uchiha Madara when he grew up. But growing up, it was Asuma who discovered that it was simply not possible. I'm not that talented. I don't have Uchiha's blood, so I can't open Sharingan. But when he heard about Uchiha's genocide, Asuma was still very sad. Such a powerful ninja family, a ninja family with so many powerful ninjas emerged, was actually exterminated. Still the hand under Uchiha Itachi. Just kept to Uchiha Sasuke. Asuma doesn't know the inside story of Uchiha's genocide. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take Asuma seriously, it was already an extremely important secret in the village, so Sarutobi Hiruzen did not let Asuma know. Or, I think, this is a kind of protection for Asuma. Uchiha Madara. But aren't you already dead? Asuma's attitude involuntarily became respectful. Asuma had seen the news of Uchiha Madara's death in the book, but the pattern on Uchiha Obito's eyes made Asuma believe it. This is Sharingan. But not single tomo, not double tomo, not 3 tomo. But above 3 tomo, the legendary eye. Those eyes, in the records, only Uchiha Madara has. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi started the Manjiki Sharingan, which Asuma didn't know about. I just lost. Uchiha Obito said indifferently, I have a disagreement with Hashirama, we have different views on the ninja world, so we have a fight. That battle, I lost. 99. But didn't lose either. Hashirama won, but died early. And I, who lost at the time and was seriously injured, have survived until now. And the current situation in the ninja world also proves that my thoughts are right and Hashirama's thoughts are wrong. This ninja world cannot operate according to Hashirama's ideas. This can be seen from the chaos and war in the ninja world after Hashirama's death. If Konoha operated according to the method I proposed back then, nothing after that would have happened. 99. The ninja world has long since been at peace. Everyone is living a happy and stable life. The dignified Konoha will not be bullied to such an extent by Iwagakure. Uchiha Obito paused. Asuma, do you remember Hokage? Remember, don't you? A guess came to Asuma's mind. That's right. Uchiha Obito said, I also invited Hokage to join us. Hokage was obviously in trouble, but no one sympathized with him, but took the opportunity to target him. Iwagakure took his daughter, wife. The Hyuga clan took his patriarch's seat. 99. Do you think this is normal? Asuma subconsciously shook his head. Yes, this is not normal, but this is not the fault of one or two people, but what is wrong is that in this world, countless people have been treated unfairly in this world. All I want to do is change that. Uchiha Obito said, let this ninja world run the way I envisioned back then. Hashirama's path has been proven wrong. My way is the right one. 55. Asuma, are you willing to help me? Join us, change this world of ninja, become a hero of Konoha, become a hero of the whole world of ninja, and create a new era. In the future, our names will be engraved on the stone tablet. You will be greater than your father. Not to mention Kakashi, Sarutobi Shinnosuke 9. You have that kind of potential. Asuma was silent for a while. After that, he raised his head, looked at Uchiha Obito, and nodded heavily. Senior, I am willing. It is good. Uchiha Obito smiled. If that's the case, then let's go directly, it's not too late, if you join us earlier, we can realize our plan earlier, for Konoha, for the sake of the ninja world. 99. Yes. 35. Asuma felt his blood surging. It's like, after more than 20 years of grievances and incomprehensions, at this moment, I finally have a chance to prove it. Asuma saw Manjiki Sharingan on Uchiha Obito. Believing the identity of Uchiha Obito's self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. Also got a sense of identity from Uchiha Madara. What does this prove? This proves that he is not that bad at all, he has been recognized by Uchiha Madara, and even Kakashi has not gotten the degree of Uchiha Madara. In Uchiha Madara's mouth, Kakashi is not as good as himself. For a while, Asuma regarded Uchiha Obito as a confidant. And, this is indeed what Asuma wants, what Asuma needs. Finally, I have a chance to prove myself. The figures of the two quickly left Konoha. After leaving Konoha, Asuma looked back at Konoha's direction. Especially the direction of the Hokage building. Father, I will prove that I am stronger than Shinnosuke. 35. Kakashi, I will prove that I am stronger than you. The villagers of Konoha, I will prove that the reason why I can become a strong man is not because of my father, but because of my own strength. I, Sarutobi Asuma, want to succeed. Konoha, wait for me to come back and save you when you fall into a real crisis. I will appear in your sight and stand in front of you like a hero. After that, Asuma looked in the direction of Rock Shinobi's army. Iwagakure, you are completely rotten, and you are going to be wiped out by waging war for your own selfish desires. 39. I, Asuma, will judge you. Asuma left with ambition, left with the mind to prove himself. However, what Asuma doesn't know is that a large part of the reason why Uchiha Obito is eyeing him is because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise, Uchiha Obito would not have much interest. Asuma thought he was no longer living in the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it's actually deeper. The two figures quickly disappeared. Shiraishi looked in the direction where the two left, and his expression became very strange. Really gone? Uchiha Obito has his eye on Asuma. And Asuma was really persuaded by Uchiha Obito and left Konoha. If there is no accident, he will join the Akatsuki organization. This Akatsuki organization has completely changed. Lao Ziyi frowned. Shiraishi, the masked man, could it be the one Hoshigaki Kisame said last time? The two saw the conversation between Uchiha Obito and Asuma, but they didn't dare to get too close, they just watched and didn't hear it, so Lao Ziyi was not sure about Uchiha Obito's identity. But Shiraishi can be sure. In the entire ninja world, only Uchiha Obito can do such a thing in such a dress. It's very possible. 4.0. Shiraishi nodded, and a thought came to her mind. Things were getting more and more interesting. Not long after, news of Asuma's disappearance came out. After Sarutobi Hiruzen got the news, his face even sank, and he was dissatisfied with Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen, thinking that Asuma's performance was too bad, and it was much worse than Sarutobi Shinoshuke. But anyway, Asuma is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. Now Asuma just disappeared without a trace. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly accept it? Who will it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Iwagakure for the first time. After all, Konoha is fighting with Iwagakure now, and the Hyuga family is ahead, and Iwagakure is also very likely to attack Asuma. If it's Iwagakure, it's very possible, and now Asuma has encountered an accident. Damn. 35. Sarutobi Hiruzen has 2 sons in total, one has died, and now Asuma is missing again. On the Konohamaru side, we must be on guard. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction of the Rock Shinobi army. Iwagakure, what is this trying to do? Is this going to completely piss me off? Do you think the war isn't intense enough? Narashika Issa offered a different opinion. Lord Hokage, I don't think it's necessarily Iwagakure. Then who do you think it will be? Chapter 116. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. No matter how bad Asuma is, he is also his own son, with his own blood flowing through him. Missing is missing. And still in Konoha. It's not just the disappearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, it's the equivalent of hitting Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt humiliated. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen furious. Lord Hokage. Narashika Issa said, we have already explored the purpose of Iwagakure. Their purpose is to enhance the strength of their secret ninja through the war with our Konoha. It's not in their interest to irritate us too much. Once we've made the decision, it's going to be hard for them. One is that they are bound to lose badly. The other is that their purpose will not be achieved. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down. Just after hearing the news of Asuma's disappearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so impatient that he subconsciously thought it was Iwagakure. Now Narashika's analysis, Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks it makes sense. Narashika Issa continued, compared to Iwagakure, Kirigakure is more likely to do this. Last time the Mist Shinobi ninja sneaked into our Konoha, and Izuki Mori led the team to pursue and caught up. One Mist Shinobi directly kills other Mist Shinobi, then jumps off a cliff to commit suicide. We didn't gain anything, but Kirigakure lost a lot. In their style, they definitely want revenge. 35. By the way, there is another point. When the Mist Shinobi ninja fled that day, he took the initiative to lead 22 of our people to the place where Shiraishi was, and seemed to want us to attack Shiraishi 5. Shiraishi did not retreat, but came to the front line of the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew before. Came to the front line, but Kari did not follow Shiraishi. This further confirmed the previous speculation of Konoha's high-level officials. That is, Shiraishi is a bona fide guise, an outcast. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered. Mist Shinobi ninjas attracted our ninjas to Shiraishi, what did they want to do? Use our Konoha to test whether Shiraishi is a real pretense. Narashikaku nodded. Probably so. Or, the Mist Shinobi ninja wants us Konoha to kill Shiraishi, not giving Iwagakure a chance to continue to disguise, and intensifying the conflict between our Konoha and Iwagakure. 99. Make the war more intense and Kirigakure can profit from it. Nara Lu paused for a while. Lord Hokage, my current analysis is like this. Asuma's disappearance, with a high probability, is Kirigakure's act. They were able to sneak in last time, and they should be able to do so this time. This is revenge for what happened last time. A revenge against you and Konoha, Hokage-sama. Second, Kirigakure wants Konoha and Iwagakure's war to become fierce. Thirdly, Shiraishi is indeed a pretense, an abandoned child, and there is not even a decent person to protect him. If we hadn't issued a strategy against Shiraishi before, Shiraishi might have been killed by our ninjas. In that case, Kirigakure's purpose is achieved. When you start in the wrong direction, no matter how you speculate, it is easy to go in the wrong direction. Narashika Issa is a smart person. But smart people are often very confident, and it is difficult to doubt their previous speculations unless they get some key evidence. Still has not now. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a stunned expression. Narashika Issa's analysis is very reasonable and logical. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed. Look up, look out the window, and look in the direction of the distant water country. I didn't expect Kirigakure to be so vicious. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen hated Kirigakure more than Iwagakure. Even these days, more Konoha shinobi have died at the hands of rock shinobi ninjas. But in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, Iwagakure at least came to the fore. Moreover, Konoha can benefit from Iwagakure. Once Iwagakure's secret technique is obtained, it will be a huge benefit for Konoha, especially the Sarutobi clan. The Sarutobi family is not strong enough. There is no blood successor, and there is a lack of secret techniques. Once the secret technique is obtained, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that with the size of the Sarutobi clan, it can take off immediately. But Kirigakure was designed in the dark. Kirigakure wanted to make the war between Konoha and Iwagakure tragic, and after that, Kirigakure benefited from it. And if Kirigakure's plan succeeds, Kirigakure itself has nothing to lose. When the war between Konoha and Iwagakure intensifies, there are two possibilities for Konoha. One is that before Konoha collapsed, Tsunagakure, Kusanagi village. These ninja villages came to support and helped Konoha block Iwagakure's offensive, but in exchange, Konoha would definitely give them huge benefits. Even the secrets of Iwagakure's esoteric art will be known to them. This is a terrible result for Konoha. The second possibility is that Konoha collapsed completely, and other ninja villages attacked Iwagakure, or participated in the carve-up of Konoha, which would be a worse result for Konoha. One more thing is very important. That is, Iwagakure's strength is obviously stronger than Kirigakure. Konoha can accept Iwagakure's attack on Konoha, but cannot accept Kirigakure's provocation on Konoha. Many people have such an idea. Bullied by the strong. You bully people. Bullied by the weak. What kind of thing are you, you dare to bully me? This is human nature, everyone has it, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is no exception. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. We Konoha are indeed at a disadvantage when facing the rock shinobi army, but we Konoha also have our own purpose, Kirigakure's provocation, we absolutely cannot tolerate it. 99. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Narashika Issa. Luju, what strategy do you think we should adopt? Narashika Issa hesitated for a while. In the current stage, it is a better way to assassinate mist shinobi ninjas with elite ninjas, so as not to start a large-scale war with Kirigakure, and to have the effect of revenge and warning. 99. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. It's true, Luju, you've worked hard, go back to rest early. Yes, Lord Hokage. Narashika withdrew and returned to the Nara family's residence. And Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. Ninjas who do Kirigakure, and Kirigakure's goals. Moonlight Gale is better at such things in the dark, and the existence of the penetrating escape can often have the effect of catching the opponent off guard, unless it is against a ninja with strong perception. But such ninjas are rare. For this operation, let Moonlight Gale lead the team. 99. As for the target, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment. Among the Kirigakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen used to know more, but now Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't know much. Kirigakure in the state of blood fog is equivalent to seclusion. In itself, Kirigakure is far from the mainland. It consists of many islands. The country of water is also known as the country of 1,000 islands. Still east of the land of soup. Yagura Moonlight Blast is definitely incapable of assassinating. Yuan Shi is equally difficult. There is only a little hope among the younger ninjas. Forget it, let Moonlight Blast choose his own target. If the quality of the target is not enough, then the quantity will make up. For Asuma, against me Sarutobi Hiruzen, against Konoha. Kirigakure, I won't make it easy for you. 35. The next day, Moonlight Gale received an order to end the mission that he had been doing and came to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Moonlight Blast a new quest. Jo Feng, I'll leave this mission to you, make sure to complete it well, it's about our Konoha's face. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Moonlight Blast below nodded heavily. The Moonlight Blast during this period has not been seriously injured, but a very good and excellent special Jainin, with first-class assassination ability, he has been valued at a young age, and he can be regarded as a genius. The rate of promotion is much faster than that of his peers. In addition, Moonlight Blast also has a childhood sweetheart who grew up with him. In the eyes of others, Moonlight Blast is a winner in life. Uegwang Blast himself thinks so too. He is young and proud, and he is proud of himself now. When Shiraishi's reputation spread, Moonlight Blast did not think that he was worse than Shiraishi, but believed that his talent was still above Shiraishi, and that he had the limit of blood. Shiraishi doesn't have a bloodline limit. After the top management of Konoha decided that Shiraishi was just a pretense, Moonlight Gale stopped caring about Shiraishi at all. Instead, I put my eyes on the Terracotta, Deodara, Bunya. These are rock shinobi ninjas who have shown their special features. But Moonlight Blast still didn't think they were worse than them. What they have is just a secret technique. What I have is the blood following the boundary. The upper limit of the blood succession limit is only higher than that of the secret technique, and it will not be lower. 35. Originally, Moonlight Blaze wanted to fight against Kitowenya and others, but never found an opportunity. The mission of assassinating Mist Shinobi Ninja made Moonlight Blaze think of another direction. That is, kill key members of Kirigakure to build your reputation. Get promoted to Jainin early. Moonlight Blast doesn't think his ceiling is limited to a special Jainin. Jainin, even elite Jainin, are the targets of Moonlight Blast. A Konoha team, led by the Moonlight Blast, left Konoha and headed towards the Land of Water, and immediately made a disguise after leaving the Land of Fire. Hidden true identity. Shiraishi and Lao Ziai continued to stay in Konoha. Konoha's alert became stronger, but it had no effect on Shiraishi and Lao Ziai. Hyaga Hayashi did his best to help Shiraishi and Lao Ziai arrange their identities. After all, Niji and Hanabi are both in Iwagakure. This is Hyaga Hayashi's retreat, and also the retreat of the Hyaga family. Lao Ziai looked in the direction of the Hokage building with a sneer on his face. Asuma was actually instigated by the masked man, but Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Asuma had encountered an accident and thought it might be my rock shinobi ninja's hand. 95. I have to say, the relationship between the father and son is really bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know anything about his son. There should be part of the reason that Asuma can be seduced. It's a delightful thing. It's like watching a joke. Iwagakure has a bad relationship with Konoha, and Lao Ziai is also very unhappy with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is unlucky, Lao Ziai is naturally overjoyed, and it is completely a joke. Shiraishi picked up the teacup. Sudden. Shiraishi felt a sudden burst of force pouring into his body. It's exactly the same feeling I've seen many times before. Grado progress, Phase 1, 19%. Shiraishi frowned slightly. Who has gained further elven power this time? Chapter 117. Shiraishi closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the spiritual space. After that, Shiraishi noticed that there was such a change, the long-eared rabbit. The long-eared rabbit corresponds to the dragon tongue. Dragon tongue. It was a bit beyond my expectations. Dragon tongue and the elf completed the contract, but, in Shiraishi's view, Dragon tongue is not a ninja with extremely high qualifications. To give vitality to others, you must consume your own vitality. Shiraishi remembers that in the original plot, Naruto was severely injured and was about to die. In order to save Naruto, the dragon tongue used the power of the blood to give Naruto its own vitality. Naruto is alive. But the dragon tongue is dead. When the war broke out between Iwagakure and Konoha, Dragon Tongue also came to the front line under Shiraishi's arrangement. However, the performance of the Dragon Tongue is not excellent, nor is it very positive. Shiraishi is clear. The reason why Dragon Tongue is added to Iwagakure is just because of Wu Zhao. Dragon Tongue itself is not too aggressive and competitive, and there is no hatred for Konoha. Did something happen? The temporary base of the Rock Shinobi Army. A house constructed entirely of dirt and rock, this is the medical department in the temporary camp of the Rock Shinobi Army. Long Tong stood outside, staring at the medical department, walking back and forth with a nervous expression. Stainless. Long Tong clenched his fist tightly, very worried. Stainless. In Long Tong's mind, the previous scene kept replaying. During the battle with the Konoha Shinobi, Wu Zhao was targeted by the Konoha Shinobi, probably because Wu Zhao had shown a strong hatred for the Konoha Shinobi before. Moreover, the moves used by Wuskale have the characteristics of a typical grass ninja village. Grass hidden current blasting palm. This is a taijutsu exclusive to Kusanagi village. Konoha and Kusanagi village are in an alliance relationship, so they recognize it. Therefore, there are many people who target the unsullied Konoha Shinobi. From the point of view of Konoha's ninja, Rock Shinobi ninja attacked Konoha, that's because Iwagakure and Konoha fought. What kind of ninja are you in Kusanagi village? A mere grass-hidden village ninja, joined Iwagakure? Shot on Konoha? You are the one who hit. The Konoha Shinobi hated Wu Zhao more than the Rock Shinobi ninja. Therefore, a trap was specially arranged for Wu Zhao. Innocent didn't expect it. In addition, Wu Zhao himself also behaved very recklessly during this war. The death of his father, the attitude of Kusanagi village, and the attitude of Konoha made Wu Zhao very dissatisfied. Wu Zhao desperately wanted to become stronger, wanted to take revenge on Kusanagi village, and take revenge on Konoha. This is one of them. Another point is that in Wu Zhao's heart, he is also a little jealous of Long Tong and others. Wu Zhao knew that Yakushi Kabuto was not from Iwagakure, and also knew that Kamo was not. Dragon Tongue is the Iwagakure that came because of itself. Wu Zhao watched Yakushi Kabuto keep getting stronger and stronger, and he also showed his elf form. And Xiang Phosphorus's medical ninjutsu is also extremely strong. Received the attention of countless people. Even the Dragon Tongue is progressing faster than himself. This made Wu Zhao feel a strong sense of urgency. Even if all the hearts are filled with hatred, as a person, there are still other ideas. Like Uchiha Sasuke. For Uchiha Sasuke, the hatred of genocide is the greatest. Uchiha Sasuke desperately wants to become stronger, wants to kill Uchiha Itachi, and wants to avenge his parents and his clan. But at the ninja school, Uchiha Sasuke had other ideas too. Uchiha Sasuke doesn't want to be surpassed by anyone his age. Uchiha Sasuke wants to ensure his own strength, the first among his peers. Uchiha Sasuke wants to guarantee his reputation as a genius. Because only in this way, Uchiha Sasuke will feel that he has the possibility of revenge. The situation with Innocent is similar. When he saw the progress of Long Tong and others, he didn't make such rapid progress, and Wu Zhao panicked. When he was alone, Wu Zhao couldn't help but doubt himself. Why can't I? Why are they all progressing faster than me? Why am I ineligible for elven power? Am I too weak? Am I too talented? In this case, how can I complete my revenge? 39. Wu Zhao couldn't think of a good way, so he could only work harder and work harder. Until the trap of Konoha Shinobi. Countless attacks fell on Wu Zhao's body, Wu Zhao's figure was restricted, and there was no way to dodge. Long Tong still remembers the scene at that time. Those Konoha shinobi surrounded Wu Zhao, not only attacking Wu Zhao, but also humiliating Wu Zhao. Traitor of Grass Ninja Village. As a ninja in Kusanagi Village, when Kusanagi Village was bullied by Iwagakure like a dog, he even took refuge in Iwagakure. It is a disgrace to those who have surrendered to the enemy. I'm still fighting against Konoha now. What are you doing? Today we are going to be here and torture you to death. After the dragon tongue supported him, Wu Zhao was almost out of human form. Blood was all over his body, and his clothes were already in tatters. When Long Tong thought of the scene at that time, his eyes became red. At that time, Long Tong didn't hesitate, just felt the heat in his brain, and rushed straight up. However, Konoha shinobi people knew the existence of Dragon Tongue and took precautions. So Long Tong also fell into a disadvantage, facing the siege of Konoha shinobi, and kept retreating. Long Tong tried his best to protect Wu Zhao behind him. Konoha shinobi didn't even want to let go of Dragon Tongue, but wanted to kill Dragon Tongue and Wu Zhao together. A Konoha shinobi grinned mockingly. This female ninja is quite distinctive. The color of the hair is rare, and the color of the eyes is also rare. Don't kill it directly, just enjoy it first. A Konoha shinobi next to him hesitated. That's not a good idea. But he was soon convinced. There is no one else here. As long as we don't talk about it, other people won't know. Do you mind? Can you come first? So are you satisfied? Ninja with such features is very rare in our Konoha. No flavor. Konoha's ninja spoke obscene words. The dragon tongue gritted his teeth fiercely. And this further stimulated Wu Zhao. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Long Tong looked back worriedly. At this moment, Konoha's ninja got on, rushed up, gave Long Tong a heavy blow, Long Tong's figure flew out, and the eyes became dark. Long Tong heard the sound of Wu Zhao being beaten continuously. And the sound of footsteps approaching. Sudden. A strange sound resounded in Long Tong's mind. Long Tong saw a figure. A rabbit that walks upright and has huge ears. Elves. The next moment, Long Tong felt that there was an extra power in his body. Dragon Tongue opened his eyes. When the Konoha shinobi came to the Dragon Tongue and stretched out his hand to the Dragon Tongue. Elf form. The shape of the Dragon Tongue changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Konoha shinobi was shocked. This sudden change shocked Konoha shinobi. In the understanding of Konoha shinobi, Dragon Tongue is not a ninja of Iwagakure, but, like Wu Zhao, was a ninja of Grass Ninja Village before, and only joined Iwagakure later. Both are good at gymnastics. In addition to physique, Long Tong also has an illusion. However, the ninja of Konoha never thought that the Dragon Tongue could also be the secret technique of Iwagakure. The people who are known to the Konoha shinobi who possess the Iwagakure mystic arts are Kari, Akatsuki, Bunka, Deidara, Yakushi Kabuto. Fragrances are well protected, Konoha shinobi people don't know it. Not many people even know about Iwagakure. In their view, Dragon Tongue will never exist. Dragon Tongue's strength is not very strong, and his talent is not high. How could Iwagakure hand over the secret technique to Dragon Tongue? Dragon Tongue's state does not seem to possess secret skills. This is something that Konoha shinobi devotees totally did not expect. The Dragon Tongue changed into the shape of a long-eared rabbit. In an instant, the basic attributes were greatly improved, especially the speed. Long-eared rabbits are a kind of elves that are very good at speed. Moreover, the second ability obtained by Long Tongue is also in terms of speed. Move fast. At one point, the figure of the Dragon Tongue disappeared from Konoha shinobi's sight. So fast. Konoha shinobi can't capture the shape of the Dragon Tongue at all. The speed of the Dragon Tongue itself is very fast. After getting the power of the long-eared rabbit, the speed is further improved. After entering the elf form, it is improved again, plus the ability to move at high speed. All of you are going to die. The Dragon Tongue glared at the Konoha shinobi. Bang! 35. A moment came behind a Konoha shinobi. Grass-hidden stream blasting palm. Too fast, Konoha shinobi was not prepared at all and was hit by himself, and the high speed brought a stronger impact. Crack! The Konoha shinobi only heard a crisp sound of bone shattering, and his body involuntarily fell forward, hitting the ground, and no longer had the strength to stand up. The Dragon Tongue figure appeared behind the second Konoha shinobi. Konoha shinobi fell into a panic. They didn't expect this situation at all. Dragon Tongue is also the owner of Iwagakure's secret art? And it also broke out at such a fast, good money, speed. Amazing! A Konoha shinobi person even remembered Shisui, a ninja who used the instant body technique to the ultimate, and the Dragon Tongue did not use the body flicker technique, but pure speed. But in the eyes of these Konoha shinobi, there is no weaker. No one can guard against Dragon Tongue attacks. No one can withstand the Dragon's Tongue attack. The number has no meaning in the face of Dragon Tongue. Because their attacks can't hit the Dragon Tongue at all, but all the attacks of the Dragon Tongue can hit. It turned into a one-sided massacre. Die! One after another fell down. Escape! The remaining Konoha shinobi did not dare to fight anymore and fled furiously. However, the Dragon Tongue did not let them go. Instead, kill them all. After that, he returned to Wu Zhao's side. Take Wu Zhao back to the medical department at the temporary camp of the Rock Shinobi army. The moment Wu Zhao was delivered, the Dragon Tongue also fell to the ground. However, after the treatment of fragrant phosphorus, it didn't take long for the Dragon Tongue to wake up. But Wu Zhao was always in a coma. In terms of injuries, Wu Zhao is much more serious than Long Tongue. Konoha. A figure entered the route. Lord Danzo, I'm back. Danzo looked at the opposite Yamanaka Kaze and smiled. It's good to be back, how is the situation? This time, I will definitely bring back Yakushi Kabuto with my own hands. Yamanaka Wind said decisively. Chapter 118. Lord Danzo, Yakushi Kabuto wasn't caught by Anbu's ninja, right? Yamanaka Wind heard some news. Not yet. Danzo said, Hokage asked Anbu ninja to fight, and also sent Hokage there, but fell into the trap of Rock Shinobi ninja and killed a lot of Konoha shinobi. Yakushi Kabuto was not caught. Their operation failed. For this matter, Danzo is happy to see. This is the goal of the route, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is very clear, but still let Anbu act, which makes Danzo very dissatisfied. Now is not the time when Konoha's real crisis exists. So Danzo doesn't need to think about the big picture at all. Iwagakure's attitude shows that this is a protracted war. The war will not be stopped, but Konoha will not be completely defeated. Iwagakure is training. Konoha is equivalent to passive training. Danzo naturally hopes that his roots can become stronger in this process. Therefore, Danzo is also thirsty for Iwagakure's secret art. Obviously there are so many goals, obviously Sarutobi Hiruzen's goal before is Deidara, Wenyi. But after a few failures, he set his sights on Yakushi Kabuto, the root target. Isn't this looting? The resentment in Danzo's heart was much greater. Nothing is good. 35. Yamanaka Kaze breathed a sigh of relief. Yakushi Kabuto has almost become the obsession of Yamanaka style. Yamanaka style just wants to beat himself. If others beat Yakushi Kabuto, it will be a forever regret in Yamanaka's heart. Lord Danzo, leave it to me to catch Yakushi Kabuto. Danzo nodded. It seems that you got a lot from Orochimaru this time? Take Yakushi Kabuto, no problem. Yamanaka said confidently. Yakushi Kabuto was lucky and got Iwagakure's secret technique, but I also have secret techniques, and the secret techniques of my Yamanaka family are not necessarily weaker than the secret techniques he got. 183 This time at Orochimaru, my body has undergone a transformation, and my strength has improved a lot compared to the previous me. 35. Yakushi Kabuto will definitely not be my match. Lord Danzo, please help me arrange a chance. 39. Yamanaka Kaze made a request to Danzo. Good. 35. Danzo agreed. Yamanaka was overjoyed. Yakushi Kabuto, I will definitely beat you this time. I want to pay you back all the humiliation you have done to me before. 39. Just a traitor, an ordinary member of the root, what do you compare to me? Why do you compare yourself to me? It's just shit luck. This time, I'm going to put you back where you were supposed to be. 99. Things that don't belong to you, don't belong to your strength, don't belong to your status, put them all down. Danzo also has some confidence in the Yamanaka style. Yamanaka style is Danzo's valued subordinate. Also, the Yamanaka style has been transformed by Orochimaru. It's not so much that Danzo has faith in Yamanaka style, but Danzo has faith in Orochimaru. This time, there is a high probability that Yamanaka will catch Yakushi Kabuto. When I catch Yakushi Kabuto, I can get Iwagakure's secret art at the root. The strength of my roots will definitely increase greatly. Even my strength can go further. 5. Furthermore, if I get Iwagakure's secret art one step ahead of Hiruzen, then everyone in Konoha will know that I am more capable than Hiruzen, stronger than Hiruzen. Danzo has been trying to compare Sarutobi Hiruzen since Sarutobi Hiruzen took the Hokage position. Danzo wants to beat Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo wants to prove himself stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Either in terms of strength or ability. Danzo wants to make it clear that he is more suitable to succeed Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen should be a little overwhelmed right now. 35. Asuma suddenly disappeared. No matter what, he was also Hiruzen's son. Even if Asuma doesn't work. 99. Danzo thought about Hyuga Hayashi again and thought it was a bit ironic. Before Hinata and Hanabi disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen was scolding Hyuga Hayashi, saying that Hyuga Hayashi was incompetent. What about now? Asuma's disappearance, Hiruzen, does it also prove that you, Asuma's father, are not capable? There was a sneer at the corner of Danzo's mouth. The news of Asuma's disappearance spread in Konoha, causing a lot of discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not disclose the reason for his supposed disappearance of Asuma, because Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to let Moonlight Blaze lead the assassination of the ninjas in Kirigakure. In this case, it is naturally better for everyone in Konoha to not know the truth. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone in Konoha, this is again done by Iwagakure. Iwagakure is too much. I was staring at Hyuga Hayashi before, and I can explain it for the sake of rolling my eyes. What about now? Asuma was kidnapped. This is Lord Hokage's son. Is Iwagakure really going to fight our Konoha to the death? Lord Hokage must be furious. At this moment, a voice came out. In order to take care of the overall situation, Lord Hokage forced himself to calm down, and did not order the people below to take drastic actions, worried that this was Iwagakure's design. 99. For the sake of the village, Hokage-sama has endured abruptly. It's great. I really cried to death. Lord Hokage has sacrificed so much for the village. When Danzo heard these remarks. Danzo. After that, he looked in the direction of the Hokage building with a complicated expression. Hiruzen, as expected of you, I'm not as good as you in terms of language. Even in such an obvious situation, you can turn the disappearance of Asuma into something beneficial to you. I want to learn from you. If I had your ability in this area back then, Tobirama-sensei would not have been deceived by you, the position of Hokage would fall into my hands, and Konoha would be much stronger than now. You are just for yourself. 35. A lot more selfish than I am. Even the disappearance of his own son has to make a name for himself. Hyuga Saburo's offer Sarutobi Hiruzen deepened. Old Zi sneered. Shiraishi quite admire Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ability in this regard is indeed very strong. Anyway, it's an ability. Cloud Shinobi Village. Reikage fell into excitement after hearing the news. Does this mean that the shields of Iwagakure and the Xi are intensifying, and it's time for a decisive battle? No matter who wins or loses, the final winner is me, Cloud Shinobi Village. 99. I don't believe Sarutobi Hiruzen can really take this breath. Reikage recalled his father's death and found that, no matter what, he couldn't forgive Iwagakure, and once he was given a chance, he must destroy Iwagakure. Tsunagakure. Luo Sha's mood became a little nervous. One command. We will try our best to investigate the situation of Konoha and Iwagakure's fighting, and there must be no mistakes. It's about the future of our Tsunagakure. 35. Iwagakure did not deny the news that Asuma was persecuted by Iwagakure, which spread within Konoha. Even if Iwagakure's ninja knew that Asuma's disappearance had nothing to do with him and others. It's pointless to kill Asuma. This person is incompetent. Killing Konoha doesn't do much real damage, and angers Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Iwagakure's unilateral denial is meaningless. Not many people will believe it. The letter of Lois and Terracotta was sent to Onoji's hands. At BH at 2, plus. Onoji's eyes flickered. This Sarutobi Hiruzen, really shameless. Uchiha Obito nodded. Good, as I expected. Iwagakure is also a good choice. Asuma's mood is a little complicated. On the one hand, Asuma knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the right choice to do so, and he was not killed by Iwagakure's ninjas, and he left Konoha voluntarily. But when he heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't plan to do anything for himself, Asuma was still a little uncomfortable. What is the most important thing to you? Or is it just that I'm not important? A look of confusion appeared in Asuma's eyes, but he soon became firm again. I'm going to get stronger. Stronger. Let everyone look at me with admiration. I'm going to shock you all. On the other side, Yakushi Kabuto walked out of the medical department in the temporary camp of the Rock Shinobi Army. Senior Do, how is Wu Zhao's situation? Long Tong hurriedly greeted him and asked. It is no longer life-threatening, but it is hard to say when it will fully recover. It would be better to let Wu Zhao go back to Iwagakure before he fully recovers. 5. Wait until he wakes up. Don't worry too much. Dragon Tongue nodded. Senior Pocket, thank you. 55. You're welcome. If you want to thank you, thank Xianglin, her ability played a more important role, and I just dealt with the aftermath. Yakushi Kabuto paused. You can go in and have a look. Yes. Dragon Tongue entered the medical room. Wu Zhao is still in a coma, but the breath of life has stabilized, just as Yakushi Kabuto said. Wu Zhao is no longer in danger. Stainless. Dragon Tongue grabbed Wu Zhao's hand tightly and held it tightly, but he didn't dare to use too much force, and all the power fell on his own hand. 2 days later, Wu Zhao woke up. Am I still alive? Immediately, the tears of the dragon tongue flowed out. Wu Zhao, of course you are still alive, you are still alive and well. 55. Is it? Wu Zhao recalled it for a while, and then came back to his senses and looked at Dragon Tongue. Dragon Tongue, thank you, you saved me, and everyone in Iwagakure, I was able to survive. It must be Xianglin who also shot, did you thank her for your help? Fragrant comes from the village of Grass Ninja, but the situation is special. Based on Xianglin's previous situation in Grass Ninja Village, he hated everyone in Grass Ninja Village. Even if it is an unrelated person like Wu Zhao and Long Tong. Innocent is understandable. Thanks already. 35. Long Tong said, Wu Zhao, you have a good rest. Senior Do said that your problem is not big, as long as you take good care of your injuries, you can recover quickly, there is no problem. Innocent nodded. I'm still too weak. If only I were stronger. If only I had a dragon tongue and you were so strong. Long Tong really wants to say, I am willing to give you my power, but Long Tong knows that his power can't be given just by saying it. This is the long-eared rabbit who chose himself. I didn't choose the long-eared rabbit myself. Sir Shiraishi said that there will be opportunities, don't worry. 35. During this time, Wu Zhao, you should go back to Iwagakure to recuperate first, and then return to the battlefield after you have recuperated. This time, Wu Zhao didn't speak. Crack! A crisp voice sounded in Shiraishi's mind, and Shiraishi quickly sank his consciousness into the spiritual space. A new spirit is waking up. Chapter 119. A chicken appeared in Shiraishi's sight. A chicken with flames all over its body. Body is red. Feet are golden. Both claws are sharp. Flame chicken. Shiraishi frowned slightly, this is a very good elf. In Shiraishi's impression, there are two very important points about the attributes of elves. One is the racial value, and the other is the physique value. The race value represents that the elves of this race will have such a basic attribute. The individual value is the same race, different individuals will have certain differences. Among the elves who awakened before, Shiraishi is not clear about the individual value, and there is no specific data, but Shiraishi still remembers some of the racial values. The big rock snake is the lowest, only 385 points, and the happy egg is the highest, reaching 540. The flame chicken is 530. Compared with happy egg, it is only 10 points worse. Shiraishi feels that this will definitely have an impact on the future of the elf fit. Most of the currently awakened elves are after evolution. Only the big rock snake with Wenya is a relatively primary stage. However, Shiraishi felt that the big rock snake of Wenya did not necessarily have the possibility of evolution. When it evolved into a big steel snake, the racial value of this elf would increase a lot. Of course, that's for later. The most important thing for Shiraishi at the moment is to find the person chosen by the flaming chicken. Shiraishi's Groudon progress has reached 19% of the first stage, and if it is increased by 1%, it can reach 20%. At 20%, Shiraishi can gain a Groudon skill again. The characteristics of the flaming chicken lie in fire and physical skills. You can start from both sides. Shiraishi first came to the vicinity of Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha is famous for fire style, and Uchiha Sasuke's fire style talent is also quite good. But alas, the flaming chicken is not interested in Uchiha Sasuke. Shiraishi then came to the vicinity of the Sarutobi clan again. In Konoha, there are two ninja families who are good at fire style. One is Uchiha and the other is the Sarutobi clan. The name Hokage comes from fire style. At that time, it was Uchiha. However, the Sarutobi clan seems to want to manipulate the name Hokage to come from the Sarutobi clan. A ninja from the Sarutobi clan came in and out. Shiraishi guarded for several days, but did not meet anyone chosen by the flaming chicken. Not even Sarutobi Hiruzen? So, what about Asuma? It's a pity that Asuma is dead. There is also someone who is very good at fire style, Uchiha Itachi. 55. Uchiha Itachi has the Amaterasu flame, which is known as the strongest fire style in the ninja world. But finding Uchiha Itachi is not easy. Suddenly, Shiraishi remembered a person. Do nothing. Grass Ninja Village, the city owner of Ghost Lantern City, of course, is already his predecessor. In the process of fighting against Shiraishi, Wuyuwei has been killed by Shiraishi. Now the Lord of Ghost Lantern City is another person, but Wuyuwei has a very good fire style. It is even possible to restrict the flow of chakra. Shiraishi is good at earth style, and restraining Wuyuwei's fire style will make Wuyuwei completely helpless. But in fact, Wuyuwei's strength is not weak. This is a top fire style ninja. Wuyuwei is indeed dead, but Wuyujiao is still alive. As Wuyuwei's son, Wuyujiao has a high probability of inheriting Wuyuwei's talent, so there is the possibility of being favored by the Flaming Chicken. Among the Sarutobi clan, there are quite a number of fire-style ninjas. In the Fourth Ninja World War, they were known as the 2000 Flame Legion. However, very few can reach the level of elite Genin. Among the Sarutobi clan, Asuma can be regarded as the best among the best. You can try Wushao. Shiraishi and Lao Ziai talked for a while, and the two left Konoha and headed towards the temporary camp of the Rock Shinobi army. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the intelligence in front of him. It was passed on by an Anbu ninja. Above are two names. It is Dragon Tongue and Innocent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered. Two ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village joined Iwagakure, got the reuse of Iwagakure, came to the front line, killed many ninjas in Konoha, and also possessed the secret technique of Iwagakure? What's going on? Why should Iwagakure believe them? 35. How could such an important secret technique be given to her? And the Grass Ninja Village, what kind of role does it play here? Is the Grass Ninja Village unaware? Or did you secretly collaborate with Iwagakure? For a while, a lot of doubts arose in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. However, no matter what, for Konoha, the difficulty of acquiring secret techniques has become smaller. Having the secret techniques of the Yamanaka family, you can get their memories. At that time, all the secrets came out. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave orders to the Anbu ninja. Definitely capture the target for the Dragon Tongue and give up Yakushi Kabuto. Watching Anbu ninja leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Danzo shouldn't blame me now, I've given Yakushi Kabuto back to him. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen got news of the Dragon Tongue, Danzo got it too. Danzo can transfer the target. But it didn't take long to learn that Anbu's target had also become a Dragon Tongue. This made Danzo tremble with anger. Hiruzen, you just want to fight against me, you just want to stare at me and bully me alone, right? Danzo looked in the direction of the Hokage building, and his eyes were all cloudy. Too much. Just don't help me look like a human. Yakushi Kabuto, if you want, I will. Now I'm eyeing the Dragon Tongue, and you're here to grab it again. Don't go too far. Wuyujiao didn't want to leave, but was persuaded anyway. It was not the Dragon Tongue that convinced Wuyujiao, but the Yakushi Kabuto. If you stay here in this state, you won't be of any help, and you will be a drag on others. 5. This made Wuyujiao clench his fists, very unwilling. But Wuyujiao had to admit that Yakushi Kabuto had a point. I understand. Some rock shinobi ninjas come, and Dragon Tongue intends to accompany Wuyujiao back to Iwagakure, but Wuyujiao refuses. Rather than accompany me back to Iwagakure, Dragon Tongue, I hope you can become stronger. The group is about to leave the temporary station. And at this time... Wait a moment. Wuyujiao turned his head, and then was stunned. You may not need to go back. Really? Wuyujiao's eyes lit up, surprised. Come with me. Kitug brought Wu Zhao back into his mud house, and let the other rock shinobi ninjas leave, then closed the door and walked out of the corner of the two figures. Wu Zhao was stunned for a moment. Sir Shiraishi. Shiraishi felt the shaking of the flame chicken. Wu Zhao, an elves have chosen you, are you willing to complete the contract with him? It's like a dragon's tongue. 99. I do. Wu Zhao didn't hesitate at all. Wu Zhao knew about elves, and the dragon tongue would not hide anything from Wu Zhao, so Wu Zhao knew very well that after obtaining the power of elves, his own strength would increase rapidly. Like Yakushi Kabuto, Deodara, Dragon Tongue. You can become strong by yourself. You can have the power to take revenge. Wu Zhao longed for the power of the elf too much. When seeing the progress of the Dragon Tongue, when facing the Konoha shinobi who wanted to win, but was powerless to lose, Wu Zhao hated his weakness very much. As a man, he had to rely on the Dragon Tongue to save his life. In Wu Zhao's heart, there is some machismo. For Flowers 0. After this serious injury, Wu Zhao was even more eager. Especially, facing the situation that he is about to return to Iwagakure, Wu Zhao doesn't want to leave the front line, and he doesn't want to waste time, but wants to get stronger as soon as possible, get stronger and keep getting stronger. As a result, at this time, Shiraishi appeared. Ask Unsullied if he is willing to make a contract with the elf. How could Wu Xiao not be willing? Sir Shiraishi, thank you. Innocent is very excited. This is like a person who is disappointed and unwilling to the extreme, who is at the bottom of the valley, and finally sees hope. How could such hope not be grasped? Shiraishi raised his hand and placed it on Wu Xiao's shoulder. A burst of power poured out from the flame chicken's body, followed Shiraishi's arm, and entered Wu Xiao's body. Wu Zhao felt this power and was ecstatic. Great! I'm finally an elf contractor too. I've become like Yakushi Kabuto, Deodara, Dragon Tongue. Great! I can also get stronger quickly. Grass Ninja Village, Konoha, I will make you pay the price you deserve. 9. Wu Zhao bowed deeply to Shiraishi and thanked him again. Sir Shiraishi, thank you. 99. Shiraishi nodded and said, as long as you remain loyal to Iwagakure in the future, I will not regret what happened today. Please rest assured, Lord Shiraishi, I will never. From today onwards, I will be your loyal follower. Even if it costs my life, I will not give up this loyalty. It is good. Shiraishi showed a smile and said, go outside and get used to the new power. After contracting with the elves, your recovery ability will be greatly enhanced. You don't need to go back to the village to recover, but you still need to pay attention. 99. Also, don't say anything casual about elves for the time being. Innocent nodded. Yes, Lord Shiraishi. Sir Shiraishi, then I'll go out first. Wu Zhao is very excited and can't wait to experience his new power. Also, can't wait to share this good news with Dragon Tongue. Wu Zhao found the Dragon Tongue. Dragon Tongue. 35. Innocent. 35. Dragon Tongue froze for a moment. Why are you still here, Wu Zhao? Don't you want to go back? It's Shiraishi-sama. Wu Zhao lowered his voice and said, Sir Shiraishi gave me the power of the elf, I am now like you, Dragon Tongue, and I am also an elf contractor, I don't need to go back. Really? Great. 99. Dragon Tongue has no sense of urgency to be caught up, but is only happy for Wu Zhao. Thanks to Shiraishi-sama. Wu Zhao thanked Shiraishi from the bottom of his heart. If Kuseo Ninja Village sees this, it will be very strange. Killing Wu Vai is Shiraishi. Before Wu Zhao and Shiraishi, they killed their father, but Wu Zhao not only does not hate Shiraishi, but also appreciates Shiraishi. He also became a follower of Shiraishi and was loyal to Shiraishi. They didn't know the notebook existed. Dragon Tongue, starting today, I will learn from you. Well, leave it to me, I will tell you all my experience. Shiraishi looked at Dragon Tongue and Wu Jiao from a distance and was slightly emotional. It's nice to be young. The old purple next to him showed a strange expression. It was as if Shiraishi said that, how old is Shiraishi himself? Shiraishi looked away. Enter the mud house and close your eyes. Shiraishi was feeling his newfound power. A new ability obtained when the progress of Groudon is increased to 20% in the first stage. The two abilities obtained before, the clawed technique is general, because Shiraishi has a lot of earth-style ninjutsu. Shiraishi was satisfied with the effect of puffing smoke. Offensive and defensive integration, at some point, the effect will be very large. I don't know what skills I will acquire this time. Shiraishi is looking forward to the towel. Chapter 120. A picture appeared in Shiraishi's mind. A huge figure stood on the ground. The next moment, on the ground not far away, an area turned red. It's like rolling lava. Immediately after. Base. It's like the sound of a blade unsheathed. A huge sharp blade stabbed out of the magma. In an instant, it came to a height of several hundred meters. It's not a sword at all. It's more like a mountain. Crimson. It emits intense heat, and if it gets close, it seems to be burnt. A fish-shaped elf was stabbed, made a tragic cry, and fell down with serious injuries. Shiraishi opened his eyes with an odd expression. Not bad. The Sword of the Cliff, Groudon's exclusive move, is extremely destructive. What I was missing before was a move like this. Now finally got it. My basic attributes have not improved much, but after getting this move, my overall strength will be greatly enhanced, just like Naruto got Raise Nan, like Sasuke learned Chidori. But the Sword of the Cliff is still above Raise Nan and Chidori. But Shiraishi recalled the image he saw in his mind. That fish-shaped elf is Gekko. A Sword of the Cliff can seriously injure Gekko to the level of 183?35. I'm afraid it's unlikely. Gekko and Groudon are of the same level. One is the god of the earth and the other is the god of the sea. This is probably, Groudon himself. YY came out. Shiraishi looked outside. Now, there are even fewer people in the ninja world who can threaten me. Back in Konoha, Shiraishi awaits the next elf's awakening. Wu Jiao recovered a little after gaining the power of the elf, and immediately joined the training with the Dragon Tongue. Wu Jiao lets Longtong and himself conduct actual combat drills. After getting used to the power of the Flame Chicken, I couldn't wait to apply for the front line. Kitu agreed. The more actual combats the elf fitter has, the faster the power of the elf can be improved, which is a good thing for the elf fitter. It finally came. A Konoha Anbu ninja took a breath when he saw the appearance of the Dragon Tongue. Almost thought Iwagakure sent the Dragon Tongue back. It now seems that it was just the last time, the Dragon Tongue was not lightly injured, and it took a while to recuperate. Iwagakure still has the Dragon Tongue on the front lines. This is too self-confident. Do you really think our Konoha's plan can't be successful? The Konoha Anbu ninja felt that Konoha was underestimated by Iwagakure. Konoha's actions against rock shinobi esoteric ninjas are not once or twice, but many times. Konoha Anbu ninja felt that Iwagakure couldn't be unaware. Having realized that, Iwagakure still did not provide any special protection for these esoteric ninjas, but kept them on the front line. Kitu and Wenya are okay to say, the strength is there. But Dragon Tongue, why are you so reassured? Even if Iwagakure is going to do a counter-tactic and use the Dragon Tongue as bait, it's too small for us Konoha. After Konoha Anbu ninja got the information about the Dragon Tongue, he quickly reported it to the top. Soon a battle plan was determined. A large number of Konoha Anbu ninjas appear and prepare. At the same time, the root side also got information. Danzo didn't want to do it this time, but wanted to get ahead of Konoha Anbu's ninja action. Originally, Danzo wanted to let Yamanaka-style shoot. But Yamanaka Wind refused. Lord Danzo, I want to fight Yakushi Kabuto. Yamanaka Wind to Danzo assured. Lord Danzo, I will definitely defeat Yakushi Kabuto and bring the traitor Yakushi Kabuto back to you, Lord Danzo, I swear with my life. Danzo was silent for a moment, then agreed. If anyone else dared to say such a thing to Danzo, Danzo would have slapped him long ago. But the Yamanaka style is different. When the Yamanaka Wind is very small, it has come to the root. Danzo attaches great importance to Yamanaka style, and indeed he cultivated Yamanaka style as his successor. And the Yamanaka style did not disappoint Danzo. Has always performed well. Before Yakushi Kabuto defected to Konoha and joined Iwagakure, before Iwagakure waged war on Konoha, Danzo didn't expect Yakushi Kabuto's performance either. Unexpectedly, Iwagakure will save Yakushi Kabuto. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru failed to kill Yakushi Kabuto. Unexpectedly, Iwagakure would trust Yakushi Kabuto so much and give Yakushi Kabuto Iwagakure's special secret technique. This upsets Danzo. A person who, in Danzo's view, should have been mortal, was alive and well, jumping around in front of him. Danzo felt this was a challenge to himself. In addition, Yamanaka's several defeats against Yakushi Kabuto also made Danzo very upset. Who is Yamanaka Kaze? A loyal subordinate of Danzo, a junior with high hopes. Who is Yakushi Kabuto? An abandoned child. Why did this abandoned son win the younger generation who had high hopes for him? This unscientific. Therefore, Danzo agreed to Yamanaka's request and gave Yamanaka a chance to prove himself. Must be successful. 35. Lord Danzo, I promise. Yamanaka left with a serious expression. Konoha Anbu, the roots, are all in action. On the other hand, Hyaga Hayashi came to the land of rain. Immediately, someone from Akatsuki's organization cooperated with Hyaga Hayashi under the arrangement of Uchiha Obito. Here comes the courtesan of Akatsuki's organization, Konan. Apparently the leader of the Xiao organization is Pain. But in fact, behind Pain, there is a Nagato, the so-called Pain is just a puppet. And behind Nagato, there is Uchiha Obito. There is also Uchiha Madara behind Uchiha Obito. There is also a black Zetsu behind Uchiha Madara. Constantly nesting dolls. At present, the members of Akatsuki's organization are Konan, Nagato, Scorpion of Red Sand, Orochimaru, Loquat Tenzo, Ju, Uchiha Obito, who is hidden in the dark, receiving new members, mainly Konan is in charge. Hyaga Hayashi glanced at Konan. Hyaga Hayashi, welcome. Konan first introduced himself and said, My name is Konan, and I am a founding member of the Xiao organization. We all came with the same idea. You are welcome to join us. Konan is happy to join Hyaga Hayashi. After all, it's a blind eye. White eyes also have a huge effect on the Xiao organization. And Hyaga Hayashi's own strength is not bad. In Xiao's organization, 2 people are currently working together as a team, your teammates, you also know, come with me. Konan turned to lead the way. Hyaga Hayashi frowned slightly. I know. Who will it be? The masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara last time? Soon, Hyaga Hayashi knew. In a secret room, Konan walked in with Hyaga Hayashi. In the secret room, a figure was already sitting in advance. Hyaga Hayashi's pupils shrank when he saw each other. This person, Hyaga Hayashi does know. Not the masked man, but one of Konoha's famous rebels, Uchiha Itachi. Among the information released to the public, Uchiha Itachi alone killed all Uchiha clansmen except Uchiha Sasuke overnight. But Hyaga Hayashi knows that things are not so simple. Uchiha Itachi was also taken aback when he saw Hyaga Hayashi. Konan said, Uchiha Itachi, Hyaga Hayashi, from today onwards, you will be operating as a team. 35. If there is a task, I will come to inform you. If you don't have a mission, you can stay in the land of rain. I usually take a bounty offer. 35. Contribute to your organization's funding needs. In the future, we will surely be able to realize the ideal of the organization. 55. Konan said encouraging words and then left. Only Uchiha Itachi and Hokage were left, looking at each other. Both of them knew each other, but when they were in Konoha before, they didn't communicate much. Hayashi-senpai, long time no see. Finally, Uchiha Itachi spoke first. Haven't seen you for a long time. Hayashi paused and said, if it's convenient, Itachi, can you give me an introduction to the current situation of the organization? That person didn't explain it to me very clearly just now. It is good. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Uchiha Itachi introduced what he knew about Akatsuki's organization to Hayashi. And Hayashi also briefly talked about the process of leaving Konoha and joining the Sia organization. It was Uchiha Itachi who let his guard down on Hayashi. Uchiha Itachi was apprehensive about Hayashi's appearance. About Uchiha Itachi thinks Hayashi might know something. Uchiha Itachi is uncertain about Hayashi's purpose in joining Akatsuki's organization. Uchiha Itachi thought maybe Hayashi was sent by Konoha. I also feel that Hayashi may have betrayed Konoha. Neither situation was what Uchiha Itachi wanted to see. It sounds a little weird, but that's how Uchiha Itachi's mentality is right now. Until I heard Hayashi say that his two daughters, as well as his nephew, were kidnapped by Iwagakure, his wife was killed in the process of fighting rock shinobi ninja, and even the body was not recovered. He lost his position as the head of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha is more at ease. Because of this, it is impossible for Hayashi to be sent by Konoha to monitor him. At the same time, leaving Konoha in such a situation and joining the Sia organization will not pose much threat to Konoha. Hayashi's main enemy is Iwagakure. Uchiha Itachi originally wanted to send back to Konoha about 4.0 Hayashi joining the Akatsuki organization, but after thinking about it, he gave up this practice and did not send a message to Konoha. The two formed a team. From Konan's point of view, this team can be called the pupil duo. One has Sharingan and one has white eyes. They are all good at pupils. Action. 35. Dropped with a bang. The Konoha root ninja acted a little hurriedly, but there was no way out. The Konoha Anbu ninjas are about to move, and Danzo must get ahead of them. Otherwise, Danzo thinks there is a high probability that the dragon tongue will fall into Konoha Anbu's hands. This is not acceptable to Danzo. Danzo was bullied by Sarutobi Hiruzen many times, this time he wanted to resist, and he wanted to bully Sarutobi Hiruzen once. And as for Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction, as long as his actions are successful, for profit, Danzo believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen will suppress his dissatisfaction. Long Tong's expression became serious. Wu Zhao, we seem to be surrounded. The rock shinobi ninjas all around were held back by others. Wu Zhao's face sank. Did it come for me again? I suffered such a big loss in their hands last time. If you didn't save me with Dragon Tongue, I might have died in their hands. This time is different. I have received the power of the spirits from Shiraishi-sama. Chapter 121. But Wu Zhao guessed wrong. These Konoha root ninjas are not here for him this time, but for the Dragon Tongue. Compared with the capture of Rock Shinobi's secret ninjas, Konoha root ninjas are not so concerned about the betrayal behavior of Kusakata ninjas. If they can kill Wu Zhao, kill it. It doesn't matter if you can't kill it. Just grab the Dragon Tongue and that's enough. Superior. All the Konoha root ninjas rushed up. No scale, be careful. Dragon Tongue looked in Wu Zhao's direction worriedly. Innocent nodded. Don't worry, I'm not what I used to be. 35. Wu Zhao's expression was serious, and he was fully prepared for battle. Just let you taste my newly acquired ability. A mass of flames enveloped Wu Zhao's entire body on Wu Zhao's body. Flame charge. This is exactly what Flaming Chicken is capable of. Wrap yourself in flames, so that your speed and impact are greatly enhanced, and when charging, the flames on your body will cause damage to the enemy. Seeing Wu Zhao's state, the Konoha root ninja was shocked. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This Konoha root ninja has never been seen before. This guy, there is no such ninjutsu before. 35. Suddenly learned new ninjutsu and became stronger? Where's the fire style? Be careful. The Konoha root ninja became vigilant and looked carefully at Wu Zhao who was rushing in. A young man kept recalling in his mind, but he couldn't find a similar fire style. However, he thought of a ninjutsu somewhat similar to Wu Zhao's current state. That's lightning style chakram mode at Cloud Shinobi Village. The difference is that Cloud Shinobi Village's lightning style chakram mode wraps the entire body in lightning style. 22. And Wushao is to wrap all the flames. Fire style chakram mode. This guy can still do ninjutsu like this? 55. Wu Zhao's performance surprised the Konoha root ninja. A Konoha root ninja did not respond, was directly rammed by Wu Zhao, and slammed directly into the Konoha root ninja's arms. Boom! A huge collision sounded, and the Konoha root ninja felt like his body was hit by a boulder. At the same time, flames burned on the body of the Konoha root ninja. Seeing this, Wu Zhao revealed a satisfied smile. If it was before, it would have been impossible for me to do it, but now, these people are no longer my opponents. 35. I'm a lot stronger. This is the power of spirits. This is the power that Shiraishi-sama gave me. Following Shiraishi-sama is the most correct decision in my life. Wu Zhao was very satisfied with his performance. My self-confidence rose. Today, all of you are going to die, come to me, I will make you pay the price, Konoha's ninjas, all deserve to die. When a Konoha root ninja saw Wu Zhao's expression, his face sank. This kid is a little arrogant. How amazing is it to think that you have learned a new ninjutsu? If it weren't for our target this time, he would have been killed by us long ago. Humph. Next time, look good with you. 35. 2 or 3 Konoha root ninjas are keeping Wu Zhao at bay. The remaining Konoha root ninjas all went to the dragon tongue. When Wu Zhao first started, he was in the excitement of improving his own strength and did not realize that the current situation was not the same as he expected. Just a fierce attack. However, after the Konoha root ninja adopted the strategy of containment, Wu Zhao's attack effect was not so good. Face to face, none of these Konoha root ninjas is an opponent of Wu Zhao. But the ninjas at the root of Konoha wanted to contain them, and Wu Zhao couldn't take them down for a while. What's the situation? When did these Konoha ninjas become so cowardly? Because you are afraid of my strength. Want to engage in a war of attrition? Aren't they afraid of the support of other rock shinobi ninjas? Wu Zhao was a little puzzled in his heart. At this moment, a cry of pain sounded. Wu Zhao hurriedly looked over, only to notice that the number of Konoha root ninjas surrounding the dragon tongue was far greater than the number of Konoha root ninjas holding him back. Dragon tongue has been forced into elf form. But the Konoha root ninja was already prepared. A large number of steel wire meshes are laid out, which greatly restricts the movement of the dragon tongue. The dragon tongue moves at such a high speed. If it hits these steel meshes, the dragon tongue itself will be injured. The speed of the dragon tongue can't be brought out. Dragon tongue. Wu Zhao's face turned ugly. Hateful. It turns out that your target this time is actually the dragon tongue. I will never let you succeed. Long Tong, you protected me last time, this time, I will protect you. A more intense flame burned on Wu Zhao's body, Wu Zhao wanted to ask the restraint of these Konoha root ninjas to support the position of the dragon tongue. However, the Konoha root ninja was very determined and did not give Wu Zhao a chance. A figure, looking here from a distance. It is Konoha Anbu's ninja. This Konoha Anbu's ninja face is not very good looking. The ninja at the root is one step ahead of us. Damn. 35. This credit will be robbed by them. Looking at the situation of Long Tong, they have fallen into a disadvantage, and they have found a good response. How to do? This Konoha Anbu ninja was very dissatisfied with the behavior of Konoha's root stealing peaches, but after all, the other party was also Konoha's person. It was impossible to say that he would rush out directly, turn the other party over, and snatch the dragon's tongue. Only Lord Hokage can decide. Soon, word got to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes when he heard the news. Danzo, what are you trying to do? Don't forget, I am Hokage. The Anbu ninja below is still waiting. Lord Hokage, what should we do? Wait and see. Yes, Lord Hokage. The attack of the ninjas at the root of Konoha on the dragon tongue became more violent, and they wanted to defeat the dragon tongue as soon as possible. Pfft! A wound appeared on Long Tong's body, and his clothes were dyed red. Go on, she's dying. Wu Zhao looked at the dragon tongue, and was extremely angry in his heart. Dragon tongue. 95. Wu Zhao was very anxious and angry, and only felt that there was a flame burning in his chest, and the flame on Wu Zhao's body was also strengthened again. Not far in the other direction, Yakushi Kabuto looked at Shiraishi. Sir Shiraishi, am I going to take action? Of course Iwagakure didn't know Konoha's interest in Deidara, Dragon's Tongue, etc. Iwagakure was not a fool, so he had already prepared for it. Dragon's Tongue and Wu Zhao were all bait. The rule set by Shiraishi was that Iwagakure would not give up the elf fitters without actively betraying Iwagakure. Dragon Tongue and innocent, Iwagakure will not give up for now. This time, it is Shiraishi who is standing behind Wu Zhao and Long Tong. Accompanied by Yakushi Kabuto. Shiraishi got the cliff sword and just wanted to find a chance to test the power of the cliff sword. Then Konoha's ninja is undoubtedly the best test subject. Real-life materials are not so easy to get. Except for Konoha, other ninja villages will not send them for a while. As for whether Shiraishi's identity will be revealed, Shiraishi is not worried. As long as everyone who sees it is killed, the news will not be leaked. This is the highest state of secrecy. Impure world reincarnation? Not to mention how much the current Orochimaru has improved reanimation jutsu learning, these Konoha shinobi are not worth Orochimaru reanimation jutsu for them. Shiraishi remembers that when Konoha and Tsunagakure jointly took the Chunin exam, Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu was only half-baked, and Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama were very stunned. Nothing compares to the real Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Both of them were stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen before their lives. But at the same time, facing an elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen, he didn't take advantage, which is enough to show that Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu was not superb at that time. The strength of those two people is probably only 30% of their previous life. It is still many years away from that time, and it is hard to say whether Orochimaru will be able to use impure world reincarnation. Wait a minute. 35. Shiraishi citrus has changed to Wushao. This change made Shiraishi look forward to it. Under normal circumstances, the experience gained from Xiao, Wenye, and others is that the elf fit must continue to train and experience the battle between life and death in order to improve the elf power. At present, entering the second stage, the spirit fitter 183 who has entered the spirit form is the same. Hunting, Terracotta, Wenye, Deidara, Yakushi Kabuto, Dragon Tongue. In the Dragon Tongue, however, Shiraishi saw something else. Dragon Tongue's entry into the elf form is not entirely a battle of life and death and hard training, but also mixed with some other things, such as Wu Zhao's situation and extreme worry. This made Shiraishi think of a scene. That is, Uchiha Obito returned to Konoha to look for Kakashi and Nohara Rin under the design arrangement of Uchiha Madara, only to see the scene where Nohara Rin slammed into the kunao in Kakashi's hands and committed suicide. Strong mental stimulation let Uchiha Obito evolve directly from double tomo to Mangeki. In a sense, Uchiha Obito can be regarded as the first person of the Uchiha clan. No one has ever done this before. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Itachi Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Suzuki, and even the Uchiha leader who is not the Uchiha clan, all evolved from 3 tomo to Mangeki step by step. Uchiha Obito is the only Uchiha to cross the 3 tomo state. Intense mental stimulation may also have an effect. In the state of innocent now, it's like the power of the elf has been enhanced. 95. Shiraishi had some expectations. If it was proved in Wu Zhao that such a strong mental stimulation can speed up the increase of the spirit's power, then Shiraishi can make Groudon's progress increase faster. Your overall strength will increase faster. Yakushi Kabuto didn't understand, but still believed Shiraishi's judgment. Boom! Dragon Tongue fell under the attack of the Konoha Root Ninja. He was seriously injured and covered in blood. A strong bloody smell permeated out. The moment before the fall, the Dragon Tongue looked in the direction of Wu Zhao. Washless, let's go. Leave me alone. You have to live well. Live. 35. Don't avenge me. 95. Even if he was about to die, Long Tong was still thinking about Wu Zhao. This created a stronger stimulus for Unscaled. No. 35. Wu Zhao roared angrily. Boom! A touch of gold appeared in the flames on Wu Zhao's body. Chapter 122. The next moment, Wu Zhao's eyes turned crimson. A large amount of red filled Wu Zhao's eyes, like blood and flames. Surging, burning. Wu Zhao's aura had changed. Yakushi Kabuto froze for a moment. Yakushi Kabuto is somewhat familiar because of such a change as no scale. During the previous battle with Konoha Shinobi, Yakushi Kabuto was forced to the limit, and entered such a similar state, and then, entered the elf form. Is it? A guess came to Yakushi Kabuto's mind. However, not very sure. But, if that's the case, it would be too soon. 35. How long has it been since the unsullied contract with the elf? Only a few days. How long did it take for Yakushi Kabuto to get the power of the elf before entering the elf form? That's been at least a few months. And it was after a lot of fierce wars. After realizing that Wu Zhao really could have entered the elf form in such a fast situation, Chunin couldn't help but feel a little envy in Yakushi Kabuto's heart, and a little bit of jealousy. Unbelievable. It would be amazing if it were true. The Konoha Root Ninja noticed Wu Zhao's change, and was a little wary in his heart. What's up with this guy? A Konoha Root Ninja came to the Dragon Tongue and stretched out his hand to the Dragon Tongue. Just at this time. Boom! A red figure appeared behind the Konoha Root Ninja. The Root Ninja of Konoha seemed to sense something, and turned back subconsciously, only to see a huge claw, grabbing towards his face fiercely. Crack! Pinch it with such force, even the bones are crushed. What? The Konoha Root Ninja screamed. Shiraishi looked at Wu Zhao's state and his eyes moved slightly. Wu Xiao's current situation is a bit strange. Unlike the normal elf fit who entered the elf form, but has lost consciousness, the current Wu Zhao is completely relying on instinct to act. This made Shiraishi think of a word, enchanted. But it's definitely not enchanted, it's just that the state is somewhat similar. It actually entered the elf form. Yakushi Kabuto sighed a little. Is Wu Zhao's talent so strong? I really don't need my shot. 35. The ninjas at the roots of Konoha only reacted at this time and were shocked. This look. This guy is also the owner of the Iwagakure secret art. Catch him. Be careful. 35. The first reaction of the Konoha root ninja was to grab Wu Zhao. But only later did they realize that their preparations were not so good for Wu Zhao. Their preparations were specifically aimed at the dragon tongue, the long-eared rabbit form of the dragon tongue. But Wu Xiao's elf form is a flaming chicken. The flames continued to swept out. The traps and ambush of the Konoha root ninja failed. Facing Wu Zhao, there was no good way. They fell into a great disadvantage and began to find a way to escape. Anbu ninja not far away saw this and was overjoyed. The roots failed. 35. Great. Now it's our turn. I didn't expect Wu Zhao to be the owner of the Iwagakure secret art. We can catch them both. Lord Hokage will surely be very pleased. 39. That's a big credit. The news came back to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. Danzo, that's all, you still want to snatch Iwagakure's secret ninja with me? It's useless to give you a chance, you and those ninjas at the root can't do it at all. These two Iwagakure ninjas are mine after all. The root ninja fled in all directions under Wu Zhao's pursuit. More than half of them died in Wu Zhao's attack, and now Wu Zhao seems to have fallen into madness. Just when Yakushi Kabuto thought it was all right, sudden, a dozen figures appeared. This time, it is not the ninja of Konoha root, but the ninja of Konoha Anbu. Compared with the root ninja who shot in a hurry, Konoha Anbu's ninja is more fully prepared, and the strength of these members is stronger than that of Konoha root ninja. Superior. A dozen Konoha shinobi people surrounded Wu Zhao. Kill. In particular, there are several ninjas who use water style. Water conquers fire. This is true whether it is in the chakra system or in the system of elven attributes. In addition, Wu Zhao was a forced outbreak before. After the battle with the Konoha root ninja, it has already reached its limit, and even if the Konoha root persists for a while, Wu Zhao will not be able to do it. In this case, Wu Zhao couldn't stop these Konoha Anbu ninjas. Danzo received the news of the failure of the root ninja, and his face became gloomy and became very ugly. Especially when the Anbu ninja is on right after hearing the root ninja leave. Hiruzen. You are very nice. 55. I don't want to give me any credit at all. You have to wait until the root's action has completely failed before you are willing to act. The ninja at the root is almost dead. If you order the Anbu ninja to shoot early, the root ninja won't have to die so much. Danzo looked in the direction of the Hokage building, eyes full of gloom. Wu Xiao's figure kept retreating. The elf form has receded, but it has become an ordinary appearance. Wu Zhao regained his consciousness, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. I was just now, what happened? What happened? Faced with the Konoha Anbu ninja rushing towards him, Wu Zhao was a little panicked. Where's the dragon tongue? At this moment, a hand fell on Wu Zhao's shoulder. Good job, leave the rest to me. Yakushi Kabuto's voice sounded. Suddenly, Wu Zhao felt relieved. Senior pocket. Yakushi Kabuto stepped forward. The sudden appearance of Yakushi Kabuto made Konoha Anbu ninja fall into vigilance. They glanced at each other, and they could see the fear in the other's eyes. They were no strangers to Yakushi Kabuto. Before it was revealed that the dragon tongue was the Iwagakure esoteric ninja, their primary target was Yakushi Kabuto. Several operations were conducted against Yakushi Kabuto. However, both failed. The strength of Yakushi Kabuto is much stronger than that of Dragon Tongue. Nature is also stronger than the current Wu Xiao. The same is the elf form, but there will be gaps. Because elves are extra power. Dragon Tongue itself is just a genin. After entering the elf form, it only has the combat power of Chunin. It is not that the long-eared rabbit is not strong, but the dragon tongue itself is not strong enough to exert the ability of the long-eared rabbit. Terracotta itself is Jainin. It makes no sense to say that after Kito has entered the elf form, the strength is the same as that of the elf form of the dragon tongue. This is not scientific. You guys, let's go together. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the Konoha Anbu ninja in front of him and said lightly. In the entire ninja world, Yakushi Kabuto hates Danzo the most. Then there are the ninjas of the root organization. But for Konoha's Anbu ninja, Yakushi Kabuto is equally disgusted. Because what Yakushi Kabuto thought was that the reason why Danzo could stand in Konoha, be the elder of Konoha, and do so many disgusting things without getting punished. Is there really no responsibility for Hokage in this? Anbu ninja can't find out what Danzo is doing at all? Hokage completely unaware of Danzo's actions? This is impossible. If this is the case, it can only show that Anbu ninja is too rubbish, and Hokage is too rubbish. Is it possible? Well, Hokage, Anbu, knowing the root, knowing the Danzo, doesn't do anything with the root, doesn't do anything with the Danzo. Isn't this sheltering? Is this not connivance? Is there nothing wrong with this? Yakushi Kabuto thinks it doesn't make sense. In the whole Konoha, anyone can shirk their responsibility, but Hokage alone cannot. Because Hokage is the supreme ruler of Konoha. Even incompetence is a mistake. Konoha Anbu ninja rushes towards Yakushi Kabuto. Elf form. Yakushi Kabuto went straight into elf form. A huge blue toad appeared, and Yakushi Kabuto was rude and used his own mass destruction attack to meet it. Solution. A cloud of dissolved liquid appeared in the air, and then, under the control of Yakushi Kabuto, spread out. Scattered onto those Konoha Anbu ninjas. ZZ. A burst of blue smoke emerged, and this solution was extremely corrosive. Konoha Anbu's ninjas' clothes were dropped and pierced directly. And when it falls on the skin, it dissolves the flesh and blood. The severe pain immediately turned the faces of these Konoha Anbu ninjas. Immediately after, Yakushi Kabuto rushed up. Drain Fist. Wu Zhao carried the dragon tongue and stepped back. While stepping back, look in the direction of Yakushi Kabuto. Senior Do is so strong. I really envy. I really want to have such strength. 35. I will do it. I have been recognized by the Lord Shiraishi, and have received the power of the spirit bestowed by the Lord Shiraishi. I will not be worse than anyone, and my father will be surpassed by me. 99. I will change Kusanagi village. Grass Ninja village shouldn't be like that. The strength of Yakushi Kabuto is obviously much stronger than that of Wushao. Those Konoha Anbu ninjas didn't take much advantage. For Yakushi Kabuto, as long as there is no explosive damage that can kill Yakushi Kabuto, then Yakushi Kabuto can continue to fight. Continuous combat capability, Yakushi Kabuto can be ranked at the forefront in the entire ninja world. This is the effect of sucking punches. Yakushi Kabuto can fight more and more bravely, and always maintain a full state. Konoha Anbu ninja failed to take Yakushi Kabuto, good money, at the beginning, so it was doomed to fail. Boom! A Konoha Anbu ninja fell into the hands of Yakushi Kabuto. The disadvantage of Konoha Anbu ninja quickly expanded. This made them a little nervous. They were a little unhappy. This action against the dragon tongue turned out to have several accidents. The Konoha root ninja took the lead, but fortunately Wu Zhao also learned the secret technique of Iwagakure. But just when Konoha Anbu ninja thought he could bring back 2 rock shinobi esoteric ninjas, Yakushi Kabuto, who shouldn't be here, suddenly appeared here. Before coming, Konoha Anbu ninja had investigated the news. After confirming the information, this ambush was arranged. But it is now clear that the intelligence has gone wrong. Yakushi Kabuto. The news came back to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is not very good looking, the failure of the root Sarutobi Hiruzen just laughed, but now, even Anbu's actions have been greatly hindered. For this operation, the Konoha army has already been restrained in other aspects. Just as Bunka and Kito couldn't support him, Kakashi and Might Kai couldn't support him either. Otherwise, why are you holding back Wenya and Chi too? This time it was Danzo's turn to laugh. It's not just Konoha Anbu's ninja operation has failed. More importantly, the appearance of Yakushi Kabuto will cause the Yamanaka wine to appear as well. The current Yamanaka style is a coincidence that can beat Yakushi Kabuto. Danzo looked in the direction of the Hokage building, his chin slightly raised. Rock Shinobi Secret Ninja, after all, I got it first from the root. Chapter 123. Shiraishi took a look at his Groudon progress, and because of Unsullied Outbreak Shiraishi's Groudon progress has been boosted a bit, reaching 21% in the first stage. However, Wu Zhao's master in the form of an elf is a little worse than other elf-fitted masters. After all, the route Wu Zhao took was somewhat different from other elf-fitters. Other elf-fit people, through down-to-earth training, fight. Innocent is the mental stimulation through. Compared with other elf-fitters, Wu Zhao is not so good for the master of the elf mode, but it takes more time to become proficient and adapt to it. But that didn't matter to Shiraishi. Groudon's progress has improved, and it will not fall back. A figure appeared in the corner, staring at Yakushi Kabuto. Yamanaka Kaze's eyes were full of resentment. Yakushi Kabuto. Yamanaka Wind has never disliked a person to such an extent as Yakushi Kabuto. The age difference between the two is not very big. Are members of the root. But the difference is that Yakushi Kabuto was born in an orphan and is just the bottom layer at the root. The Yamanaka style was born in the Yamanaka family and is highly valued by Danzo. In this case, Yamanaka style is completely disdainful of Yakushi Kabuto. In addition, Yamanaka Wind is very loyal to the roots and to Danzo. Naturally, Yakushi Kabuto hated those who betrayed Danzo, Root, and Konoha like this. Shameless traitor. There is the Yamanaka style several times, and they all lost to Yakushi Kabuto. This made Yamanaka Wind feel a deep shame. Disdain for Yakushi Kabuto. Dissatisfaction with Yakushi Kabuto's betrayal. Feeling aggrieved at losing to Yakushi Kabuto. Jealousy of Yakushi Kabuto getting Rock Shinobi secret art. A variety of emotions are intertwined, and Yamanaka Wind has a strong killing intention to Yakushi Kabuto. Die. Konoha Anbu Ninja lost. When the first Konoha Anbu Ninja fell, the situation was completely controlled by Yakushi Kabuto. The Konoha Anbu Ninja's situation became worse and worse, but Yakushi Kabuto became more and more smooth. Even though his life experience is a little more complicated, Yakushi Kabuto is still a young man, to put it bluntly. Young people have the idea of being in the limelight. In the past, you Konoha ignored me, but now I make you unable to climb high. Not at that level, but Yakushi Kabuto tends to get a little more excited when fighting Konoha Shinobi. So proud. Yamanaka Wind looked at Yakushi Kabuto and snorted inwardly. Laugh, laugh, and soon you won't be able to laugh. 99. Yamanaka Kaze quietly approached. Konoha Anbu Ninja life and death, Yamanaka Wind does not care, and now Yamanaka Wind just wants to wait for the best opportunity, a chance to seriously injure Yakushi Kabuto. Boom. Another Konoha Anbu Ninja falls. Yakushi Kabuto raised his fist, wanting to deal the fatal blow to the Konoha Anbu Ninja. Just at this time. Sudden. A voice came from behind Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback and turned back subconsciously, but saw nothing. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto realized that the voice did not sound from behind him, but sounded directly in his mind, and there was a voice speaking in his body. Heart-turning technique. The consciousness of Yamanaka Wind entered into Yakushi Kabuto's body and seized Yakushi Kabuto's body control. After that, the controlling Yakushi Kabuto stopped. A Konoha Anbu Ninja saw the opportunity and rushed forward. Pfft. A kunai pierced into Yakushi Kabuto's body, it was drawn out, blood spurted out, and the severe pain made Yakushi Kabuto's expression twitch. Feel it. But in order to be able to kill Yakushi Kabuto, Yamanaka Wind doesn't care about that. Another Konoha Anbu ninja rushed up. In an instant, Yakushi Kabuto was hit hard. Xi, finally, Yakushi Kabuto broke free from the control of the heart-turning technique, but the situation of Yakushi Kabuto has become extremely bad. Senior pocket. More. Wu Zhao shouted in worry. But Wu Zhao, who was carrying the unconscious dragon tongue, couldn't support it at all, and Wu Zhao's state was extremely bad. Yakushi Kabuto gritted his teeth and stepped back quickly. A name came to Yakushi Kabuto's mind. Heart-turning technique, the Yamanaka family, the Yamanaka style, is that you again? Danzo, and the members who are loyal to Danzo at the root, be damned. Just like livestock. Yakushi Kabuto cursed in his heart. Chase. The remaining Anbu ninjas saw Yakushi Kabuto's situation, their eyes lit up, and they chased after him. They didn't notice that behind them, more than a dozen figures appeared. All are root ninjas led by the Yamanaka wind. And it is the elite of the root ninjas and the elite. The point that has to be mentioned here is that the root startup, Danzo's reason is to cultivate talents for Anbu. At the beginning, the number of root ninjas was only a few dozen. But over time, the root gradually changed its flavor. The number of people is increasing, and it has penetrated into various places of Konoha. Even among Anbu, there are some root ninjas. Yakushi Kabuto glanced back, gritted his teeth, and ran away at a faster pace. Yamanaka Wind and others followed closely behind. Until, came to a valley. Yamanaka Kaze caught up. Yakushi Kabuto, you defect, die. It's really you. The two fought together, and Yakushi Kabuto found that compared to the last time, the Yamanaka style was completely different this time, and the whole person's breath became much different from before. Also, Yakushi Kabuto felt a dangerous aura in the Yamanaka style. What happened to this guy? Such a short time. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes flickered. Yamanaka Kaze let out a smile. Losing to Yakushi Kabuto last time made Yamanaka Wind too frustrated, and now, Yamanaka Wind finally gained the upper hand. Yakushi Kabuto, this time, you must die. For you, I have paid so much and suffered so much transformation in Orochimaru's base that I have gained the strength I am now, and you cannot be my opponent. I want you to die. Before I die, I will apply all the pain I suffered in the Orochimaru base to you. I will kill you with the cruelest means. This is what you deserve. Your Iwagakure will be mine, you don't deserve it. 35. Just an orphan, you are not qualified to have those, you will never be my opponent, I am much stronger than you. The momentum of the Yamanaka Wind became extremely fierce and arrogant. Yakushi Kabuto's heart sank. The appearance and strength of Yamanaka Wind surprised Yakushi Kabuto, not to mention, there are more than a dozen Konoha shinobi outside, under this situation, he will be very dangerous. Yakushi Kabuto thought of Shiraishi. Shiraishi came with himself. But can Shiraishi save himself? Yakushi Kabuto knows Shiraishi's strength and Shiraishi's potential. In the future, Shiraishi will definitely become stronger than anyone in this ninja world, but after all, Shiraishi's age is here. Shiraishi still needs time. What Yakushi Kabuto learned about Shiraishi's strength is that Shiraishi defeated Wuvai. Yakushi Kabuto doesn't know about Abarame Ryoma. About Hyuga Hayashi, Yakushi Kabuto is also unclear. Therefore, in Yakushi Kabuto's impression, Shiraishi's overall strength is still at the level of Jainin. And this strength, there is no way to save yourself in this situation. Konoha. Yakushi Kabuto's hatred of Konoha is further enhanced. I don't want to die yet. Mr. Yaneiyu is still awake, and I haven't personally apologized to Mr. Yaneiyu. I haven't killed Danzo to avenge Mr. Noneiyu. 35. Yamanaka Wind. Yakushi Kabuto stared at the Yamanaka Wind who was attacking him. Yamanaka Wind laughed triumphantly. Traitor, can you still laugh now? 9. Are you complacent now? As a Konoha shinobi, you betrayed Konoha, betrayed the roots, betrayed Lord Danzo, damn you. I'm here to take my life today. Suddenly, a figure entered Yamanaka Kaze's line of sight. Do, step back, the next thing is left to me. Sir Shiraishi? Yakushi Kabuto thought Shiraishi would not come. Because with the strength that Yakushi Kabuto knows about Shiraishi, he won't be able to take advantage of it, and he may be in a dangerous situation, but Shiraishi is very important to Iwagakure and cannot take such a risk. I'm not that important to Iwagakure. This is clear to Yakushi Kabuto. So after hearing Shiraishi's voice, Yakushi Kabuto was very moved. But the next moment, Yakushi Kabuto was worried again. Sir Shiraishi, hurry up, this person is not right. Go and let Lord Kito come over to solve it. Human emotions are very easy to change. Before Shiraishi came, Yakushi Kabuto had given up in his heart. Yakushi Kabuto knew that he was not that important to Iwagakure, but deep down, Yakushi Kabuto was still a little unwilling. Yakushi Kabuto hopes that Shiraishi can come and save him. But when Shiraishi really appeared, Yakushi Kabuto worried that Shiraishi would be in danger and didn't want Shiraishi to come. No need. 99. Shiraishi shook his head. You retreat, with your current situation, there is no way to continue fighting. 5. Yamanaka Kaze looked at Shiraishi, his eyes narrowed slightly. Iwagakure, Shiraishi. I didn't expect you to show up. You want to fight me? 35. You want to save Yakushi Kabuto? Do you think you can do it? What kind of genius? It's just a pretense that Iwagakure came up with. You're not as important as an outsider like Yakushi Kabuto. How strong are you? You thought you would be my opponent? 55. What will be the result of fighting with me, have you thought about it? You may die. Is it worth sacrificing your life for Yakushi Kabuto? 35. You have been abandoned by Iwagakure, you are an abandoned child, why should you contribute to Iwagakure? I can give you a chance, join Konoha, I can protect you, Lord Danzo will definitely treat you well. 5. You can exchange information you know about Iwagakure. In Konoha, you will have a good time. Much better than at Iwagakure. At least Konoha won't treat you as an abandoned child. How about it? As long as your brain is normal, you know what choices to make, right? I can vouch for it in my personal honor. Yamanaka Kazushiro Shiraishi said encouraging words. Yakushi Kabuto's expression became odd as he realized that Yamanaka Win seemed to have misunderstood something. Shiraishi is the abandoned son of Iwagakure? Shiraishi is not important to Iwagakure? What a joke! Shiraishi can be regarded as the most important existence in Iwagakure. No one can compare, even Onoji. Because Onoji is the past, and Shiraishi is the future. Shiraishi frowned slightly. Shiraishi knew that Konoha had misunderstood him, and Shiraishi had some guesses when he met Konoha Shinobi during the last Hoshigaki Kisame incident, but he didn't expect to be misunderstood to such an extent. Chapter 124. When I saw Shiraishi, I had three choices in front of Yamanaka. Konoha has reached a consensus that Shiraishi is the guise of Iwagakure, the abandoned child. The first option, Yamanaka Kaze can kill Shiraishi directly. In Yamanaka's view, this is not difficult. With his own strength, is it still difficult to kill an abandoned son of Iwagakure? It's not a matter of minutes. The transformation he received at the Orochimaru base was not for nothing. However, in this way, it is not in the overall interests of Konoha. Konoha is now hope, Iwagakure doesn't know, Konoha already knows that Shiraishi is a pretense thing. Konoha wants to confuse Iwagakure. Once Shiraishi is killed, this purpose will not be achieved. The second option, continue to attack, but only defeat Yakushi Kabuto, take away Yakushi Kabuto, it doesn't matter whether you live or die, the Yamanaka clan has the ability to read the secret art. He is a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. In the process of chasing Shiraishi halfway, give up and let Shiraishi escape. The third choice is the one Yamanaka Wind is making now. A showdown with Shiraishi explains everything, makes Shiraishi aware of his situation in Iwagakure, and encourages Shiraishi to betray Iwagakure, so as to maximize the benefits of Konoha. Yamanaka Wind made the third choice after careful consideration, and he was very sure. Because Yamanaka Feng felt that Shiraishi would definitely be persuaded by himself. Being treated as an abandoned child by Iwagakure, can you still love Iwagakure? Even an outsider like Yakushi Kabuto is still loyal to Iwagakure? Yamanaka Wind put himself into Shiraishi's position, and felt that he couldn't bear it at all. If it were him, he would have left Iwagakure long ago, if there was a chance. Shiraishi didn't look like he had a problem with his head either. This chance, Yamanaka Wind can give. Interesting. Shiraishi looked at Kaze Yamanaka and smiled. How is it? Has it been decided? Yamanaka Wind was a temptation before, but now it is a threat, saying, your strength is not my opponent at all, and there are more than a dozen elite ninjas I brought outside 5. If you don't agree, you can only die. How could Shiraishi possibly agree? Okay, Iwagakure's destiny child doesn't do. Come to Konoha, be a dog of Danzo? Shiraishi is a big problem in the brain, will make such a decision. Excuse me. 35. Shiraishi shook his head and said, the people you brought are no longer there, it is impossible for you to desire their support, and as for your proposal, I am not interested. Now, I can give you a chance. Go all out for me. Don't keep it, you only have one chance. 99. Once you miss it, you will only regret it. 99. Yamanaka Wind was stunned. Shiraishi's answer was completely beyond Yamanaka Wind's expectations. Not only rejected his proposal. Yamanaka Kaze was 100% sure about this proposal. He also said that the people he brought with him have already been dealt with. Who solved it? Yamanaka Kaze didn't feel any other rock shinobi ninjas approaching. Is it Shiraishi? Impossible. Yamanaka doesn't think that Shiraishi has such strength. Shiraishi is just a pretense. How strong can it be? All the previous things may have been boasted. Shiraishi might not even have Janin's strength. Why would you kill those elite ninjas you brought? Yamanaka's eyes narrowed slightly. Since you are given a choice and you don't want it, then I can only kill you. For the current Yamanaka Wind, there is only one option, kill Shiraishi. He had already told Shiraishi that Konoha knew that Shiraishi was a pretense, and even if Shiraishi did not kill Shiraishi, Shiraishi would report this information to Iwagakure. Might as well kill Shiraishi then. You are still arrogant and let me use the strongest attack. Okay, then I'll fulfill you. Just an abandoned son, he really takes himself as a character. Since you are courting death, don't blame me. Yamanaka Kaze looked at Shiraishi with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Die. A burst of extremely strong momentum erupted from Yamanaka Kaze's body. Very weird. Gives a cold and damp feeling. Like some kind of deep cave. Slimy. Yakushi Kabuto's expression became more serious. This Yamanaka style is stronger than what I showed when I just fought. 99. What exactly is the situation? Obviously last time, the Yamanaka Wind was still so weak. What the hell happened to Yamanaka Wind? What did Danzo do? Can Shiraishi-sama stop you? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Shiraishi and gritted his teeth. If Shiraishi-sama can't stop me, I have to go up to it. I must not let Shiraishi-sama be in danger. Shiraishi-sama treats me well, and I can't live up to Shiraishi-sama. Even if I die, Shiraishi-sama must live. 35. Damn it, if only I had the abilities of Kagura-senpai, Deidara. 99. Blow up. This is a move that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800. But I have to admit, it is very useful in many cases. Why is there no good way for Konoha Shinobi to take Deidara? It is because Deidara blew himself up as soon as he disagreed. Most ninjas have high attack and weak defense. Very few ninjas can survive Deidara's self-destruction. Also, when Hunter was an elite Genin, Orochimaru could be seriously wounded with self-destruct. What other elite Genin can do? Iwagakure owns fragrant phosphorus, and it is not difficult to recover from self-destruction. Yamanaka Wind showed a grim expression. The next moment, he rushed towards Shiraishi. Not bad. Shiraishi felt a familiar air in Yamanaka Wind, similar to Orochimaru who had played against him before. Is it related to Orochimaru? That's okay, it's normal. Shiraishi knows about Danzo and Orochimaru relationship. Orochimaru is already a rebel, but his relationship with Danzo has never been broken. When Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato competed for the position of Hokage, it was Danzo who secretly supported Orochimaru, but unfortunately, both of them failed and could not do Namikaze Minato. After Orochimaru left Konoha, Danzo still provided resources to Orochimaru. In return, Orochimaru helped Danzo to transplant Hashirama cells, Uchiha Letter's arm, and a large amount of Sharingan, not only in the eye socket, but also on the arm. Transplanting Hashirama cells is actually a high-risk thing. However, Uchiha's body has a special characteristic that it does not reject anything. Danzo has Uchiha Shin's arm transplanted. Compared to Danzo transplanting Uchiha Shin's arm, it is better to say that Uchiha Shin's arm has a Danzo transplanted, which is able to gather Hashirama cells and Sharingan, all thanks to Uchiha Shin's arm. As Danzo's capable subordinate, Yamanaka Wind can get help from Orochimaru, which is also a normal thing. Onoji thought he had killed Orochimaru. But Shiraishi knew that Orochimaru would never die so easily. Yakushi Kabuto was tense, and his heart was hanging in his throat. But, not enough 9. With such strength, it does not pose any threat to me now. Shiraishi looked at Yamanaka Wind rushing up lightly, without the slightest change in expression. A burst of power poured out of Shiraishi's body. The sword of the cliff. Yamanaka Wind seemed to feel something, and his pupils shrank, but at this time, Yamanaka Wind had no chance to retreat, and Yamanaka Wind did not want to retreat. No matter what means you hide, you will never be my opponent. I am, the power from Orochimaru. For flowers 0. This is the strength I got after going through countless pains. Yamanaka Kaze roared. Yakushi Kabuto also felt the change in Shiraishi's breath. Sir Shiraishi's aura has changed. Very strong. Does this mean that Shiraishi-sama is actually much stronger than I know? Next moment, a mass of red appeared at the foot of the Yamanaka Wind. It was nothing else, but pure mud and stones. Under the action of high temperature, it turned into a magma-like existence. Yamanaka Wind can clearly feel the hot breath. What is this? Yamanaka Wind was surprised. Immediately after. Boom! A crimson, like a sharp blade, huge, composed of stones and mud heads, but under the action of high temperature, it became extremely tough, sharp, and the hot sword suddenly pierced the ground. Under this attack, Yamanaka Wind has no resistance at all. The figure was lifted directly up involuntarily. At the same time, pfft! A wound appeared on Yamanaka's body, and the intense high temperature burned Yamanaka's wind. Extremely strong impact. Sharp great sword. Burn at high temperature. In an instant, the three forces fell on Yamanaka Kaze. Yamanaka Kaze couldn't catch it and didn't respond. Even if he was prepared, Yamanaka Kaze couldn't dodge. The scale of the cliff sword was too large. Do not. When Yamanaka Wind was ready, the ninjutsu used on Shiraishi collapsed directly. Chakra in the body is disrupted. The damage came in waves. Boom! A flame ignited, covering the entire Yamanaka wind. What? Yamanaka Kaze let out a scream. However, he didn't even have a chance to struggle. Under the impact of the sword of the cliff, Yamanaka wind had lost his ability to move, and almost all the bones in his body were shattered. He could only watch helplessly as he turned into ashes under the action of the high temperature. At this time, Yamanaka wind finally realized a problem. That is, Shiraishi is not weak at all. Shiraishi, who is not weak, can't be Iwagakure's abandonment, a pretense. Shiraishi is a genuine genius. Everyone at the top of Konoha guessed wrong. Now Shiraishi has reached the level of elite Genin, or even above. What if Shiraishi didn't have rock shinobi magic? Shiraishi, who has already reached this level, needs what rock shinobi magic? Shiraishi is completely comparable to Uchiha Madara. Why is this so? Yamanaka wind can't understand. At the same time, he was worried about Konoha and his roots. If so, how strong will Iwagakure be in the future? Such a powerful Shiraishi, and so many esoteric ninjas. 35. What should Konoha do? What should Master Danzo do? What will Iwagakure do to Konoha? Yamanaka wind was very worried, but, just before his death, Yamanaka wind put down again. Well, I'm already dying. These things have nothing to do with me. I'm just not reconciled. Before dying, Yamanaka looked angrily in the direction of Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto, you really have shit luck. I really want to kill you. It's obvious that you are not as good as me in anything, you are still a defector, but luck is so much better than me. Can be accepted by Iwagakure. You can get the rock shinobi magic. Can be valued by Shiraishi 5. Fate is really unfair. Yamanaka wind completely lost his life, and the sword of the cliff collapsed, leaving only a pool of lava and broken stones on the ground. Gradually, the lava cooled. Not a single trace of the Yamanaka style remains. It has been turned into a fly ash towel. Chapter 125. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes remained wide open. It was not until Yamanaka wind completely died and the sword of the cliff disappeared that Yakushi Kabuto came back to his senses. So strong. In Yakushi Kabuto's mind, the image of the sword of the cliff appeared just now. So shocking. Such a huge sword, wrapped in high-temperature magma, suddenly stabbed out. Under the attack of the sword of the cliff, Yamanaka wind had no ability to resist at all. Not only was his attack interrupted, but his life was also directly lost. No resistance at all. Can such an attack be used by elite Genin? Also, this is not pure ninjutsu, it is more like a bloodline bound. Like lava style. Sir Shiraishi's strength is far beyond me. It's a lot better than before. The speed of this progress is astonishing. Shiraishi glanced at Yamanaka Kaze, who had turned into dust, and turned around. Boo, go back. Yes, Shiraishi-sama. It wasn't until long after Shiraishi and Yakushi Kabuto left that someone came, first Iwagakure's ninja, who did a simple cleaning of the scene, and then Konoha's ninja. The news came back to Konoha. The first time Danzo heard the news, he couldn't help but stand up. The Yamanaka wind failed. This is impossible. But the fact is that, Danzo wants to deny it, and whether 183 can't recognize it. Danzo is a little hard to accept. How so? Danzo feels that this operation is 100% successful. In order to preempt the Anbu ninja, let the root ninja act first. This one fails, and Danzo can accept it. The defeat of Konoha Anbu's ninja makes Danzo a little happy. And the appearance of Yakushi Kabuto made Danzo even happier. Because Yamanaka style is exactly for Yakushi Kabuto. Under this circumstance, Konoha Genbu has restrained the other rock shinobi ninjas, and Konoha Anbu has also restrained the other rock shinobi ninjas, and has already restrained the rock shinobi ninjas well enough. Even if the rock shinobi ninja knew that Konoha would shoot the dragon tongue, will deliberately use dragon tongue as bait. However, with Konoha Root and Konoha Anbu's joint action, Iwagakure's arrangement should not be enough. Yakushi Kabuto appeared. This is the preparation for Rock Shinobi Ninja. Rock Shinobi Ninja calculates to this level and it is enough. Yamanaka Wind can handle Yakushi Kabuto. Why does it fail? Mere coincidence? Impossible. Could it be that Yakushi Kabuto is also a bait? However, how did the Rock Shinobi Ninja know about Yamanaka's thoughts? Could it be that there are traitors at the root? If it was before, Danzo would not think so. Danzo felt that he had a very strong control over the roots. But out of a Yakushi Kabuto, Danzo wasn't sure. There is no guarantee that the ninjas at the root will not betray themselves. The only ones who know about the Yamanaka Wind plan are the roots and Orochimaru. But Orochimaru is impossible. Orochimaru didn't die under Onoji's attack, but he definitely won't have a good impression of Iwagakure. Also Iwagakure is unlikely to work with Orochimaru. Years. There is only the possibility of the root ninja leaking. Who will it be? Danzo frowned. However, on Iwagakure's side, it is not as complicated as Danzo thinks. Shiraishi just wanted to test the power of the cliff sword before acting with Yakushi Kabuto. It's quite a coincidence. But, just this time. After this incident, the Rock Shinobi Ninja side must be more vigilant. It will be more difficult for Konoha to create such an opportunity. Yamanaka Wind. Danzo was in a bad mood. The action failed. On the one hand, there was a suspected traitor, on the other hand, the death of Yamanaka Wind. Danzo really valued Yamanaka Wind. A descendant raised from childhood to adulthood. Danzo paid a lot for Konoha, no wife, no children. In a sense, they have already regarded Yamanaka's style as their own children. So for Danzo, it's a pain in the a. I will avenge you. Whoever it is, I will take his life. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little disappointed. Anbu failed, and so did the roots. On the surface, Iwagakure doesn't seem to be so strict with these secret ninjas, but in fact, there are many people who protect them in secret. I almost succeeded a few times before, because I didn't succeed, so those who were hidden in secret were not forced out. It means that this time, it's really a little bit closer. Pity. Iwagakure will definitely be more vigilant after that. The leftover part of that scene, like. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt hesitant in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous guess was that Iwagakure possessed secret techniques, which only Iwagakure and Konoha knew. But 1 failure, 2 failures, 3 failures. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Continue to keep this matter a secret and try to obtain the Rock Shinobi's secret art? Or will the secrets of Rock Shinobi's mysteries be released and the other ninja villages will join in? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while. Try a few more times, and if you still fail, then publish the secret. On the side of Iwagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen received bad news. However, the news from Kirigakure made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel better. Well done. Sarutobi Hiruzen received a letter from Moonlight Gale. It says that the Moonlight Blast team has arrived in Kirigakure, and the assassination in Kirigakure has achieved good results, killing many ninjas in Kirigakure. There was even the son of a high-ranking Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Kirigakure, go against me, and you'll pay the price. My son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, is not so active. If Asuma is still alive, that's all. If Asuma is really killed by you, I want your entire Kirigakure to be buried with you. The figure of Shiraishi and the Old Purple appeared in the Shikuro town near Konoha. Sir Shiraishi. Here comes Hoshigaki Kisame. Shiraishi did not let Hoshigaki Kisame directly join Iwagakure's camp. The current Iwagakure has not yet competed against the strength of multiple ninja villages at the same time, so there is no need to provoke Kirigakure immediately. And Shiraishi has other things for Hokage Kisame to do. That is, in the territory of the country of fire, search for talented age ninjas. Shiraishi's main expectation for Hokage Kisame is that the Black Hose Leia and Ranmaru, as well as Zaifujian and Shiro, and if possible, can bring Utaka too. Among them, Ranmaru and Bai's talents are beyond doubt. If you don't cut it, it can be on par with Kakashi, which is not bad. Even Kakashi has a 55% title. But not everyone can get along with Kakashi. Only a strong enough person can do this. Those Chinins were basically killed in seconds. The reason why Kakashi is called 55 is not to belittle Kakashi, but to praise Kakashi. Yu Gao's talent is extremely strong, and among many Jinkraki, he can be regarded as a leader. Otherwise, Nagato doesn't need to do it himself. And as for the Black Hole Leia, this person who was completely frightened by Might Dai is also one of the 7 members of the Ninja Swordsmen. No matter what, he is also one of the 3 who survived in the face of Might Dai. It is similar to the Lo Kwa Chai Zhang and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Not too strong, but not too weak either. In terms of comprehensive strength, it is not necessarily worse than Wenye, but in terms of temperament and will, it may not be as good as Wenye, but this may not be the case. After all, Wenye has never encountered such a thing as Black Hole Leia. Shiraishi looked at Hokage Kisame. Kisame, how are you doing what I asked you to do? Back to Shiraishi-sama, I found several good seedlings. Well done. Hokage Kisame hesitated. What else do you want to say? Sir Shiraishi, I have a request. What request? I want to kill someone. Who? The ninja of Konoha, Ishii Mori. Hokage Kisame said, on that day, I had to kill those mist shinobi ninjas with my own hands under the persecution of Ibiki Mori, and I couldn't handle this. Ibiki Mori didn't just discover us, and then pursued us. It's working with Zigwashin Pufferfish. I can't accept that. I want to kill him. Shiraishi can understand Hokage Kisame's mood. That female ninja, Hokage Kisame was very concerned. However, under the pressure of the situation, Hokage Kisame had to take action against the female ninja. After returning to Kirigakure, Hokage Kisame knew that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish betrayed the village information. In anger, he killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. However, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish is only part of the Kirigakure. This incident was caused by the union of Kirigakure and Konoha. On Konoha's side, Hokage Kisame's most direct object of hatred is Ibushi Mori. Hokage Kisame wants to avenge the mist shinobi ninjas who killed him by killing Ibiki Mori. Especially the female ninja. The female ninja didn't die, but she still hasn't woken up until now. Do you need help? Need not. Hokage Kisame shook his head and said, I can do it by myself. I'm just worried that if I act like this, it will affect your plan, Lord Shiraishi. It doesn't matter, you can take action when you are sure. Yes. 35. Hokage Kisame had a look of joy 4.0 on his face. Thank you Shiraishi-sama, Shiraishi-sama, then I'll go back first. Good. 35. Shiraishi nodded. Watching the back of Hokage Kisame leaving, until Hokage Kisame's figure completely disappeared, Shiraishi retracted his gaze. Compared to the original plot, Hokage Kisame has embarked on a completely different path. It must be much happier than in the original plot. You don't need to be fooled until you die. You don't need to be bitten to death by a shark created by your own ninjutsu. Hokage Kisame's figure came near Konoha. Ishii Mori is an ordinary ninja of Konoha, who belongs to the intelligence department, not Anbu. What he is good at is torture, and many ninjutsu are related to this aspect. The so-called torture is torture, coupled with some verbal skills. This is much worse than the secret technique efficiency of the Yamanaka family. But there are benefits. Once the secret technique of the Yamanaka family is used, the opponent will basically die of brain death, and after a long time, the body will also die. And the torture of Ibushi Mori can be done without killing the other party. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Shiraishi sank his consciousness into the spiritual space. A large amount of stone skin fell to the ground, and a statue shook violently. A new spirit is waking up. Shiraishi's eyes looked over. Chapter 126. A green lizard with gold and red patterns on the outside. The whole elf doesn't look very smart. Or just being too clever. A name floated in Shiraishi's mind. Become a hidden dragon. An elf with invisibility. When seeing this elf, Shiraishi immediately thought of a corresponding ninja. Konoha's ninja, Moonlight Gale. Shiraishi's eyes flickered. Moonlight Blast. I remember that in the original plot, the Moonlight Fever was very serious, but he still insisted on his post, probably because of the need to obtain medical expenses. 5. As the heirs of the Moonlight Clan, even if the Moonlight Clan is not a big ninja family, it is also a ninja family. Moonlight Blast is a genius in itself, with a good talent, and he became a special genin early on. Under this circumstance, Moonlight Blast should not be too short of money. The cost of Konoha Medical Department is too high. Or some other reason. Maybe this will be a breakthrough. Shiraishi and Lao Ziai returned to Konoha, and the identity of Hyaga Hayashi's arrangement has still not been revealed. After all, the strength of the Hyaga clan is not bad in Konoha. And Hyaga Hayashi has accumulated so many years. Also, Konoha didn't suspect that Hyaga Hayashi had defected to join Iwagakure, but just ran away in desperation. Therefore, I don't care so much about Hyaga Hayashi's actions. It's a pity that Hyaga Hayashi has already left. Otherwise, it would be much easier to obtain information on Moonlight Blast. But that's not to say Shiraishi has to do it himself. Konoha arranged a number of spies in Iwagakure 22. Why didn't Iwagakure arrange a lot of spies in Konoha? These spies should always be of some use. Into the night. A figure appeared in the corner. Lord Ziai. Shiraishi didn't show up, it was Lao Ziai who did. This is the information you want about Moonlight Blast. Go. Not long after, the information came to Shiraishi. Open. Shiraishi frowned slightly. Isn't the current Moonlight Blast seriously injured? Isn't that sick? And won the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen? And sent to Kirigakure on an assassination mission. When Shiraishi thought of it, a flame rose at his fingertips, and immediately, the paper page in Shiraishi's hand was burnt clean, turned into ashes and fell to the ground. In this case, it will not be easy to convince Moonlight Gale to join Iwagakure. Before Shiraishi, there are two options. The first one is to make a contract between the Moonlight Blast and the Hidden Dragon, but after the Moonlight Blast contract, kill the Moonlight Blast immediately, so as not to cause the outflow of elf power. At the same time, Shiraishi can also test to see how it affects him. Second, create a condition that makes Moonlight Blaze hate Konoha. You can use this condition to persuade Moonlight Gale to leave Konoha and join Iwagakure, so that Iwagakure will have nothing to lose, and Shiraishi's Groudon progress can also be improved. Similar to the practice of forcing Liang Shan. Song Jiang used it often. In order to put a person on the beam, he ran and killed the whole family. Or kill this person's boss and put the blame on this person. But when he was recruited, he couldn't do it actively. To be honest, Shiraishi doesn't really want to take the initiative to adopt such a strategy, and Shiraishi doesn't mind if the boat goes with the flow. Moonlight Gale is not in Konoha now, but on Kirigakure's assassination mission. Going to Kirigakure, I'm afraid it's not easy to get the position of Moonlight Blast. 5. This assassination mission is said to have gone smoothly. Moonlight Blast should return to Konoha soon. Shiraishi made a decision. Just in Konoha, while waiting for the return of Moonlight Blast, I'm looking for other existences that may be favored by the Hidden Dragon. After the Hidden Dragon is confirmed, I will decide. Just at this time, a figure hurried into the Hokage building. Lord Hokage, it's not good. What's wrong? Bikimori was killed, and he hangs up openly in our stronghold, which is obviously a provocation to our Konoha. 35. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care much about the death of Ibikimori. Ibikimori is very useful to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is very good at interrogating information, and is very loyal to himself, but after all, he is just a special Genin. The amount of Genin, Konoha is not a lot. But especially Genin, Konoha is not lacking. Sarutobi Hiruzen is more concerned about the opponent's provocative behavior. It's not enough to kill Shinobixi, but also openly corpses. What is this behavior? This is hitting Konoha in the face, in other words, it is hitting the face of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have you found any information? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a gloomy face. Back to Hokage-sama, we found strong traces of water style nearby, and there are also obvious traces of water style damage on the corpse of Ishimori. 99. There is a high probability that only the ninjas of Kirigakure can use such a water style. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Is Ibizai's body incomplete? 39. Yes, the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan have already seen it, and there is no possibility of reading the memory. This shows that the murderer still knows my Konoha very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while. I know the matter, you go down first. Yes, Lord Hokage. After the ninja below left, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the window and looked in the direction of the land of water. Of course, he couldn't see anything, only a little scenery outside Konoha. If nothing else, it's Kirigakure. Moonlight Gale's assassination, did they guess that it was me, Konoha? This is their revenge. The leader of the ninja chasing Mist Shinobi last time was Ibikimori. Not just revenge, but provocation. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. However, why is this Kirigakure so daring? Do Kirigakure really think they are stronger than my Konoha? Once again, again and again. 35. When we Konoha are. Do you really want to fight our Konoha? Just a Kirigakure. A cold color appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Not long after, an Anbu ninja walked in. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Go and send a message to Moonlight Blast and let Moonlight Blast kill some of the more important people in Kirigakure. Since Kirigakure is going to oppose us Konoha, then let them do it. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Anbu ninja left with Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. Iwagakure over there. If Kirigakure really wants to fight Konoha, Konoha will definitely not be able to deal with two ninja villages at the same time, so I can only publish the information about Iwagakure's secret art. 95. Hopefully Kirigakure isn't so rude. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered. At the same time, Kirigakure. The assassination team led by Moonlight Blaze had succeeded several times, even though it was in the blood fog stage, but Kirigakure was also aware of the assassination from the outside world. Mizukage building. Yagura's expression was gloomy. Master Yuan, Terumi Mei, and other high-level Kirigakure are all present. The deaths of these ninjas are very abnormal. The traces on his body are obvious assassinations. Master Yuan said, I have seen such a swordsmanship. In Konoha, it is called Konoharyu swordsmanship. It is a completely different style from the swordsmanship of the Iron Country and the swordsmanship of Cloud Shinobi Village 5. Even if he deliberately pretended, but I was impressed. Terumi Mei snorted coldly. It's Konoha again. Terumi Mei couldn't catch Shiraishi last time. But Terumi Mei mistook Shiraishi for Konoha's ninja. Therefore, he has always hated Konoha. This time, when Master Yuan didn't mention Konoha, Terumi Mei already guessed that it was done by Konoha's ninjas, because recently Kirigakure has only been in conflict with Konoha. In Kirigakure's view, Hoshigaki Kisame is taking refuge in Konoha. Konoha is at war with Iwagakure, and at the same time comes to harass me Kirigakure. This is to pull my Kirigakure into the quagmire of war, but they are not afraid. Shall we join forces with Iwagakure? Can Konoha hold back? Master Yuan was silent for a while, then said, maybe Konoha really expected this. 5. The battle between Konoha and Iwagakure is very strange. Iwagakure clearly has the upper hand, but he does not attack Konoha fiercely, but is only engaged in continuous skirmishes. Iwagakure's purpose aside. In such a situation, Tsunagakure, Kusanagi village, Rain Shinobi village, Takiyan village, Atsunan village, these and the Konoha alliance's ninja village will not support Konoha. Because Konoha has not yet reached the point of life and death. But if we Kirigakure, Tsunagakure, etc., we might go to war. In this case, it will become a multi-party large-scale war. Konohaka 183 can fight this attention. Terumi Mei frowned. Senior Yuanchi, but this is not good for Konoha, right? There are people who support Konoha, but Konoha faces more enemies and more pressure. Master Yuan shook his head. This is not clear, maybe there is some plan inside Konoha, for example, to sacrifice those little ninja villages. 5. A Mist Shinobi executive said with a cold face. We must fight back. This senior Mist Shinobi died during the assassination of Moonlight Gale. That junior is something he values very much. The talent is good, and there is a great hope that he can become a powerful ninja in the future, but he died in the hands of Moonlight Gale. This made the Mist Shinobi executive very angry. Sir Shiraishi. Hoshigaki Kisame found Shiraishi and reported to Shiraishi. I have already killed Ibiki Mori, not using the power of the elf, but using the regular water style of Kirigakure. This person's strength is much weaker than I expected. Last time he led Konoha, I thought he was very strong. 99. Hoshigaki Kisame looked a little disappointed. Probably because Morinoi is too weak than Xi, so Hoshigaki Kisame can't feel the thrill of revenge. Shiraishi had expected it last time. Morina Ibuxi's personal strength is not strong. The special Jainin, who was promoted only by the torture technique, is probably a little stronger than Chunin in frontal combat, which is different from the special Jainin who was promoted because of other aspects such as Mitarashi Anko and Moonlight Blast. More similar to Ebisu this special Jainin. Neither of them rely on their combat abilities. One is torture. One is teaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen entrusted Konohamaru to Ebisu for personal teaching, and it can be seen that Ebisu's ability in this area. If it weren't for this relationship, Ebisu might still be just Chunin. Ibe Mori forced Hoshigaki Kisame to kill his companions and forced Hoshigaki Kisame to commit suicide, which is the peak of his life. My identity is not revealed, and Konoha will not suspect Iwagakure. Shiraishi nodded. Okay, since Sina Ibis is dead, then you can continue with the previous task. 5. Yes, Shiraishi-sama. Chapter 127. Soon, Moonlight Gale received the order, and at the same time learned about the death of Ibushi Mori. For a while, the mood was a little complicated. Ibiki Mori, Moonlight Blast is acquainted. Both are special Jainin. One is good at torture, the other is good at assassination. In terms of personal strength, Moonlight Blast is undoubtedly stronger than Sina Bixi. In terms of talent, Moonlight Blast is also much stronger than Seniai's. But after all, they are all special Jainin. The two are on the same level and communicate with each other. A familiar person dies like this, even if the death rate of ninjas is high, Moonlight Gale will inevitably have some thoughts in his heart. Kirigakure. Moonlight Blast looked in the direction of Kirigakure not far away. First kidnapped Hokage-sama's son, Asuma-senpai, and killed Ibizai-senpai. Senior Ibizai is obviously revenge. Even though the mist shinobi ninja infiltrated Konoha first, what Ibiki-senpai did was nothing more than normal. 39. Speaking of which, Hyaga Hayashi has something to say. What happened to Hyaga Hisashi? Isn't it wrong that Cloud Shinobi Village came first? But Hyaga Hisashi was still forced to death. Moonlight Gale also thought about the Hyaga clan. This Kirigakure, do you think you are Cloud Shinobi Village? Just Kirigakure. This time, let's choose a target as a Kirigakure elder, only in this way can we calm Hokage-sama's anger and make Kirigakure feel jealous. However, assassinating an elder is not an easy task and needs to be planned slowly. Moonlight Blast was a little excited. For an assassination-type ninja, the evaluation of the ninja is based on the opponents that the ninja has assassinated. If you can successfully assassinate an elder-level ninja of the Great Ninja Village, you will surely gain a great reputation. With this merit, I might even be promoted to Jainin. There was a glimpse of wild hope in Moonlight Blast. On the other side, Yagura passed the news to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito didn't care much about the assassination of the ninja mist shinobi. The Hoshigaki Kisame thing, Uchiha Obito reacted so much, and also gave birth to the idea of bewitching Hyaga Hayashi and Asuma, that is because Hoshigaki Kisame is Uchiha Obito's fancy. Those mist shinobi ninjas who are now dead, Uchiha Obito doesn't care. Uchiha Obito doesn't care about Kirigakure, and even hates Kirigakure. However, this is an opportunity. Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered. Konoha has already fought with Iwagakure, but it's not enough. If I can fight with Kirigakure again, it can become the fourth ninja war. This is my chance. Asuma was bored alone in Rain Shinobi Village. I thought that after joining the Akatsuki organization, there would be action immediately. But it didn't. Not even teammates. Is boring. It was raining when I went out, and this kind of weather made Asuma a little disgusted. For a while, Asuma couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in his heart. Uchiha Obito noticed Asuma's mood change. We're going to get Asuma a teammate. Uchiha Obito suddenly thought of some news he had heard in Konoha. That is, Shiraishi is the guise of Iwagakure. In the beginning, Uchiha Obito didn't care about Shiraishi. What genius! Uchiha Obito disliked those two words the most. Because Uchiha Obito was born in the tail of a crane. But now, Uchiha Obito is stronger than many talents are coming. Shiraishi's strength is probably Jainin. I'm probably not happy to be treated as an abandoned child by Iwagakure. Weak is a little weaker, but Shiraishi also has Shiraishi's advantages, and that is the situation of Iwagakure will be well understood. 35. Jainin's strength is almost as good as Asuma. After all, Asuma is not strong either. 99. Uchiha Obito's figure appeared at Asuma's door. Bang! Boom! Boom! There was a knock on the door. Asuma opened the door. Senior Madara. Asuma has some doubts about Uchiha Obito's self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, but, in the current situation, Asuma will admit Uchiha Obito's identity as Uchiha Madara on the surface. Don't show your doubts. How much do you know about Shiraishi? Asuma froze for a moment. Iwagakure's Shiraishi? That's right. Asuma was silent for a while, then said, the senior officials of Konoha made a basic judgment on Shiraishi's situation and believed that Shiraishi was just a pretense deliberately arranged by Iwagakure. Iwagakure's abandoned son. The real purpose is to hide secret ninjas such as Deidara, Kito, Wenya, etc. 5. Asuma said everything he knew. Those secret ninjas are really strong. I don't know how Iwagakure researched it. They can change their form and become like a monster. After the change, their strength has improved a lot. Currently Iwagakure already has Terracotta, Bunka, Kari, Yakushi Kabuto, Deidara. These are the real future of Iwagakure. But Shiraishi isn't entirely without talent. It's amazing to have reached Jainin at the age of 13 or 14, just because it has lost its brilliance in comparison with those esoteric ninjas. 39. Whether in Iwagakure, in Konoha, or in other ninja villages, Shiraishi is actually pretty good. It's not fair that Iwagakure treats Shiraishi like this. After Asuma reflected on his life, he paid great attention to fairness. It is obvious that he has obtained everything in Konoha by relying on his hard work and strength, but he is always believed by others that he is relying on his father's relationship. And even his own father doesn't look down on him. This made Asuma feel very unfair. Asuma is easy to empathize with others who have been treated unfairly. Then do you think you can convince Shiraishi to join our organization? 35. Invite Shiraishi to join. Good. Uchiha Obito nodded and said, the members of our organization are all acting in pairs. It's unfortunate that you came, and there is no free team member for you to choose from, so we need to find a new team member. A team of 2 is much better than a single action. 99. Asuma frowned. Shiraishi's strength is a little weaker. From the perspective of the situation, persuasion should be persuasive, and being treated unfairly by Iwagakure, Shiraishi must have resentment against Iwagakure in his heart, and he will also want to prove himself. In terms of talent, Shiraishi is good. As long as Shiraishi is given time, he can become stronger. Mara-senpai, after convincing Shiraishi to join our Akatsuki organization, did you make Shiraishi my teammate? Uchiha Obito nodded. Okay. 35. Asuma was not very fond of Shiraishi's strength, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't find a more suitable person. He left the previous ninja village and joined the Akatsuki organization. This is not something that can be done with a little courage. The only ones who would do such a thing are those who are dissatisfied with the ninja village where they are. There are not many people who meet such a price adjustment. In Asuma's view, Shiraishi is one. The current strength is not high, but the talent is good, and if you work hard in the future, it is not that there is no hope of stepping into the level of elite Jainin. Unbeknownst to Asuma, Shiraishi's comprehensive strength had already entered the elite Jainin level. Now let Asuma fight Shiraishi, and Shiraishi will win, not Asuma. If that's the case, then let's set the goal of Shiraishi. This task is for you to carry out yourself. After all, this is your future teammate. I'll let Konan act with you. Asuma nodded. Thank you, madam. An old man appeared in the sight of Moonlight Gale. Coming. Moonlight Blast's eyes lit up. This old man is one of the elders of Kirigakure. He is not a particularly important elder, who cannot reach the level of a master teacher, but he is an elder no matter what. Yuanshi is equivalent to Danzo of Konoha. This elder is somewhat comparable to Mitokado Homura. The strength of the peak is also good when he is young, reaching the level of elite Jainin. But now that he is old, his strength has dropped a lot. Most ninjas are like this. Just like Mitokado Homura, when he was young, his strength in the formula book was obviously cage level, but as he got older, his strength decreased a lot. The aged Mitokado Homura, among the elite Jainin, is not good enough. This is normal law. Therefore, Moonlight Blast has the possibility of success. Otherwise, a special Jainin trying to assassinate an elite Jainin is dreaming. Of course, Moonlight Blast also has its own advantages. One is that Moonlight Blast has the blood successive limit of penetrating escape. The other is that Moonlight Blast is a sneak attack, an ambush, and other ninja assistance. However, there are exceptions to the ninja. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama, when he was reincarnated, looked like a young man. Senju Tobirama, when he was reincarnated, looked like a young man. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, when he was reincarnated, looked like an old man. The state after impure world reincarnation came out, calculated from the state before death, is obviously not right. Senju Tobirama was already very old when he died, not young at all. Shiraishi has heard a saying, that is, impure world reincarnation, reincarnated, is the most peak tense of the other party during his lifetime. That is, when this person is young, what age is the strongest, and the reincarnation is this age. However, the state of impure world reincarnation, good money, may not necessarily be as strong as the state of the peak era during his lifetime. This has a certain relationship with the technology of impure world reincarnation. An Uchiha Madara, who was clearly an old man when he died, but who was clearly a young man when he was brought out by Yakushi Kabuto impure world reincarnation. Superior. 1 Command. The dozen or so Konoha shinobi fighters below Moonlight Blast rushed up. However, Moonlight Blast himself used a penetrating escape. Enemy attack. The ninjas around Elder Mist Shinobi noticed it. A man named Konoha Shinobi was blocked and killed. Moonlight Blast concealed his figure and quietly came behind the Elder Mist Shinobi. Looking for opportunities. Time flies very fast at this moment. The Moonlight Blast must remain tense. The opportunity is fleeting. It's now. 99. With the thought of Moonlight Blast, he clenched the sword in his hand. Die. The next moment, the sword in his hand was moved straight towards the position where Elder Mist Shinobi was. Konoha-style swordsmanship. The blade of Moonlight Blast is getting closer and closer to Elder Mist Shinobi. Seems to be hit. Moonlight Blast seems to have seen the scene where his blade hit the opponent. The picture of blood splashing out. After returning to Konoha, he was praised by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Got a lot of rewards. Relying on this credit, he was promoted to Janinqiao. Just at this time, a cold hum sounded. Chapter 128. What? The moonlight wind was suddenly startled. Terumi Mei appeared with a cold face. I knew that you Konoha bugs would continue to move. 35. This time, he even shot directly at the elders of our Iwagakure. Really brave. Today, you all have to stay here. 99. Moonlight Blast was startled. Terumi Mei. It has been a while since I came to Iwagakure, and Moonlight Blast will naturally know Terumi Mei. This man is the genius of Iwagakure. Double blood following the limit. It is highly regarded in Iwagakure. Especially the Yuan-shi family. And more importantly, Moonlight Blaze knew that he was definitely not the opponent of this woman. The plan failed. It's a trap. 35. Walk. The Moonlight Blast madly left. Having realized that in the event of a mission failure, preserving one's life is the most important thing, and forcibly continuing the mission has no meaning other than death. Chase. 35. A chase began. The Konoha shinobi fled in embarrassment. Moonlight Blast's mind was blank, and there was only one thought. Escape. 99. Escape. Escape. Moonlight Blast has no extra energy to think about other issues. One Konoha shinobi after another fell. Died at the hands of the Mist Shinobi ninja. One by one. No ability to resist. These ninjas are good at assassination, and when the assassination turns into a head-on battle, their strength will drop a lot, not to mention that the Mist Shinobi ninja is well prepared. This is a one-sided massacre. Except for the Moonlight Blast. There is only the Moonlight Gust of Wind, which can rely on Tadun to escape frantically. Blue did not appear. Iwagakure doesn't think that chasing down some Konoha's assassination ninjas needs to use the eyes. Iwagakure has white eyes, but there is only one, so you need to cherish it. There is no way to be as luxurious as Konoha. The 183 white eyes of Konoha's Hyoga branch house can be used casually. Even if one dies, the impact is not very big, and the loss of Konoha starts. Of course, for the specific white-eyed owner, it's different, his life is his own, and there is only one. This is the envy of the people at Kirigakure. I envy not only Konoha, but also Iwagakure. Iwagakure got a lot of benefits from Konoha during this war. At least 2 pairs of blank eyes. Hokage is so miserable. Both of their daughters were kidnapped by Iwagakure, and they lost their positions as patriarchs. Even their wives died. Now they're missing, I'm afraid they've fallen into madness. It's really miserable. Not only Konoha people feel that Hokage is miserable, but other people in the shinobi world also feel that Hokage is miserable. But those who feel that Hokage is miserable have a different attitude. Some have sympathy for Hokage. Others are in a state of watching jokes. Call. Who? 99. Moonlight gasped heavily, and the whole person had reached the limit. Since Kirigakure left, Moonlight Blast has not stopped running. Mental and physical, have reached the limit. Growing up, Moonlight Blast has never been like this. Hateful. How long are they going to chase? It's just the assassination of a few of them. None of the elders here have succeeded in assassination. 35. At this moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Moonlight Blast quickly suppressed his breathing and calmed himself down. Transcendence. Moonlight Blast's figure was hidden. Some mist shinobi ninjas appear. Moonlight Blast was extremely worried. Be sure not to be discovered. 35. Don't find me. Moonlight Blast no longer has the ability to continue fighting. Once discovered, there is only one dead end. I don't want to die yet. I'm still so young. I am the future of the Moonlight Clan. The Moonlight Blast didn't move. Finally, the Mist Shinobi Ninja did not find Moonlight Gale, left, and chased in the other direction. Moonlight Blast breathed a sigh of relief. Puff. The body couldn't hold back, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Moonlight Blast showed a miserable smile. This time, it can be regarded as the worst time for me. Can I escape? Can I return to Konoha alive? 39. There was a trace of confusion in Moonlight Blast's eyes, and after looking in the direction of the Fire Nation, there was a hint of despair. 2 days later, the Moonlight Blast came to the edge of the water country, the port. In the past few days, the moonlight has been very tormented, and the whole person is like being in a frying pan. It is a great torture for the body and the spirit, and it almost collapses directly. Moonlight Blast was lucky that he was lucky enough to be found several times, but escaped in a thrilling way. The land of water, I will never come again. In Moonlight Blast's heart, a shadow has already appeared in his heart. However, even if they came to the port, Moonlight Blast did not dare to relax their vigilance. Being chased these few days made Moonlight Gale realize how much he was hated by Kirigakure. This makes Moonlight Blast feel a little strange. It was Kirigakure who attacked Konoha first, why do they act as if they were the victims? It's clearly not the right response. Moonlight Blast frowned. After hiding in the port for a while, seeing the Mist Shinobi Ninja who was patrolling the port leave, he quietly got on the ship, still maintaining a state of hiding, not daring to reveal his figure. Beep. 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 99. The whistle of the big ship sounded, leaving the country of water to the country of soup. We'll stop in the country of soup. After that, we will come to the country of fire again. The Moonlight Blast disembarked in the country of Yuno, which would be more secure. A little accident, the moonlight and the wind did not want to come out. Sure enough, Moonlight Gale saw Kirigakure's ninja appearing on the ship shortly after disembarking. 3 days later, the Moonlight Blast returned to Konoha. Kirigakure also announced that the pursuit of Moonlight Blast had failed. Terumi Mei was very unhappy. Next time I see him, I'll kill him. The nasty bug of Konoha. Back at Konoha, Moonlight Blast immediately came to the Hokage building. Enter the Hokage office. Lord Hokage. 99. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the appearance of the moonlight and the wind, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Fall, what's your situation? Moonlight Blast lowered his head. Sorry Hokage, my mission failed. 39. I failed to assassinate the Elder Mist Shinobi, was discovered by Kirigakure, and set a trap. See, everyone died at the hands of Kirigakure except me. I almost never came back. Saying that, Moonlight Gale couldn't help coughing. Coughing up blood. Moonlight Blast looked at his palm, a little worried about his physical condition in his heart. Failed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly dissatisfied with the result. I see. Gu Feng, depending on your physical condition, it doesn't seem to be very good. Let's go to the medical department first to check your body. After that, we will talk about it when you are almost recovered. Yes, Lord Hokage. 35. The attitude of Sarutobi Hiruzen made Moonlight Blast a little disappointed. Because in the eyes of Moonlight Blast, for this mission, it can be regarded as a huge sacrifice, even if it fails this time. But the past few times have been successful. Assassination of the elders, this task is actually a bit out of line. In this case, if you work hard, it's not that you don't work hard. Seriously injured. Back at Konoha, there was not even a single compliment. Moonlight Blast did not understand. But he didn't show it, but comforted himself in his heart. Lord Hokage may just be disappointed because the mission failed. Or something else. Go to the medical department first. Moonlight Blast came to the medical department for a physical examination. Cough. Cough. 35. Another mouthful of blood was coughed up. When the Moonlight Blast entered the medical department, Shiraishi received the news and hurried to the vicinity of the medical department. At the moment when I saw the moonlight and the wind, Shiraishi felt the hidden dragon vibrate in the spiritual space. Sure enough, I am interested in Moonlight Blast. 35. Then the next thing to do is to try to persuade Uegwin Storm. Regardless of success or failure, the power of becoming a hidden dragon will be given to Moonlight Blast. But there will be some differences in the way it is handled afterwards. After coming out of the medical department, Moonlight Blaze's face was a little ugly. Because Moonlight Blast received very bad news. His injuries were more serious than expected. It has been fundamentally injured. It does not mean that it can be recovered by casual treatment, but it may be accompanied by a lifetime, and it is necessary to take medicine and receive treatment for a lifetime. And his own strength may not be much improved. This made Moonlight Blast's mood very bad. Why is that? Moonlight Blast raised his head, a look of despair on his face. For his future, Moonlight Blast was full of expectations. You know your own talent. Moonlight Blast is very clear that his talent is stronger than Sen'i's, and I don't know Huo Xianjian. Especially in swordsmanship talent, there is a great possibility to step into the level of elite Jainin in the future. At that time, he will become Konoha's swordsman master. Same as Konoha's White Fang. You will have a very bright future. The future is boundless. But now, all hope is gone, this injury has completely cut off his future. Why does something like this happen to me? Hateful. Kirigakure. Moonlight Blast cursed in his heart. Fate is not fair. Why do you do this to me? 35. The moonlight wind is lost. Shiraishi saw the state of the moonlight gust of wind, and his eyes flickered. Moonlight Gale seems to be in a very bad mood, and keeps coughing. So, what happened in the original plot? No. In the original plot, Konoha and Kirigakure did not assassinate, but assassinated. More like, the fate of the Moonlight Blast. 35. Shiraishi received a diagnosis of Moonlight Blaze from the medical department. Severe lung injury. Cannot heal. A company for life. It really is, fate. Shiraishi shook his head. I thought that because of my appearance, Konoha changed greatly, and Moonlight Gale would not suffer from such a thing. 5. The result is still the same. However, is there a possibility of persuading Moonlight Gale? Shiraishi did not act immediately, but waited. Moonlight Blast returned home in despair. The whole house was empty. Moonlight Blast sat on the steps. A strong sense of unwillingness surged up. Damn it! 35. The Moonlight Blast slammed into the ground next to it with a punch. This is like a person who can get 650 points or more in the college entrance examination, but loses the opportunity of the college entrance examination, and he does not even have the opportunity to repeat the exam, and he is limited to a specific place. There is no possibility of rising. Also seriously ill. It takes a lot of money to treat the disease. Still not cured. Moonlight Blast hesitated and walked towards the Hokage building. How will the village deal with my situation? Chapter 129. Moonlight Blast arrives at Hokage's office. Moonlight Blast told Sarutobi Hiruzen about his situation, hoping to get help from the village. I hope that the village can find a way to treat itself well. After all, he did that mission for the sake of the village, he was seriously injured for the sake of the village, and this bad situation became what he is now for the sake of the village. In terms of emotion and reason, the village should help itself. Even if you can't find a way to treat yourself, you should give yourself a better position and better treatment. This is how you can make up for yourself. However, when Moonlight Gale made such a request, he was reprimanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hai Feng, I know you are hurt and in a bad mood. But, do you want to understand this matter? It is only natural for ninjas to carry out the tasks of the village. You are not alone in doing this, many ninjas are doing this, including myself, and I am doing so many things in this position of Hokage for the sake of the village. And, your mission, failed. A ninja who fails a mission needs to be punished. Still such a critical task. 99. I haven't punished you, but I have seen your serious injury and sympathize with you. If other ninja missions fail, how would I behave? I have given you preferential treatment. You said that you were seriously injured in the process of performing a mission for the village. I hope the village can make it up for you. So what about those ninjas you brought? You were only seriously injured, and they lost their lives. Blizzard, I had high hopes for you. But now, you've let me down too much. You are too selfish. To carry out the mission for the village, your main thought is whether the reward is enough. 35. How is this possible? If everyone is like this, what is the need for Konoha to exist? Everyone just does their job for themselves. So many dead ninjas, so many seriously injured ninjas, what should Konoha do? I gave you this example, what about the others? Blizzard, go back and think about it. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is still alive. Think about it, what is the will of fire? If all the leaves think of themselves, can the tree Konoha still thrive? Sarutobi Hiruzen was dissatisfied with Moonlight Blaze because of the failure of the Moonlight Blaze mission. How could he agree to Moonlight Blaze's request? Konoha's resources were tight, and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to waste a bit. Why hide the true identity of Naruto's son of Hokage, not just to save some village resources? Once Naruto's identity as the son of Minato is exposed, it is necessary to consume a lot of ninjas to protect Naruto. Wouldn't it be better to put these consumptions in other areas? It would be a waste to give to Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen said something in his heart as he watched Moonlight Gale leave. I'm all for the village. This is the best way to deal with the village. Death, injury, and illness are just a normal part of ninja life. Since you have become a ninja, you must be prepared for this. Otherwise, what are you doing as a ninja? Moonlight Gale left, and was scolded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, making Moonlight Gale's brain a little buzzing, and Moonlight Gale faintly felt that something was not right, but couldn't think of a way to refute it. Moonlight Blast felt suffocated. Am I really being too selfish? 5. Moonlight Blast had doubts in his heart. But, could it be that the village should not treat me any favors when performing such a dangerous mission for the sake of the village? Do I deserve to be seriously injured in such a dangerous mission? If that's the case, why is it me and no one else? Who arranged the mission? It's not fair, it's not fair. I should have a brighter future, and my life is better than I am now. I sacrificed for the village, and I deserved to make such a sacrifice? What if I refused that task? Shiraishi saw the Moonlight Blast coming out of the Hokage building, and saw the state of the Moonlight Blast. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen also gave me an assist. After walking out of the Hokage building, Moonlight Blast became more confused, more unhappy, and more unwilling. A bench, on which the moonlight gusts sit. It's very remote, it's a little shady, and the moonlight and the wind want to be quiet here. Shiraishi sat down beside the Moonlight Blast, with a little vacancy in between. Moonlight Blast frowned and moved to the side. You don't seem to be in a good mood? You are. Moonlight Blast glanced at Shiraishi and frowned. A person who is in a bad mood just like you. Without waiting for Moonlight Blast to reply, Shiraishi continued, I made a business for the family and made a lot of money for the family, but the family did not reward me, saying, this is what I should do. 5. But when I failed a business for the family, and the family lost a lot of money, the family punished me, saying, I have caused the family to lose, and I must accept the punishment. I don't think it's fair. Hearing this, Moonlight Gale's expression softened. Shiraishi's experience made Moonlight Blast immediately give birth to a sense of substitution. Moonlight Blast couldn't help thinking, why isn't this the case with his current situation? I worked hard for the mission of the village, but after my hard work, Sarutobi Hiruzen said that. Why do you feel unfair? As a member of the family, shouldn't you contribute to the family? Shiraishi's heart moved, and he felt that he was going in the right direction. At present, Moonlight Blast is indeed dissatisfied with the fact that she feels that she has been treated unfairly. Said this sentence, Moonlight Blast may not feel it, but Shiraishi can hear it, and the tone of Moonlight Blast is full of yin and yang. This proves that Moonlight Blast failed in Kirigakure's mission and was seriously injured, hoping that the village can treat itself favorably. But was rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because that's unfair. Shiraishi said, if you have made merit, there is no special reward, if you fail, you will be punished. If everyone is like this, I naturally have nothing to say. But not everyone is like that. Those who are close to the patriarch are not treated like this. Moonlight stunned for a moment, and found the key point of the problem. So, Moonlight Blast began to recall. Shiraishi didn't bother the Moonlight Blast. Moonlight Blast recalled. Is what Lord Hokage said really right? If Asuma fails the mission, will it be like me? Asuma disappeared, and Lord Hokage sent a lot of ninjas to look for it. Then if I disappeared this time in the land of water, would I be searched for like this? Soon Moonlight Blast had the answer. No, no one in Konoha will come to me, except for Xian. 35. Xian is Moonlight Blast's childhood sweetheart, and the two have had a good relationship since childhood. Mission Kakashi failed? Could it be? Last time against Iwagakure, Kakashi failed the mission, but he didn't get punished, so why should I be punished if I failed this mission? It's ridiculous that I was spared my punishment because I had pity on me. 99. Moonlight Blast remembered many things. For flowers 0. Not fair, really unfair. Lord Hokage, you are completely unfair. Moonlight Blast looked in the direction of the Hokage building. There is also the matter of Ibiki Mori. After Moonlight Gale returned to the village, I also learned that Ibikimori was killed by the ninjas of Kirigakure, and not even the whole body was left behind. That's why, he was given orders to assassinate the higher ranks of Kirigakure. However, this is not for Ibikimori. Moonlight Blast learned that the family of Ibikimori was not given preferential treatment after Ibikimori died. Konohamaru is so small, and Ebisu is always by his side, like a nanny. Is it really appropriate for a special Jainin to do such a thing? This is for the village. Why is this unfair? 39. Why do you want to double standard? Could it be that the ninjas from the same village are distinguished by high and low? I and Mori Nixie are born lowly. Asuma and Kakashi, Konohamaru, were born noble? Is this reasonable? Uegwin Blast figured it out. Fist clenched tightly. But it soon loosened up again. But what can I do? He's Hokage, I'm a special Jainin, or a serious injury, there is no future special Jainin, can I get justice from him? This village is just unfair to me. Konoha is not everyone's Konoha. It's Hokage's Konoha. 35. Moonlight Blast looked at Shiraishi. You don't think it's fair, so what do you want to do? Shiraishi shrugged and said, in this family, there is nothing I can do, because everything is under their control, so I plan to leave this family. Since they don't treat me as their own, but treat me as someone else, why should I stay in this family all the time? That's what they expected to see. But, one day, I will make them regret it. I will prove to them that they did the wrong thing. This place is not fair, I will go to a fair place. Moonlight Blast's eyes flickered. Leaving one's own family? 35. Yes, why can't you leave? Shiraishi said, when the family does not welcome me, I will definitely leave, and when the village does not welcome me, I will definitely leave. People live in this world, first they are themselves, and then they are other identities. The family doesn't love me, why do I love the family? The village doesn't love me, why do I love the village? To put it bluntly, families and villages are just things created by people. Of course, assuming a more suitable location can be found. 35. This remark had a certain impact on Moonlight Blast. Moonlight Gale was dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen before, but never thought of leaving Konoha. Born in Konoha and growing up in Konoha, Moonlight Gale feels that she will be Konoha's ninja all her life. But after hearing Shiraishi's words, Moonlight Gale felt that it made sense. Yes, villages are also founded by people. 9. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Now it belongs to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen treats the people he is close to, and those who are not close to me, completely two standards. Then it means that this village does not welcome me. If that's the case, why do I insist on staying in Konoha? I can totally leave. Konoha is cold to me, why should I kneel and lick Konoha? 39 Towel. Chapter 130. Yes. The Konoha is not the Konoha of all the villagers at all, but only the Konoha of a few people. Asuma's talent is not as good as mine at all, and he has not yet reached the limit of blood, but just because he is old and the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen can become an elite Jainin. 5. I sacrificed so much for the village, and I have to be scolded. It's so unfair. But leaving Konoha. Uegwon Kuifeng really wanted to leave Konoha, but Uegwon Kuifeng didn't want to take it any longer. However, Moonlight Blast didn't know where to go. In the entire ninja world, where can one accept oneself? Besides Konoha, which force would need you? Which faction will be better than Konoha? Ninja village should be about the same. Also, what about the Moonlight clan? What to do with Yozuki Xian? When he really planned to leave, Moonlight Blast found that there were a lot of things that he couldn't give up. At this moment, Moonlight Blast suddenly noticed a problem. That is, the person sitting next to him has been talking for so long, but he still hasn't left. What does the other party want to do? What is the real identity of the other party? A member of a small family? Like what the other party said. No, not possible. Moonlight Blast turned his head and looked at each other. Shiraishi smiled. Introduce myself, I'm Shiraishi. 183. Hearing the name, Uegwang Rapid Wind's pupil shrank. Iwagakure's Shiraishi. Why are you in Konoha? Moonlight Blast still hasn't said a word. The complete content is, how can you appear in Konoha openly? I came to Konoha for people like you. Shiraishi said, you were treated unfairly in Konoha. Things like this are common in Konoha, but not in Iwagakure. I now officially invite you to join Iwagakure. I can guarantee that after you join Iwagakure, you will be rewarded for your credit. Also, Iwagakure, can provide you with an extremely high level of treatment, higher than that of the Konoha Medical Department. I don't care so much about the moonlight and wind in front of me. Konoha said the same thing, but the actual implementation is completely different. But the latter point, Moonlight Gale is very concerned. Moonlight Blast is very concerned about his body. The ninja of the Konoha Medical Department said that this sequelae will accompany Moonlight Gale for a lifetime, requiring constant treatment and medicine, which makes Moonlight Gale a bit hopeless. Iwagakure's medical level will be better than Konoha. Have you heard of Kori and Deidara? Shiraishi asked. Moonlight Blast nodded. Both Kazuki and Deidara have a powerful explosive ability, and if it explodes, Kazure and Deidara will also be seriously injured. Shiraishi doesn't need to hide this, because it has already been seen by Konoha and Kusanagi village. However, it won't be long before they return to their original state, the moonlight and the wind. Do you think that Konoha's medical level can achieve this level? In the case of Tsunade not taking action. Moonlight Blizzard thought for a moment. I'm afraid not. 5. That's it. 35. Shiraishi said, Iwagakure's medical level is at least better than the current Konoha. Tsunade is not in Konoha, and ordinary people don't even think of asking Tsunade to take a shot, and they can't even find it. 99. Join Iwagakure, you at least have hope of healing. In Konoha, you have no hope at all. Moonlight Gale nodded subconsciously, feeling that Shiraishi was right. Shiraishi continued, in addition, as long as you choose to join Iwagakure, for Iwagakure, it is equivalent to having made a contribution, and I can give you the corresponding reward. This is indeed a credit. Konoha reduced a special Jainin. Iwagakure has one more special Jainin. What reward? If you choose to join, you will know. Can you give it to me now? That's right. 35. Moonlight Blast hesitated. Then I'll join. Of course, Moonlight Blast didn't make up his mind, but just wanted to see what reward Shiraishi brought out. Shiraishi knows this too. But since the Hidden Dragon chose Moonlight Blast, Shiraishi could only make the Hidden Dragon make a contract with Moonlight Blast. And Shiraishi had already made up his mind. 2 choices, no matter which choice, is to make the Hidden Dragon and the Moonlight Blast contract. Moonlight Blast didn't really join in, and that doesn't matter. Shiraishi raised his hand and landed on Moonlight Gale's shoulder. The Moonlight was startled. Because he found that he couldn't react. This surprised Moonlight Blast. How can Shiraishi be so fast? Isn't he Iwagakure's guy's abandoned child? Even Jainin's strength is fake. Even if I'm seriously injured. Even if I don't recover. 35. Even if I'm just a special Jainin. But speed is my advantage. 55. How could I possibly fail to react? Moonlight Gale looked at Shiraishi, and his expression became serious. A burst of power poured out from the body of the Hidden Dragon, followed Shiraishi's arm, and entered Moonlight Gale's body. The next moment, the moonlight and the wind were felt. This new experience makes Moonlight Blast feel amazing. A force from outside, but a perfect fusion into my body that I have full control over. Also, I feel like my body is recovering, my body is getting stronger. Moonlight Blast's eyes lit up. With the improvement of basic attributes, Moonlight Blast felt that the effect of his severe injury sequelae was not so obvious. Does this mean that my situation is not so bad? Great! Moonlight Blast surprise. Does this mean that I can continue to become stronger in the future? I have the possibility of being cured. But suddenly, Moonlight Blast realized another problem. This power is from outside. Not own it. It was given to him by Shiraishi. Is Shiraishi able to control this power? Is his life completely under Shiraishi's control? Moonlight Blast's heart sank. What is this? It's the power of the elves. Shiraishi said, to be precise, the power within you is the power of the hidden dragon. Don't worry, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. The Deidara, Yakushi Kabuto, Kitu, Bunka that you Konoha care about are all like this. Now you are just like them. The Moonlight Blast froze for a moment. So, that's not a secret technique? Shiraishi shrugged. It's not impossible to call it a secret technique. Moonlight Blast was silent for a while. After feeling silently for a while, Uegwang Blast immediately understood more about his own situation, and Uegwang Blast could feel the power of the hidden dragon. It is very similar to the power of Deidara, Terra, Wenye, etc. seen. Thus, Moonlight Gale knew that what Shiraishi said was true and did not lie. In this case, Moonlight Blast breathed a sigh of relief. Even Terracotta and Deidara accepted the power, so there was nothing to worry about. But after realizing this, Moonlight Blast felt a little weird again. You give me such power directly? Asked Moonlight Blast. Aren't you worried that I'm running away with this power? You're not worried that I'm lying when I say I joined Iwagakure? And you've revealed such important information, so you're not afraid of me? 35. This should have an impact on you, Iwagakure. Shiraishi looked at Moonlight Gale and said, I treat people with sincerity, and I hope that I can also use this to gain the sincerity of others. But I'm not a fool. If you really go back on your word, then I can only end your life. You are not my opponent. Besides, I'm not alone. I can guarantee that you will never escape 10 meters, and after killing you, I can leave safely. It was only at this time that Moonlight Blast noticed Lao Zi's body. A burst of breath leaked out from Lao Zi's body. The moonlight wind was felt. Very strong. The Moonlight Blast felt an extremely dangerous aura on Lao Zi's body, which was only not weaker than Terumi Mei of that day. At this point in time, Terumi Mei has not fully grown up yet. Terumi Mei in his peak period is not necessarily weaker than Lao Zi. Shiraishi continued, and I'm sure you'll make the right choice. Konoha is unfair to you, you don't need to stay in Konoha, it's not you, but Konoha. 99. Just what you want, Iwagakure can give it to you. Plus, at Iwagakure, you can have a better future. Moonlight Blast hesitated. I am really dissatisfied with the top management of Konoha, but there are people and things I can't cut in Konoha. 35. Saying this sentence proves that Moonlight Gale has completely put down her guard, but is communicating sincerely with Shiraishi. This attitude makes Shiraishi satisfied and feels that it is more likely to convince Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Clan? That's one aspect. Shiraishi said, joining Iwagakure is only temporary, what I want to do is to completely change the entire ninja world, and Konoha is also within the scope of change. When that time comes, you can go back to Konoha. And still as a hero. The entire Moonlight Clan will be proud of you. Moonlight Blaze's pupils shrank slightly. Change the whole ninja world? Are you trying to? The last few words, Moonlight Blast did not say. But, that's impossible, how can it be possible? It's something that even first Hokage couldn't do. Shiraishi smiled. Have you already felt the power of the Hidden Dragon 4.0? Feel. Then what do you think your future can reach? If my body can be healed, at least it's Elite Jainin 5. Do you know how many elves are there? How many? There are hundreds of elves. Shiraishi said, all those who have obtained the power of spirits can break their limits. Some people reach Elite Jainin, some people reach cage level. So much power, can't this ninja world change? Which ninja village has so much power? And Iwagakure behind me is one of the best in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama, there is only one person. In fact, Senju Hashirama can do it, but Senju Hashirama just refuses to do it. If Senju Hashirama did this, the shape of the ninja world would be completely different. Moonlight Blast thought, and gradually, his eyes lit up. Because Moonlight Blast discovered that he might be doing something big. A great event in the history of the ninja world. It is an honor to be able to participate in such a thing. This is much better than a ninja mission in a village. Few people can resist the temptation of the unification. Unless it's the one that's destroyed. And Moonlight Blast felt that Shiraishi really had hope. Chapter 131. The high-level analysis of Konoha is completely wrong. Shiraishi is not a pretense at all. 35. The Terracotta, Deodara, these people are strong and very important in Iwagakure, but they were all created by Shiraishi, all because of the power of the spirits. 99. It's not a secret technique at all. Even if Konoha catches one of them, it's useless and won't get that kind of power. Shiraishi is the root. The Shiraishi can produce this power incessantly. 95. There's been a lot of Iwagakure out now, what if there were more? If it really reaches as many as 100? Who can resist such a force? More so when there is already an Iwagakure standing behind Shiraishi. 35. Unifying the ninja world is not necessarily impossible. Moonlight Blast felt his heart beating violently. If you can unify the ninja world, what kind of Konoha are you still loyal to? This is an unprecedented feat. The next moment, the blast of moonlight turned towards Shiraishi. Sir Shiraishi, I would like to follow you. Moonlight Blast's attitude changed. Sir Shiraishi, what do I need to do? Shiraishi hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't need it for the time being. You leave Konoha first, and I will arrange for medical ninjas to treat you, until your body recovers. 99. Yes, Lord Shiraishi. Keeping the Moonlight Gale in Konoha can give Shiraishi a lot of information. However, Shiraishi thought about it and gave up the idea. Because Shiraishi doesn't fully trust Moonlight Blast. In addition, Shiraishi doesn't have any urgent need for Konoha, and the Moonlight Blast in Konoha is basically in a position to be abandoned. Information that can be obtained, Shiraishi can also obtain through other channels. The Moonlight Blast left Konoha. Didn't greet anyone. Including the Uegwang family and Mao Yuzian. Moonlight Blast didn't want to drag Moonlight Blast. Konoha could still threaten the Moonlight clan before the great unification was successful. As for Mao Yuzian, Uegwang Gale was thinking, either convince Mao Yuzian to be with him. Or, don't tell Yuzian. After hesitating for a moment, Moonlight Gale chose the latter. Because Moonlight Blast is now unsure of how to convince Uchiha. Moonlight Gale's figure appeared outside Konoha, and he looked back at Konoha's direction, feeling a little complicated. Moonlight Blast is very dissatisfied with the unfair treatment he has suffered. Very dissatisfied with Konoha high-rise, Moonlight Blast. Therefore, when Shiraishi proposed that way, Moonlight Gale had little hesitation. One day, I will return like a hero. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will regret it. Under Shiraishi's arrangement, Moonlight Blast came to the Rock Shinobi Ninja Station. Kitu personally received Moonlight Blast. Kitu had heard of the name Moonlight Blast, but I never thought that such a Konoha shinobi could be persuaded by Shiraishi to join Iwagakure. Not long after, Moonlight Blast met Yakushi Kabuto. Fragrance didn't show up. Just use the drop of life. The next treatment is performed by Yakushi Kabuto. Moonlight Blast also knew about the existence of Yakushi Kabuto. A ninja who, like himself, was previously Konoha, but joined Iwagakure. In a sense, the situation between the two is somewhat similar. The two are also about the same age. Some people think that Moonlight Blaze may be a generation older than Yakushi Kabuto, mainly because Yakushi Kabuto participated in Naruto's Chunin exam, which makes people subconsciously feel that Yakushi Kabuto is not much older than Naruto. But it's actually much bigger. In the original plot, Yakushi Kabuto has been hiding his strength. During the Chunin exam, Yakushi Kabuto's strength had completely reached the level of Jonin. Even escaped from Kakashi's hands. Yakushi Kabuto was a little surprised that Moonlight Gale joined Iwagakure. Seeing this, Moonlight Blast directly told what happened to him. I went to Kirigakure on a mission under Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, which was beyond our squad's capabilities, but we persisted. Except for me, all the other team members died at the hands of the Mist Shinobi Ninja. I was also seriously injured. The medical ninja of Konoha judged that I will never be cured in my life. And the strength can't be improved. At this time, I found Sarutobi Hiruzen, and I hope the village can compensate me. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, it is normal for ninjas to be killed or injured during missions. Even punish me for failing my mission. It strikes me as unfair. If something like this happened to Asuma, Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have this attitude. 35. Sarutobi Hiruzen does things unfairly. So after Shiraishi-sama found me, I chose to join Iwagakure. Boo, how about you? Yakushi Kabuto was silent for a while, then said, I worked for Danzo at the route for many years, but Danzo suspected me and wanted to kill me. It was Shiraishi-sama and Onoji-sama who saved me. 99. So I joined Iwagakure. Regarding Yakushi Nanoyu, Yakushi Kabuto did not elaborate. This is the pain point of Yakushi Kabuto, which I don't want to mention. In this way, the top Konoha are all the same people, Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, all of them. Moonlight Blast said bitterly. Our experience is the same, do you want revenge on Danzo? Yakushi Kabuto nodded. I also want to reveal the true face of Sarutobi Hiruzen to everyone. Before going through that incident, I really didn't think that the senior officials of Konoha would treat the ninjas in the village like this. We are not treated as equals at all. 99. Yakushi Kabuto withdrew his hand on Moonlight Blaze. The inspection is over. Yakushi Kabuto paused and said, I have a basic understanding of your physical condition. The injury is indeed serious, but you have gained the power of the elf, and your recovery ability has improved a lot. Combined with my Iwagakure treatment, the situation is much better than before. However, I have no guarantee that you will be fully cured. 35. It depends on what happens after you. The advice I can give you is to take a good rest first, and after you have recovered your body to a certain extent, concentrate your main energy on improving the power of the elves. It's good for your recovery. 35. Moonlight Blaze's eyes lit up. Even though Yakushi Kabuto said there was no guarantee of a full recovery, it was much better than what Konoha Medical Ninja said. In Konoha, there is no hope at all. At Iwagakure, there is at least hope. It's been great, thank you. You're welcome. Yakushi Kabuto took 2 steps back and said, you have a good rest, I'll go first. It is good. Moonlight Gale was a little disappointed to see Yakushi Kabuto leave. Originally, he wanted to talk to Yakushi Kabuto for a while longer, not Moonlight Gale was a talkative person, but Moonlight Gale had too many words in his heart. When I came to the Rock Shinobi Army Station, there was no one familiar to Moonlight Blast. Only Yakushi Kabuto, similar to Moonlight Blast experience. Therefore, Moonlight Blast will feel a sense of intimacy after seeing Yakushi Kabuto. Moonlight Blaze uses Yakushi Kabuto as a target to talk to. But Yakushi Kabuto is different. Yakushi Kabuto has a clear goal, and he is not interested in being the object of his conversation. Yakushi Kabuto doesn't care, but just wants to do his own thing. Raise your strength early, kill Danzo, and avenge yourself and Yakushi Nanoyu. Rather than chatting, Yakushi Kabuto prefers to train. Curiosity about Moonlight Blast joining Iwagakure only lasts for a while. The next day, Kitu arranged for ninjas to send Moonlight Gale back to Iwagakure. The current situation of Moonlight Blast is not suitable for participating in combat. Continuing to stay at the Rock Shinobi Army garrison can only be a drag. Just like Deidara, who overused his self-destruction before, he was also sent back to Iwagakure. Grado Progress, Phase 1, 22%. Shiraishi calculated in his heart. Grado Progress, 5% in the first stage, raised my base stats to the level of a special Genin. The Groudon Progression, 15% in the first stage, raised my base stats to the level of Genin. 55. In order to raise my basic attributes to the level of Elite Genin, I need the Groudon Progress to reach 30% of the first stage, which will increase sequentially compared to before. The difference between Genin and Special Genin is 10%. There is a 15% difference between Elite Genin and Genin. When my basic attributes reach the level of Elite Genin, my comprehensive strength will basically reach the threshold of Cage level, and there will be fewer people in this world who can threaten me. 99. The 183 people who could threaten my life were even fewer. At that time, I didn't need to hide too much. It's still 8%. Within half a year, it will definitely be reached. At that time, I was only 14 years old. A 14-year-old Cage level, no matter which ninja village, is not bad. Shiraishi had some expectations. Shiraishi didn't care much about the rumors circulating in the outside world by hiding his true strength, but he was a little bored after listening to it too much. In addition, after stepping into Cage level strength, Shiraishi could make bigger moves. And Iwagakure's actions can also be made bolder. At that time, it was not a protracted war with Konoha and training, but completely conquer Konoha. If Moonlight Blast, etc. can quickly enter the second stage, it will not even take half a year. 99. Those who have now entered the second stage of the elves are Kitu, Kagura, Wenya, Yakushi Kabuto, Dragon Tongue, Deidara, and Washao. Those who have not yet entered the second stage of the elves are Black Earth, Xiang Phosphorus, Hanabi, Kisame, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Lois Earth, and Moonlight Blast. Hanabi and Black Earth, and the full moon of Ghost Lights will be slower. But Lois, Moonlight Blast, Hoshigaki Kisame, Kaolin, it shouldn't take long. At this moment, Shiraishi felt a surge of power pouring into his body. Grado Progress, Phase 1, 23%. Shiraishi's eyes lit up slightly, sinking his consciousness into the spiritual space, and the one who changed was the Shining Toad King, the elf who made a contract with Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame. There is a high probability that it evolved during the battle. I just don't know if it's a ninja with Konoha or a ninja with Kirigakure. 99. The matter of the disappearance of the Moonlight Blast spread to Konoha. Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzan's face sank after hearing the news. What is this Moonlight Blast trying to do? Because I didn't meet his unreasonable demands, I just defected and ran away from Konoha. Unacceptable. What a system! What do you think of Konoha? Let the patriarch of the Moonlight clan come to see me. The ninja below hurriedly bowed his head. Yes, Hokage-sama. Chapter 132. Not long after, the patriarch of the Moonlight clan came to the Hokage building and entered the Hokage office, trembling with fear. Lord Hokage. This is a middle-aged man, but his strength is not very strong, he is just a Chunin. The Moonlight clan is just a small ninja family, even smaller than the Inuzuka clan and the Kurama clan. The population of the entire ninja family is only 200 or 300. And most of them are ordinary people, not ninjas. In this case, Moonlight Blast is the future of the Moonlight clan. The Moonlight clan has high hopes for Moonlight Blast. They all hope that the Moonlight Blast can lead the Moonlight clan to become stronger. But now, Moonlight Blast was seriously injured during the mission, breaking the way to become stronger, and can only be a special Jainin for the rest of his life. This disappointed the entire Moonlight clan. Now, Moonlight Blast is missing. Caused the wrath of Sarutobi Hiruzen. You know about the Moonlight Blast, don't you? Go back to Lord Hokage, yes. The patriarch of the Moonlight clan lowered his head and did not dare to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a ninja of Konoha, he obviously failed to perform his mission. Not only did he not blame himself, but he also asked for it. Is this fair to other ninjas? If I didn't agree, he defected directly. 5. What kind of style is this? What do you think of Konoha? What do you think of my Hokage? The patriarch of the Moonlight clan lowered his head even lower. Sorry Hokage, I'm sorry. I'm sorry? What's the use of saying sorry? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. If you say sorry, can you let Moonlight Blast come back and admit your mistake? 35. The patriarch of the Moonlight clan probably guessed what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant, gritted his teeth, and said, Lord Hokage, Moonlight Blast made a big mistake, and the sin cannot be forgiven. Please, Lord Hokage, order that Moonlight Blast will be wanted and brought back to the village, and will be severely punished. This is the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to say it himself, but wants to let the patriarch of the Moonlight clan personally propose and say it himself. In this way, even if things change in the future, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not fall into the limelight. Wanted? That's a little too heavy. Not heavy. The patriarch of the Moonlight clan said, Lord Hokage, this kind of thing is too harmful to the village. It must not be allowed to happen again. Use the moonlight to warn others. 5. This is the best thing for the village. Everything, for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Okay, what you said makes sense, just do what you said. 35. A wanted notice about Moonlight Gale was passed out, and Moonlight Gale was completely reduced to Konoha Rebellion. Hearing this news, Moonlight Gale's face became even more ugly. The hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen also grew stronger. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moonlight Blast is very clear that his joining Iwagakure has not been exposed, and he has just disappeared. As a result, Konoha was directly listed as a traitor. What is this? Asuma has been missing for so long, is he listed as a traitor? Why? Asuma is human, but he is not human? At this point, Moonlight Blast's feelings for Konoha were completely cut off. Too double standard. What kind of ninja village is this? Just a dog. But correspondingly, Moonlight Blast's loyalty to Shiraishi and loyalty to Iwagakure have been raised a notch. Because the Moonlight Blast has no way out. The more Konoha does, the less likely the Moonlight Blast will return to Konoha. Shiraishi looked at the Hokage building with an odd expression. Thank you Sarutobi Hiruzen for your help. Before Shiraishi was worried about how to convince Moonlight Gale, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and scolded Moonlight Gale, causing Moonlight Gale to have a strong dissatisfaction with Konoha. Now that Moonlight Gale has just left Konoha, and the matter of joining Iwagakure has not been exposed at all, Konoha directly beat Moonlight Gale into betrayal. Isn't this forcing Moonlight Gale to betray? In this way, I can use Moonlight Blast with more confidence. A figure wearing a mask returned home, took off the mask, changed clothes, looked out the window, frowned, and looked very bad. This is a woman with long purple hair. Not very old. Blast. Mao Yuzian was performing tasks outside during this period of time, and the task has been completed and completed well. Mao Yuzian returned to Konoha happily, preparing to stay for a few days during the holiday and the moonlight wind. But I didn't expect to hear such a news after returning to Konoha. Moonlight Blast was seriously injured during the mission, and it will not heal in his life. Soon after, he disappeared. Konoha directly beat Moonlight Blast as a traitor. Why did things turn out like this? Where did the wind go? Why did the village directly say that Gale is a traitor? Uzuki Xian didn't understand. Moonlight Blast just disappeared. What if Moonlight Blaze was persecuted by Rock Shinobi ninjas and Mist Shinobi ninjas? Is this fair to Moonlight Blast? Uzuki Yuin is unaware of Moonlight Blaze's quarrel with Sarutobi Hiruzen at Hokage's office. Uegwang Blaze was too aggrieved and too young to control his situation. This is unforgivable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. An ordinary special Jainin dares to quarrel with himself? What is that? He is a dignified Hokage. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen hated Moonlight Blast, and there was no time or opportunity for Moonlight Blast. Shiraishi remembers that in the original plot, Moonlight Blast didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen much face. The joint Chunin examination of Konoha and Sunagakure. After the Death Forest assessment, the preliminaries were about to begin. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the candidates and gave a speech. The Moonlight Blast rudely interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. From this, it can be seen that the relationship between Moonlight Gale and Sarutobi Hiruzen is bad. Kirigakure. Master Yuan looked at Terumi Mei in front of him. It has been found out that the only one who escaped Konoha to assassinate the ninja was Moonlight Gale. Having a special bloodline limit, through the escape, can make one's body transparent. 35. However, after returning to Konoha, it seems to have been treated unfairly. Having left Konoha, he was listed as a traitor and wanted by Konoha. Terumi Mei snorted coldly. Deserved. 99. Assassination of our Kirigakure ninja, and getting such a result, deserves it. Yuan Shi said, this is a good thing for us Kirigakure, at least this person will have no chance of assassinating our Kirigakure people in the future. Now he should hate Konoha to the extreme. Better than being killed by our Kirigakure. The figures of Asuma and Konan entered the land of fire. After hearing the news of Moonlight Blaze, Asuma thought for a while, whether he could invite Moonlight Blaze to join the Akatsuki organization, and if Shiraishi didn't agree, there was Moonlight Blaze as an option. But after the ninja thought about it, Asuma felt that it was unlikely. Moonlight Blast must have resentment towards his father after this incident. And no matter what I do, I'm still my father's son. Moonlight Blast will not like me too. 55. Uchiha Obito also came up with the idea, and quickly gave up. But for a different reason, Uchiha Obito felt that the Moonlight Blast was too weak. Konan stopped. According to previous information, Shiraishi appeared on the front line where the Rock Shinobi army and the Konoha army were fighting, so it is highly likely that he is still in the Rock Shinobi army. 35. I'll find a way to find out what's going on with the Rock Shinobi army. Asuma nodded. It is good. Konan's figure turned into a page and disappeared. Asuma looked in the direction Konan was leaving, and his eyes flickered. At first sight of Konan, Asuma had a heartbeat. An extremely beautiful appearance, light blue long hair, and the temperament on his body are very attractive to Asuma. It is a feeling of being independent and aloof on the outside, but extremely gentle on the inside. Asuma had never seen such a woman. When he was in Konoha, Asuma acted against Yuhaka, but now after seeing Konan, Asuma found that Yuhaka couldn't compare to Konan at all, and their temperament was much worse. What an attractive woman! Excellent scent! Extremely strong 5. If possible. Asuma has a crush on Konan. However, Asuma also knew that it was impossible for him now. Unless, after Akatsuki's plan is successful, I return to Konoha as a hero and become the Lord of Konoha, then I will be eligible to pursue Konan. 39. A glimpse of ambition appeared in Asuma's heart. A paper crane flew into the temporary camp of the rock shinobi army, and it didn't get much attention. I thought it was just an ordinary paper crane. However, Konan didn't get much either. Because Shiraishi is not at the base of the rock shinobi army at all, but in Konoha. 3 days passed. Konan has obtained a lot of information about the rock shinobi army, which is combined with the information obtained by White Zetsu. As a result, Konan frowned a little. What's the situation? Benya, Terracotta, Deodara, Yakushi Kabuto, Kari, it's all there. In the other direction, the Lois is also there. 35. But only without Shiraishi and Old Purple. Where did these two go? Going on other tasks? Or do the missions together? Old Purple and Shiraishi together, it's not like Iwagakure's abandoned son would be treated. Konan's eyes flickered. Senior Konan, any news? No. Konan shook his head and said, it may take a little more time. Shiraishi is not in the good money rock shinobi army now, but don't worry, we can just wait patiently here. Yes. Asuma is not in a hurry, and even hopes that this time can be more. Alone time with Konan. The figure of Uchiha Obito came to Kirigakure. Yagura reports the information that Kirigakure has received. Uchiha Obito thought for a while. After that, a decision was made. An order came from Mizuki's office. Assemble the army, go to the country of fire, attack Konoha, start a war, and destroy Konoha. Uchiha Obito felt that it was time to start the Fourth Ninja War. In the chaos, fish in troubled waters. Collect tailed beasts and Jinkriki to realize Project Tsuki no Mi. And as long as Project Tsuki no Mi is realized, no matter what Konoha or Iwagakure, it can't stop him. You will use infinite Tsukuyomi on the whole world yourself. Let everyone enter into the illusion. Live the life you want most in a fantasy world. Lin, wait for me. This time won't be too long. Wait for me. 9. A few days later, Kirigakure's army was assembled. Fire Country. A Konoha ninja stronghold was destroyed in an instant under the attack of Mist Shinobi's army. The news came back to Konoha. Make the whole Konoha vibrate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Midokado Homura, Udaten Koharu, Danzo. The faces of countless people have become very ugly. Kirigakure. Chapter 133. Sir Hokage, it's not good. A Konoha shinobi person rushed into the Hokage building at a very fast speed, gasping for breath. His body was very embarrassed, blood and sweat condensed together, forming an unpleasant odor. What's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Lord Hokage, it's Kirigakure. The army of Kirigakure has come to the land of fire and launched an attack on our Konoha. Just in the direction of Konoha. 55. Several strongholds have been wiped out by the Mist Shinobi army. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. This Kirigakure, what a guts! Sarutobi Hiruzen got angry. Konoha is now at war with Iwagakure and has no time or energy to worry about others. But Kirigakure challenged Konoha again and again. First up is the Asuma thing. Then there is the matter of sneaking into Konoha. Not long ago, he also killed Ibiki Mori. Moonlight Blast also had issues with Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen hated Kirigakure to the extreme. Dare to take the initiative to come to the country of fire and start a war against our Konoha. Since you're here, don't leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell. Go get Danzo and the others. Yes, Lord Hokage. Soon, Midokado Homura, Udaten Koharu, Danzo, Narashika Issa, Hyaga Saburo, Abarame Shimai. These high-level Konoha, as well as Konoha's more important ninja family patriarch, all came to the Hokage office. Lord Hokage! Everyone! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around for a week and said, I have bad news for everyone. 99. Kirigakure, who has waged war on Arcanoha, the army of mist shinobi, has come to the land of fire. 35. Uchiha Koharu's pupil shrank. How dare this Kirigakure? 35. What do they want to do? Mitokado Homura's face also sank. Hyaga Saburo is still not very suitable for his current identity. To put it bluntly, Hyaga Saburo's succession as the head of the Hyaga clan did not last long. Many things, Hyaga Saburo has no experience. 183 is very unfamiliar. Danzo's expression was calm. Before coming to the Hokage building, Danzo had already learned the news. As the leader of Anbu, Danzo had his own news channel, and in many cases he even came faster than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a calm voice. After Iwagakure launched the war against Arcanoha, Kirigakure has tried to test Arcanoha many times, and now, they have finally made an official move. The high probability is that when Iwagakure attacks Arcanoha, I feel that Arcanoha's strength has weakened, and use this opportunity to get something from Arcanoha. Kirigakure is more hateful than Iwagakure. Uchiha Koharu agrees. That's right. Iwagakure, at least when he came, was above board. And Kirigakure, who only knows how to take advantage of others. It's a shame for a ninja village to do this. 35. Kirigakure's strength is not strong, and it is not Arcanoha's opponent at all. It was like this in the past, and I knew that I would take sneaky actions. I completely despised this ninja village. If it wasn't for Kirigakure's location so far east of the sea, it would not exist at all. It was wiped out by other ninja villages long ago. Kirigakure, this ninja village is shit. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, no matter what happens to Kirigakure, for us Konoha, now the crisis is coming. When it comes, we have to deal with it. Assemble the army of ninjas and resist the army of mist shinobi. Narashika Issa hesitated for a while, then said, Lord Hokage, considering the size of the mist shinobi army, we may not be able to recruit enough people to resist it now. Then draw from the army of ninjas facing off against the army of rock shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Iwagakure doesn't want to have a protracted war with Arcanoha. In this case, when Arcanoha encounters such a crisis, they, Xi, will not take advantage of the danger. This. Narashika Issa didn't have much confidence. Lord Hokage, that's just our speculation. Once there is any change in Iwagakure's strategy, and we do that, the risk is high. Also, Iwagakure can have a protracted battle with Arcanoha, or choose other targets. 95. Iwagakure cannot be given such an opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while. Then tune in quietly. 35. At the same time, I appealed to Tsunagakure, Kusanagi village, Rain Shinobi village, Takiyan village, and Tonin village for help. If they don't support me at this point in time, they are the ones who are unlucky. They won't be clear about that. It's okay to not support now, we Konoha can still bear it. But facing Iwagakure and Kirigakure at the same time, who can handle this? 35. The Konoha is gone, and it's them who will be unlucky next. Rosa and the others wouldn't be that stupid. Narashika Issa nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage, I'll make arrangements now. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the remaining people, this time, it is our Konoha crisis, everyone must unite and protect Konoha with our strongest strength. Yes, Hokage-sama. Soon, the news of the Kirigakure invasion spread throughout Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen is standing high, looking down through the window, and this is what he wants. To mobilize the whole village. 99. It's also an opportunity. Many people feel that under my leadership, Konoha is constantly weakening, far less than the first generation and second generation. The first generation alone can suppress the entire ninja world. Years. During the second generation, Konoha can compete against the 4 major ninja villages at the same time. But, what teams did first generation and second generation bring? What team am I bringing? I finally managed to get a Konoha's White Fang, and as a result, I made such an irrational behavior during the mission. I had to commit suicide amid the rumors, and Konoha lost a cage-level powerhouse. I brought out Sunin. But Tsunade left Konoha early. Orochimaru also defected. Jiraiya hangs around outside all day, saying that he is tracking down Orochimaru, but after so many years, nothing useful has been found, and a few books have been published. Those books are really interesting, but they don't help Konoha. It's just personal playtime. It wasted a lot of my time. Minato had to let Kushina have a baby, brewing a Nine-Tails chaos, and Kushina died, leaving a mess for me. Danzo's ambition is greater than his ability. You said, with such a team, what can I do? I've done pretty well, let other people come, who can do better than me. Now Konoha's strength has recovered a lot. If you can take advantage of this time and get 2 big wins, then those people will know how important I am, and I can make Konoha stronger than just a little bit. I'm the best Hokage. Kirigakure's shot is not a bad thing for Konoha. Tsunagakure has to go to war. 99. In this case, under the chaos, is it possible to obtain the Iwagakure secret art from the Rock Shinobi army? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction of the temporary camp of the Rock Shinobi army, and his eyes flickered. Shiraishi raised his brows slightly when he heard the news that Mist Shinobi's army was attacking Konoha. Kirigakure attacking Konoha. This is in the original plot, but it never happened. And Shiraishi knew very well that Kirigakure was in the hands of Uchiha Obito. Rather, Uchiha Obito controls Yagura, not Kirigakure. But in the case of Yagura's illusions not being discovered by Kirigakure, Yagura is still Kirigakure's Mizukage and can decide everything about Kirigakure. It could be that Uchiha Obito wanted that. When the ninja world is in chaos, Uchiha Obito can fish in troubled waters. The tailed beasts and Jinchuriki can be collected. 35. Shiraishi thought for a while. And the misunderstanding and contradiction between Konoha and Kirigakure also made Uchiha Obito possible for such an operation. Shiraishi and Lao Ziai infiltrate Kirigakure and take Hoshigaki Kisame away. This act was mistaken by Kirigakure for Konoha. Asuma disappeared, and was taken away by Uchiha Obito, but Konoha thought it was done by Kirigakure. Then came the assassination of Kirigakure by Moonlight Blast. For the death of Ishimori, Konoha was also counted on Kirigakure's head. The conflict between Konoha and Kirigakure, obviously, one is Shiraishi's guidance, and the other is Uchiha Obito's archfire. Uchiha Obito is not in a hurry for the time being. 99. The collection of 9-tailed beasts is not that simple. And Uchiha Obito is not much better as long as it is not collected. 39. Shiraishi naturally knew the power of the divine tree. But it is too difficult for Uchiha Obito to reach that level. It's not something that can be done in a while. And 2 of the 9-tailed beasts are in Iwagakure, Lao Ziai, and Han, and Uchiha Obito has no chance to capture them back. 9-tails Jinchuriki Naruto, now also under Shiraishi's nose. The expansion of the war is not a bad thing. When Asuma heard the news, her mood was a little complicated. The reason why Asuma left Konoha was not because he hated Konoha, but wanted to prove himself. Now hearing about Konoha's crisis, Asuma is a little worried about Konoha. However, with Konan by his side, Asuma couldn't return to Konoha. The 2 still haven't gotten Shiraishi's exact location. This annoyed Konan. Could it be that Shiraishi has returned to Iwagakure? Asuma shook his head and said, unlikely, Shiraishi has no reason to be Iwagakure. Tsunagakure. A letter was sent to Luo Sha's hands. Luo Sha opened it, and his pupils shrank slightly. What? The Mist Shinobi army is attacking Konoha? Luo Sha immediately held the Feng Ying conference. Master Feng Ying. Sunagakure High-Rise, all came. Except Cho. Cho is now in a reclusive state. But here comes Ebis. Ebis is also in charge of part of the village's affairs. In terms of positioning, Ebis's positioning in Sunagakure is similar to Konoha's Danzo. Everyone, I'm afraid we have to make a move this time. Konoha can't resist the simultaneous attacks of Iwagakure and Kirigakure at the same time. Konoha is dead, the next one will be our turn. We're going to keep Konoha alive. Assemble the army and support Konoha. Ebis raised a question. Kazekage-sama, there is no doubt that we support Konoha, but shall we fight against Kirigakure's army or against Iwagakure's army? The Konoha side wants us to fight against the Mist Shinobi army, and the strength of the Mist Shinobi army is also weaker than the Rock Shinobi army. Rosa said. Ebis frowned slightly. Would Konoha be so kind? Luo Sha shook his head and said. It's not clear, but based on the current situation, this is indeed the better option for us at Sunagakure. Chapter 134. I think Konoha has a conspiracy. Ebis said. Luo Sha did not continue to dwell on this topic, but said, assemble the ninja army. Grass Ninja Village. Konoha provides two options for Kusanagi Village. One is against Iwagakure. One is against Kirigakure. Grass Ninja Village did not hesitate and chose the latter directly. The former has already had a psychological shadow on Iwagakure in the events of Ghost Lantern City. Grass Ninja Village is no longer afraid to continue to fight against Iwagakure. Taki and Mura made a choice against Iwagakure. Because of the ninjutsu system, Mist Shinobi Ninja restrains Takikeku Ninja to some extent. Fighting against the Mist Shinobi Ninja is equivalent to using one's own weaknesses against the strengths of others. And Takiyan Village has not played against Iwagakure recently, so it is not clear the difference between Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi ninjas. Plus, such a massive ninja war. It involves 4 ninja villages and several small ninja villages. It has completely reached the level of the Ninja World War. The role that Takiyan Village can play is very small, and Takiyan Village himself is aware of this. Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Shinobi Village has a glorious history. The Second Ninja War was launched by Rain Shinobi Village. That year, Hands of the Salamander was born. Sunin was like a minion in front of Hands of the Salamander. But of course, this is a bit of an exaggeration. Sunin is much stronger than the other minions, so it is recognized by the Hands of the Salamander, hence the name Sunin. At that time, Sunin was still very young. When he grows up, his strength will not be weaker than Hands of the Salamander. But there was no chance to fight again. The current Rain Shinobi Village is actually under the control of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato can be regarded as the de facto leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Uchiha Obito doesn't count. Even though Nagato is Uchiha Obito's pawn, Uchiha Obito doesn't care about Rain Shinobi Village. The only thing Uchiha Obito cared about was Akatsuki. I don't think Rain Shinobi Village's ninjas are of any use. Facing Konoha's request for help, Nagato hesitated, then agreed. But the strength of the ninja dispatched is not strong, just to make a point. Mist Shinobi's army quickly approached Konoha. On the side of the Konoha army, led by Kakashi himself, there are many ninjas. The temporary base of the Rock Shinobi army. Lois, Terracotta, Wenye, the 3 meet. In addition to this, there are Shiraishi and Lao Ziai. Kitu said all the information about his master. The situation in Konoha is like this at the moment. 9. Senior Yellow Earth, Senior Wenye, Senior Lao Ziai, Junior Brother, what do you think we should do next? Lao Ziai waved his hand. Don't ask me about this kind of thing, my job now is to protect Shiraishi. Wenye did not speak either. The Lois looked at Shiraishi and said, Shiraishi, come and see. In the future, you will become our Iwagakure Tsuchikage. Your political ability has been recognized by your father, and this decision is yours to make. The lowest did not mean yin and yang, but said it sincerely. Because, after Shiraishi appeared, the changes brought to Iwagakure were seen by everyone. Lois, Terracotta. These people have long recognized Shiraishi's abilities and potential. Compared with Konoha's victory or defeat in this war, it is not important at all. Shiraishi is the most important thing. Shiraishi thought for a while, then said, Krigakure will take action, Tsunagakure, Kusanagi village, and other allies of Konoha will certainly take action. Our goal is not to completely defeat Konoha this time. However, this is a good opportunity to give Konoha a hard blow. 99. The elf fit is considered a secret ninja by Konoha. Konoha had been keeping this information a secret because they wanted to acquire occult techniques. 55. But after many failures, they have an idea to publish. In addition to this excitement, they will definitely announce the so-called Iwagakure secret art, in order to attract more attention and firepower to our Iwagakure. Whether we give Konoha a blow this time or not, they will release this information. 35. In this case, we might as well take this opportunity to invade Konoha and obtain resources. Konoha's secret techniques and resources are very good. Because we have adopted a protracted war strategy for a long time, Konoha may relax a little bit of vigilance. Coupled with the attack of Mist Shinobi's army this time, it will be a good opportunity. Even if Konoha is vigilant, we will not lose if we try. 99. Yellow Earth nodded. In the case of a tacit understanding of a protracted war, Iwagakure seems to be a bit unkind to do so. But is the protracted war a mutual agreement? Is it black and white? No. This is just the effect Iwagakure wants. Konoha had no choice but to compromise on his own accord. Therefore, it is reasonable for Iwagakure to break this tacit agreement. This is not a rule that must be followed. Then it's decided. A rock shinobi ninja quickly returned to Iwagakure and reported the information and Shiraishi's decision to Onoji. It stands to reason that such a thing needs Onoji to decide. After all, the current Onoji is Tsuchikage. But it's too far away. There is no long-distance instant communication technology in this world for the time being. By the time Onoji decided to come, it was too late. The other side. Cloud Shinobi Village suddenly realized that the Fourth Ninja War was coming, and it had nothing to do with him. This made Raikage feel very inexplicable. What's wrong with these ninja villages? It is clear that my Cloud Shinobi Village is now the first ninja village in the ninja world. These ninja villages have started a war in the ninja world, but I have not participated in the Cloud Shinobi Village at all. When my Cloud Shinobi Village is empty. This result, for Cloud Shinobi Village, is actually good. After all, the other 4 big ninja villages are at war, and Cloud Shinobi Village is watching a play next to it, so you can get the most benefit. Like some very beautiful country in Shiraishi's previous life. Because they are not involved in the war, they can recuperate and not suffer damage. And you can also get a lot of weapons and earn money. Cloud Shinobi Village has no advantage in selling weapons. The advantage is the country of iron. When war breaks out, the country of iron can get a lot of benefits from ninja tools. However, it is not as exaggerated as the beautiful country. After all, the battle of ninjas is mainly based on ninjutsu. The consumption of ninja tools is not that much. And the ninja can be reused repeatedly. This is a cold weapon, and it is more difficult to consume. Unlike hot weapons, a family's lifetime income will be gone in one shuttle. Lord Raikage. Xi came to Raikage's office. Xi, arrange it so that the ninjas in our village are ready to fight at any time. Once one of them falls into a greater disadvantage, we will directly take action. Break them down in one fell swoop. She nodded. Yes, Lord Raikage. Raikage's decision was actually the right one. This war has nothing to do with Cloud Shinobi Village now, but if Cloud Shinobi Village wants to gain the most benefit, it is not enough to simply sit on the sidelines, but to be prepared. Always ready to loot. War. As Kakashi fell, countless Konoha shinobi fighters rushed up and fought against Mist Shinobi ninjas. As for Mist Shinobi's army, it was Terumi Mei who led the team. This war was persuaded by Terumi Mei to be responsible. At the beginning, Uchiha Obito didn't quite agree and wanted to veto it through Yagura's mouth. But after thinking about it, Uchiha Obito agreed again. For Flowers 0. 1 is that there is a serious brain drain in Kirigakure, and there really is no one who can do it right now. Terumi Mei didn't lead the team and couldn't find anyone else who led the team. In that case, the Mist Shinobi army would not be strong enough to achieve the effect Uchiha Obito wanted. In addition, Terumi Mei goes to the battlefield, and the death rate will be higher. Uchiha Obito doesn't like Terumi Mei very much. The more beautiful Terumi Mei, the better her performance, and the more attention she gets from Kirigakure. When Uchiha Obito sees Terumi Mei, she can't help but think of Rin Nohara. Not that the two are alike, but pure jealousy. Why is Kirigakure so good to shinobi like Terumi Mei, but so cruel to Rin? 99. Forced the three tails into Nohara Rin's body, and let Nohara Rin go to Konoha for a tail beast explosion. So that Nohara Rin had to end her own life. Uchiha Obito felt that this was too cruel for Nohara Rin. Also cruel to Kakashi. Kakashi didn't want to kill Rin Nohara, but Rin Nohara died in Kakashi's hands. Be more cruel to yourself. After so many difficulties, I ran back with difficulty and wanted to meet Kakashi and Nohara Rin again, but saw the scene where Nohara Rin died in the hands of Kakashi. Thinking back on that scene, Uchiha Obito felt his heart bleed. Kill. Terumi Mei looked in the direction of the Konoha army and snorted coldly. Konoha, this is the price for you Konoha to provoke our Kirigakure. 35. Having already provoked Iwagakure, I was provoked many times by Kirigakure. 39. This is what happens to you Konoha. Can you withstand such an attack? Terumi Mei came directly to the front. When he came, Yuanqi only forbade Terumi Mei to do so. Yuanqi regards Terumi Mei's life as very important, and regards Terumi Mei as Kirigakure's future. But when they came to the battlefield, Terumi Mei couldn't care less. Terumi Mei just wanted to vent the anger in her heart. Water style, Water Dragon Bomb. The Water Dragon Bomb used by Terumi Mei is much stronger than that used by ordinary ninjas. Be careful. Kakashi quickly greeted him. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall Technique. You are Konoha's copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Terumi Mei saw Kakashi, and a killing intent was born. In Terumi Mei's view, Konoha will be heartbroken by killing the key figures of Konoha. And Kakashi, no doubt, is a good candidate. Lava style, Monster Melting Technique. Kakashi's pupil shrank, and he quickly stepped back. This ninjutsu, the general earth style cannot stop. A cloud of corrosive slime fell on the ground, and the ground was corroded. Shameless Konoha shinobi, go to hell. 5. Terumi Mei rushed straight up. Water style, Water Mist Technique. The entire area was filled with air. In such an environment, Konoha's line of sight was greatly disturbed, except for the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. But the ninjas of Kirigakure, in the mist, can clearly feel the presence of the enemy. Chidori. 39. A sharp sound rang out, but what Kakashi's Chidori pierced through was only Terumi Mei's water body. Copy ninja, that's all. Terumi Mei seals again. Water style, Water Array. A ball of water polo landed, and in an instant, it exploded around. Countless Konoha shinobi were injured. Kakashi had to step back again. Terumi Mei shook her head. This is the ninja quality of your Konoha? Just like this, you dare to provoke our Kirigakure over and over again while provoking Iwagakure. It's too confident. 99. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. We Konoha provoked Uchiha again and again. Didn't Uchiha take the initiative to provoke first? Jin. Chapter 135. Terumi Mei had heard the name Kakashi a long time ago. In Terumi Mei's expectation, Kakashi's strength should be very good, but now, after the real fight, Terumi Mei found that Kakashi's strength is not as strong as he expected. The so-called copy ninja, the copy cannot be seen. Kakashi blocked his own ninjutsu attack, but he didn't block it perfectly. And Kakashi's attack basically poses no threat to himself. The next moment, Terumi Mei figured it out. Almost forgot, my main ability is the blood-based limit. No matter how strong Sharingan's copying ability is, it will not be able to copy even the blood-based limit 5. So a copy of Kakashi doesn't mean much to me. In addition, Terumi Mei always feels that Kakashi has a feeling of being tied up in the process of fighting against himself. Because of my ninjutsu, are all large-scale ninjutsu. Kakashi also considers the situation of the other ninjas in Konoha. Terumi Mei frowned slightly. It's not that Kakashi is too weak, it's my fighting style that just restrained Kakashi, so Kakashi will perform worse than I expected. If that's the case, then I'm welcome. Terumi Mei immediately took a more violent attack. Now is war, what are you doing politely? Now that you have achieved an advantage, it is time to expand the advantage to the end. Boil Style 183, Kiaohu Technique. A burst of high-temperature mist filled the surroundings, but anyone within the scope of the mist would be harmed by the high temperature, and the coverage area was huge. Kakashi's face became a little ugly. Terumi Mei's performance boosted the morale of the Mist Shinobi army. Correspondingly, the morale of the Konoha army dropped a lot. This is equivalent to the ancient battle formation in the world where Shiraishi lived in his previous life. First, the generals of the two sides will perform a duel, and the side that wins the duel will have a bonus to its own side. Kakashi and Terumi Mei fight in sync with the other ninjas. But there are indeed many ninjas watching Kakashi and Terumi Mei fight. The news came back to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was a little ugly. How can that be? Kakashi can't even beat Terumi Mei who popped up out of nowhere. Narashika Issa explained it to Kakashi. Lord Hokage, Terumi Mei is the genius of Kirigakure, the double-blooded limit, Kakashi's copy ability, is useless to Terumi Mei, and Kakashi needs to care about other Konoha shinobi. Terumi Mei's attack range is too wide. 99. Kakashi is fighting Terumi Mei while protecting the other Konoha shinobi. That's why it's going to fall into the downwind. Don't worry too much, Hokage-sama, Kakashi has fallen a little bit, but our Konoha ninja army has blocked the Mist Shinobi army and did not let them go any further. As long as the support of Tsunagakure and the others comes, Konoha will not have any crisis. The real thing we need to worry about is the Iwagakure side. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what Narashika Issa said. But when I heard the news, I was not in a good mood. Konoha has been bullied by Iwagakure recently, and has made several counterattacks, but to no avail, and was resolved by Iwagakure one by one. Now he is being bullied by Kirigakure. Such a weak Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally thought that he could at least vent his anger on Kirigakure's side, but he didn't expect Kakashi to fall into a disadvantage, so much so that the army of steaming Konoha fell into a disadvantage. Blocking is blocking, but blocking is extremely ugly. After hearing Narashika's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction of the temporary camp of the Rock Shinobi army. And at this time, suddenly, the Rock Shinobi army attacked Konoha. The part led by Chi-Tu and Wenye, and the part led by Lois, all attacked Konoha. Kill. There is no hiding, and the attack is directly from the front, with great momentum. Immediately, those Konoha shinobi who were monitoring Rock Shinobi's army panicked. Konoha's current situation, they are clear. A large number of ninjas are drawn to deal with the ninjas of Kirigakure. The number of ninjas facing off against the rock shinobi army has been greatly reduced. In this situation, how can we resist the attack of the rock shinobi army? How can we resist? A Konoha shinobi panicked and ran into the Hokage building. But, without the ninja saying, Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen it all. Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the direction where the rock shinobi army was coming. These guys are indeed here. Break the promise of protracted war. The worst has happened for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy as if dripping water. One by one, they are taking advantage of people's danger. Kirigakure took advantage of Konoha being attacked by Iwagakure and attacked Konoha. 99. Iwagakure took advantage of the chance that Konoha was being attacked by Kirigakure and attacked Konoha. The two ninja villages have been negotiated, right? I really didn't expect that these two ninja villages could work together. The worst relationship between Iwagakure and the ninja world is Cloud Shinobi Village. After that is Kirigakure. When Konoha was in critical condition, Iwagakure and Kirigakure attacked Konoha at the same time, robbing Konoha for its resources. This was a very bad thing for Konoha, but it was good for Iwagakure and Kirigakure. But no one thought that Iwagakure and Kirigakure would fight because of the uneven distribution of the spoils. Even the dog's brain is out. Second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage died directly together. Became the joke of countless Konoha shinobi at the time. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. It's just me. Danzo, Yan, Koharu, let them come too. It's time for Konoha's critical survival. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order. The Konoha army who fought against Mist Shinobi's army will not be able to come back for a while. At present, Konoha can do it, only a small number of ninjas and some old bones are left. Yes, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about three possibilities before drawing ninjas against the Mist Shinobi army. One is that Iwagakure still acquiesced to the strategy of protracted warfare and did not take the opportunity to attack Konoha. The second is that Iwagakure attacked Konoha, but because Konoha hid the information about the ninja drawing very well, Iwagakure didn't have time to shoot, but Konoha waited for the support of Sand Shinobi's army. The third is that Iwagakure attacked Konoha in the first moment of the confrontation between Mist Shinobi's army and Konoha's army. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the first possibility and the second possibility would be larger. The third possibility will be smaller. Konoha's intelligence, Iwagakure can't control so accurately. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was disappointed. The choice made by the Rock Shinobi army was the third one. This was the most dangerous and worst choice for Konoha, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart fall to the bottom. Boom! It was as if some giant existence slammed into Konoha. Konoha's first release line could not stop the Rock Shinobi army, but was destroyed by the Rock Shinobi army. Deidara got excited. The clumps of clay were pulled from the package by Deidara. Taste my art. This time, for Deidara, is the happiest time. Boom! Asterisk boom! Bang! 39. A series of explosions sounded one after another. Konoha's ninja looked at Deidara, disgusted to the extreme. The Konoha shinobi people themselves hated Deidara very much, and now it's only going to be more. But Deidara didn't care at all. Instead, he is swaying his own artistic cells recklessly. Have you ever seen a gorgeous explosion? Get lost in my art. Deidara's strength has become much stronger than when he was in the ninja village. After getting the power of the elf and adapting to the power of the elf, he can already open the elf form. In addition, Deidara is a crazy character, and he is equally crazy in actual combat. Under such circumstances, in actual combat, Deidara's strength improved very quickly. It has already surpassed the level of Chunin. Even without self-destruction, Deidara's strength has reached the level of a special Jainin. And Deidara's attack is extremely violent and extremely strong. Self-destructed without a word. Not many Konoha shinobi can hold Deidara down. Even the ninjas of Iwagakure took the initiative to stay away from Deidara. If Deidara really fell into madness, it would be indistinguishable between enemy and foe. Iwagakure's ninjas didn't want to be accidentally injured by Deidara. However, Kita knows Konoha's ninja obsession with the so-called rock shinobi secret technique, and Deidara's strength is not strong enough, so Kita will be close to Deidara, not far away, to ensure Deidara's safety. In the current situation, there is no need for terracotta charge in front. Yakushi Kabuto is still dominated by ninjas staring at Konoha roots and Anbu. Drain Fist. In particular, staring at those Konoha shinobi who are weaker than themselves are the main ones. What Yakushi Kabuto pursues is not a strong opponent, what he pursues is not to show his full strength, and what he pursues is not fame, but efficiency. Take out more Konoha shinobi as fast as possible. Konoha collapses, and Yakushi Kabuto has hope of revenge. Killing Danzo is what Yakushi Kabuto wants to do most. Traitor! A root ninja scolded Yakushi Kabuto, but Yakushi Kabuto didn't care and attacked directly. Solution 35. A mass of dissolving liquid fell on the body of the Konoha root ninja, causing corrosion to the Konoha root ninja, and the severe pain made people's expressions turn hideous. Yakushi Kabuto took the opportunity to step forward. Pfft! 35. A kunai slid down the opponent's throat. The next moment, blood spurted out, and the opponent fell to the ground. 4.0. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at the corpse on the ground lightly, but his expression did not change. Dragon Tongue and Innocent are combined. One is good at speed and has control. One is good at bursting. The cooperation between the two is perfect. In the past, Wu Zhao didn't get the power of the elf and would drag the dragon's tongue slightly, but now, it will not be like this. After getting the power of the flame chicken, Wu Zhao's strength has increased too much. Even the ordinary Jainin can't do anything about Wu Zhao and Dragon Tongue. Now there is little chance for Konoha's ninjas to set traps. Now it's a surprise attack on Konoha by the Rock Shinobi army. Die. 35. Wu Zhao hated Konoha's ninja to the extreme. Before, Dragon Tongue didn't have much hatred for Konoha, but after what happened last time, Dragon Tongue also had a strong hatred for Konoha. Last time, Dragon Tongue and Wu Zhao almost died in the hands of Konoha shinobi. Hands. In normal combat, Dragon Tongue would not produce such hatred. But Konoha shinobi made it clear that it was aimed at Dragon Tongue and Wu Zhao. Elf form. Wenya directly transformed into a big rock snake, burrowed into the ground, and quickly traveled through the ground. No Konoha shinobi can capture the shape of Bunka, but every attack by Bunya can cause huge damage to the Konoha shinobi, and Bunya is venting his anger when he was defeated by Kakashi. The Konoha army fell into a great disadvantage. A strong atmosphere of despair spread in the Konoha camp. Chapter 136. But even more exaggerated, is the Lois side. The Lois itself is quite powerful, and it is the best among elite Jainin. After contracting with the heavy mud horse, the properties of the Lois have been greatly improved. In this case, no one on Konoha's side can stop the Lois. And Lois and Terracotta are different. Terracotta has entered the stage of elf form, Lois has not. Lois got the power of the elves relatively late. Even after getting it and training hard, it's not enough. Lois needs a fierce battle to allow itself to complete evolution. Now is an excellent opportunity. Earth Style, Mountain Earth Technique. Two huge hemispheres appeared, and a dozen Konoha shinobi were caught in the middle, too late to dodge. Boom! The huge hemisphere directly crushed the dozen or so Konoha shinobi practitioners. Seeing this, Mitokato Homura gritted his teeth. A scroll is held in the hand. But dare not go. If I was young, I wouldn't be wrong at all. When he was young, Mitokato Homura was strong enough to reach the threshold of cage level. But now, Mitokato Homura is old. The physical quality has dropped significantly, and the strength has long been exhausted. Facing the lowest, Mitokado Homura did not dare to go up. Danzo's eyes flickered, thinking this was a good opportunity. The more fierce the lowest is, the more fame you can gain by defeating the lowest after you will make a move. This time, Danzo saw an opportunity. That is, Konoha faces the war between Iwagakure and Kirigakure at the same time. If one is not handled well, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation will be greatly affected, and if the other is not good, Sarutobi Hiruzen may die here. And if that's the case, here's Danzo's chance. This time, maybe it's my chance to get the Hokage position. 35. Danzo's figure is hidden in the dark. Wait for the lowest to do more damage. 22. The ninjas waiting for Konoha are even more afraid of the lowest. Almost. The lowest has now done a great deal of damage. Dozens of Konoha shinobi died in the hands of the lowest, and the strength of the lowest made the Konoha shinobi fearful. This lowest is so strong. There is no one who is his opponent at all. If you haven't reached cage level, I'm afraid it's not much worse. 5. What should I do? Who can stop him? The surrounding Konoha shinobi fled. Just when Danzo was about to walk out. Sudden! A loud shout sounded. Huangtu, dare to fight with the old man. The figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared. In an instant, it attracted countless eyes. The Konoha shinobi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with light in their eyes and great respect. It's Hokage-sama. Lord Hokage is here. Hokage-sama took the shot himself. Now that Lois can't be arrogant. Danzo. The appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen made Danzo forcibly take back the foot he had already stepped out. Danzo looked in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a gloomy expression. Hiruzen, it's you again. In this case, why are you here to fight the Lois? Old Zi is very likely to appear. If you don't stare at the possible old Zi, the Lois wants you to take care of it. 35. Could it be that you want to leave the difficult old Zi to me? You gain fame, let me deal with difficulties, and then let me bear the responsibility. Danzo thought of a very bad possibility. When Lois saw Sarutobi Hiruzen appear, his expression was a little serious, but at the same time, he was a little excited. Such an opponent means that the Lois will inevitably face a fierce battle. Exactly what the Lois expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen? Good coming. The Lois had no fear, and directly greeted it. The battle between the two was about to break out, and the ninjas around, whether it was Konoha's or Iwagakure's, left, leaving plenty of space for Lois and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo watched from the dark, waiting. If only Lois could defeat Hiruzen. No, it's not good to defeat, it's better for Hiruzen to defeat the Lois. However, after defeating Lois, when Hiruzen's state has not recovered, Lao Zi appears and perishes with Hiruzen. This will be the best outcome. Then the seat of Hokage must be mine. 35. At that time, support from Tsunagakure and others also arrived. 35. Konoha is not in danger of destroying the village. This is what Danzo is looking for. The other ninjas in Konoha are not the same. Taking time out of a large number of manpower, facing the attack of the Rock Shinobi army, Konoha can only keep retreating, relying on the tall wall of the village. It is worthy to block the Rock Shinobi army. Moreover, this is under the circumstances that Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura are all shot. Shiraishi's figure appeared in a corner of Konoha, looking in the direction of the battlefield. This Uchiha Koharu is equivalent to an enhanced version of Shizuan. This Mitokado Homura is equivalent to an enhanced version of Tien Tien. Uchiha Koharu is in Konoha and is the Minister of Medical Services. After Tsunade left Konoha, Uchiha Koharu took over the medical department. A cloud of poisonous mist was used by Uchiha Koharu, covering a large area. At the same time, there were hidden weapons used by Uchiha Koharu, which were poisoned sharp blades and needles. Many rock shinobi ninjas were affected. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto immediately stopped his actions to kill the Konoha shinobi, and instead came to the side of these poisoned people to detoxify these poisoned rock shinobi ninjas. Thanks. Yakushi Kabuto's actions have won him the gratitude and recognition of many rock shinobi ninjas. Udaten Koharu stared at Yakushi Kabuto, eyes full of shadows. Traitor. People have such a mentality, that is, they will hate traitors more than enemies. It is normal for the enemy to oppose oneself. But the feeling of being betrayed is too uncomfortable. Go to hell. Udaten Koharu targeted Yakushi Kabuto for the attack. The sudden attack made Yakushi Kabuto unexpected, and Udaten Koharu was not weak, even if he didn't declare his strength, but he was a disciple of second Hokage after all. How can someone who can be recognized by Senju Tobirama be so weak? The current Yakushi Kabuto, far from reaching his ceiling, is still too young. Pfft. Several wounds appeared and were highly toxic. Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed. Elf form. Directly transformed into the elf form, became the Toad King, and then rushed into the Konoha shinobi group. Punch after punch. Drain punches. A lot of chakra and vitality were absorbed by Yakushi Kabuto, and Yakushi Kabuto felt that his body was recovering at an extremely fast speed, and even the toxins in his body were dispelled a lot. Those Konoha shinobi who were hit by Yakushi Kabuto's fist fell. If you watch carefully, you can see that the bodies of these Konoha shinobi people seem to have become shriveled. Some Konoha shinobi pilgrims saw Dragon Tongue and Wu Jiao, and an idea occurred in their hearts, that is, taking advantage of the chaotic time of the war, capturing Dragon Tongue and Wu Jiao would make a contribution to the village. There are not a few people with such thoughts. Soon, Wu Jiao and Long Tong were under great pressure. Elf form. Elf form. The two entered the elf form at the same time, one turned into a long-eared rabbit, and the speed was greatly increased, and the other turned into a flame chicken, and the flames burned on his body, making Konoha shinobi afraid to approach at all. No Konoha shinobi nearby can keep up with the speed of Dragon Tongue. Round pupil. The Dragon Tongue holds the Konoha shinobi under control. Mountain flame charge. Wu Jiao charged towards the Konoha shinobi with flames. Boom! The figure of this Konoha shinobi flew upside down, and under Wu Jiao's great impact, even the bones in his chest collapsed, and flames burned on Wu Jiao's body. In Konoha, the eyes of the commoners showed the fear and confusion. They do not know the specific situation of the battlefield. But they could already hear the fierce sounds of the rock shinobi ninja and Konoha shinobi fighting. And besides this, they can also see the expressions of Konoha shinobi. So they know that Konoha is now facing an unprecedented crisis. Konoha has fallen into a great disadvantage. Mist shinobi army and rock shinobi army are likely to attack Konoha. What should they do then? Confused, fearful, helpless. Why is this so? 35. What did we Konoha do wrong? Iwagakure and Kirigakure, why are you joining forces to attack our Konoha? Unacceptable. How far do they want to be? Destroy our Konoha? Why are our Konoha ninjas so weak? Why haven't Tsunagakure come to support? Aren't they our allies? Some people's blood came up. Now that the village is in danger of death, even ordinary people, we must contribute our due strength to our village, and everyone will join me. What about ninjas? Ninjas can be killed by us ordinary people. Everyone, join me, and kill the rock shinobi ninja. Kill mist shinobi ninja. Kill all incoming enemies. 35. These people roared, giving themselves a boost. Some responded and followed suit. Others shook their heads. What does this have to do with us? Konoha is a ninja village, this village is for ninjas. 55. It's not ours. We are just the bottom layer of Konoha, and it is not worth it to sacrifice our lives for Konoha 9. Even if Konoha is occupied by Iwagakure and occupied by Kirigakure, it will be nothing. The big deal is that we are still at the bottom. Life won't change much. Resistance is absolutely unstoppable. Let's go home and stay at home honestly. 5. If you don't go out, nothing will happen. These are two extreme civilians. Most of the civilians are in a panic and have no idea at all. Some went into hiding at the behest of others. Some folded their hands and prayed. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Lois in front of him. Without hesitation, he shot directly. Lightning style, thunder. An extremely strong thunderbolt shot out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. This ninjutsu is extremely strong, and lightning style restrains earth style. Lois is almost only earth style. Unable to dodge, the Lois can only resist. Earth style, earth wall technique. The Lois used the earth flow wall for defense, however, part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's lightning style still fell on the Lois. A burst of lightning flashed on the Lois. The Lois' expression changed, and the figure became stiff in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Can you hold it? Didn't you fall down? As expected of the ninja of Iwagakure, the defense is strong. 35. However, under my lightning style, at least you'll show a little bit of an opening. 99. The next attack from me, you can't stop it. You're just an elite Jainin, and I, the shadow. 35. The difference between elite Jainin and cage level is not a little bit. Much bigger than the gap between elite Jainin and Jainin. Fire style, Hoenn technique. This is a more fire style than the normal fire style. The higher the temperature, the stronger the impact force. The figure of Lois is covered by flames. The high temperature flames scorched the Lois. Iron wall. The Lois used the power from the heavy mud-drawn horse to increase his defense ability again. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack came again. Lois clearly felt the extreme pressure. When Sarutobi Hiruzen shot, there was only dodging and blocking, and there was no chance to counterattack. Of course, this also has something to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen had the idea to solve the Lois as soon as possible with the strongest strength. What the Lois is facing can be regarded as the full attack of a cage-level ninja. Not the slightest probing. Lois can achieve this level, and among elite Jainin, it is already a very good existence. Boom! The Lois was hit hard, and the figure retreated more than 10 steps, very embarrassed. Clothes became tattered. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. But the Lois persisted and did not fall. But still standing on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and made a seal again. Compound Ninja, Earth Dragon Flame Stream. It's over. This time, I will completely solve you. With the strength of elite Jainin, to this extent, you are already pretty good. 99. To die in my hands is worth your pride. Chapter 137. The fusion of fire style and earth style achieves stronger power. Lois can clearly feel the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu. Not the current self, can resist. Once hit, at least they are seriously injured. So can it withstand Sarutobi Hiruzen's next deadly attack? In the heart of the Lois, the idea of escape was born. Using the Tulong Yin technique, Lois can escape. Even if the Lois's control of the Tulong Yin technique is not as good as that of Shiraishi, it can still enter the depths of the ground before Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu comes to avoid this attack. However, just when the Lois had such an idea, a burst of strong unwillingness broke out in the Lois' heart. Lois remembered something. That was something from childhood. As the son of Onoji, the son of Tsuchikage, Lois was born with a halo. Can be called Iwagakure Prince, and in the original plot, after Tsunade succeeded Konoha's Hokage, Naruto's status in Konoha is similar, and has received the attention of countless people. Onoji also has high hopes for the Lois. I hope that my son can inherit his mantle. Can become strong. Can lead Iwagakure onwards. But the Lois disappointed Onoji. Not only did Oyeki disappointed, but also everyone who paid attention, including Huang Tu himself. The strength of the lowest did not meet Onoji's expectations. Unable to take on Tsuchikage's work. Not only strength, but also political savvy, is also not very good. So Onoji had to pin his hopes on others. First Terracotta, then Shiraishi. In the original plot, Onoji still hoped to have Deidara, but unfortunately, Deidara is talented enough, but his brain is not good enough, and he can't take the position of Tsuchikage. After that, it is the turn of the black soil. Strictly speaking, the black soil is not very strong. It has a blood-based boundary, but it is only a blood-based boundary. It barely reached the threshold of cage level. But among the cage level, it is the kind that is not ranked at all. But then again, among the bloggers, except for a few people, the overall strength seems to be declining. Darui has Black Thunder and Landun, but his performance is not as strong as 4th Raikage. Kojuro is also known as the Shame of Mizukage. The nickname of the black soil is the Shadow of the Legs. Only Naruto, Gaara, is stronger than the previous Hokage and Kazekage. But now in this world, Onoji doesn't need to worry about this problem. The appearance of Shiraishi is the hope of Iwagakure. What Deidara, Black Earth, Onoji would not consider making them Tsuchikage. Lois didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was very unwilling. Not unwilling to lose hope for the position of Tsuchikage. But he is not reconciled that he did not meet the expectations of the people. Lois is still working silently and constantly, hoping that he will be closer to the imaginary goal. After gaining the power of the heavy mud-pulling horse, the Lois finally saw hope. Even in the front line, Lois has trained more hard. However, the Lois felt that was not enough. There is no way to enter the elf form through pure training, and pure training is not enough to break the threshold between cage level and elite Jonin. Lois is very envious of hunting. When Sarutobi Hiruzen appears, feel the momentum of Sarutobi Hiruzen, feel the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A sense of ultimate oppression welled up in Lois' heart. Lois knows that this is his chance. Fighting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, this unprecedented pressure, the feeling of being defeated, being suppressed, the pressure between life and death, can stimulate the evolution of the power of your own spirit. Therefore, the Lois challenged and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is a line between the two. But the line seems to be incomparably wide. When the Lois failed to block Sarutobi Hiruzen's first ninjutsu, he completely lost the chance to counterattack. Until now. If I have to run away from such a ninjutsu, then I will never make progress. As long as I use all my strength and use the limit of my strength, I can stop it. I have to do something like this once. Don't stay in your comfort zone forever. Don't always do things with absolute certainty. It's time to push my limits. 99. Only by challenging the limit can we break through the limit. This ninjutsu won't kill me. A look of firmness appeared in the eyes of the Lois. More chakra poured out from the Lois body, covering the Lois body like a coat. Boom! The earth dragon flame flowed on the body of the Lois. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. You didn't dodge. This was a bit unexpected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then this is because you are courting death yourself, I can't blame the old man. Even if you endure this earthly dragon flame flow, you will definitely be seriously injured. Under this circumstance, can you resist my next attack? Today, you are bound to die here. 35. Even if Lao Zi suddenly appears, it can't save you. Unless it's Onoji. But Onoji can't be here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered. That's not bad. Iwagakure has bullied Konoha for so long, that guy Onoji must be very proud. Has he forgotten the scene where he was hanged and beaten by Uchiha Madara in Konoha? Now, I killed the son of Onoji, how would Onoji feel? Asuma is missing, I will let you, Onoji, also taste the pain of losing his son. Even if Asuma's disappearance is most likely caused by Kirigakure, but you Iwagakure don't come to attack Konoha, how can Kirigakure have such courage? How can he have such a strong ability? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted inwardly. When the earth dragon flame flowed down, the Lois felt a strong impact. His body was like being hit by an incomparably huge stone at a very fast speed. At the same time, flames burned on his body, and the high temperature burned his skin. The Lois could clearly feel that at the moment of the hit, he was severely injured. The threat of death is exploding. Master Yellow Earth! The nearby rock shinobi ninjas shouted in worry. Looking at the Lois one by one, they are all eager. Lois's status in Iwagakure is not low. As the son of Tsuchikage, he has no pretense at all and is respected by his subordinates. Konoha's ninja is overjoyed. Nice job done by Hokage-sama. This time the Lois is sure to die, that's great. If the Lois is dead, will they still not retreat? This crisis, we Konoha blocked it. Wait until Tsunagakure's support comes, and then it's time for us to fight back. 35. After holding back for so long, it's finally time for us to vent our anger. 35. The high-level Konoha acquiesced to the strategy of Iwagakure's protracted war, and wanted to acquire Iwagakure's secret techniques. But the following ninjas are different. Not all Konoha's ninjas know the strategies and ideas of Konoha's high level. It seems to the ninjas under Konoha that Konoha has been bullied by Iwagakure recently and has never gained an advantage, which makes them feel very embarrassed and ashamed. Now, they finally see a little hope. Killing the Lois does not necessarily allow Konoha to win, but at least it can export evil spirits. Danzo's eyes flickered. Sarutobi Hiruzen is stronger than Lois, Danzo knows it. Danzo also hopes that Sarutobi Hiruzen can kill the Lois, so that Konoha's situation will not be too bad. However, Danzo knew that the Lois would lose, and hoped that the Lois would lose, but he didn't want the Lois to lose so easily, and there was no threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. This Lois disappoints me so much. 99. As the son of Onoji, he is far worse than Onoji. Not only is the strength poor, but also has no brains. In the face of an attack like Hiruzen, under the condition of dodging, he did not dodge, but directly chose to resist. 55. What kind of brain is this to make such a choice? No wonder Onoji doesn't plan to pass the Tsuchikage position to Lois. This Lois in Iwagakure is like Asuma in Konoha. Both of them are the sons of shadows, but they are both mediocre and powerful. If it wasn't for their father, it would be difficult to even become an elite Jonin. These two are really trash. Danzo made a crying dragon and phoenix evaluation of Lois and Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked indifferently in the direction of the Lois, waiting for the end of the Tolong Yanliu's ninjutsu. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will give Lois a heavy blow, ending Lois's life completely. No surprises. It's all this time, Lao Zi didn't show up, and Dayemyu didn't show up either. No one can save the Lois. Once the Lois dies, will the Rock Shinobi army not retreat? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect things to go so smoothly. To the east, Konoha needs to deal with the attack of the Mist Shinobi army, and dispatches a large number of people to resist the Mist Shinobi army. At present, it is at a disadvantage, but blocking the Mist Shinobi army is enough. To the west, the Rock Shinobi army took advantage of the danger and attacked Konoha when Konoha had drawn a large number of ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it would be an uphill battle. Konoha will be able to wait for Tsunagakure's support only in the case of extremely serious losses. In terms of numbers, Konoha is far inferior to Iwagakure, and he can only rely on his own old bones to resist the Rock Shinobi army. Himself, Mitokado Homura, Udaten Koharu, Danzo, all shot. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that the Lois would be so stunned. When he shouted, the Lois directly took on the battle, and when his strength was not as good as his own, he chose to face him head-on. Even if there was a chance to dodge, he would not dodge. In this way, the Lois will be killed by itself. Once the Lois is dead, can the rock shinobi army continue to attack? This is Onoji's son. You can take seriously injured Lois or the corpse of Lois to threaten the rock shinobi army. Oyoki, he also has a son who is not good enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Asuma. Not satisfied with Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dissatisfied since childhood. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Asuma was far worse than Shinosuke. If Asuma didn't look similar to himself, Biwako himself, and his feelings were stable, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have doubted that Asuma was not his own species. How could he be so weak? Seeing the Lois now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is relieved. Onoji also has such a wasteful son, which shows that this is actually normal. A strong father does not prove that the son will be strong. 35. First generation, second generation, the same is true. And Minato. Naruto, as Minato's son, is actually the tail of the crane in the class. It's just unimaginable. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction with Asuma immediately recovered a lot. Boom! The Lois fell. However, at the moment of the fall, the Lois heard a voice. Chapter 138. Lois felt his consciousness sinking into darkness. Even the severe pain on the body has been reduced a lot. Yet. A series of voices sounded, getting faster and denser. A figure entered the sight of the Lois. A tall horse, with its head held high, looks down on everything. In Lois's mind, a name appeared subconsciously. Heavy mud horses. The moment the Lois looked at the heavy mud horse also looked at the Lois. One person and one elf, eyes meet. After that, the Lois felt that there seemed to be more pictures in his mind. At the same time there is power. Boom! 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 This time, the Lois heard the sound again, but it was not the sound of the heavy mud pulling the horse, but came from his own body. Own heartbeat. His heart is beating powerfully. 1, 2, 3. Lois felt that his current body was full of vitality. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction of the Lois, feeling that something was not quite right. The smell of Lois is not right. After such a long time, the Lois has fallen, but the breath has not become weaker, but has become stronger. What's the situation? Just at this time, Lois opened his eyes. Elf form. The figure of the Lois swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Turned into a horse. A very large horse. The earth dragon flame disappeared completely. Lois out. 2 white smoke came out from the nostrils of the Lois. Lois looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank sharply when he saw this scene. Is this guy also Iwagakure? But why has it never been shown before? Sarutobi Hiruzen has done a lot of research and learned a lot about Iwagakure's mysteries. The main feature is that it can change into the appearance of other deep creatures. Kari becomes a 183 stone man made of stone. The fangs turned into serpents made of stone. Terracotta turns into spiky monsters. Dragon tongue turned into a rabbit. Yakushi Kabuto turned into a toad. Washao turned into a flaming chicken. Deodara becomes a balloon. Ninjas who have obtained the secret technique of Iwagakure will become much stronger after they become non-human forms. It is because of this that Konoha Shinobi's several plans and actions were caught off guard. But in the previous information, there is absolutely no information that Lois can also be secretive. Because Washao Longtong and others have the Iwagakure secret technique, the senior officials of Konoha guessed that the Iwagakure secret technique has very strict conditions before giving such a secret technique to outsiders. Otherwise, just teach it all to the rock shinobi ninja. There is a high probability that there is no Lois. In the previous battle with Konoha Shinobi, Lois also fought fiercely, but never showed it. Konoha's ninja saw this, and the previous surprise was forcibly pressed down. Lois did not lose, which means that this rock shinobi army's attack will not end in a short time. Danzo's mood is a little subtle. And rock shinobi ninja got excited. Great! Master Huangtu is fine. Master Lois hasn't lost yet. I knew Lord Lois wouldn't lose so quickly. 35. Lois silently felt the state of his body and was very satisfied with his current situation. This is a huge improvement. After entering the elf form, Hunter touched the threshold of cage level. Under normal conditions, I am not weaker than Hunter. 99. So if there is no accident, now I have also touched the threshold of cage level. I finally broke my limits. Shiraishi, thank you. Lois raised his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, thank you. 99. Hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately realized that the Lois was not good enough for the master in the secret arts before, so he didn't show it, it was because of the battle with himself. Faced with the extremely strong pressure provided by himself, it was the master of the Lois who had mastered the secret technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to understand why the Lois did not dodge in the face of his own attack. Take me as a sharpening stone. 9. It's not that there is no way to dodge, but that you don't want to dodge. It's not the same as a summa. Hateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became very ugly. Part of it is because the Lois has not yet lost, but more importantly, the practice of Lois is used as a whetstone, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel very uncomfortable and humiliated. Humph! Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. Even if you are the master of your Iwagakure's secret art, so what? Do you think that you will be my opponent? Today, you are still going to die here. No one can save you. Even if the situation is not right, the danger of the Lois was real before. At that time, Lao Ziai and Onoji did not appear. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that Lao Ziai and Onoji were not around. Then try it. Lois looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taste my newfound ability. A violent momentum spread out from the Lois body. Heavy collision. The hoofs of the Lois suddenly stepped on the ground, and the speed became faster and faster. The whole person, no, the whole horse, sprinted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen like a chariot. Boom! 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 The ground seemed to be shaking. The Lois in this state is too powerful. Moreover, the ability of heavy collision has a characteristic. That is, the more the weight of the Lois is stronger than the opponent, the more damage it will cause to the opponent. This ability can be superimposed with the weighted rock technique. After the Lois uses the weighted rock technique for himself and the light and heavy rock technique for the opponent, the power of the heavy collision can be raised to a very strong level. Probably not even worse than Hunt's self-destruction. If the other party knows this, they may be able to come up with countermeasures. But now, the Lois has just used this ability, and no one knows the intelligence. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen has the title of Doctor of Ninja World, he can't think of it. This is not the ability of the chakra system, but the power of the elves. Even with the eyes of the Hyuga clan, they couldn't see it. Unless the Lois has been used many times, the rules have been summed up by others. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel the momentum of the Lois rushing towards him. Very strong. Can't resist. Xi. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a judgment at the first time. Lightning style, thunder. A thunder and lightning hit the Lois. However, the situation is different from before. Under the human form, the restrained relationship of Lois is the chakra system. Under the elf form, the restrained relationship of Lois is the elf system. In the elf system, thunder and lightning cannot restrain the ground. Even the ground system can restrain the lightning system. Therefore, the lightning style used by Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time has little effect on the Lois. The Lois still charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank. The defensibility has improved so much. At the moment when the Lois was about to hit, Sarutobi Hiruzen left. The whole body jumped high. Boom! The Lois collided with the location where Sarutobi Hiruzen was, and without Sarutobi Hiruzen, it collided directly on the building. The entire building collapsed. What a mighty force! Such a huge building collapsed in one fell swoop. The Lois has become a lot stronger than before. 99. Even Hokage-sama can't take it head-on. This is the secret art of Iwagakure. Danzo's eyes flickered. The Lois is still no match for Hiruzen, but at least it can cause a little trouble for Hiruzen. Hiruzen wants to solve the Lois, which is not so easy. Things are going in the direction I expected. This is of great benefit to me. Could it be that my destiny is finally here? There was a surprise in Danzo's heart. Over the years, Danzo has increasingly hoped that Sarutobi Hiruzen would die, so that Danzo would have a chance to succeed Hokage. Now is the best situation. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, there will be nothing good for him but himself. Kakashi is not old enough and has blemishes. The death of Konoha's White Fang is the stain of Kakashi, the one that made the quest clients so dissatisfied that almost all the mission clients in the ninja world were dissatisfied, and Konoha's White Fang was the first. Those people are not strong, but for ninjas, they are equivalent to their parents. Take a simple example. A business that does daily necessities has caused dissatisfaction among all consumers. In terms of personal strength, no single consumer will be richer than this business. However, this enterprise cannot survive after offending all consumers. Once Kakashi succeeds Hokage, those task delegates will not delegate tasks to Konoha, so what should Konoha do? Therefore, Kakashi can never succeed Hokage. In his heart, Danzo has already thought of reasons for several competitors. Jiraiya is not doing his job properly, which will ruin the overall atmosphere of Konoha. Danzo can call on the power of women to suppress Jiraiya. As for Tsunade, he has been away from Konoha for many years. Even if he has the identity of Senju bloodline, he has abandoned Konoha for many years and is wandering outside. What if Tsunade used Konoha as gambling money? Mitokado Homura, Yuditen Koharu, not strong enough. No one noticed. In a corner, a figure left. Senior Old Zi, we can start. It is good. The figure of Old Purple and Shiraishi entered Konoha. Came near the Hokage building. There aren't many people left here now. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen has gone to the front line. Konoha's manpower is not enough when facing the Rock Shinobi Army and the Mist Shinobi Army at the same time, and this is an opportunity. Shiraishi is interested in Konoha's secret arts. The thing called sealing techniques has a lot of good ninjutsu recorded on it. Also, Shiraishi thinks it's possible that he will find Uchiha's ninjutsu scroll in the Hokage building. Uchiha has been exterminated. Where are those inheritances? In the hands of Uchiha Sasuke? Impossible. Only a very small amount of inheritance will fall into the hands of Uchiha Sasuke, and most of them will fall into the village, and the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan are both known for their fire style. Uchiha's ninjutsu scrolls are very useful to the Sarutobi clan. Shiraishi has chakra with fire attributes. And Shiraishi, who got the power of Groudon, is also very strong when he learns fire ninjutsu. You can learn in one breath. Lao Zi looked at the Hokage building in front of him and grinned. Kill. 99. The next moment, Lao Zi rushed up directly. Enemy attack. The guarding ninjas shouted, but, to no avail. These ninjas can't stop Lao Zi at all. Lao Zi rushed in immediately. Shiraishi hid his figure and followed behind. Find it very fast. Chapter 139. No one noticed Shiraishi. Shiraishi found a Konoha shinobi's clothes to change into and mixed in. Lao Zi attracted all the firepower. Shiraishi enters each room and starts searching. Shiraishi hadn't been to Hokage building before, but Tsuchikage building, Shiraishi had been. The two buildings are different, but still have similarities. Shiraishi can slightly judge which is more important and which is less important. Under normal circumstances, in a place like the Hokage building, it is impossible to use anti-routine methods to hide things. But not sure. Naruto was able to steal the Book of Seals from the Hokage building when he wasn't even a genin. Or, it was deliberately designed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Or, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's Book of Seals that used an anti-routine method and happened to be encountered by Naruto. But the strange thing is, why does Mizuki decide that Naruto will be able to take out the sealed book? Hnin in Minato district, where did you get the news? Therefore, Shiraishi felt that, with a high probability, this was designed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, deliberately targeting a game of Mizuki, and at the same time taking advantage of this opportunity to give Naruto multiple shadow clone techniques. But this is the intention, Shiraishi can't judge. A large number of Konoha shinobi people came to support. The Hokage building is arguably the most important building in Konoha. There are too many important things stored here. This is the old purple of Iwagakure. I didn't expect him to sneak into Konoha. Too strong, no one will be his opponent. Lord Hokage isn't here again. Go and report to Lord Hokage. Mitokado Homura, Yuta and Koharu, are completely useless, the two can only clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. Mitokado Homura did not dare to go up when he saw the strong Lois, let alone the old purple. The previous Lois didn't even touch the threshold of cage level, it was just an elite Jainin. The old purple, but the real cage level. A Jinkriki who can use most of the Four Tails power. Not perfect Jinkriki, but not far off. Sir Hokage, it's not good. Old Purple has invaded the Hokage building, and no one can stop it. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to get rid of the Lois quickly. But the Lois also knew about this plan. Use this opportunity to completely defeat Konoha? Do not. Tsunagakure and others are already on the way to support. To completely defeat Konoha is not something that can be done in a short time. Iwagakure can only hope to do it unless it pays a great price. But by that time, it was basically a wedding dress for other people. In this case, it is impossible for Iwagakure to choose this way. So the real purpose of Iwagakure is to steal. Pretending to attack Konoha in an all-round way to attract Konoha's attention, but in fact, a small number of ninjas were dispatched to steal Konoha's home, and it was not only Shiraishi and Lao Ziai who shot. But the most eye-catching is Lao Ziai. No way, the Hokage building is of the highest importance in Konoha. And Lao Zi's attention is too high. Shameless! Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed angrily. As a cage-level ninja, to do such a stupid thing, be a thief. 5. Lois took a deep breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will never let you go no matter what. Once again, the Lois rammed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. Iwagakure, don't go too far. Do you really think I can't kill you? Relying on the secret technique, your destructiveness has indeed increased a lot, but your attack can't hit me at all. Before you were just on the run. 35. Don't think that you are stronger than me like this. You're still a long way off. If you want to stop me, unless you pay the price with your life. The Lois has entered the state of heavy mud pulling horses, and the strength has greatly improved, but the distance from Sarutobi Hiruzen is still a certain distance, not Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent. Before the battle between the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative, the Lois dominated defense and dodge, and occasionally attacked. The two are able to maintain a balance. But now, if the Lois wants to stop Sarutobi Hiruzen, that strategy cannot be used. Can't keep thinking about blocking and dodging. And must come to the front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this case, Lois is not Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent. Composite Ninja, Lightning Water Dragon Bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered a family matter, that is, the last time Kakashi and Bunka fought, Kakashi used lightning style to cause extreme damage to Bunka. But other ninjas use water style, which has a big impact on Wenya. After using the secret technique, the attribute-restraint relationship of the rock shinobi ninja will change. Then, try water style. Combined with lightning style. Sarutobi Hiruzen used a fusion of lightning style and water style. This time, the Lois suffered a lot of damage. The ground system is restrained by water style. And Sarutobi Hiruzen uses lightning water dragon bomb. No matter whether the Lois continues to use the elf form or the human form, it will be restrained. Boom! The figure of the Lois flew upside down. As expected of Hokage, he found a solution so quickly. 39. Lois couldn't help looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, the Lois stood up again. Is it over? You ungrateful animal? Then I will fulfill you. 1 round, 2 rounds, the disadvantage of Lois is getting bigger and bigger. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the figure of the Lois became somewhat unstable. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Lois. Are you satisfied with this result? Why buy time for Lao Ziai and the others, and you don't even want your own life? What do you want to say before you die? In the case that you are the son of Onoji, I will give you a chance. The Lois suddenly sighed. Even if I enter the elf form, I can only do it to this extent. Fine, let's do it first. I am satisfied enough. 39. Ki, you can come out now. Lois looked to the side. A figure walks out. It is hunting. Iwagakure was the first ninja to get the power of the elf. Like Lois, it is elite Jainin. After entering the elf form, you can touch the threshold of cage level. Currently in Iwagakure, it is one of the very good combat powers. He was previously arranged by Onoji to be Shiraishi's bodyguard. But after Lao Ziai appeared, it was no longer needed. Moreover, with the current strength of Shiraishi, there is not much need for guards at this level. So Hunter returns to the Rock Shinobi army. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed when he saw Kari's appearance. The mood became very bad. But not because he has to face a 1-2 situation. But Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Kari was waiting by the side for a long time, not just came to support. Hunter could have made a move before, but he didn't make a move. Waited until now. An anger ignited in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. What exactly do you think of me, Konoha? What do you think of the old man? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt humiliated, deeply humiliated. Konoha's ninja panicked. Iwagakure's ninja got excited. Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. 35. Senior Lois, Senior Hunter, come on. Hunt came to the Lois side. Elf form. Seeing this, Danzo hesitated for a while, and quickly turned back in the direction of Konoha. 0. Danzo didn't want the people from Iwagakure to take the stuff from the Hokage building. Danzo played against Lao Ziai last time and didn't gain an advantage. Even though this was the case when Danzo didn't show his ability to press the bottom of the box, Danzo's ability to press the bottom of the box couldn't be easily displayed. However, within the range of Konoha, Danzo felt that he could fight against Lao Ziai. In addition, this is also a good opportunity to enhance your reputation. Danzo returned to Konoha very quickly. Near the Hokage building, Lao Ziai has entered the Four Tails Chakra state, and dozens of Konoha shinobi players have fallen into Lao Zi's hands. Danzo snorted coldly. Old Ziai, how dare you fight me? Lao Ziai glanced at Danzo lightly. A mere defeated general, still want to humiliate yourself? Danzo gave a loud shout. Follow my command. Old Ziai frowned. I said, why do you still have the confidence? It turned out that you plan to use more people to bully less people, but it doesn't matter, I will continue. Come on together. There are advantages to going together. Danzo, relying on the support of Konoha Shinobi, is indeed fighting against the Old Purple, not giving Lao Ziyi the possibility of causing further damage. The Konoha crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Finally suppressed. Who is that person? Some people don't know Danzo. At this time, a ninja from the route came out to explain. That is Lord Danzo, one of Konoha's elders, one of Lord Second Hokage's disciples, the same as Third Hokage. However, Lord Danzo made a different choice, hiding in the dark for the sake of the village. No fame, no profit, Ishin just wants to make Konoha better. Sir Danzo has paid too much for Konoha. The root ninja described Danzo as a great figure. Many people believed it. Do we still have such great people in Konoha? Amazing! It was hidden in the dark by obscurity. The strength is still so strong. Better than Lord Hokage. Shiraishi glanced at the situation outside and didn't care too much. Lao Ziyi couldn't be in danger. In that case, he should just do his job of stealing the house. There are so many valuable things in the Hokage building. Bang! 35. A wall was opened by Shiraishi. Shiraishi got into it. This is a secret room. Confidential information? Shiraishi's eyes lit up, and he stuffed all these materials into the storage scroll. After that, he entered another secret room. There are a lot of gold and silver hidden here. Shiraishi didn't hesitate to take the storage scroll directly. The battle outside became more intense, and Shiraishi gained more. Shiraishi did not stop, and continued to search. Even if it doesn't let me find the Book of Seals, at least let me find Uchiha's ninjutsu scroll. A Konoha shinobi came from the west of Konoha to the east of Konoha at a very fast speed. Kakashi-sama. This Konoha shinobi is reporting the situation west of Konoha to Kakashi during the battle. After hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed drastically. Compared to the disadvantage of the east, the west is the real bad. Rock shinobi ninjas have already invaded the Hokage building. Kirigakure, are you still going to attack? Now that you keep attacking, you'll only make wedding gowns for Iwagakure. Is this what you want to see? Kirigakure will not be able to defeat the Konoha army for a while, so he won't get much benefit. Kakashi wants to convince Terumi Mei with this. Terumi Mei's eyes rolled. But instead of making a decision right away, he hesitated. Chapter 140. Mist Shinobi's army is fighting to the death, and Iwagakure is looting. Hearing this news, Terumi Mei was a little upset. In the end, Iwagakure got the convenience from Kirigakure, otherwise it would not have been possible to break into the Hokage building so easily, but Iwagakure did not express his anger towards Kirigakure. This made Terumi Mei somewhat dissatisfied. And before, Iwagakure and Kirigakure have fought because of uneven distribution of spoils. Both villages were reduced to a joke at the time. However, it would be too natural to want to stop the Mist Shinobi army in this way. A temporary truce is okay, what can you Konoha give us? Many Konoha shinobi people heard this and wanted to vomit blood. Kirigakure is really bullying. Originally, Kirigakure took the initiative to attack Konoha. Now Iwagakure has benefited, and Kirigakure is not happy. The truce is beneficial to Konoha and Kirigakure. However, Kirigakure had to benefit from the truce. And it's a temporary truce. However, Kakashi has no choice. What do you want? Terumi Mei opened her mouth directly. A ton of gold, the whole water-style ninjutsu of second Hokage. Gold is a resource necessities, no matter which ninja village, needs it. And the water-style ninjutsu invented by second Hokage made Kirigakure fascinated. The most ninja attribute of Kirigakure is the water attribute. Kirigakure also has a lot of good water-style ninjutsu. But 183 are those water styles invented by Senju Tobirama, which can be regarded as excellent existences in Kirigakure. If you can get these ninjutsu, Kirigakure's strength will be greatly improved. Too much. Kakashi interrupted when he heard Terumi Mei speak. Terumi Mei smiled. You can disagree, the big deal is that we will continue. Now you are temporarily blocking our attack, but you who have been broken by Iwagakure, how long can you stop us? There are not many opportunities like this. The Sand Shinobi army will be here soon, Kakashi said. Then just wait and see how long you can wait. Both sides actually want a temporary truce. It can be considered negotiating now. Kirigakure wants to get as many benefits as possible in this negotiation. I can't be the master, I need to consult Lord Hokage. Come on, then. 55. Kakashi gave orders to a Konoha shinobi. The Konoha shinobi moved quickly in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, Mist Shinobi's army has agreed to a temporary truce, but... Before the Konoha shinobi finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't wait to interrupt. Agree with them. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, nothing is more important now than a truce. Condition is a condition, promised, not necessarily fulfilled. To be completed, it does not have to be completed immediately, how about dragging him for decades? When Sand Shinobi's army comes to support, Konoha's situation will not be passive. Agreeing to Kirigakure's conditions is just a stopgap measure. The current situation of Konoha is really bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Iwagakure was too deceiving. And the support from Tsunagakure and other ninja villages came too slowly. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to make such a decision. No matter what, the immediate crisis that Konoha is facing now is solved first, and then the Hokage building must not be lost. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Konoha shinobi turned back. Hearing this, Lois and Hunt's expressions changed slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two with cold eyes. Have you heard? The Mist Shinobi army has stopped, and Iwagakure will continue. Huang Tu and Xiao glanced at each other, both saw the meaning in each other's eyes, and did not intend to stop there. The situation in Kirigakure is hard to say. Stop now, then put all the pressure on the person who sneaked into Konoha to steal Konoha's house. Lois and Kori continue their onslaught on Sarutobi Hiruzen. And the other rock shinobi ninjas didn't stop either. But at this moment, a rock shinobi ninja sneaked in the direction of Konoha. On the other side, Konoha shinobi who was ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly came to Kakashi's side. Kakashi-sama. How about it? Lord Hokage agreed. 35. Agreed. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, but looking at Terumi Mei, he didn't say the answer immediately, but said, we Konoha can only agree to half of the conditions you asked. Kakashi also wants to negotiate the price. Half. Yes, only half, that's our limit. Then we will Kirigakure now. I'm afraid it won't work. Then give some of it first. Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes slightly and said, if this is not enough, then I can only doubt whether you are really sincere. 35. What I said is also my limit. Kakashi was silent for a while, then agreed. Okay, I'll let someone prepare. Some Konoha Anbu ninjas got into action at Kakashi's orders. Can you Kirigakure have a temporary truce now? Wait until the things are delivered. Terumi Mei said lightly. Kakashi was not satisfied, but there was nothing he could do. But fortunately, Konoha Anbu ninja was dissatisfied with the speed of action, and quickly sorted out a batch of resources and sent them to the front of Mist Shinobi's army, with 2 storage scrolls loaded. Terumi Mei opened for inspection. Not bad. 35. The thing is not fake, Terumi Mei is still satisfied. So ordered. Temporary truce. All the Mist Shinobi ninjas stopped temporarily at Terumi Mei's order. Kakashi, and all Konoha Shinobi fans, breathed a sigh of relief. Come back to the village to support. Repel the rock Shinobi ninja. 35. Terumi Mei's voice sounded. Don't forget the terms of your promise. Otherwise, our mist shinobi army can continue to attack Konoha at any time. For the time being, we will not leave the country of fire. We want everything. There can't be any mistakes. Kakashi didn't speak again this time, but hurried to Konoha, pretending not to hear Terumi Mei's words. A rock shinobi ninja comes to Konoha. Boom! A Deodara-like clay bomb was taken out by the rock shinobi ninja and detonated. High-altitude explosion in Konoha. Hearing the sound, all the rock shinobi ninjas who sneaked into Konoha reacted. It's time to leave. This is the signal that Shiraishi had agreed with everyone before. There is a time limit for stealing the house, it is impossible to steal without limit, and Konoha cannot give so much time. The situation on the side of Mist Shinobi's army is uncertain. Support from Sunagakure and others came quickly on the way. The resources to steal Konoha are of course important. But the safety of rock shinobi ninjas is equally important. Retreat. Shiraishi also heard the sound and glanced outside, his eyes twinkling. So fast. Looks like something went wrong with Mist Shinobi's army. However, Shiraishi did not stop, but searched at a faster speed. For me, there's still a little time. This time cannot be wasted. At least let me find one of Uchiha's ninjutsu scrolls. Shiraishi's figure was inside the Hokage building and quickly walked through. Lao Ziyi looked back, a little worried about Shiraishi's situation. Danzo noticed Lao Ziyi's actions. So in order. There are still people in the Hokage building, you go. Yes, Lord Danzo. 35. Finally, Konoha Shinobi, who had previously fought against Mist Shinobi's army led by Kakashi, returned a large part. Clean up the village situation. And Kakashi himself came directly to the Hokage building. Most of the rock shinobi ninjas who got the news in advance have already left the range of Konoha, and there are Konoha shinobi chasing behind them, but the problem is not very big, they can escape. Only the old purple and Shiraishi of the Hokage building are left. Lava style, burning river rock technique. A large amount of magma appeared, swept towards Konoha shinobi, and high temperature erupted. Along with the smell of coke, the Konoha shinobi was hit and the hole was wrapped in it. It's not just an attack, it's a signal to Shiraishi. Shiraishi knew that this was the last time. Shiraishi no longer hesitated and planned to leave. At this moment, Shiraishi suddenly saw a box in the corner of his line of sight. A box with a delicate appearance seemed a little out of place with the other things in this room that looked like a utility room, but was actually a secret room, and Shiraishi took a lot of effort to enter it. Shiraishi thought and took the box with him. Senior old Ziyi, let's go. Shiraishi rushed out in the other direction. Lao Ziyi got the Shiraishi signal and stepped back. Danzo leads the chase. Many people followed behind Shiraishi. At this time, Kazukakori learned about the situation in Konoha, and stopped attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen, but turned around to seal the rock shinobi ninja who sneaked into Konoha. Even though I really wanted to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Lois and Kari were still a little off. It's okay for Kari's self-destruction, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knows Kari's information and is vigilant. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to kill both of them. But with the current situation of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that he couldn't kill the two by himself, and returning to Konoha in time to stabilize Konoha's situation was the best choice. You will pay the price. Iwagakure. Konoha, will never make you feel better. I swear here. The next generation who takes advantage of people's dangers and steals things. When the Mist Shinobi army attacked Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hatred of Kirigakure was higher than Iwagakure, but now the situation has changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hatred of Iwagakure has become stronger than Kirigakure. Because the rock shinobi ninja took advantage of it. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen felt humiliated by the Lois. Because the rock shinobi ninja infiltrated Konoha, possibly taking something very important to Konoha. Not just 4.0 is just resources, not just ninjutsu. There may even be some hidden secrets. A secret Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to reveal. In other words, Iwagakure did more substantial damage to Konoha than Kirigakure did to Konoha. I will announce the status of your Iwagakure mysticism. 99. I will make you Iwagakure guilty. I will make you Iwagakure the public enemy of the entire ninja world. At that time, see what you do, Iwagakure. My Konoha's situation will be much easier. You, Iwagakure, will be reduced to a more miserable situation than we Konoha are now. 35. It's like the Vortex village back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that after the release of Iwagakure's secret technique, the situation of Iwagakure would become similar to that of the Uzumaki village back then. Both masters had very strong secret techniques and could threaten other ninja villages. It is even more threatening than the sealing technique of Vortex village. So even if Iwagakure is stronger than Utsuo village, it will also be targeted by the entire ninja world. At that time, can Iwagakure hold up? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the high probability was unstoppable. Instead, it will be attacked by other ninja villages. Divided by other ninja villages. Those secret techniques will all be lost in various places in the ninja world. Iwagakure. You forced me. 35. Starting today, let's step into a desperate situation.